network.com/commercials.
Do more, Parker. I thought just air conditioner. Okay?
Welcome back to Coast AM. Connie Willis here with you, along with first-time guest Bob Costa, TV's original home shopping host, speaker, author, one of the individuals who helped create the multi-billion-dollar TV home shopping industry. You can learn more about him, his books, his courses, classes, and he's taking care of Coast fans for taking $300 off of his course and letting you watch it and learn from it for $97. I love it. You can go to his website at bobstercosta.com and you'll see where you can click on it. But it's funny, I love it. I'm speaking for Bob Costa here. Anyway, so Bob is telling us the story of how it all happened. And now I'm going to let you go ahead, Bob, and set up where the cliffhanger is.
Okay, website, I appreciate that. My audiobook just came out today, like hours ago. So your audience, the very first to hear about my book on audio, and that's available, okay? I'm a host of a lowly rated local radio station in Clearwater, Florida, possibly the world's worst radio station. And here I am, and the owner brings in, during the break, brings in a can opener and says to me, when you come out of the news, I want you to sell the can opener. And I looked at him like, what? I mean, there's no way. So I came on after the news, and I said, you never believe what happened during the break. And I went over and I explained, we told the story, and I said, if you called in the lights on the phone started to light up. In fact, I didn't know what those lights were because nobody had ever called me before. And it was still local. And then we went to our local cable TV. At that time, in 1982, I think it was, at that time, there were all these cable TV stations with no programming. There wasn't a lot of programming out there, so they had a lot of these vacant channel spots. And so we went in and we leased the channel on the local cable company. It's called Vision Cable, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah.
So we went from radio to TV. We thought, wow, now people will be able to see. Well, that'd be better, right? And so we did that until 1985, and then we went nationwide, coast to coast. I don't know the name whatsoever. I mean, we didn't call it coast to coast, but we went, nationwide with the broadcast, and I guess they say the rest is history. However, that first day that we were making of home shopping nationwide, total sales for 5 hours on the air. Total sales, $352.
No way.
Yeah, we're nationwide. 300. That's what they're saying. Send you. They tell what's the catch, what's the gimmick, and then it grew. The amazing part, Connie, of that story, and it's true, is that within 90 days of that day, we did $350. We did $1 million in one day. Within 90 days. Within 90 days.
What happened?
Develop a relationship. Mm-hmm. And they would see us every single day. Again, they were not used to shopping this way. But when they saw us every single day, and then when they started to receive some products, they would call in and give testimonials about the product. So they knew the quality was there. It was safe to order that way. And it just grew and grew and grew until we did $1 million a day. So when you say that home shopping was truly a phenomenon, there's no doubt about it. And it really did two things. It certainly changed the way America shops. Yeah, that's a habit, totally. But it also did something else. It also changed the way that people market merchandise and people sell merchandise. And over the years, I've been able to, to this day, I bet I receive 150 to 200 requests every week with people with ideas for products and people who have developed products, and they've been shown how to market it within the TV shopping industry. and they have done extremely well. I don't know if any of your listeners have ideas for products, or maybe they develop products, but you never know. I mean, I was golfing with a friend of mine this afternoon who was a host for, in fact, Tom Wise. You remember Tom Wise?
Yes, I remember Tom.
I told him I was going to be with you tonight, and he said, "Tell Connie I said hello."
Oh, good. You remember me too. Oh, tell him I said hello. Oh, wow.
But anyhow, so Tom was the host for a long period of time. Then he got into developing. He came up with an idea, and he developed a product, and now he's doing extremely well. So, people have to keep that in mind, that this is a great, great venue, to come up with an idea, a product and everything. They can do extremely well. But I talk about that in my book or the audio part of the book, what works and what people are looking for and what the trends are and things of that, ilk. So, but that's how it started. Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing. So I got so many questions about it because, come on, there's just so many questions here. First of all, what? Remember, where did this
spin around on the auction? He used to say, when WC came on in 1986, that during the 80s, there were 28 other companies trying to do the same thing. And one of the keys to succeeding is to find the right people with whatever it is you have. And then companies that were trying to do the same thing, they didn't have the distribution because we did. And that's what made all the difference. But the auction show was one of those shows that they came on.
I remember this when I remember my parents always watching his watch, whatever, right? And it would be out there, just amazing. So this is something I remember. It's amazing to be a part of that phenomenon. You started it. I got to be a part of it, working at HSN, working at TVC, working in infomercials, and being a part of all of that. Now,
you did a phenomenal job yourself. I mean, you were always so very, very good and well liked.
Well, that's sweet of you. I will stop going. No, I'm just kidding. But I appreciate that. That means a lot to me. It really does. I thank you for that. I remember the very beginning. It was more of brand new product ideas that normal, regular people had, and they would go on, and we would take them and have a great time doing all of that kind of thing. Especially, I love that new inventors would come in with things. But then, and by the way, people would sometimes laugh at it, like, they would think it was not something special and low class, and those people still need to have, they need to wake up to the world because all of a sudden, all these brand names learned how much money was being made, and every brand name wanted to come in on the network. I mean, I know people would even laugh with Suzanne Summers doing the IMAX. Are you kidding? She laughed all the way to the bank herself, right? I mean, it's because some of the brand names, they were having some challenges in brick and mortar, and they saw this thing called TV shopping, and they wondered what it was. And that's how I really started my training program that I had at that time to teach people how to present their product effectively on camera. And so I mean that's and name, but still entrepreneurial, still the inventor. It's important. That's important. I guarantee there are people listening right now. How many that don't have a product. I guarantee they have an idea that would work and could change their lives. I guarantee it. I mean, I've seen it so many times. Yeah, so many times. I just love it. You sound like this when you're on the air. So you guys, this is him. This is Bob naturally. He's just excited, he's passionate, and he is the model of everybody else along the way. So yeah, I just I love when people come in with the brand new type of things, and then they become, multi-billionaire or whatever they come, they just start doing well. What did Tom White come up with? What was his book?
His design is whole. It does everything in the different designs, different shapes, that you can transport it, and it's so demonstrable. And it's so, I have a whole program. I have like 8 questions. When I look at a new product, and I want to make sure it's answering yes to those questions in order to qualify. And when I evaluate products or ideas for people, I go through the whole gamut. I mean, I can kind of tell after this many years, what needs to be done. But anyhow, so Tom came up with this, and he calls it a carry cart, and that's what it came, a carry cart, and it has done extremely well on the air. I'm so happy for him too.
For him, it was when I was first there. He was the one, if I remember correctly. He was the first person to start fixing the Roomba.
Yeah, the automatic cleaner. Yeah,
the vacuum cleaner that run around. Yeah, we were seeing the first, and now it's all over the place.
Well, it's a great vacuum. It's a great product. It scares me a little bit sometimes. Because I have one, and when it starts running, it almost looks like it's alive. But it does a great job.
Well, there's lots of videos out there, little viral videos with cats on top of them, riding them around, everything.
Exactly. Oh, I've seen lots of products over the years. You can imagine. And in the book, I really tell the stories. How it all started, and I'm able to go deeper into stories about celebrities and just the little nuances and things that have worked over the years. So
you got a chapter of me in there, right? There's a little chapter of me in there.
Oh, we have pictures.
Oh, okay. That'll be in the second book.
There you go. That's right.
Now, you called the book Wipe the Pitch, and I gotta say that I remember years ago, somebody that used to say that all the time. You know who I'm talking about?
Maybe Billy?
Billy Mays.
Yeah, Billy Mays, yeah.
How was your relationship with Billy?
Oh, Billy was a good friend. Good guy.
He was a good guy.
Oh, and just, I was so happy to call him my friend, and was very close to Billy, and it was so sad when he passed, but just a super guy and a hard worker. I mean, everybody would see him on camera and think, well, he's just, talk. Oh, no, he worked so hard. That's it. And that's basically what it is. Just think about selling. And every day, we all sell something to somebody at some time. And people get hung up on that word sell because it has a connotation of, getting somebody to do something that they don't. Selling is helping. I tell people, because people come to me all the time and say, well, how can I sell more of what I have? And my answer is always, if you want to sell more, stop selling and start helping others with what you have. But selling, it breathes through the fabric of our everyday lives, because it could just be an idea or a feeling or a thought that you have, and you're trying to convince the other person because you really believe in what you're saying. That's selling. So you can't get hung to sell. I despise selling. And people say, well, how could that be? I mean, you generated over $6 billion in merchandise sales over all these years, and now you hate to sell? And I do. I despise it. It's all about helping. It's all about knowing what to say, how to say, when to say it. And it's not just about products. It could be a service that you offer. It could be an opportunity that you want to share. It could be an idea. It could be a belief that you have that others aren't agreeing with you. And there is a way that you can, convince them, not against their will, but to benefit them. And it's really something that I've devoted my life to, because if you know how to, and I use the word sell because I just haven't come up with another word for it in all these years. However, in Sweden, Connie, the word "selvig" is the word for selling, but it means to serve. To serve. That's
It is Boxer Costa we're talking with. You can find him at boxercosta.com. You've seen him, you heard him, he was the original TV host and started it all. He did it on Coast to Coast.
Yeah.
Dr. Mizrahi and his team of specialists at LA Dentist Group have treated thousands of people. He's my dentist, and he's my daughter Pamela's dentist, and boy, he saved her. She has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, LA Dentist Group team of specialists will have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist. Dr. Mizrahi can fix those problems too. Smile again, eat the foods that you've missed. Now, pound 250 on the cell and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam, including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com. LADentistGroup.com. Well, you think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. No, seriously, we've got news right now.
When my husband and I first started going out, when you sort of highlight a deal and it's not who you are, but you're pretending to be interested in what they're interested in. This is what you do when you're in your mid-20s to impress a guy that I've never done. And then you're stuck sitting through 3 movies of Lord of the Rings and pretending that you're interested. Screw that.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I always get their robot. No idea what 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Brutal video and response. Officials in Memphis, Tennessee have released police body camera and other video of the violent arrest of Tyre Nichols, who later died. Videos show 5 officers holding, striking, pepper spraying, and tasing Nichols. Former San Bernardino Police Chief Eric Bergwijn says he was appalled by the officers' actions. I see a lot of brutality. I see strikes out of anger. I see incompetent policemen. I see somebody that wants to spray pepper spray into a crowd of people and then walking away before the suspect is even in custody. The 5 officers have been fired and charged in connection with Nichols' arrest and death. 2 sheriff's deputies have been other protests of varying sizes have been reported nationwide, including a candlelight vigil in downtown LA. 2 teenage boys have been arrested in Long Beach after the fatal shooting and robbery of a 20-year-old man on January the 6th. Police say Isaiah Salcedo was in the driver's seat. A boy and a 15-year-old boy are being held without bail. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says wearing a mask indoors is now a personal choice. Ferrer said because of the county's low transmission rate, the health department will loosen some of the mask restrictions.
Masking remains highly recommended.
Ferrer says there was a holiday spike in cases and hospitalizations, but the numbers have steadily decreased since the beginning of the year. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel has been reelected to lead the party for another 2 years.
With us united and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2024.
McDaniel was challenged by attorney Harmeet Dillon and My Pillow founder Mike Lindell. Southern California weather from KFI. Mostly clear tonight for LA and Orange County. Lows in the mid to upper 40s. Some light winds are lingering. Tomorrow, another mostly sunny day with highs in the low to mid-60s. The clouds start rolling in Sunday, bringing with it a chance of rain Sunday night. Villa Park, 47 degrees. Dana Point, 48. Compton, 50. Torrance, 47. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middle. Headed from downtown LA to 110 northbound at the 101, a multi-vehicle crash in lanes is about to go from 3rd Street. In the Sepulveda Pass, the 405 northbound before Ventura Boulevard, a crash there blocks 2 middle lanes. And in Bell Gardens, the 710 southbound before Florence, the crash blocks the right lane. Irvine, the 5 southbound before the 133, a crash blocks the 2 right lanes, as well as the transition to the 133 north. My side helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph at Uline. They know firsthand the North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 38,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit Uline.com. Bridgewater, the hit fiction high-catch speed map, a supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Written by Lauren Tippin and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Attention, Southern California. New year, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solar, your local and veteran-owned no money out of pocket. Tesla Powerwall and Intel batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum preferred contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SeparatesSolaris.com. On a group credit, expired 1/31/2023. PSW number 978-152. Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes that just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting you know you're ready to go. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 days. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Bobby found the diesel down just before it rained. The road is far away to the water. I feel and I'm laughing up and down. I can't stop what I'm saying. When you're up and talking time, hold something there. It's every song I try to do. Another word for nothing but the Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's the guest host, Connie Lewis. Broadcasting live from more than 700 affiliates in North America. That includes Puerto Rico, Guam, and Canada, Mexico. You are listening to Coast AM. Connie Lewis here, Janice Joplin along there with me, and Bobby McGee. That brings back memories, huh? Listening to that, singing along, it just puts you in that mood. So if you ever want to know the bumper music, go to our website and you can, so instead of just getting mad at me and saying, "Hi, Jenny, back tell that song. You didn't tell me so just singing that." Or what the title was, you can go to the website and then you'll be satisfied that way. And hey, check it all out while you're there. We have so many things for you to look at. Articles, past, present, and future. How to become a Coast Insider, Paranormal Studies, where George Norton's going to be, what he's up to, what he's been doing beyond belief. All sorts of things are on the site. In fact, tonight, as you know, open lines are coming up later. And our guest with us tonight will be there for the first hour at least. We're going to keep them up a little later, but you for this type of thing. In fact, you can go and read up a little bit more
about tonight's show. You can find out more about Bob as well. And you know what? He did something really nice for us. He's got for Coast fans only. He's got where you can take his course, flight off at 75% off. He never does that. He never does 75% off though. He's taking care of us. Isn't that nice? I love that. Just go to our website and you can see that right on the top page with the special offer. And so stay with us. Open line coming up too. And just go to our website, coastfm.com.
Contact, yes, sir. Marco, Dominator, contact.
Imagine you're in a world with four statistically, one is a victim of identity theft. That's right, one in five. And these aren't careless people either. They're probably a lot like you, watching their accounts and credit. But that isn't always it. It can be dangerously easy to see, alerting you to threats you couldn't have done your own. If you become a victim of identity theft, a U.S.-based LifeLock restoration specialist will be dedicated to your case through all transactions at all businesses. But everyone can save up to 25% off their first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's promo code George to save up to 25% off your first year, or 1-800-LifeLock.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. I'm losing my voice. Oh no. I know I just need some rest. I need rest and relaxation. I've just been so busy. Cold. We radio folks, we know this. You know, and TV folks, we learn this. I mean, first of all, we still have to work, even when we're sick. I mean, we were made to, just the way it is. But I know it's just needing some rest and relaxation. That's all it is. Because I've been working hard at TommyWillis.com with all the different shows that I have, just trying to pump things out and get them going. And it's fun. We were on top, Tommy at the dark. Thank you all for supporting that. It's fun. We got nice. You totally supported me on this. It's easier to support somebody when it's free, that's for sure. But it is free, and it is, it's just like boom. It's just, thank you so much for supporting it. Connie Willis, your podcast. Maybe just because it's easy to, you got that name and it's easy to find. Please, by the way, try it on the Breaker. I realized I can do it live, just like a radio show, so I'm going to start doing that. Now, I don't know if you're on the other format, if you don't get it until later our time, shortly afterwards. But if you catch it on Breaker, then you're going to, where my platform comes from, it's going to look like radio live. I just don't like that. So, jump on board, it's Breaker. If you want to know how to get to that, just sure. Because I'd love for you to be there when I do live stuff. I love it because I love it. It's so fun, and that can pop off and on anytime I want. Just go to TommyWillis.com. You'll find all the information there. You'll also see the face of our guest tonight. You'll see his face on there, or I'm saying, hey, I'm going to be on Coast tonight, and for you can find him at bobsircosta.com, bobsircosta.com, the guy who started it all. He was the original home shopping host, speaker, author, doing all sorts of things, running around and just teaching and training and not selling anything but that. Well, thanks again for being here. I got to tell you something that you may or may not remember that happened. I just want to make sure you're there first. You still with me?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So this is something I have always remembered about you, and you may or may not remember it, but when I was first at Home Shopping Network, I'm just, learning, oh man, I went from like a Disney show and some other different types to me, and as I'm there, back home, wise was one of the people, I would ask people, what do I, you have an agent in that world. I later got an agent in infomercials, but I didn't have an agent, and I didn't know what to do myself. Price-wise, how do I charge? How do I make money from this? What commission? Do I do a flat fee? Do I get a piece of this product? Do I host, or do I sell? Do I host for the network and those things, or do I host for a product and come on once in a while and have a couple products? And I started asking around and learning different answers from different people. And at one point, I just stopped and I thought, well, the man to ask is the guy that's got the same background as me. I
The
could
point
not
where
figure out the
I'm
rate.
past
People
Ivy.
don't want to
I'm
sell
past
their rate. They don't want to sell what they're making. Just like
oh,
someone tell me.
people.
And two people have asked, so what do I make? What is my pay? I have no idea what I am supposed to charge. Because I didn't want to charge too much or too little. And it's not like there's rate across the board with everybody. And this was in the middle of the hallway, and you took the time and you stopped, and we just stood in that hallway, and you said, well, Connie, this is the first thing you said. You said, Connie, what's she going to say to me? And I didn't even know you had seen my work. You're also doing infomercials. Not everybody can do both of those. And you were able to switch from side by side. And because of that, you should charge more. And you started telling me what I should expect, what I should look at on the infomercial side as well as the TV retail side. And it was phenomenal. And I just want to thank you again that you had done that for me. I don't know if you remember, but I can tell you that I got the numbers that you told me to get, and then some, and so thank you.
Well, you're very, very welcome, and you may not believe it, but I do remember that. Yes, because, you are very unique in what you did for your talent, and there's a big difference between presenting a product in a home shopping format and one in an infomercial format. And to be able to do them both is very, very valuable. And so it was an easy question to answer because of the subject matter.
Really?
And look what you're doing. I mean, you're nationwide, coast to coast on radio. I mean, you've done extremely well, and the future is even brighter for you. So, you're a very talented person.
Thank you. I love that George Miller lets me come in here and play. It's so much fun. I have a great time. I love the content. And, when you had said in the hallway, when you had said you do both, and that's not an easy thing to do. Most people can't go back and forth. When you said that, I thought that's what you prepared for when you finally, got into it all. I mean, that's what I did. So thank you.
So what it boils down to, Connie, is it's effective communication. That's what it is. That's what selling is. And again, I don't even like saying that word. It's effective communication. That's what it is. And, when the pandemic hit, everybody seemed to start making videos on social media. I mean, it was everywhere, right?
Yeah, it was.
And you could see who could effectively communicate and those that couldn't. And that was one reason why I came up with my program, my video program, training program, is because, the very beginning I realized in home shopping, one of the keys was being able to create the right message. And then delivering it properly, we would get the results we were after. And isn't that what everybody is trying to do, get the right result? And it all goes back to being able to effectively communicate product, a service, well, whatever it is, it comes down to effective communication. And you know, Connie, another thing, today, everybody who has a cell phone, and I think that's everybody, everybody who has a cell phone has their own home shopping channel in their pocket. And if they understand how to do it and how to make it work, it could be a wonderful, it could be a life-changing experience to be able to make, I mean, you're holding it in your hands every day, your own home shopping channel. But you have to know how to use it. And that's why I have so much fun, you know, teaching and sharing with people today.
Do you like doing that? Traveling around and doing it?
I love it. It may sound corny, but I love to see other people succeed. I really do. And it's nice to, because I work with people one-on-one, as well as the video training program, where you can download the videos and watch them as many times as you want, and, you know, as often as you want, everything. But I also work one-on-one.
Oh my God.
When I see that light bulb go off, when people say, oh, I got it, because many times that little red light on your phone, when that comes on and you're recording something, is a lack of confidence and a lack of clarity of direction, of knowing what to do. And once you know how to say it, and what to say, and when to say it becomes a new video coming out, by the way. It's not out yet, but it's coming out. How to sell something in 60 seconds. And it came out of a conference I did with people that are using certain forms of social media where you only have 1 minute. and so you know, we know that's tough. I know, yeah, it's very tough. So that video is coming out down the road. Yeah, I love it. I really do. I've just been so blessed in my life, and so many people have helped me be able to achieve whatever I've achieved, and it's just, I just love it.
Well, that's one of the great things about you that makes you different is because, you know, bottom line, you're talent. And talent doesn't always, and that's one of the differences with you, that you do want to see other talent succeed. You're not concerned when another talent comes up to you. You're okay with that. You're just like, hey,
we're all in this together.
Club.
You know,
that's right.
We're all in this together. So yeah, I mean, I love doing that. But you know, you're asking me questions that people have not asked me for years and years, and it's really taking me down memory lane.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, loving it.
Tell me about Bud Paxton. And tell people who he is, who he went on to even be. I mean, he's
station where home shopping began. And Bud was a merchandiser. Bud was a marketing guy. Bud was a people person. He knew how to, let me tell you. And you know, about Bud, I would watch him, he would sit in the corner, we'd be on the air together at home shopping. And he would be in the corner, not even on camera. And he would be sitting in the corner with his eyes closed, big smile, and talking. And I asked him, you know what? Bud, you're not even seen on camera when you do that. Why are you doing that? He said, because it comes across differently when you smile. And words come out differently when you master communicator. And here's my mentor. He was my mentor. There's no way that I could have done what without him. I mean, he was my mentor. And so after home shopping, he left in the early 90s, and he developed Patch TV, and he bought a lot of radio stations, Clear Channel Radio. He bought a lot of those, and then I think he sold those, and then he created Patch TV, which is very popular, and it is now Ion Television. And he had deals with NBC and things like that. But he remained very, very active. He passed away a few years ago in his 80s, and I was able to go to his memorial. And he's just a great guy. Just a great guy.
How do I get to work on this network? He just like picks up the phone.
That's really what. And I would see him over and over again, time after time. It could be a fish price, 2,000 of these, 3,000 of those, 5,000 of it, and he would be right 99.9% of the time. He's an absolute genius. Just a genius.
Do you think that he would be happy with the way everything, or was happy with the way everything has changed in the world of home shopping?
He always embraced with change, and he would certainly not fight change, because he always listened to the viewers. He always listened to the audience.
You have to.
Yeah. They dictate what you're doing, and if you even get to do it. So I'm sure he would have changed some of his thinking if he was around today, only because the whole industry is changed, out there. So he would always, he had a business and the saying was, either go with the flow, or you'll go out with the tide. And you have to go with the flow, and you're going to go out with the tide. Right? We were talking about entrepreneurs a little bit earlier, and about people that came up with ideas and inventors, and he always had a special place in his heart for that category, for those people that were trying to make it.
And I want to ask you about that. Yes, and I want to ask you about that when we come back, about all the neat things that you saw along the way, and what stuck out, and what did well, and what didn't, and we'll talk COSTA. Okay, let me do that again. Bob Costa, CIRCOSTA.com, and learn more. Stay with us. We'll be talking to him, and open lines coming up later too here on Coast to Coast Day.
I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A video has been released that explicitly shows what happened of justifiable outrage. People who have seen the police body camera video of the beating that Tyree endured have compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by Los Angeles police. LA Metro says it has heard of the complaints of business owners in Long Beach, but Metro is not going to change its end-of-the-line policy that forces all riders off trains. Because of the policy, Metro says the trains need to be cleaned. The agency says it will consider adding service hubs for the homeless at 13 rail lines in LA and Orange County, flows in the mid to upper 40s. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton.
Still on the crash in downtown LA near the 110 north off the 101. Multiple vehicles involved. The blocking lanes are stop and go from 3rd Street. Headed through the Sepulveda Pass, the 405 northbound at their Mulholland Drive across blocks 2 middle lanes. And in Irvine, the 5 southbound before the 133, a crash blocks the 2 right lanes and the transition to the 133 north. Hawthorne, the 105 eastbound at Prairie, a crash on the right shoulder of the off-ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Gabe Joseph.
And he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends, and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. He keeps his values at Root Hero Funny. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people.com. Thank you.
Dennis, and my daughter Pamela dentist, and boy, he saved her. He has some really complicated dental issues. So whether you need one tooth or several missing teeth replaced, implants that have gone south, or complications from another dentist, Dr. Messer can fix those problems too. Smile again, foods that you've missed, now pound 250 on the cell, and just say dentist. Pound 250 on the cell, say dentist. Schedule a free exam, including x-rays and CT scans. Some restrictions apply. Go to LA.com. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and this international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, the real story of crime, smuggling, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine
wherever you get your podcast. KFI, AM 640.
I never will. Searching for a heart of gold. And I let you know. Searching for a heart of gold.
And worldwide on the internet. This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your East Coast.
I'm on my way to family. It's like not that far.
Sometimes in the in a library in a red city, California. So, little funny, little, exciting.
How long?
Good time.
Like,
It's always cool. Always cool. So I hope you're enjoying your night. If you have never checked out George Norton's TV show, it's his internet TV show, well, it's called, all your favorite people you're talking to, interviewing, having a good time with, you get to see them, you get the visual, you get that radio theater of the mind, and on Beyond Belief, you get to see their eyes, see, are you going left, and on right, see,
nailed it.
Body hungry.
Kobe.
It's only 99 cents for the first month, and you get to enjoy many shows. You can watch actually a free episode if you're on the fence trying to figure it out. You can watch a free episode.
How you get that? How you get that?
Scrolling down, you'll see it, and then from there you can try it free for 7 days.
Yeah.
You go check it out at beyondbelief.com. I think you're going to go to more about it at beyondbelief.com or at
Where you can also find it there free? I don't think this first time. Oh yeah. Then what? LAX is the coconut to.
That's the real thing. Now, Colorado Congressman Tim Buck's new book exposes it's called Trust. That's cool on free speech. Google, Facebook, and Twitter news materials for your pet digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at dynamite.com. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look after you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call a legal expert now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, or a victim of workplace negligence, or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now. Call 800-721-1485. That's 800-721-1485. Again, 800.
Coast to Coast AM, Connie Willis here. Find me at ConnieWillis.com. All the shows, the podcast, everything. Even if you need a creepy hotspots, live investigations, Bigfoot, strange life, hunting. It's real. It's real. It's all out there. And we have been a part of it. Hopefully you can too. Join me in the shows at ConnieWillis.com. Right now, we are talking with Bob Sircosta, television's $1 billion Dot, dot, dot. No one would sold products on TV shopping longer than Bob Costa. Even great products fail when presented the wrong way. Is it true? And I'm still reading it from here. These are not my words of wisdom. After 45 years on the air, over 25,000 hours of life, Costa is ready. I'm losing my voice, but I'll go on anyway. Apparently, you could still see when this happens. Anyway, Bob, how many? Okay, so I know I hear a lot of stories in the infomercial world about the products of some inventor coming in. But how about you directly? How many products came to you by inventors and sometimes right on the napkin, just written on the napkin when, or wow, this, give me all the scenarios and what might even have been the craziest thing or the coolest thing?
Well, I mean, it runs the gamut, obviously, because you can imagine, doing 75,000 separate product presentations over the years. I've seen a little bit of everything, and I continue. I mean, to see new products. People, are always telling me about their ideas that they have for products, or they have something developed correctly. You'll get the response that you're after. I mean, there's certain qualifications for a product. Obviously, you have to solve the problem, and that's for, it goes on and on and on. But I recall there was a gentleman, I'll never forget his name, Tony Sheridan, out of California. This is quite a few years ago. But he poised on his knee. He was, in the form of a head of a horse. Picture this now. And he put the head of the horse on his knee, and then his little boy got on the horse, on the knee, and he was bouncing up and down. Like a PR. Yeah, and he called, get this now. He called it the pony. The pony. And he was so passionate about it, and he went on the air and just sold incredibly well, and then licensed it all over the world. So it was a starting point. But he had just the idea, because every great product starts with an idea. And most people with an idea, they keep it in their heads too long. And you got to get it out of your head right away. Yeah, prototypes can be ugly. You don't have to be a good artist. You got to get that idea out of your head. So that was one item that went very good. And I remember another time at a conference I was doing. At the end of the conference, a young lady came up to me, and she had this bag, and in the bag were all these like jars of cream and lotion and things of that nature. They were all, you could see they were opened one too many times, and had rubber bands holding them together. And she told me the story where they had came from different parts of the world, and the uniqueness of every region reflected in the cream. And it was a fascinating story, but she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do with them. And she went on to, one year, she had gross sales of over $38 million. And she just started with a bag of jars. I mean, it's amazing what you can do. There was enough. Every time I think about this. Now, you gotta imagine, this is in the 1980s. Phones did not exist, okay? And we had a product on the air. They brought it in to me to go on the air and sell it. And it was an AM, FM, radio, telephone, toilet paper dispenser. True story. So I'm looking at this, I forgot what I said, something like, has the phone ever rung when at an inopportune time? Where you couldn't answer it. You couldn't get to it. And we ended up selling like over 5,000 of them in less than 9 minutes. And once again, it's that message. Once it connects and once you're able to communicate it effectively, you're able to get the results that you're after. But there's a whole checklist of, when somebody brings me an idea or somebody talks to me about their product, I go right down the checklist. And that checklist is based on experience, not on theory, but it's based on real life experience.
You the one, who was it that decided that demoing?
I came up with it, but I certainly did it quite often. about it, TV is a visual medium. So you have to, you've heard about the term show and tell. So this is show and sell. Okay, you have to give it meaning. How
the man that was selling electric can openers that were that ugly green on the radio, you actually did it already. So you did it. So did you actually door to door knock on the door to hand it to them at one point? That's
what I would do in the early days when we were on the radio only. If the person who ordered the product, if they lived on my way home, and many times I would stay for dinner. I mean, you talk about relationship marketing. I mean, that's
I know that. I love that too.
It's the viewers, like your listeners. I mean, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I love it.
The viewers are just so loyal and so wonderful, and so caring, and so real. It's just a great experience. Oh, one thing that we take live phone calls.
Yeah,
there's a lot of live phone calls. And I remember taking one call one day. And she said, my name is Mary from Chicago. I said, hey, Mary, how you doing? She said, well, incidentally, with my wife at the time. And so I said, how far apart is the pain? She told me like 6-7 minutes, something like that. And I started giving her breathing exercises. And this is all through now, Bonnie, on the air, live.
Wow.
And pretty soon, this foreign voice came on the phone and said, gotta go. And hung up. That was it. Saying, what happened to Mary? What happened? And the next day, her mom called in and said that she had given birth to a healthy baby boy. And the kicker, true story, she named the boy Robert. Bob.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course.
I still talk to her all the time,
And it's fun. It's what a lot of people don't know is it's live. It's all live. It's live. When you have like 200 units of a product that you got to sell, you're on live. You hope that you sell out before the 8 minutes you're given. And that's always like, yeah, woohoo! That's the finish line. So every time you're on the air with a product, there's like a finish line. The competition. The more you sell this, because it's kind of your own. It's your own like victory that I did it. I sold all that I needed to. So in these live times, because anything can happen. What do you remember that was? I remember seeing one time like all the lights fall behind the directors on the floor, like one hit another, like dominoes and stuff. While we were live, if you had something happen like that, or
I would have the lights overhead. They wouldn't fall, but they would burn out. They would explode. And you talk about jumping. I mean, before that happened, I was 6'7", and I'm not that tall anymore. I mean, it really gets to you. They would right in the middle of the show, no, you didn't know what was coming, and they would explode. Products that maybe tabletop washing machine. You fill it up with water, you put the detergent in there, you seal it up, and you turn it.
Yeah.
You just rotate it back and forth. Great product. Well, one night I did it, and I didn't have the lid on correctly. And as I turned it, all the water came out, all over the place. And the person I was on with was absolutely drenched. So things all that. But you know what? That's what makes it fun. That's what makes it. And the worst thing you can do is say, "Oh, we really were at the beginning. We really were the beginning of interactive TV." Interaction in the media. We were the beginning of that. We didn't realize. Great guy. In fact, he passed away a few years ago, and I spoke at his memorial right before the pandemic, and was honored to speak at his memorial. But Joe created also the Franklin Mint, and he created QVC. And I remember Joe came down to Florida before QVC launched, and we met with Bud, and Bud, one of Bud's partners, Roy, and myself, and I think there were 2 other people. And he wanted to know about this thing called home shopping, what it was, and what made it work, because it was all new. It was all new back then. And so we had a great QVC came out in 1986. HSN went nationwide in 1985, and QVC came on a year later in 1986. and there were two totally different formats. HSN was all urgency. It was all buy it now. When the item left the screen, you could not place an order for it. So you had to order it while it was still on the screen. And CDC came on completely opposite. They gave you an item number that you could order whenever you wanted to. So it's a completely different format. In fact, CDC stands for quality, value, and convenience. So they really focused on the convenience part of it. We never showed item numbers. We never did any of that at the beginning. Now it's done that way. As a matter of fact, one company owns both CDC and HSN right now. But here, a year after we did nationwide, yeah.
And I've been on both. It's amazing. It's amazing. I remember, I don't want to tell too many secrets, but when I was at CDC, I don't think I heard this at HSN. I think it was at CDC. It's not do you want to buy it or not, it's which color do you want. And you just hop right on over if you want to buy it or not, because it's all about, making those products go. And, it is fun to be on the air with something and you're given 8 minutes. Okay, well, let's see if I can sell this out in 6, I can sell this out in 6 minutes, and just have that concept with yourself. It's just fun, but it can be now.
I can with you though. It's special. Yeah.
Did you have like this massage thing on your body?
And there are lots of them out there. The one I do is a little different technology-wise, but it's one of those that wrap around your legs and they have compression and heat and massage. And let me just tell you, they feel terrific. They feel great. But anyhow, so I had that on, and when you talk about the hours, in a 24-hour day, I did 10 live shows that were 30 minutes each. Did 10 of those in 24 hours. And then I had a tape that plays for 6 hours. So it was 16 hours out of the 24. And it is so much fun. I mean, I told you before at the beginning, I'm glad you're here.
Because you got to talk to a lot of people. I hope you add me to this list of these people that you say you helped along the way. Bob Hope. Tell me what you did with Bob Hope. I didn't know you did anything with him.
Yeah, he came on, there was a channel out in California that he was on for a little bit. He just came to me for training.
Oh.
And, yeah, he came to me for some training.
Cool.
And then he went on another channel. J.C. Kennedy had started a shopping channel. The problem was nobody was watching. So it's tough to do because it goes back to distribution once a year. And this was, at the very, very beginning. But they were one of the 28 companies that tried to do this. And so he was selling a book. And once again, it doesn't matter what it is, a product, a service, an idea, a book, a belief, what it's selling. That's what it is. He was a joy to work. He was a classic guy.
Well, so are you. Bob Picasso, who we're talking with. We've got open lines coming up next. Bob, you just stick around for an hour?
I'm more than happy to. I'd love to talk to some viewers. I'm telling you, there's
Come here, Ty Willis, Bob Picasso, open lines. Because they know. And I'm talking here on the Winter Olympics of American Vision Windows.
Happy New Year, Southern California. Right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home. With 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus free expert installation. Ordered by January. The level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a big experience, I could have asked for anything better. And that's how I got these guys.
Call 888-226 9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. This is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows. American Vision Windows.
2023 BMW 77326. New without the skew.
Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, we're going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and it would put a gas tank. I'm 9 years old.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Go on Instagram at Conway 30.
Would you put immediately smell in your bag?
Oh my God, okay.
No, I just know. I want to smell probably the bag.
Oh no, not again.
But it's just not genuine leather. It's hot and bad. It's going to come right through your show. Now you know because it's not, so I can take that away. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we have a new flavor, the radio bundle.
Oh, do you want to build it? It's quite good.
You don't have to still handle. I don't want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Brutal video in response. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials in Memphis send military arrest of Kyrie Nichols, who later died. Videos show 5 officers hold striking pepper spray and see a lot of brutality. I see strikes out of anger. I see incompetent police work. I see somebody that walks to spray pepper spray into a crowd of people and then walking away before a suspect is even incarcerated. The 5 officers have been fired and charged in connection with Nichols' arrest and death. 2 sheriff's deputies have been placed on duty while their involvement is investigated. Protest deaths of varying sizes have been reported nationwide, including a candlelight vigil in downtown LA. 2 teenage boys have been arrested in Long Beach after the fatal shooting and robbery of a 20-year-old man on January the 6th. Police say Isaiah Salcedo was in the driver's seat of his car when he was shot on Long Beach Boulevard. A 16-year-old boy and a 16-year-old boy are being held without bail. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says wearing a mask indoors is now a personal choice. Ferrer said because of the county's low transition rate, the health department will loosen some of the mask restrictions. They're asking to leave the party for another 2 years.
With us united and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2024.
McDaniel was challenged by attorney Harmeet Dillon and My Pillow founder. Some light winds are lingering. Tomorrow, another mostly sunny day with highs in the low to mid-50s. The clouds start rolling in Sunday, bringing with it a chance of rain Sunday night. Philip Horn, 47. We read locals. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. Road work continues in Corona. The 91 westbound between the 16 and Lincoln Avenue 91 are also closed for road work. If you're making your way to Upland, the Penn Sinai Mountain, you get a stall on the left lane of the off-ramp. And as you head through Baldwin Park, and westbound at Baldwin Park Boulevard, look out for a crash off the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? A Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine and gets your body gets better. No maintenance, 32696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Bridgewater, the Hit Dixon podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. Bridgewater cunning. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. We're starring Supernatural, Lisa Cohen, The Walking Dead, Melissa Conzio, and Rogue One, Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Kippen and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was fully so badly I tried. Hello, I'm John Cohen, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. This means it's John. John is the English version of Ogana, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so sharing food to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Sharing food to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Lutherville farming business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll keyboard your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. Attention Southern California. New Year, another massive rate increase. The Toledo Energy Independent Credit Utility Company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right to Solar Contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar Authority style with Silver Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your solar federal tax credit? $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Coast to Coast AM with Connie Willis, just like the man said. And open line happening starting now, and Bob Sarkakis, our guest for tonight, is sticking around. So if you have a question for him, now is the time to give us a call. Open lines here on Coast to Coast AM.
Happy Christmas,
On your wireless plan. The award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $16 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, doing millions of others to its head. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25.
Inflation rate crashing market crypto scams. There's one asset that held out in Bitcoin for 2022. Had you invested in the S&P 500 a year ago, you'd be down more than 20%. If you invested in Bitcoin a year ago, you'd be down more than 65%. Yes, gold has outperformed them all in 2022, and silver is not far behind. So what are you waiting for? Join the thousands of others by opening a gold IRA or silver IRA with Noble Gold Investments this month and receive a free 1/4 ounce American Gold Eagle coin with every qualified IRA of $50,000. Call Noble Gold Investments at 877-646-5347 to find out more. You can't go wrong with Noble Gold Investments, and there's thousands of 5-star reviews. Call 877-646-5347 today.
With stations all over the U.S., North America. Willis here, your host for tonight. And please catch me at my other personal shows, Blue Rock Talk, Connie After Dark, Connie Willis, the podcast. You can find them all at ConnieWillis.com. Is it too much for you to go? No, that's too much. Just go to ConnieWillis.com. You'll see everything you need to see there. And whatever I update, that's really nice email to me. It's so kind. I can't say enough. And I'm looking forward to what you're going to say after tonight's show with Bob Sarkakis. Known him for a long time, and so have you guys. I've just been lucky enough to talk with him, get information from him, laugh with him. He's just a funny guy, as you can imagine, but he's determined, passionate, and when that camera gets on him, well, basically he's still the same guy. I mean, that's how he acts off camera. Same personality. That's what you want. That's the kind of people you want Those are the people that you trust when it does come to buying products just like that. You just got to do it just like it. And I wouldn't have believed it, but when I was at the University of Kentucky, and my thing was I wanted to do film and television. That was it, just those two things. And my performance teacher or professor had said, all right, write the three top things that you want to do. And I just had two. And he goes, well, why don't you add radio to that one? I'm like, no, I don't want to do radio. I don't want to do radio. He's like, you do radio. That'll be your best foundation. And you know what? It's absolutely 1,000% true. I didn't believe it back then, but I absolutely know it. And I am sure Bob, you can cut it because we got the mic turned on for you right now. But it's absolutely the best foundation. Anybody that's even wanting to get into this field of in-text communication, because the thing about radio and TV and what was great is my entire career in all this has been live TV, live radio. It's that liveness when you first get in. I know it's tough. It's a little scary, and you want to do everything perfect. But as soon as you fail, and you fail again, and you fail again, you finally just laugh at yourself falling, and you finally just get over it, and that's when you're at your best. Right, Bob?
No question about it. Because radio is the true foundation, because it teaches you to paint the picture, so to speak. It goes into the visualization. And in my line of work, it's taught me how to describe certain things. Because we were on radio, for 5 years. And people always ask me, they say, how could you do this on radio? Well, you didn't have anything to compare it to, number one. And number two, it was such an education. I mean, I would have a gold chain on the radio, and I would, tap it on the microphone and say, quality, quality.
When you did that, when you described everything by radio, and then when you took it to them or they picked it up, did they look at the product and go, not like you said, not like you described, or did they think it was better?
Yeah, but I mean, I can run into that very much. Expectations, are different. At the very beginning, people would have to come to the radio studio to pick it up, so you would be taped there with them. So you better tell the truth from the beginning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, always.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about that. It's really been something. But what's so exciting is the future. The future with ideas across, or to get your beliefs out there, or to get, your message. And why not use it? I mean, it's so powerful. Video is so powerful and so effective. And it's basically what home shopping was at the beginning, was the impact of video.
Well, we have open lines happening, and we got people wanting to talk to you.
Really?
You ready? Can you believe it?
Oh, I love it.
You're so funny. You guys, he was like, you might not call. You said, yeah, absolutely. Our people, oh my goodness, are you kidding? They're wonderful, and come on, they're picking it up from you as well. So we're going to go wildcard line number 2. Todd out of Bellevue, Washington. You are on the air. Welcome to Coast AM.
Thank you, Carly, so much. Now, it sounds like you have a background with Disney, and I wanted to ask you folks how you see the future of selling Hasbro toys, dolls, and action figures as far as G.I. Joe and Star Wars. Do you think it should be done through TV, or do you think it should bring back Toys R Us?
Well, I see, TV, Todd, first of all, thanks for calling. I appreciate it. TV is such a visual medium, and I think every one of the success stories of home shopping, there are many people out there that don't like to go shopping. They don't like to go to the mall. They don't like to go to the store. They don't have time to do that. And there's also another category of people, for one reason or another, they can't go out. So people are really comfortable at home now in getting merchandise. And those products that you mentioned, Todd, those categories are very popular on TV. And still are. And there's a need for them.
They are, and it's fun when those things. Well, I mean, did you know I had a game on the market? You sure know that?
No.
Yeah, I had a game on the market. Yeah. We'll talk about that sometime. When we get to play golf.
How did I not know that?
Hey, you know, I know exactly. How dare you not know everything about me, Bob?
But God's right. I mean, those products are viable. I think TV is perfect for them.
Wildcard line number 3, Suzanne out of South Jersey. You're on the air. Welcome to Coast, Tina.
Well, thank you so much for accepting my call, and I just thank you, and love the show, love Taste. I love everybody on it, people, Connie, you're the way you can tell you're a genuine person, and the thing with Bob, you mentioned we're comfortable, and it's just the way I feel when I hear your voices. There's a genuineness, there's a sincerity, and caring, and Bob said it so well about helping, and I love how you talked about his mentor, and talking with a smile, because it's almost like you can say anything with a smile, and it seems as though it works, whatever it is. But I called because I'm in a dilemma myself. I'm in the beginning of the beginning, and there's so much that I don't know that I don't trust myself in decisions. I have a patent, and I didn't know what to do with it. My patent lawyer said, don't put any money in, get an investor. And I'm willing to give the lion's share. I also wanted to give a maintenance deal. I have 13 ideas on paper, but this is my first one I haven't launched, and I'm 75 years old, and nothing gets forever. I'd like to leave a legacy. I really don't want anything. I just want to be creative, and I have that creativity, and I don't know the right people. I don't know how to...
Well, licensing is very, very lucrative, can be very lucrative. You have to be, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know, you have to be very careful. Who changes so quickly, you want to have somebody who's effective today, not in years past. So, and this is a product that is it manufactured already?
I have the patent, and I don't know. I need to. I need to start at the very beginning. However that is. I mean, the manufacturer, the distributor, and all the steps that go into the process patent. And I want to go forward with it, but I don't know. I don't know who to trust.
Well, boy, that's the key word, and that's one of the biggest challenges. Who do you know how to proceed, how to be careful, and who to talk to, and everything. And I would love to be able to give you some names, but I'm happy to talk with you offline at some point.
There you go.
Go to your website,
and that's how to
go to the website, and there's a contact page. And just shoot me a contact, and I'll get back in touch.
There you go, Suzanne. Good luck, and thanks for all the nice words. That was very nice. Yep. Just give him a call. That's what he does. First time caller, Robin out of Ventura, California, on open line. You're on the air. Welcome.
Good morning. My favorite guest host and my favorite Instagram picture. How
Thank you. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Welcome. I thought I would get a kick out of this, Connie, from college used to work with. First of all, I want to tell you about a $5 tomato phone.
I remember it so well. Well.
Everybody to me, Bob, who knows? I was walking in my living room and they said, hey, you want to join me? You said, a special player or something. I thought, I need that. A couple of your fellow co-hosts back in the, I think, early 90s, I was probably Aaron Morrissey and Chuck Spicer. Do you remember them?
Yes, of course, and they're still around. Chuck, I believe, is in Michigan right now.
Okay,
lots of shows in the automobile industry, does extremely well. And Aaron is where she was a couple of years ago. I've not seen her in a couple of years, but she worked for an attorney at that time. So she's done extremely well. Do you remember Larry Muzzy?
Of course, I live yes.
You know, I had not seen Larry Muzzy in 25 years.
Oh my goodness.
And I got to golf with him the last Friday.
Oh my goodness.
The best time. It was the best time. He is such a treat. He really is. Wow, you go way back, Robin.
I sure do. I think it would have been over with Mr. PDC and Bob, you're Mr. HSN.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you so much, Robin.
Tommy, you're delightful. You're my favorite guest host I get to host. I love you both. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Wow, what a nice call.
Absolutely. We get great calls. Great people. So let's keep that going. Let's go east of the Rockies. Carlos out of Miami, Florida. You are on the air. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. Connie, you're great. And Bob, you're awesome. It's really both of you. I hope I could be one of your success stories. I was defrauded this time by a partner in business, but he could not steal my truth. A lot of them are in the marketplace. So I created a product. It's called Cereal and Oatmeal Buddies. And this is one of the success stories, hopefully. It's an 100% all natural strawberry that, you know, you can put on cereal, oatmeal. It's kosher. It's also, you can put it on yogurt and salad and ice cream. And when I was a child, I used to eat the strawberries out of the cereal. And when I was young, I used to eat the cereal, no strawberries. Mom, can you get me some more strawberries? And she said, no, they don't sell it. You have to buy a whole cereal with the strawberries in it. Right. Yeah, nobody came up with it, and I can actually I got bought it. Oh, it sounds incredible. Now, where do you make this? Where do you make it? Do you have a kitchen or? No. This is manufactured by a company. It's freeze-dried. You know, right. You can eat it right out of the bag when you put it in your mouth. You know, in your mouth, it comes back to you know, it gets the moisture, it becomes a natural strawberry again. Wow. And where are you marketing it now, Carlos? You know, I tried going into big chain stores, and what they said to me was, "Oh, come and see us when you are selling $100,000, you know, a year, and then we can get 40% from that." And I said, "Well, if I did that, I wouldn't need you." Well, a lot of people ask me, you know, does HFN sell food? And the answer is yes. Yeah, the TV shopping sells a lot of food-oriented products. If you wouldn't mind, you know, go to my website and on the products, you know, I pretty much oriented for kids. So I have this strawberries, I call them Strawberry Freddy, and he's like the cartoon character in the front. And the next one's going to be Hannah Banana and Strawberry Freddy. And I have a follow-up product, which is Blueberry Bob, so that's going to be you. Oh, I love it. All right, it's great. Oh, yes, I'll be happy to get back to you. And those can be characters on the comics. You can do so much with that. People get so creative with these things. And that's why TV is perfect, visual medium. Or when I say TV, I'm also talking about video in other ways, too. But with video, you make it come alive. And it's and I have some more to tell you, but man, I really, you know, you and I were talking, and you know, I was in the culinary area, I was in the vetting area, I was in several different areas when it came to being on HSN and TDC. But the food one, that's the most fun to me, because, oh man, that's just fun. And you know, no doubt about it. Yeah, no question. Yeah. Oh, I love that idea, too. We open line continue. Mike, wildcard line number 3 out of Denver, Colorado. Hey there, Mike, you're on the air. Hi, Tommy. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you so much for this interview tonight. This has been so interesting, so thank you. First of all, and Bob Costa, absolutely. And Bob Costa, thank you for your visionary approach to television. I'm really in awe of what you've accomplished throughout your career, so thank you. Oh, you're very kind. I appreciate that. Thank you. Absolutely. And then I just have a quick question. So actually one of my favorite questions to ask. When you first started out in media, what were your goals? What were your aspirations or not? And I went out to California and I wanted to have a talk show, and I starred. I talked
Connie Willis, open line, coast to coast AM.
I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A video has been released that shows what happened to Tyree Nichols, who died 3 days after a violent confrontation with police officers in Memphis. Descriptions include brutal, inhuman, and worthy of justifiable outrage. People who have seen the police body camera video of the beating that Tyree endured have compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by Los Angeles police. LA Metro says it is not going to change its end-of-the-line policy that forces all riders off trains just blocks from Shoreline Drive. Business owners say dozens of homeless people are dumped downtown every night because of the policy. Metro says the trains need to be cleaned. The agency says it will consider adding service hubs for the homeless at 13 rail line endpoints. Southbound had Old Avenue that crashed off to the right shoulder as well. Riverside, the 15 northbound at 215 crashed on the right shoulder. And Homework in Kelowna, the 91 westbound between the 15 and Lincoln, all lanes closed until Monday at 5 a.m. The 15 north and southbound connectors to the westbound 91 are also shut down. KFI in the Sky helps give you their fast tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The purchasing is hands complicated, lots of red tape, so let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those with the CPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com, that's GetRefunds.com. The podcast Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and his international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smuggling, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running the guns for?
Well, it was obvious. The CIA was running that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. If you're living with decayed, missing, moonshine, and a team of specialists at LA Dentist Group that treated thousands of people with pandemic and while you sleep, and if you already have implants that have gone south or complications from another dentist, Dr. Metrocani can fix those problems too. While again, including X-rays and CT scans, some restrictions apply. Go to LADentistGroup.com, LADentistGroup.com. KFI, AM 640. Don't be proud, to the music you proud. I can't point all the now. To the black that you would be outside. Always on your own, everywhere I come by. I'm not the coffee of the out of the backstreet, my face is good. Working on the streets without the crew. Working on a time move. I'm a nation, I'm a I'm a family. Talk to Connie Willis, 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
Bob Seger on Coast to Coast AM. Absolutely love that one. Absolutely love that one. So how are you guys? Hope you're enjoying the show and once as well. So if you are ever in the Sedona area, oh my goodness, what a beautiful area. It's George Norrie Live, Sedona, Arizona, Saturday, Sedona Performing Arts Center, 6 o'clock in the evening. So make sure your flight gets there early enough or the day before, and you can be a part of the Sedona performances, vortex tours, and dinners. It is just one of the most beautiful places to go to. Take time to also go and hit the Grand Canyon as well. Holy moly. I always say the Grand Canyon, you look down, Sedona, you look up. That's how I remember it when I got to travel around that way. Well, George Norrie is going to be live on stage for free, and we'll be experiencing that high frequency vortex of Sedona with him. So if you'd like more information,
2022 was the worst year for the stock market since 2008. What does 2023 hold is you at bullionmatch.com/coach. At bullionmatch.com/coach, you can buy physical gold and silver bars and coins, and they'll ship them directly. If paper money becomes worthless, if the stock market completely collapses, wouldn't it be nice to have something for emergencies? Start building your reserves at bullionmatch.com/coach. We put together a silver starter kit, and you're going to get a solid one-ounce silver Austrian Philharmonic coin, that calendar coin, and a silver dragon silverback, but these are only available at bullionmatch.com/coach. And with our custom packages every month, they go very fast. Protect your savings with silver at bullionmatch.com/coach.
tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% US-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fee. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Don't worry about drop calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, joining millions of others who have pledged. Go to Consumer when you use promo code Radio25. That's consumercellular.com/Radio25. Promo code Radio25. Another very interesting show here on Coast to Coast AM. Connie Willis with you. You guys have been asking me about throughout the night about Robert Sweet. He was on Coast to Coast here with me on Christmas Day night, I believe it was, and he was talking about the deathbed confession with who they are. And then I did a 22 episode session with Robert Street, so we've got a phase 2 coming up, and I also did a live 2-night show where you could see him and talk to him and ask questions. So that was just the other night, and that's on my show, Blue Rock Talk, and what he did was he told us when he was with the group, he talked about the company actually spoke of who he worked for, who's in showed himself, take his sunglasses off, so you can go and watch that archive if you'd like. I've got that at ConnieWillis.com. But also another next phase of podcast at Connie Willis. Robert is telling us all his information before he goes into the hospital for his surgery. And if you are really enjoying that, well, Connie Willis, the podcast, pick up on those shows because the next ones are going to start up again. And I'd like to do some live ones with him where you can ask questions. So more information, go to ConnieWillis.com. Now, you want to sell a message, you want to sell anything, you want to convince someone that the food that you just cooked for dinner is delicious, and it's your mom telling you, the kids, Mom, you want to send that message to your kids, it's delicious, even if you don't think so. Well, you can learn how to do that with our guest tonight, Bob Sarkassis. He's got a book out, Life to Pick. Another book apparently in the future coming out, or book. It's also now audio book, which just came out today. And then, of course, Master Your Message. That's what he's been talking about. You can go to BobSirCosta.com. That is Bob, B-O-B, and then Sir Costa, CIRCOSTA.com. It's one letter. If you mess up that one letter, Bob, you're in trouble. They can't find you, so you got to spell it out sometime.
That's right. That's exactly right. Thank you.
You're welcome. What else? You got another book, or what is it that's also that's come out?
No, there'll be a different modules, but 13 total videos. And what I like about it is you're able to watch them over and over and over again. There's no limit. And I found out that with a lot of courses, you're limited to how many times you can access them and watch them. But that's not the case with mine. You're able to watch it as many times as you want to. And then as you said so kindly, the paperback book is available, and the audio book produced by the good folks at Nightingale Conan that just came out hours ago. So you're really the first audience to hear about it. And so that's available. You know, if you want to listen to it in your car or
5% off. Or code thing. They're going to go to the link, right, and then put code, the code word coast.
Right. You got to put the word coast in there, and off the course, you'll get it. I think $300 off, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, that is wow.
I know.
That's a giveaway. That really is. So I hope you take advantage of it. And once again, it's not just for a tangible product. It really doesn't have anything to do with TV shopping at that moment on how to fix something. Though picking it on video on your cell phone or whatever is the same type of concept. The first time in 46 years that I've created the video. First time ever. And it came about because of the pandemic. When the pandemic started to hit, I got so many calls from people making videos on social media. And I said, let me just put together a program to help as many people as possible. And that's how it all came about. So I hope everybody takes it. I'm very proud of it. I hope everybody takes advantage of it. It's not theory, I can tell you that. It's not based on theory. It's based on facts. It's based on what works.
And you did make a great deal, and I'm taking advantage of it, and I'm going to watch it, and I got your phone number, so I can ask you personally, hey, what's the difference?
And I also do, as an extension of that course, one-on-one. I do a lot of one-on-one training, you know, and somebody will come to me and say, well, here's what I have, you know, how can I do this? And I recommend taking the course first, of course. And then I do lots of one-on-one trainings as well. And I really thoroughly enjoy it. I really do.
I bet. Well, you might get bombarded after telling that one here. Hang on. You're on. Get ready for a ride, Bob.
I'm ready.
Let's go with open lines. Let's go west of the Rockies. Charles out of Sacramento, California. Thanks for holding. You are on the air.
Hi, Bonnie. Hi, Bob. I tried to do code, code on your, your $100 thing on the website, and it wasn't taking it. So that's a little bit of housekeeping that maybe on that.
You just want Charles. Go back to the contact page and shoot me your email and tell me that, and I'll make sure that you get the link sent to you.
Copy that. Okay, so my question is about exclusivity and its value and when to apply it. Like, for example, Avon, has a lot of sales and they make a lot of exclusive agreements and like, say, like Paul Mitchell to exclusive, you have to go, to their suppliers and then, so something like that. And then what's a better cat or dog product on the show?
Well, the pet industry, as you know, is a mega industry, and there are pet category items that do very well on TV shopping. It's usually, I know the shampoos do very well, the beds and that type of paraphernalia, they do very well. Pet care items do very well. So, that's a category that works. As far as that exclusivity, you have to be very selective about that. You can't make everything exclusive. Then it really
Wild card line number 1, Super, out of Los Angeles, California. Super, welcome. You're on the air. What's up, because?
Oh, hi, Connie. I just like talking to you. I just like to talk to.
Hi, Super. I love your name. Wow.
I love your name. I want something, a comment. It's just a compliment to this, okay?
Please, Super.
PIR your name. Yeah, for I think of selling, I call it pretty persuasion. It's not selling, it's pretty persuasion. It's making your life good. So it's purple, effective cost, it's pretty persuasion. See how you want to princess in the sell? And I want to Rich offers the leave on there telling me, and maybe I'd have somebody typing it online or something, really, that people can grab something out of people these days. And I also just want to find out, I'm more geared toward an application more than a product, but I just want to see if it's all the thing.
I tell you what, Super, just, send me a message on the website. Go to ViralRabbi.com and go to where it says contact and shoot me a message. And I'll call you and I'll talk to you about it, and we'll see where it will go. Some things that don't apply to, let's say, a TV shopping channel, but may do very, very well on the internet. Okay, they both use video extremely well, but it's a different application. So just, I'll be happy to help you in any way I can.
Thanks for the call. Open line continuing. Wild card line number 5. Let's talk to Scott, California. Hey, Scott, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hey, Connie. Hey, Bob. Hey, Scott. Happy New Year to you. We're going to have a year away. I have a fact. Well, Shark Tank certainly serves a purpose, and it certainly offers a great service to a lot of people who are trying to, raise capital, and that's part of it's already done. And what home shopping does out there, it really handles the distribution. In other words, you're able to get your product out to a lot of people. So, but if you're, trying to raise capital, I mean, Shark Tank has proven themselves as a very effective entity and a very effective way to do it.
Hey, Connie, great bumper music tonight, by the way. Thank you. Bob, I've known you, or not really, but, through the medium, since 1989 when I started shopping with HSN. And the first product I ever bought was Connie Stevens' time machine. Do you remember her?
Oh, I remember every spring. The line was called...
Yeah, you mentored, what I'm sure you mentored her, was Terry Lewis, was one of your all-star hosts. And I bought 8 of her, she went into leather, she sold leather coats, and was just gorgeous.
Yes, Terry was just a terrific host. And then when she decided she wanted to move on, like you just said, she went into her own clothing line.
Yeah,
and it's
I like her on TV.
And Alice Cleveland.
Yes, Cleveland and Alicia and I bought more sweaters from that girl than the thing about that is though, the sweaters they used to sell, they are such good grade. I still have them.
Yeah, good quality.
They don't make them like that anymore.
No, you're exactly right. Oh, I'm so happy that you called in. And
oh, I love that. You can't buy this stuff out of here.
Well, one of the reasons that products on TV shopping succeed is because you can't really get them anywhere else. And that's one of the reasons why people respond that way. So the uniqueness of the product, you're right. And the quality as well. I'm so glad you called.
So much. Right, there's not that middleman. Right? So that was always what I remember is, hey, you're going to get a better deal because you don't have that middleman.
You are so right. I mean, that's and the savings truly are passed on to the viewer. I mean, that's the secret of that marketplace. Yeah, you're right. You're a smart shopper.
Hey, I learn it from the inside. I'm on the inside. And, too, I felt this great, too. Because they got to clear out that warehouse, right, and put some more stuff in.
Well, I'll give you a little secret to all the shoppers out there. There are many items, and they keep them on hsn.com and qvc.com, and it's a great way to get an extra bargain.
I do it all the time. Wildcard line number 4, staying with open lines here. Nancy out of Houston, Texas. You're on the air, Nancy. Welcome.
Hi, Bob. Started in 1985. I quit my soap operas to watch that shit then. I thought you were better entertainment.
Well, we were a soap opera back then.
That's what they said, yeah. Well, I'd like to ask you, but the show host, because I follow the Facebook. Whatever happened to Tina Berry and Alice Cleveland? What are they doing now?
Alice is still in the area, and she's kind of retired and traveling a lot. She's on Facebook, I know that. And then Tina, I believe, is out, I want to say in Arizona. I might have the state wrong.
Still on the air, or what did she do for a career?
She's not on the air anymore. Alice is not on the air either.
Oh.
But I think, as you well remember, Tina was very involved with dolls.
Yes.
I think she still is very involved.
All the stuff I learned from them, I've seen it on Alice's Blood Show. Those are Alice and Tina Berry.
They're two great people. They really are. They're wonderful. They're good friends, and they're really nice people.
Thank you so much.
Got to be on air with them. And I had a product in, and Tina was always fun to work. Well, both of them are fun to work with. Anytime when I was really doing all the culinary stuff at Connie, anytime you cook with one of the hosts, I mean, it's just going to be, it's going to be a good show.
Oh yeah, definitely. No doubt about that.
Everybody likes to eat for sure. Betty, east of the Rockies. Oh, I'm sorry, what do we only have a minute? Okay, so we're going to hold that call. I'd like to ask you, Mr. Bob, oh, that's right, I just called you Bob. Would you stay another hour with us?
Stay another hour?
Yeah. Come on, man.
Hey, for you, the world, Connie.
I love it. We've got the phone lines. I just want to talk to you, Bob. I appreciate that you'll stick around. So open lines continue. We're talking with Bob Sarkostas. Like the pitch, master your message. Audible, PDF, hard copy. Go to bobsarkostas.com. Get a special coast-to-coast price and learn all sorts of great things. Thanks for being with us. Open lines continue here. I will.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes you just don't type. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
Do you think of all the germs that are on those Bibles?
You're trying to explain why you didn't go to church last week. Because you're afraid of germs. You go to church last week? When's the last time you've been to church? I'm glad you're keeping up with your faith. I'm also not afraid of the germs on the Bible. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on the Hold Seriously, would you? You did? Okay, you know I have to have the corn, and I hate the corn. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. I mean, the hypocrisy was stunning. Breathtaking on this. And even live and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. Valuable and stimulating talk.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
violent arrest of Tyree Nichols, who later died. Videos show 5 officers holding, striking, pepper spraying, and tasing Nichols. Former San Bernardino Police Chief Jared Bergwijn says he was appalled by the officers' actions. I see a lot of brutality. I see strikes out of anger. I see incompetent police work. I see somebody that wants to spray pepper spray into a crowd of people and then walking away before a suspect is even in custody. The 5 officers have been fired and charged in connection with Nichols' arrest and death. 2 sheriff's deputies have been placed on leave while their involvement is investigated. Protesters have shut down an interstate bridge in Memphis and other protests of varying fatal shooting and robbery of a 20-year-old man on January the 6th. Police say Isaiah Salcedo was in the driver's seat of his car when he was shot on Long Beach. LA County Health Director Barbara Herrera says wearing a mask indoors is now a personal choice. Herrera said because of the county's low transition rate, the health department will carry you in public transit. Herrera says there was a holiday spike in cases and hospitalization, but the numbers have steadily decreased since the beginning of the year. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel has been reelected to lead the party for another 2 years.
With us united and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2020.
Rolling in Sunday, bringing with it a chance of rain Sunday night. Villa Park, 47 degrees. Dana Point, 48. Compton, 50. Torrance, 47. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middle. A work zone to be aware of in Corona. 91 westbound between the 15 and Lincoln Avenue. All lanes are closed until Monday morning at 5. The 15 northbound and southbound connectors to the 91 westbound are also shut down. Crash in Pomona, the 10 eastbound before Fairplex. Everything's off to the right shoulder. Bloomington, the 10 westbound at Cedar, you got a crash on the right shoulder. And in El Segundo, 105 westbound at Nash, the crash blocks the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. It's harder to find a new customer. After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the person. If you get a phone call, you're not talking to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just for luck.
How do you get checked for Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you put your statement and you see something that you know you should not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Progressive Willow presented an immersive 3D binaural audio.
Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters.
Melissa Cargill and Rogue One, Valley 2. Written by Lauren Tippin and created by me, Aaron Nagel. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Get you and your kids' bodies moving and heart rate up to burn off stress. Give you 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A personal dance party. A walk around the block. Or get a yoga can all help. With Cal Help and Woman. It's brought to you by calhelp.org. Ice cream, uncertainty, and pain to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Help can help. Access Cal Help and call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhelp.org.
Follow the Fighting Museum Jack Graham podcast. This is your New Year's resolution to get right and see why you children already started Bible Jack Graham. This podcast is created to help you solidify your faith in the series Story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible in the Year with Jack Graham and learn how to live before we're ready. If you're with The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
At the Commodores there, Lionel Richie, they all doing that like line dancing, and we're doing that fast skating when the song was played. Brick out, Connie Willis here on Coast to Coast AM. How are you tonight? Open lines happening right now. Bob Costa, our guest, and he's sticking around for another hour because you guys want to talk to him. So we're going to satisfy you with all that you ask for. Keep the calls coming. Open lines here on Coast to Coast AM. Real people, real stories.
I had bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. You can hardly lift yourself up off the floor. I won't tell you what that next said. The treatment was chemotherapy. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started an industry and took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. He's very alert. He's into the protocol. He seemed like he was 100%. He was on a 5-mile walk. I'm like this. He's just like calm again.
Call 866-836-8.com. Number, use no contact or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25. We are back. We are taking your questions on Coast to Coast AM as it is open lines. My name is Connie Willis, and I want to again thank you for so many nice emails, so many nice tweets, so many nice private messages that come all the time. And when you post as well, I really, really do appreciate that. There's like a page and a group or this or that where you can find me all over Facebook, and of course go to ConnieWillis.com. And I just want to say thank you very much, not only for supporting my private membership shows of Blue Rock Policy and Connie After Dark, but you guys have really just jumped on my podcast. It's Connie Willis, the podcast, and I appreciate that because that's new to me, and I just realized how much it is like radio, and I just love it to death. So Robert reached out that confession, which of course considers the surgery is coming up. So please listen and catch up with it before we start to the next phase. So you'll be right back in line to where we are, because we're going to be doing that this week. This next coming week. I think thinking this is Saturday or Sunday, I think. Friday. So please re-listen to them again. Get ready. Because your line just per se. And I think you'll enjoy that. So Connie Willis, the podcast. Any more info on me, ConnieWillis.com, and you'll see the page even on there. That is the man we're talking to tonight, Bob Costa. You can find him at bobcosta.com. Got a special treat for Coach fans. Take you $300 with something. I love that they give us, Coach fans a nice discount, but yours is like over 75%. Thank you for that. Also, I'm doing now too. So I'm loving it. I'm picking boxer tops tonight. I'm picking.
Doing it very well, I might add.
Well, I appreciate that for coming from the best for saying that. That's really cool. So how are you doing tonight? I do appreciate you sticking around for another hour with us because we got a lot of calls for you.
Oh, it's fun. It's fun. I'm just so my phone, I'm getting a couple of, a few contacts, the people who are going to the website. And if you're not able to get that, if you put in codes and it's not working for any reason whatsoever, or can't find the audio book, whatever the case may be, just give me an email, contact on the website, and I'll be sure to get the right information.
Okay, yeah, and to do that, go to bobsforconso.com.
How do you spell that song?
BirCosta. With Bob before it.
Very good.
I love it. Yeah, this is all fun. This is fun. Okay, let's go back to the song Wildcard Line, number 2, Daniel out in New Jersey. Daniel, you're on the air with Coast to Coast.
Good morning, Tommy. Good morning, Dan. Sorry, Bob. Pleasure speaking with you all. I just a little bit. I have two quick questions. About 2 years ago, I conceived of a product, actually during a dream of mine, and I woke myself up and I threw it down on a piece of paper. And since then, I've been prototyping it, testing it, patenting it, and I finally got to the point where I'm more or less ready to bring the product to market. But I've sort of been paralyzed by my inability to select this brand name and this company name for this endeavor. And I was wondering if Bob has any suggestions for developing a good commercial identifier, something that will catch people's attention, sort of connect with them on an emotional level, while at the same time conveying the utility of the product, but without coming across as too utilitarian or too industrial.
Right. Well, you said a few things right there, Daniel. They're just so important and so critical. The name is very, very important because that identifies your brand, and you're right. In the name, it's got to say what the product is or the benefit of the product. I include in all the information, the course, and everything like that, what I have patented myself, copyrighted myself, is the $1 billion formula. And it basically is based on 5 letters. WSCAT. I call it WSCAT. WSCAT. And those letters stand for what's so good about that. And if you take what your product is and you apply that and answer that question on a piece of paper and just keep answering it over and over and over again, you'll see the name that it should be called. It will appear there eventually. I mean, that's one exercise that you can do right away. Okay? You mentioned something else about making that emotional connection, and you are so right. You must make the emotional connection with your product. I always say, teachers tell, but benefits sell. And you've got to make everything benefit oriented. And the only way to really make the connection between what you have and the other person is by creating that emotional connection. And I go deep into that on the course because it's so, as you just pointed out, it's so very, very important. So I think if you do that exercise, I think you'll be able to sift through and it'll become a lot clearer to you. But it's so important, Daniel. Like you said, I mean, that's the name. That's what's going to cause people either to want to know more or not. So you're so right. I wish you all the best.
Yeah, good luck with Daniel, and you can always contact him at his website. I think it was you, Rob, a long time ago that, I'm pretty sure it was you, where when you're on the air, well, I'm just saying when you're on the air, because that's how I learned all of this. Let's just say there's some cloth and there is a button on it, and it's really cool that it has this button, but you got to say, this button is really cool. You can't just say this button is really cool. You got to say this button is really cool because when you press it, then it swings back and forth, 24 hours or something. You always have to give why. Don't just say this is a cool button. You gotta say why it is a cool button.
It's always right, and I run into it all the time when I'm just focusing on what your product or what your service or whatever it is you have, what it will do. How's it going to help me? How's it going to make my life better? What problem is it going to solve? Is it demonstrable? All those things. I mean, you're so right. You've got to take it further than that. You cannot, their lives are going to go on if they don't get what I have. Let me tell them why. Why they get. How's this free to be based on integrity and honesty and genuineness? And once you use that as a foundation, that's a critical step in having effective communication. So, but yeah, right. I mean, you got to tell them why.
No, absolutely right on everything across the board. Except for two things. Let me talk to you about this. No, you're the guy. You're the man. You're the man.
Oh, I can give you a long list of mistakes I've made over the years. That's how you live. That's how you live.
Exactly how you learn. That's exactly right. We have Brother Don on wildcard line number 3. Brother Don from Kent, Ohio. You're on the air. Welcome.
Oh, Sister Connie and Brother Bob, happy to have it. Bob, I wanted to pick a bizarre recipe menu. It's kind of just titled Wicked Brew. Our main entree is the evil chicken. What is it? Basically, Kelsey's deviled egg. Oh, I like that, Brother Bob. Yeah, before I get into that, did Connie say you were from Kent, Ohio? Yeah, Kent, where they, shot the students back in there. No, I graduated from Kent, Pennsylvania. I graduated in 1902, and the shootings were in 1970. I covered it for the radio station.
Oh, wow.
What radio station? WKSU. It was the campus radio.
Oh, yeah, the campus, right on campus. Whoa, yeah, I used guests out of a NOM back in April 23, and I happen to know Alan Campora, one of the leaders.
Oh, sure, yes.
Yeah, and that was absolutely fabulous.
Ravenna's right there to go. They wanted me to teach an entrepreneurial class on music ways, which I did for just a little period of time. But anyhow, let me get back to your video, how to sell this. Great video on the internet. It really, I can almost see you doing it. And we've never met before, but I can almost see you doing it. And, in a kitchen, and, it's so real to me. It really is. But I think that's how you should market it, is video on the internet.
So, Brother Don, there you go. Healthy deviled eggs. Well, I thought they were all healthy.
No, not really.
No, they're delicious. No,
they're delicious. They might be delicious, but they're not all healthy. But
they're all healthy.
The recipe. I haven't.
No, they're all healthy. Every deviled egg out there. So eat them up. Don't make me stop eating those. Those are the best.
I love them too. Yeah.
I do. Man, they're delicious. Okay, deeply.
And that's what's great. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's what's great about today is that, as I said earlier, everybody with a cell phone, you've got your own home shopping channel. You can make it come alive right away if you know what to do.
I tell you, you have started so much. Just the other day, I sent you a link, right, they were asking for influencers across the world, right, to do a new influencer shopping channel network.
Yeah.
You go on to Amazon, now they have people demonstrating products.
Yep.
It goes on and on. I mean, man, I'm glad it was you, Bob. I'm glad it was you.
Well, I'm glad it was too, as a matter of fact. But everybody can do it now. If you know how to do it, everybody has the distribution. And that's the key. So just learn the presentation. Just learn the message.
Well, there you go with your deal that you have. Man, that is so true. The distribution is right in your hands. That phone is right there.
Yeah. It's a gold mine you have in your pocket. But you've got to know, with anything, you've got to know how to use it effectively.
That's right.
That's why the core, your idea or whatever, service or whatever, and that's how it came about.
And that's what I think is important too with online business and one of the now that, because jobs have changed, everything has changed so much in the last couple of years. And people that are looking still need to have income,
yeah,
you can do it online, you can do it yourself, and you're right, that is the distribution center. Never looked at it that way.
And a lot of people, Connie, they kind of shy away from it. You know what really works is being real.
Yeah.
sell. That's what works. And many people, of course, that they have to be, somebody else. And that's not the case. You just need to know what to do within your own comfort level, and that'll make it work.
That's exactly right. And you learn that along the way. As I was studying all my life of, always knew I wanted TV, radio, film, that type of world. And so it was like, well, I'm in Kentucky. How am I going to do that? I'm not in LA. I'm not in New York. I'm not where the hub is of all that kind of thing. And so you go to classes, you learn a little bit more. And throughout it, when I started getting a little work here, a little work there, you do the audition, you do what it is you do. It's a very tough world, by the way, to do these types of things. You got work or you don't. You do really well or, you're up and down. It's just different all the time. But what I learned is, because I thought I really wanted to go into acting, into the film, and I kept getting TV work and radio work. And somebody asked me something like, well, don't you want to do films? Do you want to act in films? And I'm like, well, yeah, but everybody keeps hiring me. I guess they just like me. And it hit me, and I'm like, oh, they like me. I'm just being me. And that's what was.
And many people do it nowadays. At home, you could be making money. That's the thing. That's what's so amazing. Don't let the word sell scare you. Don't let it prevent you from doing what you want to do. There was a guy years ago, Red Motley, and he made a quote. I've never forgotten it. He said, "Nothing happens in America until somebody sells something." And it's true. Talking about a little bit ago, the freedom to pick up a little extra money. We all need that. We all want to do that. But now it's possible. You're holding it in your hand, that phone. It can be done.
That's exactly right. That is exactly right. Do we have enough time for another call, you think? Okay, then you do just a little bit of time. I hope we can take care of you there. You're on the air.
Okay, I will do this quickly, but I really need some help from Bob. I have been sitting on an invention that is a clothes dryer and a clothes dryer. And I mean, what happened is when I go out to the laundry room, because I live in an apartment building, I came up with this.
It's private. Just email me. Go to the website, boxertalker.com, and go there and just shoot me a contact and go to the contact.
Excellent. Way to go, Gigi. That's all you needed was that many seconds. Now,
notice what she was doing. She was solving a problem.
Yes. As funny as it is, and we just have a little bit of time here left real quick, one of the things you, me, and a couple other people I know in the industry have always wanted to do is have a successful golf product because we love golf so much. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we come back because we just love golf. We're all like, you want to golf? Because we love golf so much. Open lines happening here. Bob the Talk is staying with us, taking your phone calls. I'm Connie Willis. You're listening to Coast AM.
My 24-hour newsroom, a video has been released that explicitly shows what happened to Tyree Nichols, who died 3 days after a violent confrontation with police officers in Memphis. Descriptions include brutal, inhuman, and worthy of justifiable outrage. People who have seen the police body camera video of the beating that Tyree endured have compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by Los Angeles police. LA Metro says it has heard the complaints of business owners in Long Beach, but Metro is not going to change its end-of-the-line policy that forces all riders off trains just blocks from Shoreline Drive. Business owners say dozens of homeless people are dumped downtown every night because of the policy. Metro says the trains need to be cleaned. The agency says it will consider adding service hubs for the homeless at 13 rail line endpoints. Southern California weather from KFI. Mostly clear tonight for LA and Orange County. Lows in the mid.
Pomona detained from before Fairplex. That's off the right shoulder. And roadwork in Corona, 91 westbound between the 15 and Lincoln. All lanes are shut down until Monday morning. KFI in the sky hopes get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Dell Technologies provides 20 businesses with all of Dell Technologies advisor at 877 Ask Dell.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it. But what if you had access to everyone listening to you right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keywords.
Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim.
Just hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you should not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. Attention Southern California. New year, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar authority style with Temper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit TemperSolaris.com. On a group credit, class 131-2023, CSW number 978-152.
The system high-quality sleep is important to help reduce stress. Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cool, quiet, and free of distractions. Your Hopeful Moments. It's sponsored by CalHope.org. I think uncertainty is okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's
Murder in Miami traces the connection between the killing of a private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies. CIA was rolling that show. Listen to Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Progressive commercial insurance to protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. The easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections are available in all sorts of situations.
KFI, AM 640. To talk to Connie Willis, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Connie from each of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Connie Willis.
They're cracking. That's good stuff right there. Oh, real good stuff. Coast to Coast AM. Also good stuff. Connie Willis here. And those of you hanging out there alone, listening to Coast, wishing someone was listening to it with you. Well, there's a lot of others just like you. There's a lot of other single people listening and going, this is the best conversation in the world, but I can't find the right person that will talk this way with me. Well, hey, listen up. There's a little closer, a little closer, a little closer. You know we have paranormal days. Come on, you know that. So go ahead, take the plunge. George Norris put this together with his buddies. George was basically hearing a lot of people along the way as he's done his travels and his events, and people calling in and saying, golly, I wish I could meet someone that would talk about this with me. What is this guy? Paranormal Days. Hey, I mean, that's one of the great things to put out there as an online business. It's one of the top things people can be successful at. And boom, this one is a success. Over 100,000 members of other people just like you that want to meet you talking about the same thing. In fact, it's got so incredible that we have securitydays.com and we have a seniorsparanormaldays.com in many countries. So, hey, it's free to join and check out. Again, over 100,000 members. So do that and then see what happens. If you want to move forward, well, use George for a discount code to get a really good discount. All right, paranormal dose.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland have released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Wagner's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels and the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com. We read the book Reveals Our Eternal Destiny by two artists who provide shocking, cutting-edge insight into spirituality, science, and cosmology. Show all their bookstores worldwide, and it's free online to listen or to read. URANCHABOOK.org. URANCHABOOK.org.
At 45 years old, I was in so much physical pain. I was truly glad I'm getting any older. I had positive results. Then I read Dr. Joe Wallace on Coast to Coast with George Norris and decided to give his unique recommendation 90 days. It took less than a month to show results, and I've lost 95 pounds. I lost all pain medications and pharmaceuticals. Best of all, the pain is gone. I look forward to my future. This is Rebecca Kozak, and a pain and I use right in your future. Don't suffer through another day. Go to criticalhealthnews.com. Sign up to receive the newsletter, Dr. Wallace and Badford, and try and give invaluable nutritional advice. Call 855-949-RADIO to speak to an experienced nutritional consultant. That's 855-949-7234 and criticalhealthnews.com.
Because AM, Connie Willis here, our very last segment of Open Lines. I can't believe it. It's just flying by, kind of flying by tonight, feeling good. Yes, Ashley that was going to hang around for a couple hours and another hour, and we just can't get rid of the man, Bob Picasso. He just will not leave the show.
I don't want to leave. I love it.
Thanks for sticking around. I do appreciate it. And you know Coast to Coast. When I said, hey, let's sit down Coast, you knew what it was.
Oh, yeah, I listened to it. Are you kidding? I mean, it's been around for a long time, and I've enjoyed it.
And, I remember pulling all those late nights, early mornings on Home Shopping Network, and that's what you still do.
And like you said, it's live. It's live.
Yeah. I gotta tell you, that's my favorite thing in the world is live. And speaking of that, before we hit the phones again, our last segment here, the shopping channel has changed a lot due to pandemic as well. It's not all live anymore.
For about 2 years, we did these shows from our home. In other words, I did all my products when I was on the air. I did it via Skype from my living room or I had a little studio built in my house. After a while, because I thought this is going to go on for a while. I had a studio built, but I did it from the home, did it from my kitchen, did it from which really brought home shopping back home, so to speak. And it was very, very well received. And it's just starting to go back into the studio now in the last month or so. And it's like 3 in the morning, 4 in the morning, something like that. But mainly it's live.
Yeah, I was just surprised that, everybody across the board in TV did that, where they just, had to shoot it from home. And I have a home studio, but I'm in the closet. and it's got the best sound, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I love doing it from home. In fact, I didn't wear pants for 2 years.
I don't want to tell you what's really going on over here. So we'll go back to the phone. You're doing what's that?
I said, yeah, let's go back quickly to bail us out here before we get in trouble.
You're also just in Carolina. You are on the air with Bob.
And so he just taking my call and hi, Bob. And I have something funny to tell you about that thing. And she said to me one day, we were at a party working it, and she said, "Look at this house." And I said, "You are."
There you go. You can voice all the time.
Yeah. So Bob, you are very interesting in that, but I have a different dementia, okay? And she likes the home shopping kind of thing, and we looked at it, not with them, and that my mom and dad were by themselves, and that my dad had like a stroke at the time, and that so he had problems too. But he would order things and forget that she ordered them. Okay? And my dad would have paid him an instant, you know, if he knew how to. And so anyway, so my brother calls up her because of him shopping at work, and he tells him, you know, what happened and everything, and he says, "Yes, Samantha, can you, we're going to pay this and everything." He goes, "But we need you to take your name and your address off your list." And the guy told him no. And he said, "Well, if you don't, we're going to call an attorney," and then he decided, okay, to do that. You know?
The return policy, every product has a return policy. You can return anything for any reason whatsoever. ADA, the FTC, the FCC, and all of those laws. So any product can be returned. So you could have just returned the product. That would have been one way. You know what I'm saying?
And I know what people, the envelopes are still on the box and everything, you know, we weren't worried about that, and we weren't worried about paying it. It was just like trying to prevent it from happening.
Oh, of course. And like I said, I mean, there shouldn't be any question about that. But, you know, I had obviously nothing to do with that, but there shouldn't be any question about, you know, taking the name off in a situation like that. So eventually they did it. They took the name off.
Oh, well, we never heard anything back, and I guess we never got any more things than that we were aware of, and everything, so I think that's the care of it. But it just surprised my brother that the guy told him no, basically.
Yeah, I would be surprised and upset at the same time. You know?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. Betty, thank you for your call. You know, one of the other things too, that people get addicted, Bob, as you know. I mean, they are constantly just ordering in boxes. I hear from people all the time that my mom or my dad or whoever it is, they constantly buy things and they've never even opened the boxes. I hear that a lot.
Yep, I hear that a lot too. And I think it's because, you know, all of this home shopping is built to a large degree on a relationship, on a companionship, on a relationship. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. You know, just the purchase process. But it is addictive. I mean, there's no question. But again, you can return any product for any reason. You don't have to keep it whatsoever. And you know, I think that's a safeguard issue. And they're very good about that. All the networks are pretty good about that.
Yeah, they like, you know, whoever that was said no, not good, not good.
Not good at all. Not good.
No, that's not good. Wildcard line number 3, we'll try to get in as many calls as we can. Let's see if we can go through them pretty quickly here. Walt out of Allentown, Pennsylvania. Hey there, Walt, you're on the air.
Hello, pretty lady. Nice to hear your voice again.
Thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I was wondering what Bob ever met the late Ron Popeil. You know, some of his infomercials and his commercials for classics. You know, today in a cricket society, we have all these lawyers just waiting to sue. And, you know, I never forgot I thought it was a tag when I first saw it when he came out with the hair in his tag. As a solution to all this, because obviously No, you're right. You're right. Well, the pocket fisherman. Remember the pocket fisherman? Yeah, and the pocket fisherman. Whether it would even be possible to market that product today. They had some challenges. You're right, Walt. And they had some today, but what they needed. And yeah, we lost him a few years ago. So, sad to have that. But yeah, he really created quite a bit. Like the pocket fisherman, and there was history out there, and set it and forget it.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. The Hebrew word.
Culture. It was a part of our past. No doubt.
Yeah.
Great.
Oh, everybody says that one too. Set it and forget it. Yeah. Who came up with the big mouth bat? The bat that was painted on the wall.
That was, oh wow, I want to say,
That was great.
Telebrand. I can't remember the name of the guy. I think it was Telebrand. The name of the company that came up with that, which was very popular.
Yeah, it was excellent.
Yeah, it's great. You never know what's going to hit.
Yeah. What was the first big hit on TV retail product wise? What was the big hit TV product or product wise on infomercial?
Well, and I remember the gentleman coming in before the show and showing us the computer and it played music. We went, wow, that was unheard of. They had never done that before. And so it was a multimedia computer. And so we put it on the air, and in 1 hour we did over $1 million worth of sales.
Oh my.
First $1 million hour in the history of home shopping.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I'm thinking infomercial was Gen 2 nice, maybe?
That could be something of that ilk. Sure.
Yeah.
I could see the commercial. In fact, I'm doing the third one next month for a great product called Omega XL. It is a great product. It's a supplement that helps relieve pain due to.
He's already 16.
It really is a great product. It's cool. And we sadly passed away. They called me, and so mine just came out a few weeks ago. So,
Wow.
I love it.
Well, I missed that call because I know you need a female co-host, and I must have missed that call. I have to check my record.
You gotta check your messages, guys.
What's wrong with me? Let's go into the Rockies and talk to Mike out of Wisconsin. Hey, Mike, you're on the air.
Hey, Betty, how are you doing?
Hi, great, thank you. You?
It was still very good. This is a fantastic show. I just want to say that I was in sales many years. At one point, I was sales manager of a vitamin company, and without any coworkers or advertising or the internet, I did sales from $1,000 a week to $10,000 a week. Wow, 2 years, all by myself. No internet, no advertising. How did you do that, Mike? How did you do that? I was a pro. My own dial. I sold products directly to health food stores, vitamin stores, and natural food stores. Everything from snacks to bodybuilding formulas, herbal items, a multivitamin, you name it. Wow. And I can tell, I hear in your voice, you got a passion, and I think you did it very well.
And Mike, he's going to be calling you and leaving you messages. Thanks so much for the call. You make sure you get a hold of him on the back door on his website. Bob Acosta joined us tonight with open lines and all night long. We appreciate him sticking around with us. Bob Acosta, Life the Fifth. You can pick up that book and you can read it and also listen to it in audio. And he also has Master Your Message, where this is where you can learn how to do what he did, and he's doing a great deal for coach fans. You go to bobsacosta.com, you're going to see where you can click it, the link, and you use the word coach, and you get over 75% off. So anything else you'd like to say before you head out there, Bob? Because it's time to go, believe it or not.
Let me just say, I thoroughly enjoyed this, had a great time, and I thank everybody out there for the nice words and listening. And again, I'd love to help you. And Connie just said how we can do that. And Connie, my dear friend, you've always had a special place in my heart. You've always been special to me, and one of my favorite people, and I'm just so happy for all your success and your continued success. Thanks
I appreciate hearing that from you. That is so sweet and kind. I know it's professional as well as friendly and loving and caring and kind and genuine. And I feel like we're like from the same core path of something and whatever that is. And you know what? This is really the first time we've worked together.
I know. What took so long?
Well, you know what? I made the call and you answered. See, I keep missing your call.
I will always answer your call. You know.
Oh man, and we're gonna go play golf. We're gonna play golf. So thank you, Bob.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks, Johnny. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob the Tasta. You've seen him, you've heard him, you know him, you've bought something from him. and it was nice for him to make such a deal for Coach Sam. Boy, oh man. Good stuff. Good stuff. So thank all of you that were a part of the show and open lines. Thank all of you that called in. Sorry that we can't reach everybody, but this time we'll be back again. We'll be back again. Wow. That was a fun show. It just flew by too. And we have so many people that have helped us put this together. That's .com for all of my shows. And thank you for supporting my podcast. Go to your favorite server of podcasting and look for Connie Willis, the podcast. I appreciate you joining and downloading and listening to the shows and being so kind. So, from the foothills of the Colorado Rockies, I want to thank so many people. Julie Salvage, Bill Day, Lisa Lyon, Tommy Danheiser, Dan Delani, Stephanie Smith, my co-CEO, Rick Loner, John Lee Stewart, Tim Banal, Gina Salvati, Donna Walker on the phone, Greg Foster, Ryan Stacy, Chris Burrow, Adam Thompson, Ian Punnett. We got to get to our weekender. Ian Punnett, Lisa Gar, Richard Sears, George Knapp, and the star of our show, the nighttime emperor, George Norrie, as the entire Coast to Coast AM team. As I know it, there's probably some more people in there that I missed, but until we meet again, I'm Connie Willis. Keep watching the night sky and continue with me to seek out the strange and uncover the unknown. For Coast to Coast AM, I'm Connie Willis. Good night. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Bridgewater, the Hit Fiction Podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. But something beyond our understanding going on. Starring supernaturals Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead, Melissa Ponzio, Neolab, or wherever you get your podcast. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Good morning, my friends. I'm Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer. It is just about 6 o'clock on this chilly Saturday morning. Which means for the next 2 hours, I am here with you as a helpful, hopefully inspiring voice in your personal guide to turning your ordinary house into an extraordinary home.
We've got something different going on today. Tina, yes, the Tina, she wants to ask the house where I'll tell you why in just a couple of minutes. So go nowhere. It all gets started in just a couple of minutes. Did I just say that? Yeah, I did. So stay tuned and welcome home. This is KFI and KOSC HD2 Los Angeles, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Common sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. KFI. KOSC 82.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Beverly Hills shooters. I'm Brian Bergman, live from the KFI 24-hour news. At least 7 people have been shot in the Benedict Canyon area of Beverly Hills. 3 of those people have died. We'll have more details for you as we learn more. The chairman of the LA Police Commission officers in a video embarrassed themselves. They embarrassed the entire policing community. We have a lot of officers who display not only poor training, they shot themselves in the face with their own pepper gas. They were completely out of shape in terms of one officer could barely run down half a block. Which says he has the country. He's Gregor News. And the police shooting of Heidi Nichols has been compared to that of Rodney King in L.A. in 1991. King's daughter Laura watched the police videos of Nichols' arrest and wiped away tears. She says the violence made her sick.
I hope one day you can look back and realize just how ignorant we were. And I say we because we all are from here, we live here, we should be working together so that this never happens.
It seems nothing has changed in 30 years except for hashtags and clearer videos. LA Metro says it's heard the complaints of business owners in Long Beach, but it will not change its end of the line policy that forces all riders off trains that block from Shoreline Drive. Business owners say dozens of homeless people are dumped downtown every night because of the policy. Metro says the trains need to be cleaned and riders are not allowed in maintenance yards. The agency says it will consider adding service hubs to the homeless at 13 rail line endpoints. So, the pilot of a single-engine plane and a passenger have been hurt in a crash in Riverside County. The pilot was trying to make a forced landing at French Valley Airport yesterday when the plane went down in a boat, but the pilot and passenger were able to get out of the wreckage on their own. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel has been re-elected to lead the party for another 2 years. Activists and elected officials from all 50 states gathered in Southern California for the vote at the annual winter meeting. McDaniel invited her rivals to the stage immediately after the vote and said they need to work together.
With us uniting and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2024.
McDaniel is here along with awards for top men and women. There's also a non-binary category. The Lifetime Money Marathon, since the inception, has always been very welcoming. It is a very democratic sport, and we had a little evolution. The race's co-founder, Tracy Lee, says the 18,000 competitors ranging in age from 16 to the 90s come from all 50 states and more than 80 countries. And Valentine's Day is coming up, but the Halloween Zoo is offering people a unique way to get back at their ex. The Valentine's Day promotion is letting people name a bug after their ex. The bug will then be fed to an animal. For a $5, $10, or $20 donation, participants get a digital Love Bites card letting you know their choice of bug was fed to an animal. The zoo is offering the choices of worms, crickets, or vegetables. For $100, the Honolulu Zoo will send a personalized video of the animal feeding whatever food you named after your ex. The zoo will announce the most popular name given to the bug on Valentine's Day. Mark Ronner, KFI News. Mark Ronner. Taking a look now at KFI traffic, we've got a stall on the 110 in Gardena. Northbound at Rosecrans Avenue, it's a stalled bus that's blocking the right lane. Also in Palmdale, 14 northbound before Palmdale Boulevard, stalled there, blocking the 2 middle lanes. And a crash in Pomona, the same eastbound before Fairplex, everything off to the right shoulder. Headed through Corona, the 91 westbound between the 50 and Lincoln, all lanes shut down for roadwork until Monday morning. The 15 north and southbound connectors to the 91 west are also closed. And in Australia, 15 northbound before Bear Valley, a crash on the right shoulder as he spoke from Main Street. KFI in the sky up 6. Heather about Life Source, the whole house water system that will help you become a better, healthier you. You know our bodies are 75% water. Clean house water system filters out chlorine and other contaminants. For clean and delicious water, you will have softer skin, healthier hair, no more chlorine showers and baths, and
Light source systems need no maintenance, no salt, no filters, no monthly service. Instead of spending time on softener maintenance, you will have more time just to stand around looking and feeling awesome. Feel great, look great, spend more time doing what you love, just looking at yourself. Get Light Source for a better you. Call them for a free consultation at 800-803-2696, 800-803-2696, or visit LightSourceWater.com. Light Source, faith and feel the difference. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid 60s at the beaches, low to mid 60s in metro LA and Bay upper 50s to mid 60s in the Inland Valley, mid 50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid 60s in the IE. Right now it's 46 degrees in San Clemente, 42 in Brea, 44 in Sherman Oaks, and 44 in Pasadena. Really local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better builders, custom home designers, and your guide to turn your ordinary house into something truly extraordinary. Now, whether you are listening to our local broadcast right here in Southern California at this early hour in the morning, or streaming us live from across the country at a less early hour in the morning, or if you've joined in for another episode of House with Papa. Yeah. Sometimes you got to bring that applause sign up. You got to do it for our live studio audience. That's our live studio audience. Give those people some more coffee. Producer Missy, Savant, and Ricky, who is training with us again today. They are standing by. I don't think they're near mic right now, but they're standing by. They're running the show from behind, going to the phones today. I will be relieved to go to the phones today, and you'll find out why in just a moment. Brian Brown at the news desk. Hey, Brian. Hey. That's what everybody's asked this morning. It's just one syllable responses. It's like, hey, it's my better half, my design partner. We'll see how long she is my partner after today. And my best friend currently in all the world, Tina, is here.
Good morning.
I think that was time to indulge in a warm comfort beverage. Just sit back, keep breathing. I know, life. Okay. Just listen to the sound of my voice. I'm right here with you. Everything is going to be okay. So, let's get to it, shall we? Today, I would not expect any of you to know this. If you do somehow know this, you spend way too much time listening to this program. That's all I'm saying, okay? Not that I don't appreciate it, but it's probably not helping if you know what I'm about to tell you. Okay, here in the studio. In that, we went on the air for the very first time 6 years ago on January 29th, 2017. That was our first, it was a 1-hour broadcast. Can you believe that? I can't even sip my coffee, within an hour, and yet we figured it out. That means today, the 28th of January, 2023, is the last broadcast of our 6th year of being on the air. And Tina, God bless her, got it in her bonnet to, I don't know, few questions. I want to do a little house whisper interview. People would like that. I'm not convinced that's true. But, you know what? We're going to give it a little interview, but only if also we break away from it like we do any content on the show and take calls. So absolutely, please rescue me. We will be taking calls today. Let me give you the number right now. The number to reach me is 833-2-ASK-BEAN. 833, the numeral 2-ASK-BEAN. One more time, 833-2-ASK-BEAN. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home. DIY questions, construction issues, design questions for sure. I love those. Anything. So give us a call. Richie will be standing by. He'll pick up the phone with his bright, cheery voice, and he'll pop you into the queue. And who knows? You and I might be able to figure out what's going on with your home today. We are absolutely, definitely going to the phone. I promise, maybe for the whole show, depending on how this whole interview thing works. But in the meantime, Dana has some questions because he erroneously believes that people actually want to find out more about, the house whisperer. So there it is. There it goes. That's what we're going to do today. You know what? Archive this in your mind because it ain't going to happen anytime soon again. Anytime soon. Maybe ever. It'll be podcasted forever. No, it will not. I don't think so. All right. We might as well do it. I'm just stalling. I'm just trying to stall. All right. When we come back, Bettina has some questions for, I'm not sure. That I'm glad you're doing this. I am. I'm glad you're here. And we're going to answer your questions about your home. So much more to come. Your home with Dean Sharp.
Dead on GPU near Las Costas Road, California Fish and Wildlife officers say it was likely hit by a car. The third annual Palm Springs Passion for Pinot Noir Festival is happening in Rancho Mirage, Orange County. Good Lord. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 101 next.
If you are ready for that new dream kitchen, good. Bravo. Now is the perfect time because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having its huge winter sale. Everything from conventional and kitchen store has got you covered. Imagine just one place, and you know how confusing it is selecting cabinet stuff. One place, Market, you're going to find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. 12 months famous cash financing, pricing that beats the kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen and find the kitchen store on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Taking a look at KFI traffic now. We've got a crash on the 101 in Echo Park. Southbound after Glendale Boulevard, this crash involves a down motorcyclist. The left lane is blocked. It stops from Alvarado Street. Crash in Mid-City to 10 westbound before Washington stops at the right shoulder. Still have a stalled bus in Gardena, the 110 northbound at Rosecrans that blocks the right lane. And in Palmdale, the 14 northbound before Palmdale Boulevard, a stall blocks the 2 middle lanes. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. This report is sponsored by Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. Start the new year with a new ride from Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. With 5 convenient locations and more than 1,000 new Honda models. There's a destination to upgrade in 2023. Test drive today or shop online at Norm Reed. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and make you close in days. No agent, no curse. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive, complicated, and you may not. So that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 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 SellersAdvantage.com. According to Google, to surf the internet privately, you just need to turn on your browser's incognito mode. And you really think you can trust this test to solutions to your privacy. Even in incognito mode, your internet service provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. And we can sell that data to advertisers. Which is why you want to use ExpressVPN to keep your online data secure and private. ExpressVPN reroutes your connection to a secure, encrypted server so that your internet service provider can't see your traffic without slowing your internet speed down. Tap one button to protect
ExpressVPN is the fastest, most trusted VPN on the market, rated #1 by Business Insider. Protect your online activities with a VPN that you'll trust to keep your website private. Visit expressvpn.com/handle, HANDEL, and that's for 3 months free on a 1-year. I'm second guessing it for friends because it can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, TRILLIONAIRE, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats UTI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always adhere. Do not seek hospitals or
333-9110 to learn more. That's TREONinfo.com. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroClaim to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroClaim's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroClaim is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroClaim home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Rick Hero here, host of Rick on Tech. Hackers have found a new way to target you by sending an email with a document to sign. If you click the link to open the attachment, it actually redirects you to a malicious website that finds superior information. Virus scanners may not catch it. So be extra careful of any email asking you to sign a document, especially if you're not expecting it. Rick on Tech with Rick Demiro this morning at 11 on KFI. KFI. Inside the House Whisperer, you are listening to Home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. Hey, despite the fact that we're about to do something I'm not super thrilled about, we need to call anything you want to talk about regarding your home. Ricky is standing by to take your calls this morning. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-IN, 833, the number 2, asking. One more time, 833-2-ASK-IN. Please call. Please call. Rescue this from us. All right. It is the final episode of our 6th year of doing this, which is really a special thing because we've had just a fantastic time and plan to do it for, as many more years as they'll let us do it. Taking us off the air here. However, Dina thought that, you know what, I could ask you some questions. So I'm going to turn it over to you. This is really kind of freaky to me. And listen, before you start, this is going to be like a pup piece or one of those career-ending investigative exposes.
I think it's just going to be an opportunity for people to get to know your background.
You sound like a third-grade teacher when you ask that.
Is that a bad thing?
Yes. I don't have good memories of Mrs. Wilson. That's why we named one of our chickens after her. All right, where we going? I'm a son of California. I was born at the Hope Memorial Hospital in Newport Beach. Did I have the pleasure of growing up in Newport Beach? No. It took me away quickly. I was a doctor. I was a doctor out of the hospital. My biological mother was 16 at the time, a little young to be raising a young'un, and so very wisely putting up for adoption. My adopted parents, this was kind of odd. Well, that's just the beginning of the weird, but they were older parents, especially for back then. They were in their late 40s when I was born. So my father actually was, well, my parents were kind of the age of my peers' grandparents. My father served in World War II. He was a World War II vet. They were both children of the Great Depression. That had a lot of influence, I think, on my upbringing. Just sort of anachronistic, sort of outshifted a very simple farm home. And I think they were looking for a farmhand. No, I just, well, I think parents kind of hope that you're going to have a kid that you understand and that is kind of a little version of you. And I was not at all. I was completely unexpected. And they were, just to give them all credit, they were just not ready for, not that I didn't love the blue collar life and all of that. I do. That had a huge formative impact on me as well. But they were, like I said, I think they were just looking for a farmhand. I don't mean that in a derogatory way, but they got this artist, philosopher, creative type as well. And that's just a part of me that they never understood and couldn't understand. And so it just went sort of ignored in our relationship. Really, like, I don't know, it's whatever. Got nothing and now we do. And shut up and stop asking so many questions. That was kind of the thing. They're both gone now for a long, long time. Because they, like I said, they were older. My mother passed I don't know, I think 33 years ago. My father about 26 years ago. You never got to meet my father.
No.
But he passed away just after you and I met. And then I met my biological mother not long after my adopted mother passed away, and we have had a beautiful relationship over 30 years now, which technically means she's been in my life longer than my adopted mom's wife, because she passed away in my early 20s. Anyway, so when everybody hears me mention my lovely mom, it's confusing. When I talk about my lovely mom, the lovely Kelly, who lives in Orange, from time to time, that's my biological mom, who I have this fantastic relationship with, and we love each other very much. And some of you have met her at some of our public events. Okay, there you go. That's my parenting.
So your living situation as a child was, shall we say, unusual?
Yeah.
But it ended up being pretty significant in terms of shaping you. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
I had how do you put it, succinctly? Oh, look, we have to go to break.
When we come back.
Okay, so I'll leave you. So I had a rural, blue-collar childhood with nature right here in the middle of urban Los Angeles. That is literally the childhood experience I had growing up. And if you want to know what that means, essentially, I grew up in a landfill. I grew up at the dump, which is a word that my dad used to fly it across the face if I said it that way. But it's just what people understand. People would respond, "If you look at the dump," but that was okay if other people said it. But if my dad ever said, heard you saying, "I looked at the dump," then I'm got one. That's a good one. The landfill. Yeah, I grew up in a landfill. In Dole Canyon landfill, right in between Glendale and Pasadena, right at the top of Figueroa. All right, well, I'll explain. Next when we come back. Your home will be the house whisperer. There's more. I'm sorry. Brian Berman has moved. Well, the group representing landlords says LA County's relief fund for small owners won't help much. Upon the Association of Greater LA Daniel Nicholson says the $45 billion will go fast, as at least $1 billion of rent is owed in LA County. Several are in foreclosure. I'm aware of hundreds that have sold their buildings. They just don't want to be in this business anymore. Nicholson says the county can pay landlords back directly for rent owed. The county board of supervisors voted to create the relief fund earlier this week. Supervisors also extended eviction protections until March 31st. Video of the attack on former housekeeper Nancy Pelosi's house has been released.
It shows San Francisco police officers knocking on the door of Paul Pelosi's home, Pelosi answering, and the suspect hitting Pelosi in the head with a hammer. Officers then wrestled the intruder to the ground. Paul Pelosi was attacked in October and is still recovering. The suspect simply did not guilty to all charges. The Department of Justice is charging 3 men in an alleged plot to assassinate a U.S. citizen who has opposed the regime violations of human rights. Attorney General Merrick Garland said members of an Eastern European crime organization with ties to Iran were hired to kill the victims. Garland said the defendants will all stand trial in the U.S. After the North KFI traffic, we got a crash on the 91 in Toledo. Westbound before Future Boulevard, this crash blocked the carpool when they watched their flowing into the approach. Anaheim Hills, the 91 east run after Imperial Highway, a crash there blocks the center lane. Industry, 60 westbound after 605 instead of stall off the shoulder. And then Echo Park on the 101 southbound after Glendale Boulevard, down motorcycles picking up the left lane traffic stopped to go from Benton Way. KFI on the side helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. All right, let's talk about my solar company, Sunlight, and why they are so important to your solar future. At the end of last year, the California Utilities Commission changed the rate by which solar companies still lock in the awesome rate of net metering 2.0. So you got to have your solar documents filed by the April 14th deadline. According to this, if you have to prove best value in solar, you need to call Southern California's best solar company, Sunlight. Sunlight will walk you through how to lock in net metering 2.0 by the April 14th deadline. Even if you're not ready to install the system, that's fine. Call Sunlight and get your documents filed. That's what puts you in. There is no time to wait, though. So let Sunlight help you lock in the best return on solar power that you will ever see. Start today. Sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. DSLB 100 my weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at Houston, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and Lakes, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Valley, mid-50s to low 50s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. There is a chance of rain tomorrow, into Monday, and then cloudy through the rest of the week, so it's probably not any more rain. Moving Focal, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruce. These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes raiser for your small business. You want to be one anybody. Make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience you can quickly prioritize things like interviews and hires. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn jobs help you find a candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Tim. That's linkedin.com/Tim to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. See Rest again, linkedin.com/Tim, linkedin.com/Tim. According to Google, to surf the internet privately, you just need to turn on your browser's incognito mode. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. Or they can sell that data as advertising. Which is why, if you want ExpressVPN reroutes your connection to a secure encrypted server so that your internet service provider can't see your traffic without slowing your internet speeds down. Tap one button to protect. ExpressVPN is the fastest, most trusted VPN on the market, rated #1 by Business Insider. Protect your online activities with a VPN that is trusted to keep your website private. Visit expressvpn.com/handle, VPN. Democracy, lower back pain, how does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those immunology symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may have the transfer-retinal amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor's team. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, podcasts, and EMI. AM recording. The internet. What it means. What it There's something wrong with my phone right now. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I know. Sounds like you're on, you know. Your mic is what? I know. It's just my phone. It's activated. My email. Be nice.
Okay, so let's get back to
Listen, I live in the 23rd, 22nd, what century is it? I live now. I have my phone with now. Come on. All right. Hi. Welcome home. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is Team Shark, the House Whisperer. We're going to be going to the phones in just a bit. I promise. Oh, yeah, we are. The number to reach me, in fact, we're going to go next segment. The number to reach me, 833-2-ASK-DEAN, 833, the number 2, ASK-DEAN. Anything you want to talk about regarding your home, DIY question, design issue, construction thing. You could even ask me a personal question. Why today? Because Christina here is in celebration of our 6 years on the air, wrapping up as of today. She thought you guys would actually want to hear.
we talked about growing up in a landfill,
Oh yeah,
which is very fascinating.
is it though? I'm not sure it was. But yeah, okay. So the weirdness of my childhood continues. We lived in Montrose, which is just adorable place. Just love Montrose. In fact, I lived just had like one almost a Spielbergian, dreamy, idyllic corner, a bicycle shop, and a little library right there on the little strip in Montrose. It's the cutest little, small town embedded right half a block away from the strip in Montrose, in a little Spanish Revival house, which I did not know that's what it was called at the time. It was just our house, obviously. I was not naming architecture at age 5, I promise. That would really be nerdy. But anyway, I say that with like resentment in my heart because that house now is worth like $2.5 million. My parents paid like 20 grand for it, right? It's worth like $2.5 million now. But no, we had to sell that because my father took a promotion, quote unquote. He worked for LA County Sanitation District as a heavy equipment operator. He managed Dole Canyon Landfill, right here in northern LA. And he took a promotion and a pay increase if he also agreed to live on site and just kind of watch over the canyon in general. So, nowhere near the track. And I'm not going to get into why landfills are not selling, but they aren't. Okay, they are a land development project, and we lived nowhere near. We lived way up in the canyon at the time. That canyon's almost full now. But at the time, it was just, big rural open space thing. Leveled out like a 3-acre pad. Come on, it's a farmette. Uh, and popped down a double-wide mobile home. And that became so we left Montrose and started living in the landfill at age 7 in a double-wide mobile home. And there you go. That's very, that says a lot.
So did growing up in a mobile home make you want to live in a mansion?
No.
Is that?
No. That's not an impulse.
That's not the secret impulse that makes you want to.
No. No, I never once for a single moment in my life ever wanted to live in a mansion. That is just so very shocking. I have no issues with other people doing that, though. Obviously, there are clientele, but I don't know. There's something to be said about having spent my entire career in the custom luxury estate market, right? Clients at that level, I'm transitioning out of my career away from my childhood, clients at that level, they can be incredibly demanding, which is good for a young business person. But also, I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of clients act more like patrons for my creativity. And every artist loves being given creative life, right? So from the builder side of things, it's also been a blessing. I would say having grown up in the age of fast food and fast homes, I count myself fortunate to have the opportunity to hone my craft working on luxury estates. One of the few remaining niche markets in this profession where things like fine craftsmanship and creative expression are the reaction to growing up in a mobile home. I actually really enjoy having the entire canyon to myself. Part of what made me the nature
And it was weird. It was weird living in Los Angeles in that kind of, I mean, no neighbors, zero things for miles in any direction, right? It also made getting together with my friends a very intentional thing that I mean, we had to like set it all up. And of course, my parents weren't that big on that. So I had a lot of free time on my hands. So there was a lot of reading. There was a lot of wandering through the wilderness, literally, just out. I would just be, and that was the one thing about my older parents from the great, they did not embrace the overly staged rule. They were not helicopter parents. My parents were, I would give them one thing, they were the opposite of helicopter parents. I would like, it would be like a Saturday morning, 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning, sun's not even up. And I've got myself geared up. I'm going to go out in the canyon. I'm 7, 8 years old. And my dad would be like, "Where are you going?" I'm just going to go out, just out in Virginia. Whatsoever. And I did get into, I had a peanut butter jar full of rattlesnakes rattled by the time I was just a preteen, because it was my job to deal with rattlesnakes that came on the property too close to the house. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't without its risk.
The idea of working on luxury homes and estates. Do you remember the first house you ever worked on, Stephanie?
Oh yeah, because I just got dropped into the luxury market. The very first house that I ever worked on as a framing apprentice. Okay? They didn't give me a set of bags. They didn't give me any tools. They're like, "All right, your job will be to carry plywood all day long, from down here up there, and you give it to the real carpenters." That was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's house. It was his second house. His first house had burnt down in the mid-'80s. There had been a fire, and it burned down. And this was his new house on Stone Canyon in Bel Air. I'm not going to give out his address, mostly because I don't remember it, but and he may not live there anymore. But it was on Stone Canyon in Bel Air that was sized to his size and his legroom. And I remember sneaking up there during break after they had put it in, and I just sat on it. And it's the first time in my, I was in my 20s. This has been the first time since I was maybe 4 that I had ever sat on a toilet and my feet were dangling off the floor. I literally felt like I was a toddler again because I was sitting on Kareem. I'm sorry, Kareem. I'm telling you. I didn't do anything. I just sat there. But it was fun. All right, we got to go to break. And when we come back, we're going to go to the phone. I'm going to answer some questions. You are just going to have to settle down and wait a little bit. York, after the release of the video of the beating of Kyrie Nichols that happened last night, 2 teenage boys have been arrested for the shooting and robbery of a man in Long Beach. And a 23-year-old woman with bipolar disorder who needs medical treatment is missing. His last name in Rosemead is 5'2" with black hair, blonde streaks, and 2 teeth tattooed on one of her wrists. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 101 next. All right, it's 2023. You're excited about making some changes in your home. Good on you. When it comes to finding just the right appliances, though, including hard-to-find appliances, along with sinks, faucets, tubs, toilets, etc., you're going to need my secret weapon. What is that? WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. I've used them for decades. No one. And I use Pro Harmony gas range, Thermador French door fridge, or the Wolf built-in double oven. Now, sure, you can order them somewhere else, but why? Because WBC has them. And the same is true with just about everything you're looking for. To get your kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts that I have trusted for years, WBC. Find the one nearest you at WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Who can you call 24 hours a day for help with your water heater? Water Heaters Only. That's you. Or visit waterheatersonly.com. A live expert answers the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Visit waterheatersonly.com. That's waterheatersonly.com.
Okay, weather from KFI. Chance of rain tomorrow and Monday. This report brought to you by waterheatersonly.com. And take a look at KFI traffic. We got a crash on the 101 in Echo Park. After Glendale Boulevard is crashing both the down motorcyclists, the left lane is blocked. You're stopped from Benton Way.
tracking Cerritos, the 91 westbound after Bloomfield Avenue. The carpool and two left lanes are jammed up there. Just south from Martinez Boulevard. Attracting Anaheim Hills, the 91 eastbound after Imperial Highway. That's taking up the center lane. And in Kelowna, the 91 westbound between the 15 and Lincoln. All lanes shut down for roadwork until Monday at 5 a.m. AFI in the Sky Hill State Honda Superstore. Start the new year with a new ride from Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. With 5 convenient locations and more than 1,000 new Honda models. There's a destination to upgrade in 2023. Test drive today or shop online at normreeds.com.
This event is part to win the tournament. If you think it, the championship is yours. On your back strength, your hat, spreadsheets, and outdated software, you need a full picture. You need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. Gain visibility and control with financials, inventory, HR planning, budgeting, and more. So NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time, while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visits. NetSuite has a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/STEM. Head to netsuite.com/STEM right now for this special one-of-a-kind financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. That's netsuite.com/STEM. netsuite.com/STEM. netsuite.com/STEM.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Here's from their millionaire client that I accidentally ordered.com. I accidentally ordered.com. It's the way to go. 430-920-0810. Check out this. Look at this. Hey, all the steam sharp. Let me tell you the unfiltered truth about water softeners. They don't filter anything. They add sodium. They're old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy, but hey, there's a better solution. A Life Source salt-free water system. Filtered and delicious water from every tap, no maintenance, and perfect for areas spanning softness. Life Source does more than a softener and better. Get yours by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. I know the ways of the world will be there for you. I have a plan for you. The Big Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
Your stimulated up.
AFI, you start the house whisperer. Welcome home. Welcome to the program today. Kind of a different program today. I promise we will not have another one like this for a long time because Tina wanted to ask me some questions on the air about me, so you get a little bit more of an idea of weird things about my childhood. We're going to get back to that in just a bit, but now is the time to go to the phone. And I want to do exactly that. I want to talk to Rob. Hey, Rob, welcome home.
Hey, Dean. I'm doing a build down in the Coachella Valley, and my plans require an unconditioned, unvented attic. And I'm just kind of concerned about the real high people we have down here and wanted to know what you're...
Okay, wait, your plans required it?
Yes. They specify an unconditioned, unvented attic under the new green build law or requirements.
And you're in the Coachella Valley.
Yes. Yeah. It has about R40. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, so is it a large attic?
It's a ranch style home. Part of about 1,200 square feet of the home are the cathedral ceilings, and the rest is standard attic. And it does call for roof vents covered with paper to give vapor barrier situation. No attic vents at all in the plan.
Okay. So it sounds like it's falling under the California Unvented Code, which, is allowed. Sometimes it's required, depending on the configuration of the home. I wouldn't worry about it well, first of all, you mentioned two things. You said unconditioned and unvented. Well, all attics should be, unless they're habitable spaces, unconditioned attics. I mean, that's a typical attic. The attic would do that means heating and or air conditioning up into the attic space. So that's something that is relatively new for certain areas in certain situations. There has to be a moisture release system. Has to be, because moisture is the issue with venting. However, California in certain areas is addressing the concern for wildfires and so on and so forth by allowing, I don't know about requiring, maybe in your situation it is required, for an attic not to be conventionally vented with updraft venting, with the eaves and exhaust venting up top. So, I'm sorry, Rob, that I can't really speak to it. I don't have any particular concerns about it, as long as it is built into the design and engineered appropriately. But if you've got questions, I would talk to the designer, the architect, and I would talk to the city about it and say, please explain this to me when everybody in the universe is talking about venting attics better, why it is in my case that it's conversation. Because this is an area that's a little bit gray in my thinking, as far as it's one thing to get an allowance for a difficult to vent attic. I can only kind of come alongside you and say, yeah, I have questions too about that, and I would love to hear the answer. Do me a favor, when you go back and talk, shoot me an email here at the station, because I would love to hear their response to you as far as, okay, here's specifically why. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that one, only because I don't know. I need to look at the plan to find out what was going on. All right, let's go to Rick. Hey, Rick, welcome home. Good morning. Thank you. So we recently remodeled our kitchen, and completely remodeled, just gutted it and redid it, and put in new lighting. Same existing switches, just new lighting, and the house is it was built in '86, so we're pushing 40 years old. And what we did was we added the low profile, like the round dimmer lighting you could put in there. You get like things that huge, the 15 to 2,000 to 3,000 on them. And when the porch light in the front flickers and so. So, yeah. And you didn't have dimmers before, though. You didn't have dimmers before. No, we did not. And it was on the regular switch, it was fine. But ever since I put in those dimmers, the porch light, switch light, I'm in poltergeist. Okay, so I can only think that there's one explanation for this, Rick, and I will, you know what? All right, we got to go to a break. Rick, you hang tight. This is a fun one. This is fun. Hang tight. I think there is an answer, and there's a relatively simple solution to it as well, I think. Everybody hang tight. We're going to find out why Rick's porch light is going disco on him just because he put dimmers in the kitchen. And we will do that when we return. You are home with D-Sharp the house whisperer on Thursday. Perfect for AC interface in mind. Certified cooling info gel with KOXT HD2.
Los Angeles,
Live everywhere on the Anchor Video app. Kyrie Nichols Video. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Officials in Memphis, Tennessee have released police body camera and other video of the violent arrest of Tyree Nichols, who later died. Videos show 5 officers holding, striking, pepper spraying, and tasing Nichols. Former San Bernardino Police Chief Gerard Berglund says he was appalled by the officers' action.
I see a lot of brutality. I see strikes out of anger. I see incompetent police work. I see somebody that wants to spray pepper spray into a crowd of people and then walking away before a suspect is even in custody.
The 5 officers have been fired and charged in connection with Nichols' arrest and death. 2 sheriff's deputies have been placed on leave while their involvement is investigated. News brought to you by Sunlight. Tyree Nichols' father says his son was loved by everyone.
So he was monsters that did this to my son. You know, as my wife said, my son weighed 150 pounds. This one of these officers was over 200. That's 1,000 pounds beating on my son, using him as a pinata.
Wells says he's praying for the cops and their families too. Nichols, who is black, died in the hospital days after the traffic stop on January 7th. 5 cops have been arrested and charged with killing Nichols. A group representing landlords says LA County's $45 million relief fund for small landlords is too small. The Apartment Association of Greater LA says at least $1 billion of rent is owed in LA County.
There will be so much demand on that money that I believe it's going to go very quickly.
The association's Daniel Nicholson says hundreds of landlords have sold their buildings because of financial challenges from eviction protection. The County Board of Supervisors voted to create the relief fund to pay if I need. A water polo coach in Orange County has been sentenced for sexually assaulting 9 teens, sometimes while their parents were nearby. Orange County DA Kimberly Edge says Barham Hargrave got more than 18 years in prison.
He had complete power over them because he knew they probably wouldn't say anything because they wanted to go on to future careers in water polo, and he had the keys to make that happen.
Multiple teams told the judge before sentencing yesterday that Jose was a master manipulator who tricked girls as young as 13 into thinking the abuse would make them tougher competitors. The masks at indoor venues in LA County are now optional. County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says the drop in cases and hospitalizations have helped.
Masking for many people in indoor sites is now based on individual preference, unless it's required by the site, including in healthcare settings. That's one of the required sites.
Ferrer says earlier that Lucas County switched down to the low community transmission level as defined by the defined arrows. The New York City Fire Department now has the most female firefighters in department history. 7 of the 282 graduating members are women, bringing the current number of women in the FDNY to 148.
Probationary firefighter Aaron Samayev, Diana DiLacenzo, Janice Zhang, Alessandra Simeone, Selena Rodriguez, Nina Leandro.
FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh says all graduates have proven they are the best of the best after 18 weeks of rigorous training. Kavanaugh is the first female to serve as commissioner of the FDNY. Now taking a look at AFI traffic, he has got a crash on the 91 in Toledo. Found after Blue, the Imperial Highway, that's off to the right shoulder. At a work zone in Corona, the 91 westbound between the 15 and Lincoln, all lanes are shut down until Monday morning. The 15 north and southbound connectors to the 91 west are also closed. And an Echo Park on the 101 southbound after Glendale Boulevard, a crash involving down motorcycle blocks the left lane, just slow from Benson Way. KFI in the sky, don't stick to their faster. I'm James Joseph. For emergency backup power, there is only one name that you really need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for the most critical power situations. Hospitals, high-rise, data centers, school districts, radio, every form of business they can install, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if your power is going to go down. It is only a question of whether you're going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. Learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that at DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. That weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid 60s at beaches, low to mid 60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid 60s Valley, Mid-50s below 60s in Yellow Valley, approaching 60s in Empire. There's a chance of rain tomorrow and Monday. Right now it's 47 degrees in Irvine, 46 in Mountain Valley, 49 in Silver City, and 52 in Inglewood. We need local, live from the AFI, 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Maria.
Not the way that I do it. Holy, holy, you are mine. Just as I open my eyes, but I've never lost the rain. Never been the night like Sunday, creeping through the night tonight. There ain't nothing but I. I'm heavy, I'm too high. That's the way they do this kind. Girl, nothing keeps me more. I let me come home. Home forever I live. Home, let me come home. Home forever I live.
AFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome to home, where every week we help you better understand that place where you live. I am T Sharp, the House Whisperer, here with you live like I am every weekend. Saturday mornings from 6 to 8 Pacific time, Sunday mornings 9 to noon Pacific time. And so whether you're listening to our local broadcast right here in Southern California, or you're streaming us live from across the country, it's so amazing that you do, or you join in for another episode of the House Whisperer podcast. I'm just glad that you are here. We are, I don't know if celebrating is the right word. We are celebrating the end of our 6th year on the air here. Today is the last day of our 6th year on the air. Tomorrow, the beginning of our 7th year. And it has been a really fun ride, and continuing. So don't worry, it's not a like, it's been great to be with you guys. See you later. No, we're right. But she has got it in her bond to ask me some questions so that you all can find out a little bit more about me and my background. And, it was debatable, but I figured, okay, we could just skip one every step. We'll do that. So we're going to get back to those questions in just a minute. So right now, we are doing what I really enjoy, which is talking to you about your house. And I got Rick on the line. Rick from our previous segment. Rick, you still there, bud? I am. Okay. So, Rick remodeled his kitchen. He put in new dimmers and new fan lights in the kitchen. Everything was great and groovy. And now when you turn on one of the dimmers in your kitchen light, something totally unrelated, your porch light is starts groping out and flashing. Is that right? Yeah, well, it's not the fan light. It's low profile, the LED one that you just put up right up in the ceiling. That they have the clip that kind of hang down so they just strip it on the ceiling. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's fine. It's not about the light. It's about the so anyway, the mystery of Rich's ghosting light. I wish I could say this is the first time that we've encountered this, but it's not. So I'm going to answer your question for you. I don't want to get overly technical with it. There's a thing that happens sometimes these days with this transition over into LED and digital dimmers. Is that when a dimmer on one circuit is getting shifted, it's what electricians call neutral interaction. And you know that's cool, right? It's got a name. It simply means this. It simply means that a digital LED dimmer can sometimes send a weird sort of backfeed signal through circuit. Now, it's likely that it doesn't have to be, but it's likely
light is actually on the same circuit breaker as the kitchen light in question, but not on the same switch, obviously, not being controlled by the same switch, but on the same circuit. That's what's most likely. And what's happening is that there's this weird signal feed. Anyway, no, you don't have to tear out what you've done. No, you don't have to get an electrician out there to investigate, because that would be a whole thing, and what's the point? There actually is a very, very simple solution to this. The reason why the porch light is flickering because of detected signal, voltage drop, even a minor one, the reason why it's flickering is that it is not a dimmable LED bulb. Okay? So the way you resolve this is really simply this, because that's what happens. If you put an LED bulb, and I'm assuming it's an LED on your porch light. So if you put an LED bulb in that is not meant to dim, okay, and you put it on the dimmer switch, guess what? It starts strobing out, okay? So the solution is just run to the store and buy a replacement bulb for the porch light that is a dimmable LED. Now, you're not actually going to notice it's dimming, but the fact that it's a dimmable LED means that it will handle any kind of even minute voltage aberration with ease. It'll pretend as if, oh, I'm being dimmed a little bit, but it won't strobe. So that's it. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is change out the porch light to a dimmable LED, and it will stop strobing. End of problem. And no, there's nothing major wrong with your electrical. There's no cross wires anywhere. It is something that simply happens sometimes when there are a bunch of dimmable, the digital LED dimmers on a circuit. It could sometimes interact with other lights that aren't even on that switch. Yes. Actually, okay. All right, let's talk to, I don't know, Greg. Hey, Greg, welcome home. And I live by myself in about 1,100 square foot house. So I'm just wondering the pros and cons of a tankless, cost, rebate, your opinion. And also, I just want to let you know, I lived in Montrose, Ocean View apartments right there on Ocean View at Montrose from 85 to 92. Isn't it a great town? Oh my God, I love it. I love Honolulu Boulevard. It is just so dreamy. Yeah. I know. Don't move. If you live in Montrose, don't go anywhere. Don't go there. So what do I do about this tankless water here? What years did you live there? Oh, I lived there. We're talking late 60s, early 70s. I mean, just okay. So you were down by the time I moved in. Oh yeah, as in 92. No, I lived there just the first 7 years of my life. I lived there, and that always was the old bowling alley on Honolulu. The first film, I'm not answering, but the first movie I ever went to was in the one screen cinema there, and it was Return to the View. It was just like, so many great memories. Anyway, all right, so now we've talked, so now I'm almost out of time, so now I'm going to answer your question. Cost, they do cost more, but they last longer than tank water heaters. How much are they averagely? Do they have rebates? There are some rebates. There are some energy rebates available. On average, right now, they're running about twice the cost of a tank water heater, and but instead of lasting 10 to 12 years, a good tankless water heater will get you 20 plus years out of it. So in the end, you have to upgrade the electrical. The electrical has to be upgraded. This is what you got to upgrade. The big upgrade. The electrical is nothing. It's just regular tiny, regular old outlet in order to run the circuit. Oh, okay. The thing that's going to have to be upgraded is the gas line, because the tankless water heater uptakes gas very fast, and so the half-inch gas line that's going to your tank water heater, that's not going to be enough to feed the tankless. The tankless uses less gas overall if it only fires on when the water is required, but when it asks for gas, it needs a lot. So we're talking like a 3/4 or even sometimes a 1-inch line. In your case, it's probably going to be a 3/4 inch line. But anyway, you got to have a plumber take a look at that. So the cost that you really have to look at, other than the price of the tankless itself, will be and the big question will be, how far is that? How difficult is that? How much is that going to cost you? And that's really the key. Those are the two things to look at. Otherwise, I think tanks look the future of all water use in general, in this reporter's opinion. But that's the main issue because it can look hot water and it's energy efficient. And so I love it for that reason. My friend, thank you for your question. That's what you got to look at, the uptake of the gas line. There you go. All right, when we return, Nina's got more questions as we kind of celebrate the end of 6 years here on the air. We'll do that when we come back. And more of your calls later if you're still on the line. You hang tight. We're going back to the phone. We are, Harvey? Did I just say that wrong? You know what? We're home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, Brian Berman. A man has been arrested for a burglary at Drake's home in Beverly Crest. Jay Leno says he's recovering from a motorcycle accident where he broke multiple bones, and that says to have enough of the rare earth minerals needed to switch from fossil fuel power plants to wind and solar. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 5. All right, you're ready for the new Dream Kitchen. That's perfect. Kitchens are, they're a big thing. Lots of details, lots of options. Where do you find out what everything that's available there? They have everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable. They got you covered. Imagine this is the one place that you're going to find every door, every color, every finish, storage options, pin, card, everything you need to know about kitchen cabinets. You'll find it all and more. Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, of course, it starts with a totally free in-showroom consult, 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, such as the winter sale. So start in your kitchen right by dialing.com. Hey, let's get by traffic. We got a crash on the 5 in Granada Hills. Rockford Street just crashed Lockheed when westbound after Bloomfield. That's considered your Sophie Shoemaker. Anaheim Hills to 91 eastbound after Imperial Highway still has a crash in the right shoulder. And roadworks in Corona, the westbound side of the 91 between the 15 and Lincoln, shut down until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, we're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosmemorialcare.org for help. The days our government is playing with your savings and retirement. Look at diversifying with gold, with Worth Gold. For years, gold has withstood inflation, turmoil, stock market crashes, and it makes sense to buy gold. You can own gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. I own gold as a hedge against inflation. Worth Gold is easy to convert an IRA or KNDEL to 989898. Claim your free info kit on gold with almost 20 years experience converting those IRAs and 401ks into precious metal IRAs. Worth Gold can really help you. Protect yourself today with gold and handle to the number 989898 at KNDEL. Worth Gold, thousands of happy customers, countless 5-star reviews, zero obligation for the free info kit. Handle upset how it looks, angry about wasting money on water and maintenance, and with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroCleanse advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroCleanse is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how how to stop colds and flu from both. It promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter E, the letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway.
Get you and your kids a stylish nuclear and hardware stuff to print off flat. It is a secret for our favorite Cal Health Health. Contact Cal Health Free Institute Mental Health Resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhealth.org.
It is no secret that cities add chlorine into your water, but once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Follow the Bible in the Air with Jack Graham podcast today. Taking on New Year's resolutions with the Bible. Received by the children. Already started Bible in the Air with Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music. Listen to Bible in the Air with Jack Graham on iHeartRadio or wherever you get your podcast. AFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. All right, Sugar Boo. We're getting back to this interview. KFI, Dean Sharp, the house whisperer at your service. Thanks for joining us on the program today. We're celebrating the final show of our sixth year of doing this. And we have never done this before, and we're never going to do it again. So if you're enjoying it while it lasts. And if you're not enjoying it, then you know what? Guess what? You don't have to put up with it after today ever again. But Dina wanted to ask me some questions on the air, just in celebration of the fact that the guy who's never done radio is, we're 6 years into it and we're having a blast. And there's currently no one's in sight. I can tell you that. They haven't told me anything. They haven't given me anything here at iHeart. But you know what? Maybe pack your bag. So they gave us an extra hour on Sunday. So that's a good sign.
Yeah.
So who knows? Anyway, thanks for joining us. Let's get back to it. Sugar Boo.
Okay, so when we last left, we were talking about your first job being on Kareem's home.
Yeah.
And then from there, your early career was spent doing the kinds of projects that I would say most builders, designers, and even architects only dream about. And of course, you still do that. But here you are today, talking to mostly mainstream homeowners, every week, and you really spend about half our time designing the space these days.
Only half our time.
Only half our time, yeah. But, but what we really tend to enjoy and focus on is on the other half, where we're consulting and designing for anyone and everyone else. So how did that happen?
You know how it happened. I would love to hear you describe this whole thing.
Okay, so you're ready to do me now?
Just one. Just turning it back on you. How would you describe how we got from there, from Manson? Oh my God. That's a new HGTV show. Manson's the mainstream with boomers doing that. No, that's no man. All right. No, you give it a shot. And I'll judge you.
Okay. All right, I would say, despite the pleasure that you take in the creation of luxury estates, I don't think you've ever stayed too far from your working class roots.
That's true.
But don't get me wrong, he loves a good mansion.
That is also true.
But he really does enjoy transforming ordinary houses into extraordinary homes. He's ready for that every week. Yep. So every day I get to see how much satisfaction you get from giving normal homes that unique stories in ways normal people can afford. And I know for a fact that you think everyone should live in a custom home. So how's that?
That's good. That's very good. Maybe we could write that into a promo. No, that's exactly right. Homes are such an important part of life. It's not just about the structure. And so, a philosophical guy that I am, I love that. And I'm not, it's probably because, honestly, just to say, it's a privilege to be here. Probably because I have never struggled to get to the mainstream level. That I feel free to, like, depart from it and just come on. I mean, we've always built mansions during the day and come home and live in our little cottage, a double-wide mobile home, in a dump. So that's a good thing. So, yeah, it's just this. It's good design is not the sole possession of the big house on the hill. And it's just, and I just sound kind of goofy and nerdy, patriotic, right? But I actually want I want the country that we live in to be a more beautiful, more well-designed country. And that's not going to happen just because rich people have fancy houses. They have, and everybody ends up with good architecture. Good architecture is not about, I say it all the time, so I'm getting my soapbox. Good architecture is not about luxury, okay? It's just about good design. It can be at any level. A good design can be a shed and a shack. It can be a cottage. Has nothing to do with whether it's luxury or Spartan or anything. It just has to do with good design. Period. And we're on a mission. And I'm glad you brought that up, because that really does kind of underscore everything, the whole reason that we want to do this show. Also help people with their leaky toilets and their flickering lights and all of that kind of stuff. But the real passion that I have is for helping everyday people like us just experience the ultimate luxury of good design. And that's what I would say. You don't have a luxury house, but good custom design is the ultimate luxury. So anyway, there's
And before we go to break, I'll say this. A lot of people don't know this, but it's your ability to sort of reinvent and rewrite a story of even the most hopeless of homes. That's actually where I nicknamed the house picture came from.
Yeah, that is true. That's true. So yeah, the design company was the Shark Design Company. That's a cheap thing, right? Because that's where I lost name. But and in the luxury estate realm, that's what it was. But then, we come home and friends and neighbors, friends and neighbors and friends and friends. They're getting frustrated with their tract home, and there was nothing that they could do with it. They're like, oh, this house. And some of them are giving up. Some of them want to move out. We're going to go get another house. And they're like, wait, stop. Don't do anything. You better talk to me. I know you can talk to other people. No, talk to him first, because this guy, he's like a house whisperer. You know those things that are impossible to tame, right? Horse whisperer, dog whisperer. This guy is like a house whisperer. And that just kept happening to the point in which one day our son said, why don't you guys just brand part of the company that? And we're like,
And fun fact, the houseless designer was them.
Yeah. And we're like, that's a good idea. Hey! Light bulb. Anyway, all right. We got to go to break. When we come back, more questions from Katrina. Your home with Stephen Stark, the house list for Brian Brewer. 3 people have been shot and killed outside a home in the Beverly Crest area of L.A. The shooting happened just before 3 this morning on Ellison Drive in Benedict Canyon. 4 other people were shot and have been taken to the hospital. The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is confident the officers of today's LAPD would not treat a person the same way the officers in Memphis treated Tyree Nichols. William Briggs says he watched the beating of Nichols and couldn't believe the lack of training and empathy displayed by the officers. They had Mr. Nichols on the ground. You had other officers come up and pull him in his face and then pull him up and treat him as a punching bag for both fists, feet, and a baton. That's just outrageous. Briggs says he will work with Chief Moore and the police union to learn from the video. Nichols died 2 days after that violent confrontation, and the 5 officers have been charged with crimes related to the death of Nichols, and they are also black. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump, who's representing Nichols' family, says it isn't the race of the officers that determines police behavior. But it is the race of the citizens, and oftentimes it's black and brown citizens who bear the brunt of this police brutality. People who have seen the police body camera video of the beating have compared it to the 1999
by a police in Los Angeles. A lawyer who advised President Trump, ex-President Trump, to overturn the 2020 election and fulfill their duty, they are accusing me of things that are simply false. Well, the State Bar complaint says that you can push bogus election fraud claims to Trump and to many protesters in D.C. who then stormed the Capitol. The bar says you can try to usurp the will of the American people in an egregious attack on democracy. I think it'll look at KSI traffic. You've got a crash traffic slow as you approach. Then up ahead, the 5 southbound just before the 210, you've got a crash off to the right shoulder. Long Beach, the 710 northbound transition to the 91 east, the stall blocks the right lane, and a crash in Riverside. The 91 east from Adams, that's blocking the center lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. So if you're like me, you don't think about your water heater at all, of course, until it stops heating water. And if that's you, you need to call Water Heaters Only. Water Heaters Only has been getting that job done right since 1968. They specialize in water heater replacement, tankless water heater install, and also now the latest technology that every home can have, water-saving recirculation pumps. These new research pumps, they fit in any home, saving hot water right away and lower water bills at the same time. So whether you need a new water heater or you want to add a money-saving research pump, the Water Heaters Only is the only ones you need to call because they're honest, they're reliable, they've got same-day service, quality products, the lowest prices around. Right now you get 0% deferred interest financing on a new water heater, so call the company that does Water Heaters Only. Visit waterheatersonly.com, get a new water heater, 0 interest, terms and conditions apply. That's waterheatersonly.com, waterheatersonly.com. Southland weather from KFI, partly close, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. New local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Berman. This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with climate economy. TRILLIONAIRE is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-858-2550 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and counter options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-858-2550. That's 800-858-2550. What do you have to lose? Call 800-858-2550. Again, 800-858-2550. When you finally had enough of the games our government is playing with your savings and retirement, look into diversifying with gold with ROTHSCHILD. For years, gold has withstood inflation, turmoil, stock market crashes, and it makes sense to buy gold. You can own gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. I own gold as it hedge against inflation. ROTHSCHILD is easy to convert an IRA or a 401k into an IRA in precious metals. Start by texting my name, Randall, Handel, to 989-898. Claim your free info kit on gold with almost 20 years experience converting those IRAs and 401ks into precious metal IRAs. ROTHSCHILD can really help you. Protect yourself today with gold. Text Handel to the number 989-898. That's Handel. ROTHSCHILD. Thousands of happy customers get text Handel to 989-898. I never write reviews, but Novaj is so amazing I had to leave them. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. I'm blown away by how Novaj works. That's a review from Terry, and it's one of over 100,000 online testimonials praising Novaj. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Novaj nasal care, and I've talked about flushing out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Novaj's powered suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Novaj will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Novaj has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring is going to be trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Novaj is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Novaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Always spending, leaving your bank account on empty. Almost back to 2 days you mean, trying to buy the love and affection of your family.
selling bills. KFI wants to give you a tax refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just look at the keywords. They enter it at KFI-AM640.com/tax. No texting, just winning. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If everything accidents, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your tax refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating stuff. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're home with you, Sharp, the house whisperer. That's me. We're spending some time this morning celebrating having finished 6 years on the U.S. that means it's been fun. It is fun. We'll do some more. We're going to get back to that in just a couple of minutes. But first, it's time for another house call. With you, Sharp, the house whisperer. Today's house call brought to you by WBC Kitchen Ambassador. You know, we were doing a consult for some lovely clients yesterday, and the whole subject of microwaves, building microwaves into the kitchen came up, and I thought, you know, this would be a good thing to remind everybody of. Microwaves are just a weird appliance. Everybody wants one, even if you don't like them. You know, good cooks use them to heat water and water to do. The thing you should do is either A, you're going to get just a regular old microwave, and you don't want it sitting on the countertop, then build an open shelf in the kitchen floor. Just an open shelf. The reason is that the microwave industry has never seen fit to actually standardize the size of microwaves. So just an open shelf means that when you replace that microwave after it goes bad, and it will go bad, of course, it doesn't matter if the next one is a little bit bigger, a little bit smaller, you know, it's fun because it's just sitting on an open shelf. The other way to go is to go really fancy and get a microwave drawer. Microwave drawers that go in the base cabinet right underneath the countertop. They're brilliant. They're wonderful. Now, they cost about $1,000, but they are a standard size, which means when the microwave drawer goes bad, your microwave into your cabinetry in a tight little frame because we know when it goes bad, the next one is not going to be the same size. We end up that weird framing thing and trying to match it. Everybody knows what that looks like. So anyway, microwave. Either give them a lot of space or go for a drawer. Don't build your microwave custom. There you go. And by the way, microwave drawers, everyone imaginable at your local WBC.
Okay, so let's talk about what do you think is the biggest challenge of transforming an ordinary house?
Trust, probably. Probably just trusting that making the right things in the right way. And trusting that if you've done the right thing and hired a designer, that they're not there to just completely blow your budget. You know, I always say design matters most. And the reason why is that, you know, the preeminent importance of design before you actually touch other products have design built into them. If we go to the grocery store and you're looking at what toothbrush you can buy, and you're comparing one to the other, you are actually evaluating design elements, right? Right? Or a car. It's all about design, right? But when it comes to our homes, design has never been plugged into that part, and so that's kind of, you know, we're trying to shift homeowner culture to a place where that's the true that design matters. But I think trusting that that's the first thing for me.
So what do you think that disconnect is? Like, why do you think people think this way and don't think this way about their house?
Well, I mean, I think that's kind of what I was just saying. I don't think we have to consider design as a separate discipline with most of the things that we got. You buy a car, you assume there's a design team that comes with it home. There's a massive difference. Not that there are contractors with a huge sense of design, but that's not their discipline. That's not their special. These are really two very distinct things. And so the design should not come from the contractor, and don't assume design comes with the contractor, right? And the other thing probably is that people think hiring designers is a luxury that they can't even afford, right? If you want the way most designers are you hire them, there's no defense against them sucking all the money out of your budget. But that's not the way. It's not wrong. The designers are good for it.
No, interesting, because you're saying that the reality is that good design helps the budget.
Well, of course, yeah. No, I'm not going to say that good design is going to reduce the budget. That never say that. But it's design that will make the most of the money. Right? You allocate things so that you get the most bang for your buck out of the money that you are spending. That's for Brian Burke. Well, Amazon says it's getting rid of free grocery delivery for Prime members on orders less than $150. Inflation slowed last month to 5%, that's down from 5.5% in November. And British Airlines Rabbi has canceled all its flights because it's too late for them. We're going to take a look at the trouble on the flies next. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Shirt. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investments in the paper developed in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate good for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. There's restrictions apply.
Let me tell you, everyone hates cold, soggy fries. So they change theirs to serve them out hot and crispy, guaranteed using one of the natural cuts peanut fries prepared to golden ingredients and perfectly single routine fries, guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and they'll replace them and participate in U.S. Rabbi.
So that weather from KFI, chance of rain tomorrow and on Monday. Future forecast to be by windy, hot and 55. Take a look now at KFI traffic. We've got traffic on the 5 and San Juan Capistrano. Southbound before the 73, this crash is blocking the 2 right lanes. Traffic slow as you approach. Long Beach, the 710 northbound at the 91, just stall blocking the right lane of the transition to the 91 east. Now in Newhall, the 5 southbound at 14, the crash blocks the 3 left lanes. Watch the slowing there as well. And that's safe now. Contact license 104771. Here are some homeowners say 350. Yes, one is our team with rejuvenation. Food, alcohol, dance, breakdown, from 12 days drains to just $80 to the 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and pump. DOEPCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
This is it. The parts to where you turn right. The acoustic. The championship is yours. You need to upgrade to Netsuite by Oracle. Getting visibility control of your financials, inventory, and chart planning, budgeting, and more. With Netsuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time, while staying well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 32,000 businesses already use NetSuite. For the new year, NetSuite has a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/10. netsuite.com/10. netsuite.com/10.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist and actor news, the podcasts that everyone's talking about, it's on the iHeartRadio app. It's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You are home with Gene Stark, the House Whisperer. Thanks for joining us on the program. We are celebrating, we're having a little celebration on this Saturday morning. We're not taking it any further than that. That's it. A little celebration. Today, actually, is the final day of our 6th year on the air. Tomorrow's program begins officially our 7th year on the air here at KFI. And we'll back to you.
Okay. So, it's your personal purpose. What would you say are the life priorities that I could do that?
Oh my God, that's just...
I know, that's it. But, come on.
conversations with myself. That's the thing. You can talk to myself all the time. I try and get along with myself if I can, whenever I can. Always aiming for kindness. I get a lot of stuff about that, but in this world, if we all just decided to practice it every single day toward everyone, regardless of whether we agree with somebody or not. So that's a thing. Being the best friend that I can be, because I think friendship is the highest bar of any relationship. The bar I set for our relationship, obligations of family, obligations of a marriage contract, whatever. Friends is fully voluntary. And to keep a good friend, you gotta be. I refuse to stop learning, even if it changes me, especially if it changes me. I don't know, gratitude for just being here, and appreciation for the small. That's me. That's always trying to find value in the simplest and smallest of things. I have an insatiable nerd-like curiosity for pretty much everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think that's surprising some people. Do you have any regrets about that?
Surprising people? I love surprising people. No, you mean regrets about?
Regrets about having a simple life.
Oh God, no, never, never. I think the easiest thing is you don't have a simple life. It's just because it's just crazy, you know. So quite happily, it's not like we couldn't afford a different place, but we want to. That's tough. So I think we've just chosen to celebrate the small and simple in a life, and a life that regularly overflows with good friends, good food, dogs, not good dogs, but dogs, cats, chickens, birds, trees. That was a new thing. Like, hey, how about be on the radio? And you've never done that before. So that's all well and good. I love saying yes to those things, but only if at the end of that experience we get to come home to our simplicity and just kind of rest and rebuild. So I'm a big believer in building a life that it's fun to take a vacation, but you don't feel the need to take a vacation from. And I'm not always happy. Happy is good to be, but I'm very content with the life that we live and with you. It's just with you.
No, well,
Yeah.
so, why don't you just briefly talk about how we met?
Oh, now you want to talk briefly? Briefly. How did I meet the love of my life? Online.
I know.
Talk about early adopters. This was like this was the mid-90s. Dial-up modem.
Yep.
AOL chat room. AOL SoCal chat room.
Now everyone meets online.
I know, but
Yeah.
And then AOL was the only thing I think that was online. It felt like it at least. And then chatting away some bored night, and there was, I don't remember what your handle was, but it was like Princess and a number. It was Princess. Princess like 1402 or I don't know what it was. Anyway, we ended up talking, and then we ended up private messaging, like that side message thing that you could do. And then we ended up getting together for coffee at the Oak Mall in the middle of the day, because I didn't want it to be a weird thing. It's like, public, open, and which is, by the way, since we first saw each other there, I proposed to you right there, too.
Yeah, it was very cute.
Yeah.
It was.
All right.
So we've always been early adopters, which is, it's interesting. I've always been amazed at how, I'm trying to think of off the top of my head, like we come up with things in design that weren't there yet. And so we had to build or get creative.
I've always been too early of an adopter to ever make money off of that.
Little things.
That's my problem.
Market life. No one was making, now you can find market life at Home Depot.
We literally had to construct market life for and now there's, you're right, there's the thing. Well, the very first big house that I ever got to design, Parkin Street in Brentwood Park, we decided, because I had been in the back of an executive kitchen, a restaurant, and I'm like, the pasta pot building. I really kind of dig that. Now, they weren't attractive at all, but and we actually put one in that house. Realtors were going insane about. They're like, look at this thing. But here's the thing. There weren't such a thing. So what we actually did is we went and got a janitor's faucet out of a janitor's closet, that kind of thing. You couldn't order those from the major manufacturers. You know, I had it, because this was a luxury house, so we had it stripped, we had it nickel plated, and we sold it as a pamphlet, and people were just like over the moon. Now, nothing had ever been taken out of the restaurant and put into an executive kitchen.
Yeah, it's really fun to watch.
You're almost out of time.
Yeah, okay, so we have a lightning round.
Well, depending on the day. Blue or green?
Favorite pet?
Labrador Retriever, as large as possible.
Favorite male singer?
Oh, geez. Too many of them. I would say old school, and that's in cold, because, you know, that's in gold. I don't know. David Bowie, or Freddie Mercury, of course. Harry Connick Jr., because that dude is just the coolest thing.
He's cool. Favorite female singer?
Old school, Etta James. She sings our song.
Yeah.
Carly Simon, I just really love the sound of her voice. Tracy Chapman is my jam, and so is Cheryl Crow. You gotta throw Adele in, because the two with.
Okay, a couple more. Inside or outside?
Oh, outside.
Good one.
Raven.
Ooh.
You.
Lakers or ocean?
Yes, please.
Red or white wine?
Red. A fine Merlot or Cabernet.
Greatest food ever created by God. So that's up. This is the last one. Yeah.
Peanut butter and pizza.
Oh, yeah.
There it is.
All right.
Is that it?
That's it.
All right, we're out of here. We're done with this. Tomorrow, a real show about real things about your home. I promise. Huh? Bill Handel. Handel on the law up next. All right, y'all. It's been a pleasure being with you this morning. Sorry for putting you through that. Soon. Handel on the law is up next. Whatever the plan is for the day, get out there, be intentional, be kind, change the world a little bit, and get busy building yourself a beautiful life. We'll see you tomorrow. Learn any of our secrets, right? KOST HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Bandit Canyon shooting. I'm Brian Berman, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. 3 of those people died. LA police say it happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 3 this morning. News brought to you by DirectBuyers.com. The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is outraged over the beating of Tyree Nichols. William Breen says not only did the Memphis police officers in the video embarrass themselves, they embarrassed the entire policing community. You have a lot of officers who displayed not only court training, they stopped themselves in the face with their own pepper gas. They were completely out of shape in terms of one officer to barely run down. The color that relations between law enforcement and communities across the country. Gregory Takeify News. Part of the 91 freeway in Corona is closed for repairs this weekend. All the westbound lanes are closed between the 15 and Lincoln Avenue. The westbound 91 Main Street on and off ramp, the westbound 91 Lincoln Avenue off ramp, and westbound connectors from the 15 are closed as well. The 91 freeway is scheduled to reopen at 5 a.m. on Monday. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says wearing a mask indoors is now a personal choice. Ferrer said because of the county's low transmission rate, the health department will loosen some of the mask restrictions.
Masking remains highly recommended for high-risk individuals for those using public transit.
Ferrer says there was a holiday spike in cases and hospitalizations, but the numbers have steadily decreased since the beginning of the year. A former professor at Chapman University says the 2020 election was clearly illegal, despite state bar charges that he did bar. The bar complaint says he can push bogus claims of election fraud to Trump and to protesters who then went and stormed the Capitol. We live in interesting times where lawyers are persuaded from taking on controversial representations. Lawyer John Eastman says he disagrees with the bar's allegation that he either knew or was grossly negligent in not knowing that there was no reasonable evidence of election fraud. There's repeated claims in almost every paragraph of no evidence, particularly no evidence of illegality. It's demonstrably false. Eastman says it was his patriotic and constitutional duty to advocate for his clients. In Orange County, we have what we call our athletes with disabilities being a big part Co-founder Frankie Louise says the 18,000 competitors came in a little better than expected last month. Unemployment continues to stay near record lows, but the labor participation rate is also down. So let's put a pin in ice, pushing loan amounts higher, and those bills are coming due with higher interest rates. Car sales are a common economic touch point, so how does car repossession play out? Jason Middleton, KFI News.
Now taking a look at KFI traffic, we have got the crash on the Deep Canyon, right? So people come down.
It's westbound before J Creek Boulevard. This crash blocks the carpool in left lanes. It's stop and go from the 15. You're headed through San Juan Capistrano, the 5 East Parkway. Newhall, 5 southbound at the 14. A crash still blocking the 3 left lanes, watch for slowing as you approach. And in Fontana, the 10 eastbound before Charity's got a crash incognito mode. Now, do you really think you can trust big tech solutions to apply the speed? Even in incognito mode, your internet service provider can still see every speed. You want to use ExpressVPN to keep your online data secure and private. ExpressVPN reroutes your connection to a secure encrypted server so that you get an extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. ExpressVPN.com/handle.
Okay, weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro, LA, and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. There's a chance of rain tomorrow and on Coco, live from the
AM 640, here, Saturday morning, another full one. And welcome to 11. I'm going to say a new show, tech show. I think at some point I'm going to stop. Eventually, more already. And then Neil Sedegra from 2 to 5. Neil with the foodie show, always fun. Phone numbers here are for the Regal Show, 800-520-1534. That's the number to call. The practicing law. Always the best time to call. And as usual, there's no way to tell whether or not our board is going to be filled. Phone calls will fill the board, and you can't call in for sometimes a couple of hours. And then sometimes, no problem, because, not enough people call up. So it's always a crapshoot here, which is why I don't take phone calls regularly, because I don't rely on phone calls during the week, safely. All right, 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534. This is Handle on the Law, marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have absolutely no case. I did this story a few weeks ago, and it's just absolutely fascinating. It was about the AI program, this algorithm that was thought up by a couple of companies. And another company, I'm going to give you the name of the company because who needs it? Another company took this for traffic tickets. In other words, the program hears, and this is done through a pair of glasses in which there is a hand actually puts into the ear the appropriate questions to ask, the appropriate statements to make, to give the best case. I mean, it's pretty sophisticated stuff. And needless to say, because it's AI and very clever people, including lawyers, wrote this thing, it's a hell of a lot more effective than the program is ready to start, and it's going to have its world debut here in Southern California in a defense of a traffic ticket. Well, the word gets out, of course, it became fairly big news, and all of a sudden, the people who wrote this thing, people who own the program, were getting threats. In some cases, jail threats. So who, in God's name, would argue with this? How is this criminal? You know who it was? Here is the reason. If they said, first of all, they don't want this. I mean, does it really matter for traffic tickets? Of course not. But does it matter as lawyers, but maybe defendants and maybe plaintiffs, so they can represent themselves, which is constitutionally you're able to do. And so what they saw with much more power, much more ability to prescribe, to do sutures, for example, to be an anesthesiologist or nurse anesthesiologist, physician's assistants, the doctor said, no, that's our job. Of course, they wanted to make sure that they were covered, they were protected. Same thing now with the bar association, which of course not a license. Now, is an AI program practicing law? That's the legal issue here, and it is a good one, to say the least. Oh, and then death threats also came to the people that wrote the program, the companies that have the death threats, which are always fun, and legal action. That's more of a risk, actually. Legal action, even jail time. You can't practice law without a license. Now, am I going to follow up on this one? That is a great case. Okay, let's go ahead and take some phone calls. Let's start with Patricia. Hi, Patricia. Welcome.
My mother-in-law passed away, and she's 96 years old, and we didn't know she was thought to live forever, I guess. And the thing is, she has a trustee, a trustee.
The trustee.
Guy who's trustee. He claims he's in charge of the estate.
Well, you have a look at it. Is he the trustee? Is he in charge? Written right there.
Well, I don't think it says who's in charge. There's one house. And the day she died, before the body was being removed, he came over and demanded from the housekeeper all fees. And the next day, he didn't let us have access to anything. We're in Lancaster, Colombia, he's there in San Diego.
Okay, any question? It was the house in the trust. Okay, and he took personal items out of the house.
He told them.
Okay, did the money go into the trust? Did the money go into the trust?
No idea.
Well, you got to find out.
No idea.
You got to ask him.
How do we find out?
You asked him, and he just wouldn't answer your question? Good. All right, so you get to get a trusted... All right, hang on. I'm going to answer your question. It's going to be really easy here. You get a trusted estate attorney to write him a very strong letter. What you sold the property for, what you did with the money, and why you are not letting beneficiaries under the trust. By the way, are you a beneficiary under the trust? You get a good, strong letter from a trusted estate lawyer. The trustee is screwing you over. Not necessarily stealing any money, because the money could have gone back in the trust. What went on, that stinks to high heaven. So, trusted estate lawyer, write the letter and just go to work. Yeah, and it follows it. Now, Cookie has the power to do that. Also, by the way, the personal items, that's outside of the trust. There's a whole issue there. If there isn't a will, which is a rollover will, usually written with the trust, stuff. This is Handle on the Law. Let's check in with Brian Balloon in the State of 24-hour news center.
From outline 281, he's been found dead on 68 near Las Posas Road. California Fish and Wildlife says he was likely hit by a car. The third annual Palm Springs Passion for Pinot Noir Festival is happening in Rancho Mirage. And an Orange County water polo coach has been sentenced to 18 years in prison for sexually assaulting 9 girls in coach. And we're going to take a look at some trouble on the selling your house. The values were climbing so quickly. Okay, it makes sense. We're in Michigan area of the house. Maybe it's time to pull the trigger. I think so. And so what do you do? Well, you can list the house. Real estate broker, agent, pay 6%. Repairs the house. Have to look at what's spotless. Have prospective buyers come through, which you can't see there. There's a lot of hassle there. Long escrows, people falling out of escrow. Well, with directbuyers.com, none of that happens. No long escrows, no pain, no cleaning, for a fair price. Even a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And they'll never, ever work for you. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, visit directbuyers.com. Now, let's look at KFI traffic.
There is a traffic event going westbound right before Day Creek Boulevard, just where it's a 5-minute backup between that court backing up to the 15, and then if you're in that Newhall area on the 5, going southbound as you're approaching the 14, there's another crash. 3 left covered by Jackson Hewitt. Jackson Hewitt gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed. Plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with their double your refund sweepstakes.
These days, every new potential hire, you feel like a high-stakes race to treat a small business. You want to be 100% certain you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Every job in the circle hashtag hiring trend in your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you're hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience you can quickly prioritize. Leave like the interview to revisit LinkedIn.
Post your job for free at linkedin.com/guest. That's linkedin.com/guest to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply.
When was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tipping and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the on this. ViralRabbi is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekcure.com. The letter E, the letter K, cure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekcure.com, promo code Conway. ekcure.com, promo code Conway. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
Here's some facts about water softening. So this is a better solution, a light-source salt-free water system. Light-source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without calling 100-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep, lightsourcewater.com. Light-source tastes and feels the difference.
Live everywhere on the app.
More stimulating talk.
If you're eager and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com.
Any of this for more stimulating talk.
Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here on a Saturday, 800-560-1533. I tell you, you have absolutely no case. Hello, Mark. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Bill. About a year ago, I had cataract surgery in both eyes. And at the time, he said he could put these multifocal lenses in, and I wouldn't have to wear glasses. It cost me an extra $6,000 for 8 months. And 14 office visits, my eyes never cleared up. And he kept telling me that mind hasn't kicked in yet. It takes a little while. Then he finally sent me to have this picture taken called the OTC Max. It's a 3D picture of your eyes. And it goes, oh, you've got macular degeneration. Oh, these focals won't. Well, where is the OTC Max? And in his report, he says no OTC Max was performed pre-surgery. And the first thing is that if my glasses do not clear it up, glasses may not make my vision clear it up. They're
Okay, fair enough. All right. So, what is your question?
My question is why I can't get an attorney to take the case.
It's because the attorney's looking at that, or attorneys, and they're not seeing enough money in this. Filing a lawsuit for medical malpractice, and this is Kaiser, by the way, it's not going to be a lawsuit, it's going to be arbitration, regulatory arbitration, which is what all doctors do at this point.
And here is what I think. I'm not a medical doctor, although I play one on radio. Macular degeneration, from what I understand, there's no cure for it. It goes. And it could be that everything that was done and that was done to you, or not done, procedures, the time to take the procedures, in fact, stopped the time that you could have taken some medication to slow down the degeneration. And in fact, it turns out it's macular degeneration. He couldn't have done it. Okay? So he had a bunch of surgeries, eye surgeries that shouldn't have been done. Is there any wrong? Did the doctor blow it? Sure looks that way. Should he have done this test? Should he have looked at possibilities of macular degeneration for this lawyer who is not going to make much money, who is probably going to have to spend hundreds of hours? That's your problem. Right. So you're going to have to argue. If you don't have a lawyer, you have to bring your own experts in, your own medical experts in. And maybe one letter won't do it for me. No, a letter doesn't do it. You're going to have doctors absolutely get on it. Well, I did get two opinions. I do have the medical report from my outside doctor that said that I'm going to have surgery because... Okay, well, here's the problem. They have to testify because you're going to be, Kaiser is going to have their doctors on the stand explaining why you don't. And you're sitting here going, here's why. And then you're not a medical doctor and you won't be able to testify. You won't be able to say anything unless you want to pay $10,000, $25,000. And I'm not kidding, by the way. Tens of thousands of dollars for a doctor to come in. You get your money back. Yeah. So otherwise, I'm going, if I want to do anything, they're going to make me go through that process, even knowing that the guy's screwed up. Absolutely. Yeah. Try to get your money back, and that's it. Unfortunately, that's why you can't get a lawyer. That's the way I read it. Now, when you finally had enough of the government games that our government is playing with your savings and retirement, let me make a suggestion. We're finding the gold. This is what I do. With Birth Gold, this is a company that I use. For years now, gold has withstood inflation, geopolitical turmoil, stock market crashes, and sheltered retirement accounts. Birth Gold makes it easy to convert an IRA or 401k into an IRA in precious metals. So here's the deal. Gold, they've been doing this for almost 20 years, converting these IRAs and 401ks into precious metal IRAs. Birth Gold. Protect yourself like I do with gold by texting handle HANDEL to the number 989898. Birth Gold, 8+ rating with a Better Business Bureau, thousands of happy customers, 5-star reviews, hedge against inflation. I think it's a great idea. 989898. This is handle on the lawn. It shows San Francisco police officers knocking on the door of Paul Pelosi's home, Pelosi answering, and the suspect hitting Pelosi in the head with a hammer. Officers then wrestled the intruders. LA Metro says it heard the complaints of business owners in Long Beach, but it is not going to change its end-of-the-line policy that forces all riders off trains just blocks from Shoreline Drive. Business owners say dozens of homeless people are dumped downtown every night because of the policy. Metro says trains need to be cleaned and riders are not allowed in Union Star. The agency says they will consider adding service hubs that have been hurt in a crash in Riverside County. The pilot was trying to make a forced landing at French Valley Airport yesterday when the plane went down in a gully. The pilot and passenger were able to get out of the wreckage on their own. And a group representing landlords says LA County's relief fund for small owners won't help much. Apartment Association of Greater LA Daniel Euchelson says the $45 million will go fast, and at least $1 billion of rent is owed in LA County. Several are in foreclosure. I'm aware of hundreds that have sold their buildings. They just don't want to be in this business anymore. Euchelson says the county should pay landlords back directly for rent owed. The County Board of Supervisors voted to create the relief fund earlier this week. Supervisors also extended eviction protection until March 31st. Now taking a look at KFI traffic, we've got a crash in Hawthorne on the 105.
For dividers in that left-hand lane right now, then I just drive the lane on the 10 going eastbound just before Perry Avenue. A vehicle hit a tree. Now it's not bothering you too. There's a ladder in the left lane. Be careful. KFI just got help you either faster. I'm not even sure.
You know what? No. Here you are paying your homeowner's insurance premium every month, like a clock. So one day you have an incident, like maybe water damage, broken pipe, toilet overflow. So you open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company. You find out that your insurance is adjuster, well, they don't offer much. They do try to pay you so little you're not even able to repair the damage. Let me suggest calling Abner Gas. Abner Gas, the guy's on your side. The public insurance adjuster. This is what they do. Now, you can try to negotiate with your own insurance company yourself, which I've done. That's on your behalf. Make sure you're getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. Their job is to actually not pay you. That is what Abner Gas does. So, to have Abner Gas help you, give them a call at 818-917-5256, 818-917-50, AbnerGas.com, 818-917-5256, AbnerGas.com. What's up, my weather from KSI? Partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and those peaks, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s. 4-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Brewer. Hey, SoCal homeowners. Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. Using Sand Turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. When you finally have an oil stock market crashes and it makes sense to buy gold, you can own gold and silver in a tax-sheltered retirement account. I own gold as a hedge against inflation. Start by texting my name, Handel, HANDEL, to 989-898. Claim your free info kit on gold with almost 20 years experience converting those IRAs and 401ks into precious metal IRAs. First Gold can really help you. Protect yourself today with gold and Handle to the number 989-898. That's HANDEL. First Gold, thousands of happy customers, countless 5-star reviews, zero obligation for the free info board. Ad life. Hey Jim, welcome to Handle on the Walk.
Hey, Bill. My question is, can I be held to a utility end of my house, which is basically my connection to the grid? They want to come in and replace the 2 poles and clear out 30 feet of my wood along the pole line right away, agreement with the previous owners. I said, well, send me a copy. They sent me a document that had a sense I can put a tax bureau for $1. I checked with my county recorder of deeds. There's nothing filed. And I checked with my title company. They said there's nothing for.
Okay. All right. So here's the problem that you've got. So legally, you might want you, the power company, to do is get the power line and get the pole off my property and figure some other way to put it, some other place to put it. So now they go to court and go, that is, since the power lines have been there, and they've been there for I don't know how many years. I'm assuming you bought the house with those there, with the pole house that was going. And how old's the house, by the way?
It's 30 years old. So
okay, now, I'm assuming that those power lines have been there for the entire 30 years, I would guess, for at least a long time. So the power company...
They're saying it's a visible thing on there, and they're not required to follow it. I said, well, cite me the statute or regulation that says that. And all they responded, their attorney said that I can't turn a blind eye to it, and it was constructive notice, and I should have known.
Yeah, well, that's basically their argument, that it's basically a constructive easement. And you should have known. So what? You did know. And now the argument is, and you know, I don't know where I stand right now because it's a public entity that's doing this. Now they blew it. So now the question is, so you're legally correct. They have an easement, and let's say all their legal arguments fail. Constructive easement, notice, with giving, we have to maintain the easement. You think the court is going to go in your direction? Might be. But my guess is the utility company doesn't argue impracticality, saying, by the way, if we do, 2,000 customers are without power.
Well, see, that's where the difference is, and that's why I mentioned to you that the poles come on my property and terminate at my house. Because I read up on some of the regulations, they say if it's going through your property and servicing other Okay, that's one thing. If this is terminating, I'm
all right. Well, I also up against. I know that allows attorney fees. You're not going to get a settlement. You're not going to get money from the utility company. All you're going to do is the best you're going to do is okay. Telephone poles leak, and there may be a statute against you anyway. And you're going to find out. So, hire an attorney. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of. Go ahead, hire an attorney, and we're probably going to ask for, especially someone who's gone against power company facilities, I don't know, maybe a $25,000 retainer. That's my guess. I've never dealt with this. Maybe at best a $10,000 retainer. And here's the argument. Is it worth $20, $30, $50,000, of which you have a fairly good chance of losing?
Well, is it reasonable to at least say, you can go fight it on either side of it?
Sure, it's reasonable for you to do it. It's realistic. If you have the law on your side, in other words, you're arguing there is no.
How do I get them to tell me what the statute is that they're relying on saying that?
It won't. It doesn't matter. It's up to you to argue that there is no statute and they can't do it. Unless you plan on filling up the poles yourself, and then they go after you, and now you're defending as opposed to them defending. I mean, you got a mess on your hands. That's not to say you don't have. That's not to say you don't have the legal right here. What you do is have a mess.
I think like basically, I don't care if you come in and do 5 foot on either side. That's what
you do, which you haven't said that you have the regulations right in front of you. But even if you're right, you're going to have to argue that you're right, and a judge is going to have to agree. And I have no idea. So it's at least you go to an attorney who is experienced in dealing with utility companies. You can buy a couple of hours. We're going to do some research. He's going to tell you,
to file this because I want to make sure an encumbrance is shown on my fees.
Right. What difference does it make? Why do you want to help them out?
Well, because they need to do that. I mean,
why do you care? Why do you have to help them out?
I think I just didn't purchase the property. Right?
Okay, but why do you want to help them out? Okay, go ahead and do it. Why on their behalf? Anthony, hello, Anthony. Welcome to Handle on the Law.
Hey, Bill. I'm being sued for financial error by
no. Now, you can be sued for definitely elder abuse. It's not what this is. Now, I'm sure there is a statute that deals with enhancements for elderly people that you have, quote, screwed over 6 years. By the way, that's the allegation. I'm not saying you did that. You're a real estate agent, right? You're part of a brokerage, correct?
Right.
Okay. Go to the broker. They have an attorney. That's their job.
Well, we are the brokers. So
so you have a broker's license more than just a real estate license.
Correct.
And when we say we are the broker, who is we?
No, my wife is the broker.
All right, so it's just the two of you. She's your broker. All right, and you have to turn it over. I mean, okay, you guys are professionals, and you didn't have malpractice insurance. I carry malpractice insurance even for this show, and I've got a $4 billion company behind me.
Right.
And I don't take a chance. So let me give you some legal advice. And let's check in with Brian Baroni in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
2 teenage boys have been arrested for the shooting and robbery of a man in Long Beach. A crowd of around 200 people collided through black hair in Long Street and a CT tattooed on the wrist. This is here. We are taking a look at Trouble in the 91 next.
It's a refund of your taxes, not a loan. Don't pay anything back. But getting your hands on this money. A lot of red tape, pretty complicated, federal bureaucracy. So where do you go? Well, let me suggest GetRefunds.com. This is a company that I've dealt with. Their team are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program. They've already returned $3 billion to businesses, and they can help you too. It's really help me. No charge up front. Simply share a percentage of the tax they get for you.com. Click on the Qualify Me button. All you do is answer a few questions. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com. This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook.
Michael Flores, the new Rams offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. He led Pacific by 1 point over Seattle and Vegas. AFC Championship game Sunday in Kansas City. Bengals defeat
Patrick Mahomes will start with a high ankle sprain. Trade under DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
Taking a look at KSI traffic, we've got a crash in Riverside on 91.
If on my eastbound side as approaching Adams Street, Auto Center Drive, it's in that right lane, so just beware. It's just a little bit of slow and go. In Claremont on the 210 going westbound, beware. All lanes are holding right as you're approaching Town Avenue. There will be debris in the carpool and left lane. They're trying to clear it out for you to make it smooth. And then also keeping up the debris on the 101 going northbound at Laser can clear it out very soon here. If I was trying to beat it faster, I'm telling you truly. This report is sponsored by iAccidentLawyer.com.
iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at iAccidentLawyer.com. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. 430-920-0810.
Check out this. Look there, look at this. This is it. The part to return ready. If you think it, the championship is yours. On your back straight, your hat pulls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Poor visibility because you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated software? To see the full picture, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. Gain visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR planning, budgeting, and more. With NetSuite, you can automate your processes and close your books in no time, or stay well ahead of your competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increase their visibility control after upgrading to NetSuite. Over 32,000 businesses already use NetSuite. For the new year, NetSuite has a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/STEM. Head to netsuite.com/STEM right now for this special one-of-a-kind financing offer on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. That's netsuite.com/STEM. netsuite.com/STEM. netsuite.com/STEM.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the White Source water system? Our White Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the hard taste and feel of chlorine. It just, your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Every family should have a living trust, but not everyone wants to hire an expensive attorney and pay thousands of dollars to set one up. That's why you can use Laguna Legal. Laguna Legal is a California-based legal document service that can set up your living trust for just $950. A complete estate plan for just $950. Laguna Legal makes the process of legal paperwork simple, smooth, and affordable. With their affordable living trust package, you'll have everything you need to protect your family from probate and avoid inheritance taxes. Laguna Legal also specializes throughout the U.S. For more information on a $950 complete estate plan or to access the online questionnaire, visit LagunaLegalHelp.com. That's LagunaLegalHelp.com or call 800-915-2345. 800-915-2345. The employees of Laguna Legal are not attorneys and cannot give legal advice. They are bonded and certified legal document assistants. Laguna Legal works closely with several attorneys who can give you the legal advice you need. Call 800.
But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. Get started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
Portions of the following program will be recorded.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to
handleonthelaw.com, KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640, Bill Hero here. It is a Saturday morning. The number 800-520-1534. Kevin, hi Kevin. Welcome to Handle on the Law. I'm trying to determine if I'm entitled to a rental waiver under the Tenant Protection Act, and I'm trying to determine if my roommate can still file an unlawful detainer against me because he has not returned my rent. Well, he has not returned your rent. I don't understand. You've been paying rent, but you're protected. Yeah, apparently under the Tenant Protection Act, which was passed a couple of years ago, I meet all the criteria for it. I paid him rent prior to payment. Okay, well, there's a defense. You know, hey, I didn't know. I didn't know it was illegal to do that. I didn't know that I could get tagged for twice the fine on, for example, violation of a handicap parking. I didn't know. So therefore, you can't charge me more. The problem is you pay them. The problem is you pay them. And if you read, and I don't think there's any protection under the rent control ordinance that says if you paid him, you're entitled to the money back. Right, but then but I would think that if he's not giving me my money back this month, then I'm entitled to a waiver for next month. Yeah, you don't have to pay next month. Yeah, I agree with you. You just let him know I'm protected, and you can't ask for money. And if he tries to file unlawful detainer, it's going to be thrown out. And there may be sanctions also, under the law. But I think once you've paid, you're paid. There are people that actually pay their rent, even if they don't have to. And the law doesn't say, oh, you get your money back. Oh, no, I understand what you're saying, but if he's not going to give me my money back, and I'm entitled to a waiver under the law, I'm just saying, okay, well, if he's not getting my money back, I'll just pay in February. And my only concern is that, he'll try to follow along. Yeah, he will. I mean, he will, and that can't be enforced. No. You know, there are plenty of people that there's a moratorium where they can't collect the rent and throw you out. You know, the majority of people still pay their rent. Right. And so you're, okay, so they can get their rent. Oh, I didn't know that there was a moratorium, and I paid you rent for the last 2 years. I want 2 years of rent returned. Well, it's not a moratorium. It's actually, there's a provision if you meet all the criteria. No, I understand. You don't have to pay the rent. I understand if you meet those provisions. Where does it say if you do pay the rent, you get your money back? So, where does it say that? You got to tell me that, because that's the only basis you can get your money back. Well, it doesn't say that you get your money back if you paid already, but basically, I think it's 1946-2, basically what it says is that you're entitled to, and this is before I knew about 8 and 14. It doesn't matter. Ignorance is no different under the law. Yeah. But okay, well then let me just make it quick. So from what you're saying, if you doesn't have to give me my money back, that's right. I can just say, hey, if you're not giving me my money back, why would you want it? Until it's over, you can stay forever and not pay the rent. Now, at the end of it, you're going to get, if not an unlawful detainer, which may be continued, you're going to get a lawsuit for the rent, and you're going to lose. Susan, welcome to Handle on the Law. Yes, I was part of a class action lawsuit for an IVC filter. Last year they paid me $2,500 because they can't pay me the rest of the money because they hired a third party to see if I had any liens or debt including. Okay, we just lost it as well. My question would be, within that, I can go on, is they're entitled to do that. However, $7,500, that's on the lien, which takes 2 seconds to see if the lien's been recorded, and to run a credit check to see if you're in debt. I mean, that takes 2 seconds. I mean, literally, that's instantaneous. I mean, the
The last time I leased a car, which is a couple of cars ago, so I'm filling out the lease papers, and literally, it is that quick. So to argue that it's $7,500, that's a little strange, to say the least. If we're only dealing with that, yes. If you're asking for more money beyond the settlement, no. If you're part of if you're part of the class, then that's $7,500. Question with a law firm and go, hey, what the hell's going on? Hire a third party to run a credit check and just to pull title and to see if there are any liens? No, I don't think that's $7,500 worth. Absolutely not. So, yeah, I would question that big time. This is Handle on the Law. What the hell is going on? Well, we're about to tell you. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the NR Radio app. 3 people have been shot and killed in Beverly Crest. KFI Slate Foley is live on the scene where 7 people were shot this morning. We're told this happened like short-term rental property. This home is deep in the hills up front. The Beverly Hills area near Mulholland, the 3 people who were killed were sitting in a car. The 4 injured were standing outside. 2 of the people were transported to the hospital privately. They either drove themselves or somebody drove them. Police are currently combing the scene for surveillance footage. We'll have more throughout the morning. Reporting live from Beverly Crest, Blake Foley, KFIU. Hundreds of people gathered for a vigil in Halfmoon Bay to help the community process last Monday's mass shooting.
Actually, the station had a whole person, they died so suddenly and so violently, far away from their homes, from their family.
City leaders, along with the victim's family members, spoke during the event last night. They all say this is the first step of a long-term needed healing. Officials in Memphis, Tennessee, videos show 5 officers holding, striking, pepper spraying, and tasing Nichols. Former San Bernardino Police Chief Gerard Bergman said he was appalled by the officers' action. I see a lot of brutality. I see strikes out of anger. I see incompetent police work. I see somebody that wants to spray pepper spray into a crowd of people and then walking away before the suspect is even in custody. The 5 officers have been fired and charged in connection with Nichols' arrest and death. 2 sheriff's deputies have been placed on leave while their involvement is investigated. Well says he is framed for the cops and their families, though. Nichols, who was black, the officers were also black, died in the hospital days after the traffic stop, watching their taxes. The judge sentenced Baram Hosray to more than 18 years in prison.
He was touching him inappropriately on top of and underneath her swimsuit under the water.
Boyd County DA Kimberly Edge says Hosray tricked girls as young as 13 into thinking the abuse was to make them tougher competitors.
Clearly, that's not part of water polo, the sexual touching.
Let's say water polo, several lawsuits regarding Hosray for almost $14 million in Orange County. Corbin Carson, KFIU. And the Department of Justice is charging 3 men hired to kill the victim. Members of the Eastern European Crime Organization. That person, who is a journalist and activist of Iranian origin, has been a target of the regime for speaking out against the treatment of women and accused of arbitrary imprisonment and execution. Garland said the defendants will all stand trial in the U.S. Nothing to look at KFIU.
Look outside as you are traveling for the 405 just before there. Now, it is making its way to the right shoulder, however, the police are holding the transition to the 405 just to make sure that car or that truck actually gets all the way over. As they're traveling on the 210 going westbound, just before there's a barbecue grill in the left lane going northbound at Alondra Boulevard. So just beware. It's a little mini grill, but definitely still can cause your tires some issues. KFI was trying to either faster. I'm telling you.
If you're looking to bail out of your house, you decide you're going to finally pull the trigger. Because property values were going up so high. Okay, now they're not. The things inherited at home. Now what do you do with it? Okay, the first thing you do, right? You hire a real estate broker. You pay 6% as a sales price. Then you're told to clean it, they repair and paint the house has to look fabulous. And we're going to let the buyers walk through. You can't do that, of course. House has to be spotless for a matter of now weeks while you're selling the house. Negotiating and long effort. You don't have to do any of that. If you go to directbuyers.com, they're going to give you a fair price. And I mean, you're selling the house quick, fast, within 10 days. No one's walking through, no phone will do. And they'll get you a $15,000 cash advance before closing, and they'll never, ever lowball you. That's directbuyers.com. That's why I'm a fan. Call 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com, 844-242-SELL. Visit directbuyers.com. Look at weather from JFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in Inland Valley, mid-50s to low 5. 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Boone. And if you have questions, well, here's the difference. Rich knows what he's talking about. And then there's here. The number is 800-520-HERE. 800-520 and a way of filling up, and you can start calling in the line and it'll ring busy. So you guys can jump on it if you want to have an answer. 800-520-1534 is the number to call. This is Handle on the Law. Marginal case in Michigan. Well, it's more of a situation in Michigan. Now, it is very tough to be a police officer. There is, and right now in the news, there are obviously police officers who do vile things, and they're painted with a broad brush. Police officers all over the country, and I've said many, many times. You can't assume that all police officers, or most police officers, or even a small number of police officers do what they're accused of, what these guys are. It's a tiny little number, but it's huge when it happens. Case in point, the 5 cops that were discharged with second-degree murder. So there is a police office in Michigan. It's a small police department, the Wyandotte Police Department. And the way police dogs work is they have a handler. They belong to the policeman. They live with the policeman. They're their dog. And they have 2 dogs. One, when they have their vest on, they're cops. And 2, when they're not, his name is Ice. And his owner, his handler, walks into the lunch station in the lunchroom and finds his lunch for lunch. And Ice is looking right at the camera, and he is at the top of the ears. He is 8'8". And then the tweet goes out from the department saying, well, first of all, Ice isn't talking. He's invoking his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, not to wind up.
I thought was part where I reside, and the construction company that is in the premises, still cement and concrete on the truck. I noticed, and I informed management. They started communicating with me, but they stopped. This incident happened in October of 2022, and until now, they say that they were going to pay me $200 for a detail on my truck. So I understand that supposedly concrete, when it dries, it really affects the paint.
Yeah, that's why listen, that's why I'm asking. You don't need a paint job. All they do is remove the concrete. What do you do with the splotches underneath? You just get no detail job paint the car.
Okay, I need to clarify that the truck was, I would say, a year or so already painted, and I took it to the same paint shop, and they said, don't worry, because supposedly they were trying to, be fair. I will take care of everything else, in reference to any practice that they need to do in paint.
Wait, hang on a minute. Well, hang on a minute. Hold on. I wouldn't allow touch-ups on, not just touch-ups. They ruined your paint. And they're responsible. So it's not this $200 stuff you're talking about. And the issue of them not responding, I'll deal with that in a second. But let's start with, you don't understand your damages here. It is not a $200 detail when concrete. With that, go out and get a bid to repaint your car. Those are your damages to start with.
Okay, because
Mary, you're going off on a tangent that makes no sense yet. If the detail shop says that it's going to be good as new for $200, get it in writing.
I did.
And they said, we are going to bring it back to where it was. The paint will look exactly the same, and it's all for $200.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Okay, I'd go to another detail shop. That's beside the point. I wouldn't take their word for it. Okay, so you got that. And I take that off. And what you have is go out and get a bid for what it costs to paint the car. What you're going to need is a paint shop that says, yes, this has to be repainted.
No, I tried and they say they don't take any responsibility.
That's right. It's not their problem. It's not their problem. It's the contractor whose problem it is.
Yeah,
you're going to the wrong people, Mary.
No, I went to the construction company. I went to them. I gave them.
And they said what?
They say they're going to take care of it. That next Wednesday.
And they haven't, Mary. Okay, so you have a question somewhere in there. I'm glad you're giving me this entire chronology. So at the end of this, I assume there's a question.
So what should I do? I think that
you should sue them in small claims court up to 10 made the demand, and they're not going to answer it. I mean, you actually are arguing between, I don't know, $150, $200 with concrete on your car. Yes, get a bid. Go to a paint company, a legitimate paint shop, get a bid to repaint the car, or have them say, what good is due, just being retouched. Okay, what it's going to cost to fix the car the way it was, and then you get to it. You stop talking.
In the civil court, I have to
go to the civil, you're the small claims court. That's what you do. Look it up. Okay? Look it up. Yeah, boy, go to law school to my cluster. Read
Delano says that he's recovering from a motorcycle accident where he broke multiple bones. It took a few months after he was burned by gas in his garage in November. A man has been arrested for a burglary at Drake's home in Beverly Crest. And a new report finds that the Earth does actually have enough of the rare earth minerals needed to switch from fossil fuel power plants to wind and solar plants. We're going to take a look at some trouble access to news on the 105 now.
Some facts about water softeners. People often conflate water softeners and filters. Salt-based softeners are outdated. What they do is add sodium without filtering your water and require constant and costly upkeep, and there is a far better solution. A light-source, salt-free whole house water system. Way better than a water softener. It filters water outside the home, so the water that comes inside is highly filtered, obviously delicious, very safe water. You get this water from every faucet in the house, and you don't have that under-counter filtration system necessary at all. Light source requires zero maintenance, no filters to change, no monthly servicing. I like my system a lot. And if you're living in an area that is banned water softeners, that's happening more and more. Light source is the perfect solution. So, light source, no salt. Call 800-803-2693.
Taking a look at KFI traffic, a crash has been cleared in Hawthorne on the 105.
Yes, and that's some good news going eastbound right at Creekville Boulevard. That accident is back off the freeway, so you guys are good to go there. Let's talk about some other clearances in Claremont. Houston going west side of County Avenue. All lanes have reopened. That debris that was in that carpool lane and left lane has been cleared off the freeway. And then the cable that was on the 101 going northbound at Lankerson Boulevard has been cleared too. So things are clearing, okay? Good news, that's normal news. KFI The Sky has stable print and marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now it's Staples. Get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offering $225. See Staples.com/store/print for details. Try Staples and see the difference.
Are you suffering from back pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250, dial pound 250 and say, pain-free. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. Enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't use decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say rough and tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say rough and tough. At Rough and Tough Surf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Starting May 7th, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification, like a real Get your Real ID by starting the application online, uploading the correct documents, and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying for a Real ID now, it's one less thing to worry about later. Visit realid.dmv.ca.gov today. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tipping and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bug Man is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Man. Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon for your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got you. Home with Dean Gunn, the House with Bird, tomorrow morning at 9 on KFI AM 640. If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Handle here. Phone number 800-520-8534. 800-520-1534. Welcome back. Handle on the law, marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have no tips. I'm just looking to see your phone call I want to get. Hey, Kevin, you're up. Welcome to Handle on the Law.
Hey, Bill, I got a ticket back in like 2020, and I was going to
Congratulations. For what? Hold on. What did you get the ticket for? What did you get the ticket for? Okay, I got those. Those are fine.
Yeah. So I was going to contest it, and you know, I got a court date. Well, because of COVID, it was continually postponed. They sent me a letter, postpone. Well, I hadn't heard anything for a very long time, and I went on the portal and still said pending. But it's been about 18 months or so, and I haven't got anything at all from the court. Should I follow up on it? Just let it lay where it's at, or anything's happening at this point?
Yeah, well, I think they're dealing with COVID, which has never happened before. And the courts had to shut down, and civil trials were put aside and postponed. Then the only thing that went forward were criminal trials. And the judges really wanted those postponed like crazy. So here's the issue. If it says pending, that's good news. If for some reason their side and their paperwork says no, didn't show up, which means that there is a warrant for your arrest out there. And so, you know, God, this is a wobbler, because I will tell you, all you're going to get, they're going to look at the same paperwork you are, what's on the website, and it shows pending. So I would, if it were me, I'd leave it alone, Or you call, here's the other answer. The guy in India is answering the phone call, and we'll look it up and say pending. So I think you're okay. You're going to get the same answer for them. And if there is a warrant for your arrest and slip through the cracks, just don't argue with the cop and don't, poke him or her in the chest, particularly her in the chest, and say, hey, buddy, I pay your salary. But I think the pending is pending. And you're going to deal with it. Pending is still pending. There is no question about it. It's certainly like, what does it say on the ticket? How much money?
It was cheap, and there's no points and nothing like that.
There is no cheap. No. It's not. By the way, it's not cheap. You think it's cheap? I got one of those, and it was a $20 ticket. And I said to the cop who stopped me for texting, I said, really, I mean, I'm fine. I'll pay the $20. And she started laughing. Said, oh, no, you're going to be paying a lot more than that, $162. And that was years ago. Oh, no, be prepared. Be prepared to pay some things here. How much, so I'm sorry, I interrupted your question.
Real quickly, you think going to the portal and checking the current status of it and let them know that, what's going on, now we got it?
No, I don't think so. No, that's not it. That's not it. And by the way, let me ask you, you're contesting it? What are you going to say? You weren't texting?
Well, I called you about it 2 years ago, and it was one of those things, where, like, I was at a red light, and you had to open your phone with your Face ID, so I picked my phone up to open it, and he told me, it's just on the other side of the intersection, and, I wasn't, I didn't make a call, I didn't make a text.
Doesn't matter. Because how did they know you didn't make a call? That's for starters. Number two, everybody would say that. I didn't make a call. And by the way, I was only moving my lips. I wasn't really talking. I was talking to my ventriloquist.
Yeah, I got the circumstance of the presence of the full.
Yeah, you're going to lose. You're going to lose. Congratulations. There's no question about that. Robert! Hello, Robert. Welcome.
How you doing?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm thinking of a real situation. I bought a house, and along the way, the seller decided to back out, and he tried to contact me, couldn't back out, and he had no stipulation for why he could back out. Now, the problem is that we've been in court with it for almost 2 years, and with my attorney, what's going on is the paperwork keeps getting sent back to him. And the reason why is because he keeps messing up the statement application.
Who keeps messing it up? Your attorney or the other side?
My attorney, yes.
You're okay. So, all right. So it's your attorney. So it's being delayed because your attorney is failing to put in the problem. What's your question?
Well, my question is, what can I do? Because all you say is that
you hire a new attorney. I don't even care what he says. Don't even bother with what he says. I don't pay attention to it. 3 times failure to put proper paperwork in. That's enough. Hire a new attorney. I would demand the money. How much did you pay your attorney?
I'm a little bit over $11,000 right now.
Okay, I sue him for $10,000 in small claims court. That's for starters. Because he failed to do what he did. You don't want to do because you're dealing with an insurance company. You sue him in small claims court for the $10,000 that you're allowed to sell it to. You get a new lawyer, and then you go to work. Now, the problem is sometimes that's good news. Because you started 2 years ago, the property value, are you buying the property? Are you forcing him to the other side to buy the property?
Yes.
Why wouldn't you try to get out of it? It's worth far more than it was 2 years ago.
I don't know.
Think about it. I mean, I wouldn't sue. Sue for specific performance. It's being suing for forcing the other party to buy a property. So let's say, theoretically, use the numbers, $500,000. You offer $500,000. I accept $500,000. It's written. The deal is $500,000. You're trying to get out of it. And no, I'm not going to let you. The house is worth $650,000. You're going to force him to take the deal of a lifetime? You're going to lose money? What, are you out of your mind? Well, yeah, you certainly are. Crazy, isn't it? According to Google, to surf the internet privately, you just need to turn on your browser's incognito mode. So, here we are, trusting big tech with solutions to our privacy. You think so? Even in incognito mode, your internet service provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. And then they can sell that data to advertisers. Which is why I'm suggesting ExpressVPN to keep your online data secure and private. ExpressVPN reroutes your connection to a secure encrypted server so your internet server can't speed or track it without slowing down your internet speed way down, all you do is tap one button, Business Insider, protect your online activity with VPN that you'll trust to keep your website visits private, and that's important. Visit expressvpn.com/handle, HANDEL, get an extra 3 months free on a 1-year package. expressvpn.com/handle. This is Handle on the Law, and let's check in with Brian Berman in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The 3 people have been killed in the shooting at a short-term rental home in Beverly Crest. KFI's Blake Crowley is reporting live where 4 other people were also shot.
The 3 that were killed were sitting in a car. The other 4 shot were standing outside. LAPD spokesman Bruce Borehan says the shooting happened at a short-term rental home. He says investigators are working to determine whether or not a party was going down when the shooting happened. 2 people who were shot early this morning were taken to a hospital before responders came on scene. The shooting happened in an extremely upscale neighborhood off Mulholland, deep in the hills. Reporting live from Beverly Crest, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
News brought to you by DirectBuyers.com. About 200 protesters took to the streets in downtown LA to demonstrate in front of LA police headquarters in protest of police violence after the release of the Tyree Nichols video. Some paint was sprayed and barricades were knocked down last night, but the LA Police Department says everything was mostly peaceful. The police shooting of Nichols has been compared to that of Rodney King in LA in 1991. King's daughter Laura watched the police videos of Nichols' arrest and wiped away tears because the violence made her sick.
I hope one day we can look back and realize just how ignorant we were, and I say we because we all are from here, we live here, we should be working together so that this never happens.
Because it seems like nothing has changed in 30 years except for hashtags and clear videos. Well, the fire department in New York has the most female firefighters in department history now. 7 of the 288 graduating members are women, bringing the current number of women in the fire department in New York to 148.
Probationary firefighter Aaron Samayev, Diana DiVincenzo, Janice Snag, Alessandra Simeone, Selena Rodriguez, Gina Leandro.
FDNY Commissioner Laura Kavanaugh says all the graduates have proven they are the best of the best after 18 weeks of rigorous training, and Kavanaugh is the first female to serve as commissioner for the FDNY. Now taking a look at KFI traffic, we've got a crash in Carson on the 405.
It's on that northbound side as you're approaching Carson Boulevard, definitely backing you up an extra 17 minutes, actually. A car is blocking the carpool lane, and then also another car is blocking the right lane, definitely causing you to be backed up from Alameda Street. My suggestion is probably take Santa Fe and then work your way around. After Avalon Boulevard, you guys are back to normal speeds in that area. On the 10 going eastbound, right before Ferry Avenue, there's a crash, a vehicle hit a tree. Now, it's not causing too much traffic delays. However, there is some commotion over there as they try to pull that vehicle off of the freeway. So if I just got help you either faster, I'm telling you too.
Okay, you pay your homeowner's insurance premium every month on time. So one day you have an incident, say water damage, broken pipe, toilet overflow, whatever, and so you open a claim with the homeowner's insurance, the company. And you find out that they're offering you, they're willing to pay you a whole lot less to even repair the damage. Okay, what do you do now? Well, let me suggest calling Abner Gatt. Now, Abner Gatt is on your side. Let me explain. He's a public insurance adjuster who negotiates for you. This guy knows what he's doing. He's been doing this for years. It's fair to say he's looking out for you, not the insurance company, who is not your friend, by the way. I dealt with insurance companies before under these circumstances. Not fun. They don't want to pay you. That's Abner Gatt who helps you out. So let me suggest you call Abner at 818-917-5256. 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGatt.com. That's ABNER, Abner Gatt, GAT, AbnerGatt.com. You call them at that number, 818-917-5256, and we can directly. AbnerGatt.com.
That my weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and OC, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Inland Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in the Antelope Valley, and low to mid-60s in the Inland Empire. There's a chance of rain tomorrow and on Monday. Be local, live from KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruce.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a German
termite inspection. If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the bug man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the bug man can get rid of all your termites without pitting and free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the bug man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the bug man. If you call right now, you'll complete an inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the bug man.
This is Jacob Emron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
How are you spending leaving your bank account on empty? Almost bad to see things you made, trying to buy the love and affection of your family needs. Bill. TMI, what you can do with Cat40.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Powered by Sweet Games Accident Attorney. If there's an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney at Sweet Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetgames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Claim your tax-free bill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating stuff. Between 4 here until 11 o'clock. And the morrow starts with the pet show. And then at 2 o'clock is Neil Stager with the Spork Report, week show. Back we go. More handle on the law, marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have no case. Rick. Hello, Rick. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning. Bill, I'm hoping you tell me I do have a case here. I've got rental property, 4th-time buyer, it's a total loss.
Okay, well, that's a fun story. How do you light the building with a cigarette? I just want to know how you burn down an entire building with a cigarette.
Great question. I'm just basing that off the fire department report. Based on the fire pattern, they made the determination that the fire started on the patio, and the neighbor confirmed that they finished smoke on the patio.
Okay, but therefore, A equals B equals C, you're making that connection. I see them smoke. Yes, it started there, therefore he caused it by smoking. You think there's a causality issue here?
I'm reporting the news. I'm not.
No. Listen. I'm not. This is what I'm giving you is a law class on negligence, and that is causality. That has to be correct. This happens to it. Well, there are whole things already, but that's a different story. That's just a legal issue. Is the fire department investigating for? Did they determine this guy burned it down, or just says it started on the patio?
The fire report determined that it started on the patio based on the fire pattern.
Okay, so it started on the patio, and the guy smoked on the patio. Oh, okay. So let me just ask you a quick question, because I'm going to get this real easy. I'm assuming you have insurance that will pay to rebuild that building.
So again, it's a condo, so there's an arm wrestling contest between the HOA insurance and my homeowner's insurance. So the reason I'm posing the question is my homeowner's insurance will pay for 1 year worth of loss of rent. After 1 year, you're on your own.
Yeah, well, that's insurance that you bought. Okay, so you have 1 year, and that's the insurance policy that you bought, and it's going to rebuild is going to go a lot longer than 1 year. I guarantee that. So you're going to be out
We're on the same page. We're on the same page. It is going to go more than 1 year.
Of course it is. Of course it is. So let me just go on. So the homeowners, they have an insurance policy also that covers the building, and you're absolutely right. You are in a wrestling match. And by the way, this is where, and I just did a commercial for a public insurance adjuster, and this is what these guys do for a living now, is they start negotiating with the insurance companies on your behalf. And what you want to do is you want to find an insurance adjuster, public insurance adjuster, who specializes in fires. The one I talk about and represents Watergate. And so that's, now, as far as the insurance company is concerned, that's the way they handle it.
my opinion. You're in way over your head negotiating with insurance companies, especially on something like this. Knowing that it was a cigarette that started it, there was no indication of the guy at fault or even that he did it, just because, quote, he smoked, and therefore it started there, and therefore he's responsible. So your issue is not going against the person who theoretically did this, because they'll never be able to connect that one. It's for the units that I think they're both. I think these insurance companies going after each insurance company, they're basically just pointing fingers. You pay for it. No, you pay for it. It's whoever has the coverage. I'll tell you, your homeowner's policy is real clear. We're talking about now the loss of income. That's real clear. And that is, they're not disputing. They're not disputing. Okay, you're going to get that. And by the way, the other insurance company that the homeowners association has, they're not going to. I'm sure they have nothing to do with loss of income. You got to mess on your hand. My first step is to locate an insurance adjuster in that. That's correct. Public insurance adjuster, right? And hope that the guy who smokes and probably caused the fire dies of cancer. That's the only hope you have there. Tough way to go. It really is. Christina. Hi, Christina. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yes, in 2006, my husband purchased LP lock on that property, and everything was fine. We were paying on it for like 3 years, and then bank where we had the loan, and I found out it was Nashville City, and they went bankrupt. So I contacted my attorney, and he said, don't worry, a servicing company. A statement from a private investor who picked up a note for $112,000 in interest only. And besides that, they and that part I get too. However, besides that, they want $197,000. And I agree, we do owe that. That's not the problem.
So hold on a second. Have you been paying it, Christina?
Well, initially I talked to a couple different attorneys and didn't pay anything, but when they gave us an NOD, we paid them $112,000.
Okay, so you paid the mortgage.
No. Unfortunately, that was just the interest.
Whoa! How much would you have paid under the old mortgage? Because that's all that is all that you're required to pay. How much did you pay under the old mortgage?
Well, the old mortgage was $197,000.
Okay, how much was interest?
I'm sorry.
I see what's happening. What is happening? Okay, instead of going back, I'm going to cut it short. Because what I want. One is, obviously someone picked up that loan, fell through the cracks. And you have to honor that loan and inform you where to send the money. And none of that happened. So you may have a fraud on your hands. You may have, you can't ask the people who sold it. You're still not going to ask people that bought it because they're trying to screw you out of whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how old are you? Christina, this is important.
I'm 72.
Okay, so here's a way to suggest. Okay, number one, you sound older, but just keep on saying this.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Sure, why not? And what I would do, there are organizations out there, Christina, that help, you can look this up, real estate, elder, make sure you put the word elder, mortgages, fraud. Just start putting those search words up, and you will come to organizations that help people. That's why I asked you how old you were. Also, you embarrassed you. And then
you wanted to embarrass me. It didn't work.
God, I'm smarter than I am. I'll tell the joke. Okay, that's the way they tell it. Anyway. And it smells like you were defrauded, and then you have to go backwards from there. I think you can unravel that. I really do. This is Handle on the Law. Let's get into Brian Berman and a KFI 24-hour news center.
Well, 27 people were hurt in a massive traffic pileup in southern Wisconsin. That happened yesterday. Amazon says it's getting rid of its free grocery delivery for Prime members on orders that are less than $150. And British Airlines Flighty has canceled all its flights because they went bankrupt. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 91 next.
You're going to bail out of your house. I would say you pull the trigger because property values are no longer increasing. So you can hire a real estate broker, list the house because it's prepared, clean, prepare, you paint, negotiations. I mean, it's not fun. Yeah, let me suggest going to directbuyers.com. Very different kind of sell. Directbuyers.com gives you a fair price and none of that happens where you live. And they'll pay you cash within 10 days. Fair price. They'll even get you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, directbuyers.com. iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at iAccidentLawyer.com. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. 800-920-0810. Look, now, ladies and gentlemen, a chance of rain tomorrow and on Monday. This report brought to you by iAccidentLawyer.com. Taking a look at KFI traffic, we've got a crash in Riverside on the 91.
It's on that eastbound side, right as you're pushing Adams Street. I don't think your drive, it is in the right shoulder. It looks like it's currently on the scene. Trying to take that car off of the freeway right now. On the right as you're pushing the 14, there is a crash. 3 of the left lanes are being blocked right now. Definitely causing you a little bit of a backup in that New Hall area. But in Hawthorne on the 105 going eastbound at Prairie Avenue, there is a crash. It is in that picture divider right now. If I decide to see their faster, I'm telling you, this report is sponsored by WaterHeatersOnly.com. Who has over 6,000 5-star reviews for water heater repairs and replacements? Water Heaters Only. That's who. Visit WaterHeatersOnly.com for quick same-day service. And if you want low prices, that's their business. WaterHeatersOnly.com. That's WaterHeatersOnly.com.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250, $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say, the Bugman. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate good for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shock, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. Hey, Gregory, join me every Saturday for Unsolved, where we talk with them. The word is getting out there, and this was aired on your cell Unsolved. We keep up to get it fixed. It's the only service kind in Southern California. Unsolved, we're seeing a 640 more stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Morning, everybody. Handle here. We continue with Legal Show. Number 800-520-1534. 800-520-1534. Welcome back to Handle on the Law. Marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have no case. Well, welcome aboard. What can I do?
Good morning, Will. Yeah, my case is I donated a car in August. I received the notice from the Department of Motor Vehicles that yes, it was transferred out of my name. The liability is transferred out of my name August 15th. I have the document in front of me. Then I get a call from my insurance company in late December 19th, matter of fact, saying that the vehicle was in an auto accident and I'm going to be held responsible.
Did the accident happen after the sale?
Yes,
That's easy. You just show them the documents. You go, hey, I didn't own the car anymore. Matter of fact, even if it wasn't registered yet in your name or any other party's name, and you show the sale happened, so let's say December 20th, you sell the car. Okay, you get the sales, all the documents there. Yes, I got X number of dollars. You have the car. Thank you, guys.
It's no, but let me understand. Apparently, I donated it to Charitable Adult Life, and that was through KCDP. They sold the car in September to somebody.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You sold the car. You're no longer responsible for it. So tell your insurance company what is going on. The car was sold.
January 20th, I called the insurance company.
And they are, so what are they saying? We're still going to hold you responsible?
No.
I mean, that's crazy. That makes no sense. No sense at all. And by the way, I would ask them, okay, the car got in an accident. You get to pay for it. Why would you want to do that? You're talking to the insurance company now. Why would you want to pay for a car that I no longer own?
They say, when I had another car, when I insured my other car, the old car that I donated was on that insurance form.
Well, you don't, okay, fine, and I get that, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If you sold the car, now if you want to insure the car, I donated that one. Okay, no, you understand what I'm saying? They're saying that both cars were insured. You know what? That happens all the time anyway. That the insurance company simply says, you know what? Even if the car was insured, you didn't own it anymore. And if they're going to hold you responsible, you say no thank you, and you appeal it, you go straight up, and you do whatever you can do, and you go up, and they all have appeals departments and appeal people you talk to. But I don't understand why the insurance company would pay for a policy in which you no longer own the car, unless their argument is you still insured it, therefore it doesn't matter whether you own it or not. Well, that's what they're saying. Well, I would argue with that. Now, did you cancel as soon as you called, as soon as you sold it, did you call them and say cancel the insurance?
No, because first of all, it was difficult to reach it, but I finally did.
I understand. I would argue that. I would argue that. I can see where they're going after the insurance company, the new driver, the new company, or the new owner, because clearly they don't want to be held responsible. I mean, they are, but they don't have insurance. I can see where they're going with that. But I'm not going to hit you for that, because most people wouldn't do that. So you have a fight with your insurance company. And they're going to charge you more money, probably, and you're going to fight back. You're going to go to another insurance company, and you got caught up in this horrible system of ours. I understand the frustration. I really can't help you from you. There's still an insurance policy because the insurance company was not informed that there's a new owner, and therefore the policy is still in existence. Yep. That's KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mass shooting in LA says this was not an active shooter situation. People just active shooter. People think that the pistol sitting there with the direct effect to murder people. That's investigators are trying to determine if this was an exchange of gunfire. The shooting happened at a short-term rental home. He says investigators are doing it. 2 people who were shot early this morning were taken to a hospital before responders came on scene. Reporting live from Beverly Crest, like Trolley KFI News. Well, video showing what happened to a black man who died 2 days after a violent confrontation with police officers has been released. The 5 officers charged with the crimes related to the death of Tyree Nichols are also police brought in video of the beating of Tyree Nichols has compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by LA police. The video was released yesterday. School masks at indoor venues in LA County are now optional. County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says the drop in cases and hospitalizations have helped.
Masking for many people in indoor sites is now based on individual preference unless it's required by the site, including in healthcare settings. That's one of the required sites.
Ferrer says earlier that Prince County slipped down to the low community transmission level as defined by the CDC. She says there was a spike in cases, deaths, and hospitalizations following Thanksgiving, but the numbers have been steadily decreasing. The Gregory KFI News. A water polo coach in Orange County has been sentenced for sexually assaulting 9 teens, sometimes while their parents from nearby. Orange County DA Kimberly Edge says Aram Hodre got more than 18 years in prison.
He had complete power over them.
Yesterday, the Hodre was a master manipulator who tricked girls as young as 13 and typically used to make them tougher competitors. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel has been re-elected to lead the party for another 2 years. Activists and elected officials from all 50 states gathered in Southern California for the vote at the annual winter meeting. McDaniel invited her rivals to the stage immediately after the vote and said they need to work together.
With us uniting and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2024.
McDaniel was challenged by state promotions, letting people name a bug after their ex. The bug will then be fed to an animal. For a $5, $10, or $20 donation, participants get a digital Love Bites card letting them know their choice of bug was fed to an animal. The zoo is offering the choices of worm, cricket, or a vegetable. For $100, the Honolulu Zoo will send a personalized video of the animal eating whatever food you named after your ex. The zoo will announce the most popular name given to the bug on Valentine's Day. Mark Ronner, KFI News. Taking a look now at KFI traffic. We've got a fire in Downey on the 105.
Right, so right out in Empire Avenue, there is a crash. It is making a quick right, so they're still slowing you down, though, from Scott Road.
So if I'm during COVID, you're still there. You could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000, and that's per employee. Do the math on that one. Not alone either, not quickly. So, ladies and gents, getrefunds.com. They are experts at this little-known payroll tax refund program. Have already returned $3 billion to businesses. In another program, they returned six-figure income to my business. I mean, I'm obviously a huge fan. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash that they get for you, and businesses of all types can qualify. To find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, and then answer a few questions. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com. Okay, weather from KFI, partly cloudy, inclement 59 in Orange, 54 in Sherman Oaks, and 53 in Pasadena. TV Local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Brewer. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here on a Saturday morning. One more hour to go for the program, although I still will be taking phone calls after I go off the air to make sure everybody gets a chance to get their question answered. And phone number is 800-520-1534 here. And then 2 o'clock, it's the one and only Neil Sevager with a Fork Reporter. Today's handle on the law, marginal legal advice, where I tell you you have no case. Oh, this is a fun one. This has to do with the Texas Department of Motor Vehicles, but it's the same basically all over the country. It's a question of degree. So you have a guy who filed for a vanity plate, which happens all over the country, and they turn him down. They go, nope, it doesn't meet our criteria. It doesn't meet the requirements that we have, or it goes beyond our requirements. And so here is what's really a lot of fun. Okay,
Who decides what is vulgar, objectionable? It is one guy who is under the Texas Administrative Code. It is the director of the department and decide no, yes, no. Okay, so here is what the code says. And it's a little bit wonky, but I want to go ahead and share it with you because this is pretty much across the country. Well, it could include words or phrases, slang in any language, patterns viewed in a mirror image. So you have a code, body parts, functions. 69, for example, is prohibited. The number, that is in the code, by the way. If it isn't used with a full year, 1969, for example. But you have to make a reference to a year and not anything else. The phrase indirectly or directly is vulgar, reference to profanity, swearing, curse words is derogatory, with a direct or indirect reference to a person, group, race, ethnicity, nationality, gender, yada, 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 sexuality. So it goes on and on and on. So you have the GTOFU. He happens to be a vegan. And so he's, of course, and here's why. Because he is a vegan, and LVTOFU, they say, is love tofu. The department says, oh, no. Because you could also read it as love to FU. Therefore, it depends in the eye of the beholder. Now, if I saw LVTOFU, I immediately go to love to FU. Not a big. So now there's an appeal going on, but you know what? I think under the code, the director has the absolute ability to say no, thank you. The only way that I think that can be appealed is if it was totally not being able to be construed in any sexual way. I got news for you. Any slang, any reference, even indirectly to a sexual function, part, profanity. That one I'm going to keep for a while, to say the least. All right, let's do it. We have a bunch of phone calls. All right, start with Joe. Hi, Joe. Welcome to Handle on the Law.
Good afternoon. So my wife was diagnosed with asthma, which was a misdiagnosis, only to go for a second opinion about 6 months later, and she was diagnosed with a rare form of lung cancer. And I'm wondering if it's because it's just a misdiagnosis or mistreatment or anything like that, just your clinical malpractice too.
Yeah, there's a few questions to ask the answer. By the way, first of all, it's standard of care. If you're talking about a rare form of cancer, would a doctor normally be able to catch it? Is it something that is easily ascertained, or is it one of those really rare kinds of cancer that unless you're a super specialist oncologist, you wouldn't be able to catch it? That's the first question. And where, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
So when we went to the second pulmonologist, the first thing he did was a CT test. He ordered a CT scan and a pulmonary string test. The CT scan picked up a tumor. The first pulmonologist, all he did was allergy test, told her that she was allergic to dogs.
Okay.
And
fair enough. And the first doctor was a pulmonologist.
That is correct.
Okay, got it. And where do you, okay, well, I'm even going to go where you live, the standard of care, just to be able to, yeah, I'm assuming you live in a reasonably a big town where there are doctors that actually went to medical school, I'm assuming, right?
A very major university.
Okay, good, all right, so you're covered there. And the reason I ask that is because doctors that work like in clinics or general practitioners are not held to the same standard at all. Because where they are and the experience level and their education level. So major university of Pennsylvania, not a problem. So here is what it sounds like malpractice, okay, on its face. Now the issue is damages. How fast was that cancer growing? How aggressive was the cancer? And would the 6 months make any difference?
That's a tough one because
that is a tough one.
It's slow growing.
Okay, so there is
diagnosis.
Yeah. So there is a
been with it for a year and a half, 1 to 2 years.
Okay, so So here's their defense, and that is even, okay, we malpractice, but the damages, it doesn't make any difference because you'd be at the same place as you were before. That's their defense, because part of malpractice is you have to have damages. Pick up that case, because I guarantee you, a major university, say University of Pennsylvania, but let's just say any major university, of course, is covered, especially if it's a state facility, state hospital, or part of the state university system. They have unlimited resources, and you're going to have a lawyer who has to invent hundreds and hundreds of hours and bring in pulmonologists and pay them tens of thousands of dollars. It ain't going to happen. The good news, I think, for you, Joe, is that we change the verdict, and so hopefully it's very slow growing. And what's the prognosis for your wife on this one?
We're still in the short bill. We haven't been to the point where we go for the second opinion yet, but basically, it's at a minimum, yes,
a little bit quicker, but that's basically it. So if that's the extent, and she's going to be okay, but she's going to be okay at the end of it, you know what? It was a very good question. Don't doubt that at all. All right. By the way, did I sound like a care? I try so hard to sound like it when I'm answering questions like that.
Oh, my wife, my husband, my God, he doesn't have a head anymore, and they took it off all of that, and his torso, and that's my heart, bleeding with it.
Okay, why don't we take a break? What do you think? Let's go. This is Handle on the Law. Let's check in with Brian Baruman and the KFI 24-hour news center.
Well, Orange County Water Polo coached by a car, and the third annual Palm Springs Passion for Pinot Noir Festival is happening in Rancho Mirage. We're going to have a look at some trouble on the 405 next.
Are you suffering from back pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, but reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes? If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free.
Taking a look at KFI traffic now, we have got a crash in Carson on the 405.
It's on that northbound side of the Brooklyn Carson Street. Now, things are moving quite quickly because CHP as well as the tow truck is currently on the scene and they're trying to get those cars off of the freeway. It's blocking the carpool lane and the right lane. It's still going to be a little bit slow from Alameda Street, but give it just a second here. They are slowly but surely
These clients, hear from their millionaire clients that I have to the order.com. After their order.com is the way to go. Right now, look at the Case Hotel homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about way too much? However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free Rough and Tough Turf today? Receive a free estimate just for a year, or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution. A light-source, salt-free water system. Light-source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light-Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. LightSource tastes and feels it. Even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is your ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. DMV
you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free one-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. McDonald's, their Szechuan sauce, they brought it back, but they didn't bring enough back that people look at it.
It's going to be like the run on toilet paper 2 years ago.
I try not to mention toilet paper on food shows.
I went over the line.
Yeah. The Sports Report with Neil Saavedra this afternoon at 2 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
If you're injured and need a lawyer, go to handleonthelaw.com. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handle here on a Saturday morning. Welcome back to Handle on the Law. You want to do legal advice, where I tell you you have no case. Hey, Veronica.
Homeowners, if an unauthorized vendor enters our property and consequently is injured by our dog or anything else, again, while they're not authorized, they're not in the state, they're not a contracted vendor.
Okay, so someone goes in, forget about that part, unauthorized or not. You're going without your permission.
Yes.
Okay, so it's basically someone breaking into the house, effectively, if a contractor goes in. There was no appointment, he just walked into the house when you were gone.
Correct.
How do you get a key?
This is through if we enter the backyard through the gate, which is not always locked, because we have pool guy and we have the...
Okay, I understand. So it wasn't inside your house. It was in the yard.
No, but it's in the backyard. This is a lawn care service.
Oh, okay. So they don't take care of your yard.
No, they're not contracted with us. We live on a street that has an east side and a west side.
Hold on a minute. No, wait a minute. When they go into your property, you have not hired them, asked them to come in, given them permission. It's a lawn service that just walks onto your property.
Correct.
Why do they do that?
They have the wrong street.
So they made a mistake. Okay, so they shouldn't have been there, is what you're saying.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and you have a dog.
We have a dog. We've contacted the lawn service multiple times.
The more notice you give these folks, the more, hey, I have a dog, and you just throw it all out there. You don't have permission to come in. You got the wrong address. The gate is unlocked because I do have people come in. You're not allowed to come in. I've got a killer dog. The dog shoots people.
That is my liability.
Well, you're going to get sued. If the dog bites the guy, you're going to get sued. It doesn't matter. You put it over to your insurance company. That's why God invented homeowners insurance. And you can submit everything you do to the insurance company saying, I wrote them, here it is, I sent emails, I told them like a dog, they don't have permission, don't use our yard, on and on and on and on. Particularly, we have a dog, and you're taking the liability, that's important. We have a dog, and so they're given full notice, and the insurance company will tell them to go to hell. And at that point, you hope your dog takes the guy's leg off for all you care.
Yeah, he's never not hungry, so I'm sure he did.
Good. And so it's whatever he doesn't eat, you've got compost. It works out just fine. Easy enough. Just everything in writing. That's the way it goes. Everything goes in writing. Dave. Hello, Dave. Welcome to Handle on the Law. Or Diane. I'm sorry, Diane. Welcome to Handle on the Law. I appreciate that. Yes.
Yes. Hello, Susan?
Yeah.
Okay. My mother was prescribed OxyContin. It was up to 400 milligrams at a time. And at the time it was happening, I had tried to contact an attorney, because I thought that was excessive. And no one took the case at the time. She's since passed. I don't think part of that is because she had dementia and other medical services. So when no one was going to take it, we just tried to get her medical situation.
Okay, yeah, she didn't die of the Oxycontin. She died of something else. So,
other detox and stuff like that.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She didn't die of that.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. I know. Good question, sort of. I'll buy that. Dave, there you are. Hello, Dave. Welcome.
Hi, Bill. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Back in January of 2020, I went to the hospital emergency room and had to have some surgery done. The insurance paid everything. Blue Cross Blue Shield. I went to the hospital. Paid off all my deductibles. Physician from this company in Philadelphia. And she has spent this length of time. Since retired, I don't have Blue Cross anymore.
You have. And that is, they've got up to 4 years to sue you.
Oh.
Okay, that's for starters. However, if they should have been informed as another doctor, for example, let's say you go under surgery, all right? And the insurance company says, yes, this surgeon, that surgeon, and they bring in another surgeon for whatever reason, all right? And they charge you for it. So, guess what? You had another surgeon. And you were under, and you couldn't get permission, and they have the ability to collect. I would call them and go, I would just start negotiating and just say, oh, what are you doing? 3 years later, and by the way, I'm retired. I don't have the money to pay, and I don't have insurance anymore. I'm on Medicare, for example. And so if not, you still turn it over to, say, hey, turn it over to Blue Cross. I was insured at that time, and the charge came down.
Okay, so it's not out of they still got, you're not out of like a statute of limitation.
I don't think so. But it doesn't matter. There's plenty of defenses there. Now it's a question of, hey, you don't want to go legal on this. That's the last thing we need to do is get a lawyer involved or just do it. And it's just a question of negotiating and screaming at him, saying, come on, 3 years later, and if you have a problem, submit it to the insurance company. I have insurance. So that's what I would do. See if that works.
Yeah. So they just said they failed to submit it to Blue Cross and Blue Shield.
Then that's their problem.
Yeah.
If you had insurance and it was covered and they failed to it, technically they did the service. They performed the service and you're responsible for it. But there was insurance, and here is their problem. Is they're the ones that said, we're going to contact the insurance company. And they did. See, if they said it's your responsibility to contact the insurance company, and a lot of them do, by the way, there are doctors that say, hey, I just won't take the insurance. You go ahead and figure it out and get your money back. If they had done that, they would have a complete effect. You, on the other hand, I think I would argue what you're, I think it's successful, I think what you're going to have. Sorry about that. I'm trying to answer the question and leave at the same time. I don't multitask that very well. All right, Mario, you're up. Hello.
Hello, Bill.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just had a question. My mother's been dealing with a film. I think you got the title. The neighbor has ivy that's growing, and I think it's knocked down the fence. It's probably maybe a little old fence, but I want to know, can we charge her perhaps to replace the fence?
I think you can charge her for all of it to replace the fence.
You think so?
Yeah, it's her ivy that destroyed the fence. Now you have to prove that the ivy did it, and so you get to do research or talk to a gardener, talk to an arborist, and saying what ivy does is destroy fences.
Now, an ivy that's a little excuse.
Yeah, just anybody who actually has the ability to give an opinion, a reasonable opinion, and then you end up whatever the cost is to replace the fence. You end up suing them for it, tearing the ivy off because it affects your fence, even though it's part of the neighbor's fence, but that's your fence. Unless it's on the neighbor's property. If the fence is on the neighbor's property, there isn't you can do about it.
Well, no, it's a common sense I don't know what you call it. So
yeah, they call it a common fence. You got it. You go, and they destroy the fence. Yeah, I would go for the whole fence. Whatever it costs to repair, so you get a bid for it. It costs whatever landscape company, how much it's going to cost to repair the fence, and what's going to cost to clear out the fence, and you sue. That's all. You sue. When you bring in expertise, you can't just say the ID did it, because who the hell are you? Now, what expertise do you have? Do you have a degree in ID? You don't. But there are arborists who do. And you come in with that, and then you start talking. So, yeah, I think you've got a case. That's just halfway. I go all the way on that. This is handle on the law, and let's get into Brian Baruman in the KFI 24-hour news segment.
7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. LAPD Sergeant Bruce Hahn says 3 of those people shot have died. We're still interviewing additional occupants as well as witnesses and neighbors to try to piece together exactly what happened here. Investigators are determining what happened here and why these victims were shot. It happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 3 this morning. Today's LA Police Department would not treat a person the same way the officers in Memphis treated Irene Nichols. William Briggs says he watched the beating of Nichols and couldn't believe the lack of training and sympathy displayed by those officers.
they had Mr. Nichols on the ground, had other officers come up and take him in his face and then pull him up and treat him as a punching.
Briggs says he will work with Keith Moore and the police union to learn from the video. The group representing landlords says LA County's relief fund for small owners won't help much. The Apartment Association of Greater LA's Daniel Jubelson says the $45 million will go fast when at least $1 billion of rent is owed in LA County.
Several are in foreclosure.
The county to pay landlords back directly for rent owed. The County Board of Supervisors voted to create the relief fund earlier this week. Supervisors also extended eviction protection until March 31st. And part of the 91 freeway on Monday. And I'm taking a look at KFI traffic. Currently, we've got a crash in Linwood on the 105.
Here's what on that westbound side as you're approaching Long Beach Boulevard. It is closing down from the 710 Parkville Avenue. It's currently in the left lane, so beware of that. This is after 105 meter. It's a car that just sold out. It's blocking that left lane. So if I was to see either faster, I'm going to you.
To sell your house and do it right, it's a lot of work. It is. You have to find a real estate broker, and you have to pay 6% for that, and you have to clean and repair your house. There's a bit different way of doing that, and that's directbuyers.com. With directbuyers.com, you're getting a fair price, and none of that happens. No buyer walks through. You don't have to clean the place or clean it. They're going to give you a fair price and fast within 10 days or less. And no one ever walks through your house. DirectBuyers.com. An honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. And they'll never lowball you. DirectBuyers.com.
Southern weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at beaches, low to mid-60s in metro LA and OC, upper 60s to
Winwood, your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without pinning and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite relief. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technician, low prices. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. AM 640.
And I have radio stations.
The news, what it means, why it matters. 640 handle here. It is a Saturday morning. My computer just went down. Nope. Let me see if I can get that. I can see your phone call. If not, Jay's going to have to, in my ear, tell me who's up next. And I'm going to have to do that for this segment. Oh, yeah. Okay. I look at a screen where I see your phone calls. and the computer just went down. So I'll get it. Welcome back to Handle on the Law, Marginal Legal Advice, where I tell you you have absolutely no case. All right, Jake, tell me someone. Francine, welcome to Handle on the Law.
So, okay, so it's 2019, my husband's sister passed away. 2020, even in the midst of COVID, he managed to open probate. So he got all of her bills settled, her property sold, everything taken care of, and eventually, through the bank he was with, he closed out her estate account. Fast forward to 2022, he gets a notice from I mentioned a finance company or a 52 IRA company. The name of it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Anyway, he gets a letter from them that she has an IRA. I think it's a Roth IRA. And he starts dealing with them by phone. They send him a bunch of forms to fill out. Yada, yada, yada. He takes care of everything. They send him a check made out to her estate. So he calls them back to explain the estate account has been closed. But they send him another check.
How much money is in the IRA?
I don't know exactly, but it's in the tens of thousands.
Okay, so that's worth it. So they just keep on sending it to the estate. All right, fair enough. But there is no estate left, correct?
No.
Well, you have to open it up again.
Reopen it.
Yeah, you reopen it.
It's going to cost him money again.
Well, okay. So it costs him money again. First of all, the estate pays for it. He doesn't. And it's not that much money to reopen it. Maybe you sue him in small claims court for the cash. Maybe not. Depends on what that is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where they are. So it's no big deal. And if it's let's say a couple $1,000, open it up. You just suck it up. Now and get the tens of thousands of dollars, and it's just okay. Unless you want to go after the people who wrote the wrong, you're going to get lawyers involved. Who do this? Yeah, just pay the money. Just pay the money. It's not going to be expensive. I don't give a couple $1,000, $3,000. It doesn't matter. Just open it up, get the money, close it up, enjoy yourself. And the more money that's there, the more it's justified that you pay the money. So that can be. That's certainly what I would do. Chuck, hello, Chuck. Welcome to Handle on the Law. Yes, sir.
All right, I had a salesman come to my door a couple months ago in November. He said they were doing the Joe Biden infrastructure program solar deal for qualified households, nothing down. Anyway, after they, gave us the whole thing, I didn't want to be bought the house. We need a new roof. I didn't want to do it. They said they're going to pay for a roof, this and that. Comes out about a week later, guys, and if we're going to be home in 2 days to have the roof put on, or the solar panels installed. And I said, okay, that's fine, but I need some paperwork. He said, I'll meet you there. So the solar panels always came, no salesman, no paperwork. I told them I wasn't sure about it. They got me in touch with their manager on the phone. He assured me everything's fine. They installed the panels. Still never got a hold of the salesman ever again. He never called back, never showed up. So turns out that I finally got a hold of somebody who was a different company than he told me we had. And he said they sent us the loan paperwork or whatever, which we didn't even want them. No, honestly, we did qualify, but they took a different name as a co-signer, so he's never even first.
All right. So
they qualified him for a loan with we're stuck with these solar panels on our house.
Well, wait a minute, you're stuck. You wanted them. You bought them, didn't you? Didn't you want the solar panels?
We did want them, but the thing is, now they installed them and we said we didn't qualify for a loan.
You qualified, that's all. You qualified. Effectively, you qualified. That's their problem. You got what you signed up for. You got it for the price you signed up for. You got it for whatever the down payment is, whatever the interest rate is, whatever the cost of it was, and they say you didn't qualify. Yes, we did. Because you went ahead and put it in. We never applied for the loan. It was supposed to be. It doesn't matter. Then you know what? If there's no loan, are there terms on the loan, or there's terms on the payment on the document? There are. Don't tell how much money was going to save you. What was it? It was $153 a month. The panels were supposed to be paid for in 5 years. Mm-hmm. They were supposed to be warranted for 25 years, and the price, $153 a month, was supposed to be stuck for 25 years. Okay, and what are they asking now? Based on the fact you didn't more than $400 a month. You call them up. Okay, here's what you do. First of all, there's an attorney fee clause in there, guaranteed. That prevailing party as an attorney that pays the attorney's fee or gets the attorney's fee, and you let them know in no uncertain terms. You said we were going to qualify, we didn't. Otherwise, you are going to get sued. They have to subsidize because it's a lending program. I mean, there's a lender out there. They don't carry their own paper, and so you get to pay them the difference. So they're going to argue, okay, and they're going to pay them on a monthly, and if they go out of business, you're screwed. One's responsible for what you would have paid had you been in the fight. Call them up and say that, and then go, or we sue you. And if I don't think you're alone either. I would start looking up their names because they probably did it to other people too. And believe me, there's litigation out there. What about the coach? Okay, yeah, the harm to you is losing the Biden plan. That's the harm. Right. And that's what you go after, and that's what you deal with. And I was like, oh, cowboy. I look it up because the companies that do this, there's all kinds of litigation out there. Believe it. This is handle on the law. Let's check in with Brian Barumi in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Clearly, those police say they're investigating anti-Armenian flyers that were posted around Los Angeles and Wilshire. A crowd of around 200 people protested outside of LA police headquarters in downtown LA after the release of the video of the beating of Tyree Nichols that happened last night, but it was mostly peaceful. 2 teenage boys have been arrested for the shooting and robbery of a man in Long Beach. We're going to take a look at some trouble on the C10 next. Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni with special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375 knee pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, knee pain. It's Ross Tucker. Here's what's crazy. They did in Boston. The Clippers at the Atlanta Hawks. On the ice, the Kings win over the Panthers 4-3. Kings now lead the Pacific by 1 point over Seattle and Vegas. AFC Championship game Sunday in Kansas City Bengals and Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes will start with a high ankle sprain. I trade under. Hey, it's Ross Tucker. If you'd like to make games a little more interesting, download this to the newest episode of the Even as the Draft Season, releasing every Tuesday. Available wherever you listen to podcasts. Football and betting. The Even Money Podcast. Hey, look at KFI traffic. We've got a crash in Irwindale on the 210.
People like eastbound side, right at Irwindale Avenue. Now, it's going to slow you down because the fire department is on the scene, DOT is on the scene, as well as a tow truck. 7 extra minutes. They're definitely trying to get it cleared out for you very quickly here, but you're going to be on and off the bridge from Mountain Avenue. And they're going for a whole tire that is
Sports is sponsored by Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. Start the new year with a new ride from Norm Reed's Honda Superstore. With 5 convenient locations and more than 1,000 new Honda models. There's a destination to upgrade in 2023. Test drive today or shop online at normreed.com. Hey, SoCal homeowners. Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Surf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is
USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Surf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Surf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply.
Jackson Hewitt gets you your biggest tax refund guaranteed. Plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with our Double Your Refund sweepstakes. File your taxes on the double. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or older can file a 2022 federal tax return and 1423.
Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to the Light Source water system? Light Source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Hey, SoCal homeowners, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Surf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, joy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Surf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say certain restrictions apply. Hey, all of Team Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more email asking you to sign a document, especially if you're not expecting it. Rich on Tech with Rich DeNiro this morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the AM 640 for stimulating talk. This is KFI AM 640 earlier. It is the air, and I'll stay off the air answering calls for probably 45 minutes or so. So you can call in. I want to be able to.
I hired this one firm, and they hired 2 more firms. And by the time I got my settlement, the first installment was $17,487, and then they said I was going to get a second check, which would be $26,000.
Hire a lawyer.
Well, they said I didn't hire a lawyer. They said just part of it, if you have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, contact us, and that's what I did.
Right, so you became part of the class, and they contacted you, and they hired, was part of it. Let me ask you, you said you were awarded $72,000.
Right.
And they then took out of that lawyer's fees.
Oh,
and that's no, wait a second. That's what happened. That doesn't make any sense. Because I'll tell you the way class action suits go. You get X dollars. There it is. And the attorneys don't get the money out of that. They get the attorney separate. They get their attorney fees separately. And if you talk about three law firms involved in taking money out of your settlement, that's a weird one. It's not a contingency arrangement. So something doesn't make a lot of sense. Something I don't understand is going on. It's a law firm who gets paid in the amount of lawyers.
Give me the name of the law.
No, I don't want the name of it.
Okay, then they hired 2 other law firms.
Yeah, I don't understand. Because the court usually, the company that is being sued pays the attorney's fees. I don't quite understand how that works. So I'm not understanding something here. I don't understand. I'm sorry? I think you got to contact a class action lawsuit firm and just say, does this work? Because if it didn't, if they're screwing you over, that means they're screwing over a lot of other people. And now you have lawsuits on behalf of a lot of people, become sort of a class action suit against the Because I just don't understand how it's possible that 3 law firms were hired when you're out of your settlement after the fact. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong here, but that's my take on it. All right, Alex, welcome to Handle on the Law.
Whoa.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a problem with elder care. My father has been living in Fresno all by himself now. They deemed him unable to make his own decision, but I don't know how an attorney, so it's a complicated thing right now. But I want to send him to the hospital, and they won't let me.
Right, you've got to get a conservative table. You've got to get a conservative right now. That's it. You have to get a conservative to make all the decisions for him. That's it. Because if he cannot make decisions for himself, then and you don't have the power, then what ends up happening is he becomes the ward, the county guardian. He's the one that has to decide for him. We don't want that to happen. Get a conservative.
Well, he is rational. I mean,
then you're not going to get a conservative. If he's rational, he can make his own decisions. One or the other. Alex, one or the other.
All right.
You know, either he is rational or he is not rational. When he goes in and out of it, you get a conservatorship. And if he's rational, it doesn't mean you get a conservatorship, and he makes his own decision. Rational, and you go, hey, there's malpractice going on here. He has to sign with the law firm. And believe me, if it's a big deal, some lawyer's going to go in there and sign him up.
Yeah.
Contact a medical malpractice attorney. They'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. They'll do it all. Because it's a good case. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. I am going to be walking out in just a moment in the show, literally in just a few minutes. And what I want to point out is I will be taking phone calls at the top of the hour off the air for future broadcast. But I'll answer all of your questions. So for those of you that are on hold, stay put. And for those of you that would call in, go ahead. And if you're in the lines of business, you're going to get in a few minutes. They will see these no commercials, and you don't have to go through this. And before we go, I want to tell you a little bit about the internet. According to Google, to surf the internet privately, you need to turn on your browser in incognito mode. So you think that the big tech gives you that kind of privacy? No. Even in incognito mode, your internet provider can still see every single website you've ever visited. And they can sell that data to advertisers, and it's your information, which is why I'm suggesting ExpressVPN. Keep your online data secure and private. ExpressVPN reroutes your connection to a secure encrypted server so that your internet service provider can't see or track it without really slowing down your internet speed. And there you are, you have the info. Tap one button, you're protected. ExpressVPN is the fastest, one of the most trusted VPNs on the market, rated #1 by Business Insiders. So protect your online activities with the VPN that you're going to trust. It really does work for you. And .com/handle. And for those of you that are on hold, stay put. For those of you that want to call in a few minutes, I'm doing this off the air, 800-520-1534. This is Handle on the Law. Ignorance is bliss. We have zero bliss. Please, bliss.
KSI.
KOST-HD2.
Los Angeles, Live
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
Wouldn't happen in LA. I'm Brian Williams, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is outraged over the beating of Tyree Nichols.
William Brady says not only did the Memphis police officers in the video embarrass themselves, they embarrassed the entire policing community.
You've had a lot of officers who displayed not only core training, they shot themselves in the face with their own pepper gas. They were completely out of state in terms of one officer could barely run down half a block.
Briggs says the actions of the officers not only set back relationships between the LAPD and communities of color, and also set back relations between law enforcement and communities across the country. Gregory, testify news.
Well, President Biden is expressing his condolences to the family of Tyree Nichols, including a promise to his mother.
He told us that I was going to be making a case to the Congress
It's about to good for that. It's to get this under control. Biden says there's only so much he can do with an executive order, though. He says the video footage of the police shooting in Nichols will leave people justifiably outraged. But he says he will ask Congress to pass federal police reform to get things under control. So hundreds of people gathered for a vigil in Half Moon Bay to help the community process last Monday's mass shooting.
As a meeting, I feel so sad at all. But the victims, they died so suddenly and so violently, far away from their homes, from their families.
City leaders, along with victims' family members, spoke during the event last night to say this is all first step to a long journey of healing. And dude, where's my car?
Well, the gross domestic product came in a little better than expected last month. Unemployment continues to stay near record lows, but the labor participation rate is also down. So let's put a pin in that one. Inflation is cooling off. Then there's one little data point that load amount higher, and those bills are coming due with higher interest rates. Car sales are a common economic touch point. So how does car repossession play out? It's the middle to pay it by me.
The Department of Justice is charging 3 men in an alleged plot to assassinate U.S. citizens who have publicly criticized the Iranian government.
Government Iran has previously targeted dissidents around the world, including the who oppose the regime violations of human rights.
Attorney General Merrick Garland said members of an Eastern European crime organization with ties to Iran were hired to kill the victim. That person, who is a journalist and activist of Iranian origin, has been a target of the regime for speaking out against the treatment of women and the use of arbitrary imprisonment and execution. Garland said the defendants will all stand trial in the U.S. And the 21st annual Miami Marathon is going on tomorrow. This year, along with awards for the top men and women, there's also a non-binary category.
The Lifetime Miami Marathon, since the inception, has always been very welcoming. It is a very democratic sport, and we've had
a lowdown in downtown LA on the 110.
It's on the north outside, and it starts at the train all the way through Academy Road. Just know you're going to be spending a little bit of extra time in that downtown Los Angeles area, and it's for 6 minutes. But good news for my folks traveling in Linwood, 105 going westbound, right as you're approaching Long Beach Boulevard, an accident has cleared up. Still a little choppy on and off the brakes from the 710, but like I said, things are going to be moving smoothly just a second here. And then also, there was an accident that cleared on the 5 from southbound at El Toro Road. Say if I was that, helps you get faster. I'm calling mystery.
If the rabbit is the luckiest animal in the Chinese zodiac, and this is the year of the rabbit, time to go. And now the top 5 reasons to go to Morongo.
$500 drawing. 3 winners get $500 cash every half hour. Playing daily games with the reward card. Wednesdays and Thursdays, noon to 10 p.m.
Number 4,
Eco Chef Gift Giveaway. Keep 2 baking dishes of your choice on your reward card. The 30th and 31st.
3,
The Grand Natural Front Store Fitting March 3rd. You can give it now.
and the number 2,
This game blowout. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
and the number 1 reason.
Get the room. Get the tips to the big game drink. Stay for the big game on the big screens in our big bar room. Call 888 Morongo now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroClaim to protect and purify the air on board our Navy ships? Because EnviroClaim's advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to destroy airborne illness-causing cold and flu viruses, including COVID. EnviroClaim is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop colds and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, it promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit EKPure.com. The letter E, the letter K, Pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off your EnviroClaim home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. EKPure.com, promo code Conway. EKPure.com, promo code Conway.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope or help. Contact CalHope free and secure at calhope.org.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. You'll investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home, even as I speak. The Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tenting and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Southern weather from KSI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in metro LA and OC. Right now it's 57 degrees in Santa Ana, 62 in Irvine, 68 in Encino, and 60 in Culver City. We leave local. Live from the KSI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brian Brewer.
Smartphones have their worst year of sales in a very long time. Amazon deletes some big-time Prime benefits. A new scam that involves DocuSign email, plus your tech questions answered. What is going on? I'm Rich Camaro, and this is Rich on Tech, the show where I talk about the tech stuff I think you should know about, and it's to answer your questions. Phone lines are open right now at 888-RICH-101. That's 888-742-4101. KDLA Channel 5 in Los Angeles, and here with you, live coast to coast. Welcome to show number 4. Let me see, 4 fingers, yep, I'm cooked. 3 fingers, that's 4 there. If you're wondering, where's Leo Laporte? Well, Leo has retired from radio, and this is the new show. So I'm going to be hanging out with you right here to talk about technology, gadgets, cars, pretty much anything nowadays. I mean, I don't think there's a place in our world that doesn't have technology. I don't think technology has not touched something. Let me think. Because I've been covering tech at KDLA now for 12 years, and pretty much anything you can think of qualifies as tech. And I really love my job there. I mean, it's such a phenomenal spot to be in where I get to do things and experience stuff as a journalist that a lot of people don't get the opportunity to do. And a lot of times I just do it first, which is, I'm just selfish in that way, where I think it's really cool when I'm the first to do something, the first to see something, the first to try something. And this was really neat this week, 2 firsts for me, actually. So, first off, UPS said, hey, do you want to come take a ride in our first ever electric semi truck? And I said, of course, why would I not want to do that? And so this, some of these things take a long time to figure out. And this UPS story was an example of that. And we're talking, this probably took 4 to 6 weeks to plan out. And so we had it all planned out, we got it figured out, and I get to the UPS facility in Compton, California, and we got this big old semi all signed up, nice and, it's electric. A semi truck that's electric. Now, the funny thing is, I've actually ridden, I didn't drive it, I've ridden in this semi truck before. It's the company E-Cascadia from Freightliner, and it was really cool. Now, this was the real thing. That was like sort of a prototype sales vehicle. This was the real thing. Like, UPS is going to be using this truck. And so I got in it. We took a ride around Compton, and it was just wild. And I got to talk to the driver, and all the people in this giant semi truck that is all electric and driving around. So the range on this thing anywhere from 150 to 230 miles. People are wondering about the charging. Gets about 80% charge in 90 minutes. Obviously, that's just the best charger you can imagine. They've got one of them already installed at the UPS plant, and it can carry up to 80,000 pounds. This one we were driving was about 60,000 because we just had an empty container behind us. And again, this is another part about what I love about my job. I mean, how often do I get to just sit there with a truck driver, someone who's been driving these semis for years, and just get to take a break? That's what's so much fun. We drove around this thing, I picked his brain, we shot a story for KDLA, and it was just eye-opening that this is going to once again change the way that UPS does things. And And they went on with all their, PR stuff where they have a fleet of all these clean vehicles, and this is their first of 10 electric semi-trucks they're going to take delivery of. There was actually another one there too. I didn't drive that one. Or actually, I didn't drive either of them. I was a passenger in this thing. But still, just wild. And, the comments, of course, I posted stuff on my social media, and the comments just start coming flowing in. And, of course, everyone's an expert on electric cars and electric trucks and whether this will work and whether it won't work. But the reality is this thing is fast. It's got a lot of pickups, and it was just really fun. So I'm going to put that together for TRILLIONAIRE very soon, and we'll have a whole story on it. But again, it just all goes into kind of my brain and gives me the perspective of how technology is changing the way that every company, large and small, does business. Now, another self-driving car up in San Francisco. So I went to San Francisco yesterday, and while I was up there, I got a ride in a Waymo car. Now, I don't know if you're familiar with Waymo, but this is a fully autonomous taxi. And this was spun out of Google. And I believe they're still owned by Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, but very, very smart people here, let's be honest. And this car is a Jaguar, all electric. They've outfitted with all kinds of things. So it's like you would an Uber or a Lyft from an app. We hailed it just like anyone else on the street. We were with someone from the company, so obviously we were sort of taken under their wings for this. But otherwise, the thing was operating just the way it was. We saw it driving around the street. We called for it. It took a couple minutes for it to arrive to us, just like fully. They call it Waymo Driver. That's their software, and it's AI infused software that drives you around. So what they do is they map these cities out. They really map them out to a very high degree, and they figure out where they can park, where they can drive, what's safe, what the speeds are, and then they take all that information and the AI uses it to make informed decisions as it's driving. So we got in this car, and I didn't know what I was going to feel like because I had been in autonomous cars, but again with a safety driver behind the wheel. And I got in this car and I felt very safe. It pulled over. You have the app where they've got a couple of smart things built into this app where it can lead you to the car, and the car uses your phone's Bluetooth to kind of figure out where you're standing, but it kind of stops in a safe place. You may have to walk a little bit to get it. And then once you get to the car, you can unlock it with your phone. You can honk the horn on the car so that if you're visually impaired, you can kind of get an idea of where the car is located. You can play a melody on the car, so if you want to play a little bit of music, that can help lead you to the car as well. And it also displays your initials on the top of the car, so you know that Waymo is for you. And then we got in the car, and it was me, my photographer, and a PR person from Waymo. And we went to Ben and Jerry's. We just wild. Starting out in front of us, there were bikers, there were people crossing the intersection. We had to go around cars that were double parked. And this car did this all with ease. When I tell you I was so comfortable inside this car, it gave me a lot of hope for this technology. And by the way, Waymo is bringing these cars to Los Angeles. In fact, if you live in the LA area, you may see them already riding around. Right now, they're in their sort of mapping phase, where they're figuring out the entire city. They haven't said where they're going to drive, but you can already in San Francisco pick up a car just like you would in Uber, and it will self-drive you where you need to go. This is just wild stuff. This is operating in San Francisco, Austin, and Phoenix. Then you've got Motional, which is operating in Las Vegas, and then Waymo is operating in Phoenix, San Francisco, and Drive. But it's safe. It's going to keep people from being distracted. It's going to keep people from speeding. It's going to keep people from human error. And yes, there will be missteps by the AI. That we are going to have autonomous cars riding around our streets, not only taking us on taxi rides, but eventually our cars will be like this as well. And being in this car yesterday just made me realize how far this technology has progressed. But from the first time I got into an autonomous car where I just took a loop, it was in Japan, this was probably 10 years ago. And it was a safety driver, and we just went around in a circle. And that was sort of nerve-wracking. And to go from there 10 years ago to taking a ride in San Francisco on public streets is pretty incredible. So, Waymo, thanks for the ride. And again, I'll have the story on TRILLIONAIRE very soon. And look out for those cars if you want. Every person, I was out running in Santa Monica the other day, and every person was gathered around these cars that were parked on the side of the street. So all these worrying, like, Apple's upcoming virtual reality headset. Later, we're going to talk to a podcaster, Tom Merritt, a great podcaster. He's going to join me and talk about the new Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios. We're going to talk about Amazon getting rid of a Prime perk, a new scam involving those DocuSign emails, plus your calls at 888-RICH-101. I'm Rich Camaro, you're listening to Rich on Tech.
I'm Brian Williams, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested for a burglary at Drake's house in Beverly Crest. Jay Leno says he's recovering from a motorcycle accident where he broke multiple bones just a few months after he was burned by gas in his garage. And a new report finds the Earth does have enough of the rare earth minerals needed to switch from fossil fuel to wind and solar power. Now taking a look at KFI traffic, we've got some debris on the 120 in Pasadena.
It's going northbound on the 1-2 and riders approaching Avenue 60. It's metal debris actually, and it's in that right-hand lane. Please proceed with caution. Beware as well of proceed with caution on 405 going southbound. Right at Silver Center Drive, there's a pothole in the right lane. They're trying to hold all lanes so they can get that cleared up and repaired really fast, but it is slowing you down, causing about a 7 minutes away from the 101. And then you're going to be on and off the brakes from the 215 going northbound, right between Eastridge Avenue, all the way through Box Springs Road. It's only down an extra 5 minutes. Okay, guys, I have to get faster. I'm on the users. Nice things, I'm certain. Okay, good story. Just push up to the Calhoun and College. Contact Calhoun 3 here, mental health disorders. Call 333-174673 or live at calhoun.org.
You've heard me discuss how my everyday aches and pains were affecting my daily life before I started taking relief factors. You've also heard me talk to you about how my friends and family have found relief from their aches and pains with relief factors. Well, let me tell you about Gary from California. Gary says, I cannot thank you enough. I am 62 years old and have just started taking relief factors. I've never felt the try relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with relief.
Dynamite nutritional supplement has full nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and toes, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase at Dynamite for dogs by using code DOD at Dynamite.com. Healthier with everybody. Over a million pets help with Dynamite. Bridgewater, the Pit Fiction Podcast, is now a supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. There's something beyond our understanding going on here. Starring Supernatural, Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead, Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One, Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Stiffen and created by me, Aaron Manchin. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
IAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Give them their millionaire client that I have. Oh, hey, my wife and I calculated for us, it's been up 25 to 30% quickly, which is a lot. Fork or fork with Neil Severa.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech. My name is Rich Camaro, talking technology with you today. The phone number to call in is 888-RICH-101 here on the show. Karen is in Riverside. Karen, you're on with Rich. Karen, are you there? Learning the phone systems here, but I thought I selected that. Karen, you here? No, okay.
I am.
Oh, there you are. Hello.
Okay.
Welcome to the
For the
show.
service you provide.
Oh, well, thanks. If I can figure out the phone lines, it'll be a better service.
I know that feeling sometimes.
Oh, I feel it every day. When you're playing with tech all day, believe me, things go wrong, and I'm like, okay, come on, I gotta figure this stuff out. So what's happening in your life? What's going on?
I had a Pixel 2 phone, and I was getting ready to go get a new one because I knew that it was slowly dying, and I dropped it and it broke. We transferred all the information, and I thought everything was fine, but I found that not the entire calendar came over. And so I had things back to 2018
it only transferred the calendar from 2021 forward. How can I go back and get my old calendar?
Well, what do you use for your calendar?
It's just a calendar that's on the phone.
So it's just a Google login with your calendar?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you go to a desktop computer, and it may have just transferred over newer stuff just to kind of save space, or, it just says, like, hey, we're going to do from today forward. But typically, I use Google Calendar, and I've got my calendar from forever. I have to look up events that I had on there from years ago. So I think that it could be the sync on your phone. That could be one thing. It could also be that it just didn't transfer. So what I would recommend is going to a desktop computer, going to calendar.google.com. Have you ever gone there?
No.
Okay. So if you go there, see if your calendar is on that page. And for me, for instance, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different calendars that I have on one main calendar. And if your calendar is on there, check for it, and then you can start going back to, December, November, whatever year you want to get back. It means that the events have not been lost, so that's one way you can access them. And then on your phone, I would go into the calendar app and take a look at the settings. And so I'm going to see in the Google Calendar app if there is a setting to say how far back you think. I know on the iPhone calendars there are. Let's see, for general, looking at speed, I don't really see a place. Typically, because everything on Google is in the cloud, it really wouldn't say that, it would just kind of put those in there, no problem. So I would check on the desktop and see if that has your events there. And if it doesn't, then the other solution is you still have the old phone, the Pixel?
I do.
Okay. So if you still have your old phone, there's someone that could probably help you get those off of there. And that would mean either going to, because you can't see the screen, right, on this old phone?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's the problem. So you need someone that can actually access this without seeing that screen, which would take a little bit of know-how. Maybe one of these places like a Uber that could do that and download that information off your phone without seeing the screen. But I would go to the Google Calendar on your desktop, and that's the place to start. So calendar.google.com, see if your events are there. And if it's in the Google Calendar, now it may not be, you log in with Google like a Gmail account, or you log in with like your work account.
It just comes up from my app. I don't sign in.
Okay, so it sounds like it's just your Google account that you're using. So if it's your Google account, I think that these events are not lost. I think they're going to be okay by a release, and then it's just a matter of taking them back to your phone, and that will take, a little bit more figuring out of why they're not syncing there, and going into your settings and seeing if you can maybe tweak some of those to do the older events as well. That may, you may just have to clear it out, click the calendar and click it back on, and click out, delete those after a year, because you pick up a lot. But it sounds like, I think they're going to be okay. I think these things are still existing somewhere. I just think it's a matter of getting them to your phone. And I think forcing a resync might help as well. There is another setting that you may want to look into if you go into your settings. If you look under a place in your settings where you can sync things as well, so that may help. But I don't feel like these things are around. If you're using Google Calendar, they didn't get deleted. That's my thought here, Karen. So report back to me, okay?
I will. Thank you so much.
All right, thanks so much for calling the show. All right, we got a lot more coming up. Smartphone sales. Worst year ever last year in a long time. I'll explain about that. Plus, we'll get more of your calls, and we're going to talk to Mark Gurman about Apple Do just a bit.
Online moving live from the Data 5 24-hour newsroom. At least 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. 2 of those people have died. The LAPD says it happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 2 this morning outside of a short-term rental home. LA County Health Director Barbara Ferrer says wearing a mask indoors is now a personal choice. Ferrer said because of the county's low transmission rate, the health department will loosen some of the mask restrictions.
Masks for those using public transit.
Where it says there was a holiday spike in cases and hospitalizations, but the numbers had steadily decreased since the beginning of the year. And the pilot of a single-engine plane and a passenger have been hurt in a crash in Riverside County. The pilot was trying to make a forced landing at French Valley Airport yesterday when the plane went down in its gully. But the pilot and the passenger were able to get out of the wreckage. Now taking a look at KFI traffic, we got a crash in Chino on the 60th.
It is going to be on that westbound side of the 60 as you're approaching 71 Gary Avenue. It is blocking the carpool lane, causing a little bit of slow go traffic from Reservoir Street. Then we have a serious fire in the Ventura area. 101 going southbound at the 33. Actually, the fire department is currently on the scene trying to extinguish that, but it's heavy smoke in the area. Please be cautious as you're traveling on through. It definitely will slow you down right now an extra 5 minutes. KFI understand how to get you there faster. I'm telling you injuries.
Southbound weather from KFI, partly cloudy, low to mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Metro LA and Macy's, upper 50s to mid-60s in Newman Valley, mid-50s to low 60s in Yellow Valley, and low to mid-60s in Newman Empire. Weekly local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Blue.
This report is sponsored by MGM Rewards. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, stay, play, and earn on others.
Yes, Fabio Viviani has arrived! And now the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace of Morocco. Number 7.
Contact is open. Take out meat and Brazilian Tabasco.
Number 6.
The channel is open. Try to keep the power and oysters on the house.
Number 5.
Consider it.
Number 3.
Mercado Central is open. There's unrivaled innovative Italian food.
Number 2.
Sweet Things is open. The all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Morongo Casino Resort is blocked. Morongo, good time! If you have friends or family members that live on base or need frequent access to federal facilities, getting a real ID should be on your to-do list. Starting May 7, 2025, you'll need a federally accepted form of identification such as a real ID to access military bases, enter federal buildings, and board domestic flights. And by going online, you can conveniently start the real ID application process anytime and anywhere you like. Don't miss out on visiting your friends and loved ones in uniform. Start your real ID application online today at realid.dmv.ca.gov. Hey, Steve Gregory, join me this week for Unsolved, the show that highlights old creatures, talented and bizarre creatures. It's the show Detectives Count on for Help. It really brings some great satisfaction to them. We also feature those behind the scenes who solve cases. It's the only show of its kind in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tonight at 7 on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. My name is Rich Seguro. You're listening to the show where we talk about the tech stuff I think you should know about. It's also the place where I answer your questions. My guest is Mark Sherman. He's a reporter for Bloomberg News, and he has been scooping Apple for years now. Mark, welcome to the show. Thanks for having me. Great to be here. Thanks. So your latest article on Bloomberg is about Apple's new mixed reality headset. And we've been hearing a lot about this over the years, but you seem to think that this is very near to release. Tell me about that.
Yes, so I believe that the Apple mixed reality headset, after about 7-8 years of development, will be arriving this year, right? And it will be the first major new product category since the Apple Watch. It's going to be a pretty big deal. I think it's a bit of a risk for Apple. Apple reasonably still will get into it, but I think at the same time it's going to be very technologically advanced. It's going to be a superior product to what's currently on the market in terms of AR and VR. But it really depends on the app ecosystem, how the chips price long term, how they position it, and if there's really a killer app in order for it to take off.
So paint us a picture of what this device will look like. We've seen reality, we've seen VR headsets from Meta, we've seen them from HTC and some other companies. What will Apple's look like?
So Apple's will be unique in that it'll have a curved front. It'll look similar to Ski goggles. It'll have switches on the side. It'll have some sort of speaker array on the left and right side. It'll have over a dozen cameras positioned outside the device in order to create what's known as an augmented reality pass-through mode. The typical AR glasses, they have flash lenses so obviously you can see in front of you. In this case, we'll use cameras to create that effect. Inside will be two very high resolution displays, 4K each. Those are made with Sony for Apple, micro LED displays to do the virtual reality effect. And then the other cameras inside out the device will be for analyzing your eyes. That's on the inside. Outside, it'll be to, in addition to the environment, to scan your body, your arms, your legs, your upper body, torso, and what have you, in order to create a realistic rendering of what you look like.
Wow. And so with all of these sensors, this is really far ahead of what Meta has on their basic headset. I have not tested the recent one that just came out. How does it compare?
There's really one main comparison, and that's the underlying technology. That's the reality tech. So Meta uses a similar system where they have displays to present virtual reality and external cameras to create an augmented reality pass-through mode. The other comparison you could make is that I think neither device really has a killer app or use case. You design this because you're a tech fan, right? Not because you're buying it to actually do something. Whereas you might buy the iPhone, the iPad, the Apple Watch for fitness, and obviously everyone needs a phone, everyone wants some sort of computer, that's why you get an iPad and a device. This would be a new category that has a very clear use case. So I think Apple and Meta are very similar in that regard.
Now, you said that it has all these sensors. This is to power some sort of eye and hand tracking capabilities, because many of these headsets you need to hold some sort of device to see where your hands are and to select things. You believe that you'll be able to select things using just your hands and your eyes?
That's right. So this is going to be primarily eye and hand controlled. Every time Apple releases a new major product category, they like to, is with the Apple Watch, they really position the digital crown as that new input method. Now, I think you can make an argument that the crown didn't really take off. It's a small part about how you use the Apple Watch. But that's what they present to sort of identify it, to select it, place your thumb and your index finger together to actually take action on that item.
Okay, so let's talk about some of the things that they'll be able to do with this headset. Obviously, Apple has a very deep developer base, many great apps for the iPhone. I imagine developers will be very excited. FaceTime, video conferencing, meeting rooms, even create an external display for your computer inside this headset.
That's right. So tapping into your other Apple devices, whether that's your phone, your iPad, your Mac, and integrating using the phone's keyboard as the keyboard to the headset. And because this will run many of the different iPhone apps that are already available, and sort of beyond AR versions, whether that's Apple's apps or third-party apps, if we'll have an app store with this killer feature, it's going to be the price point. So this is probably going to cost around $3,000 at the outset. And so I think that's going to put this device really out of reach for many people. I think the combination of a $3,000 price tag, along with a very limited appeal for the technology, still being very early, combined with a killer app or reason to buy the device, is going to really risk Apple's reputation for smash hit new product categories.
This is more of a slow burn for Apple, because this is where the future we expect to go. And it'll have to get in at some point. Is this the right product for them to get in with, or should they have tried to get some more of a cheaper product?
I really think that now is a really opportune time for them to strike, given if they really believe that this is the future, and I tend to agree that the future is standalone AR glasses with iPhone-like capabilities and iPhone-like price and iPhone-like battery life. I think it's going to be 5 to 10 years. If they waited a couple years, they could probably get this down another $1,000 or so. But the time is right, given the competitive landscape right now. It's extraordinarily
The next couple of months, developers get to really take a deep dive at WWDC, which is typically in June, and then we may have this by the holidays. Does that sound right?
Sounds right to me.
Wow.
I mean, obviously, there's a strong chance that this doesn't debut until June, but I'd be very surprised if it doesn't debut by June.
Well, WWDC is the big gathering of all the developers for Apple apps up in San Francisco typically, and so it's a great time. If they didn't reveal this until then, it'd be tough for them to sort of get pumped about that and have people attending that want to talk more about virtual reality and augmented reality. I think one of the big advantages here is store, or at least a portion of it, the catalog available right out of the gate.
You will have iPhone apps available for other days, just like you can run iPhone apps on an iPad, or just back there at the beginning of the iPad, one of the two things they noted was you can run the iPhone app on the iPad. I think you'll be able to run iPad and iPhone apps on this headset, but you're really going to want new apps created for this device specifically. The tap into AR, tap into VR, some of those extra processors and such. I think that's going to be something you see happen. But I think developers are probably going to have to really consider how quickly they want to jump onto this platform, given the price point. Right? Developers are going to have to invest a lot of time, resources, and money to build applications for this. And so they're probably going to take a slow go approach as well, try to determine if this thing's really going to take off. Knowing Apple,
another key point is that you're thinking we will not need an iPhone to use it. And of course, Apple has a very good network of their own stores where they can easily demo this new product.
Definitely, they want to position this as sort of a halo product that's going to drive traffic to Apple retail stores, drive marketing to Apple. And maybe you come to play with this Apple headset inside the store and you'll leave with AirPods. That's not too bad for Apple either.
Absolutely, and you'll probably want the AirPods to use for this as well. Mark Gurman is a reporter for Bloomberg. His newsletter is called Power On. His Twitter is @Mark Gurman. Mark, thanks so much for joining me. How do you get all these Apple scoops?
Thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate it, and it's great to finally be on here. And
coming up, more of your calls, plus tech news and tips. If you want to join in, the phone number to call is 888-RISK-101. My name is Rick Camaro. I'm offering live from KFI 24-hour newsroom over less than $150. At least 27 people have been hurt in a massive traffic pileup in southern Wisconsin. The crash happened yesterday. And British Airlines Flighty has canceled all its flights because they went bankrupt. Now, take a look at KFI traffic. We've got a crash in Redondo Beach on the 405.
It's on that northbound side of the 405, right as you're approaching Inglewood Avenue, just get ready. It's in that center lane, one of the center lanes of block. So second drive 4 extra minutes because you guys are going to be on hold as they fix that pothole that's in the right-hand lane. And then it's going to be a little bit on and off the brakes on the side going northbound between Culver Drive and the 55. So if I miss that, hopefully you get faster. I'm telling you, serious.
Orange County RV over 1,000 dealers use RV towards sale. We're saving up to 40% off any RV. Travel takers, family rentals, motorhomes starting at $49. With the 405, you should wait too. What's this carrier? The word is out. People are abandoning their overpriced wireless carriers and flocking to PureTalk for the same 5G coverage, but at a fraction of the price. In fact, the average family saves over $800 a year when switching from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone, keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. Right now, you can get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Or if you still want unlimited data, you can get that and still save a fortune. So make the switch and get the same coverage as the big guys, but at half the price. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, switch now. And you'll save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 and say, switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from PureTalk. Greetings, Sebastian Gorky. For years I've mentioned how much Relief Factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio shared his experience too. He writes, I tried Relief Factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more comfortably and practically pain-free. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order a 3-week quick start at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF. That's releasefactor.com or call 800 4 release. Feel the difference with Release Factor. Releasefactor.com. iAccidentLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Give them their millionaire client at iAccidentLawyer.com. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810. And don't forget, look, they're connected to Steve Gregory. Joining this week for Unsolved. The show that highlights cold cases, challenges, and bizarre cases. It's the show detectives count on for help. It really brings some great satisfaction. Yeah, we also feature those behind the scenes who solve cases. It's the only show that's constant in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. I'm Rich Canero, hanging out with you here at 101. All right, let's go to Bill. Bill is in Torrance, California. Bill, you're on with Rich. What's going on?
Hey, Rich. Thank you for taking my call. So I have a Macintosh at work, and I would like to access it from my Mac laptop at home. And I know you have like paid sponsors advertising those monthly fee things. That it's rare that I want to do that. But I know that Apple has like Apple Remote Access built in, and there's a bunch of different weird free apps, but they get really bad reviews. I just want to be able to once in a while log in my computer and, maybe control what's running on my office computer from my home Mac laptop. Is there a way to do that without getting one of these monthly fee things? I used to use something called Kick into the DNCs many, many years ago. I don't even know if that's still an option.
Quite the name for that product. I haven't heard of that one. Speaking of the VNC, wow, okay.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah, but okay, a couple things. First off,
If it works going to, there's one computer at my office, and I live like, a few miles away, and I just want to, once in a while, I got my laptop, I'm like, man, I wish I could, look at something on it work anyway.
yeah, so there's two things. So first off, have you tried to, Mac, they have Apple Remote Desktop built into the Mac software. So have you tried that, and is that not working?
I tried it, and it's not working, and I don't know if I should hire, like, a tech guy to come over and explain it to me, because it just didn't seem to, it just didn't work. It was giving me, I watched YouTube videos, and what the YouTube videos said was not what I was seeing off my machine, and maybe it was different operating system. I'm using both machines. I think I'm running Big Sur, the most up-to-date, but like, for example, on one YouTube video, it said when you click on, remote management, it'll give you like an IP address. All you have to do is log into that. Well, on my computer at work, when I click on, remote management, it gives you this whole, like, web address that doesn't work. So I'm not quite sure what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, and that could be that your network is set up to not allow remote access into this computer. It may be set up in a certain way where, for security reasons, it's not allowing, someone to just pop into your network from outside of the network. And that could definitely be a situation that is something that you have to figure out with an IP.
Is that over browser?
Yeah, that's a browser setting. Yeah, and it's been a while since I've done this with my personal MacBook. And okay, so basically, the program that I would recommend if you want to just try something easy, this is the one that I use and helps doing things. And so I use a program called TruMan. Have you heard of that?
I have.
Okay, and so this has a completely free solution. So it's an app, and they do have paid products, but if you want to use it free for personal use, now and you can log on to your Mac from wherever you want, and it's pretty simple.
Okay, wonderful. And you had your success with that.
I mean, my mom is not a tech person, even though she had a tech kid. So if she can tell me there's two ways of doing it. There's a little passcode that can be generated, and she can read that to you to make sure, for security reasons, that you're the, a trusted person logging into their computer. But or you can just save that passcode as well on your device. That's probably what you'd want to do. But once you have this running on once you have this running on your other computer, anytime you want to log in, you just fire up the app on your side, connect to the computer. It'll be displayed on the screen, and you can just use your mouse and keyboard to control control it just like you would, any other computer. Now, maybe a little lag with the lab. I do the app on both machines? Correct. Yep. Okay. And I can control the one, I can actually control the computer from my laptop. Yeah, at the other end. Yep, you'll see that. Okay. Yep. I'll get that one to try. That's what I recommend. And, and also I think you should give the other, the Mac remote desktop, I think you should try to use that first. Maybe give that another spin, just because that's a little bit of a cleaner solution that's built in. But I figured maybe it was my router not letting me get in to the back end of that, for like there's port forwarding stuff, and I don't understand the computer, and you've got to type in this whole address to get to your network, and your network just may not allow that to happen, and that's what I think is going on, especially if you're using, like a router from the cable company or something like that, and they just block those incoming requests, which is typical, because that's much more secure. So, got it. All right, well, thank you. Let me know what happens. Thank you. I will. All right, Bill. Thanks a lot. All right, big changes to Amazon Prime. So Amazon Prime, I just paid my $155 for the year, and I've been a Prime member since day one, and I've loved it. When I will never forget signing up for Prime. I told my wife, my then girlfriend, I said, "Can you believe that Amazon? I think it was like, is it 59 or 89 bucks a year, 69, something like that." I was like, "Can you believe they're going to be in this whole price was?" She's like, "No way." Back then, shipping was so expensive. I mean, you want this second-day shipping on anything, you're talking $15, $30 an item. You're going to get it the second day after we order it. And so I've been a subscriber ever since. But quite honestly, Amazon has been paring down some of their benefits for people. And I got this email. Starting February 28th, 2023, Amazon Fresh delivery orders, which is from a grocery store that they own, under $150 will incur a service fee. What? So it used to be $35 for free delivery. And then you get orders from $100 to $150, $6.95 for orders from $50 to $100, and $9.95 for orders under $50 about that. And then they came out and said, well, Amazon Fresh deliveries are still free if you spend $35. And now, a year later, Amazon Fresh deliveries are changing. And this is a product that a lot of people got used to over the pandemic, this grocery delivery situation. And now, with this fee, it makes it like, unless you feel like paying extra for stuff, why would you do this? You're going to order under $50. Now, that seems like a lot of money. And people are complaining, they don't want to do this. And I don't blame them. This is a lot of money, especially when you're paying all this money a year for these perks. And to not have that perk is, to me, not very good. So, Amazon, you may lose some subscribers over there, so I'll tell you that. All right, coming up, we've got more of your calls. We've got more stories. We're going to talk about why I love the bookstore over Amazon. Oh, more Amazon. Listening to Rich on Tech on Rich Camilo. Give me a call, 888-RICH-101. Listen to the following program will be recorded. Is that still time enough? Temporary prescriptions not cutting it? When your pet has an unscratchable hip, no coat or fur on, you do everything you can to help. But the truth is, you start with their food. Sometimes pets just need a little something to balance out their goals. Dynamite nutritional supplements add essential nutrients to mealtime to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system. Because when your pet is their healthiest self, they're also their happiest self. We were at a loss until we tried Dynamite. After just a few weeks, Maggie stopped all the insulin settings. She had a healthy, shiny coat. Just a huge relief for all of us, but especially Maggie. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over 1 million pets help with Dynamite. Now, I told you about it right. I'm taking relief factors from my shoulder and lower back. And it worked. No more pain. My husband started taking relief factors for his upper back and hip and didn't think it was working until he ran out and realized the pain was coming back. Relief factors just work. We are so happy it's working for you and your husband like it does for thousands of others.
customers across America. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free solution developed by doctors to help your body attack the underlying inflammation causing pain. What activity would you like to be doing again? Relief to find out more about this offer. That's 800 for Relief. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
We go through all the that's going on, so we can tell you just the you need to know.
KSI.
KOST 82.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app.
West Side shooting on Jason Middleton live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. LAPD Sergeant Bruce Bullerin says 3 of those people shot have died.
At this time, we know that the residence was a short-term rental. We're still interviewing additional occupants as well as witnesses and neighbors to try to piece together exactly what happened there.
This happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Candy just before 3 this morning. A water polo coach in Orange County has been sentenced for sexually assaulting 9 teens, sometimes while their parents were nearby. Orange County DA Kimberly Edge says Baram Hodre got more than 18 years in prison.
He had complete power over them because he knew they probably wouldn't say anything because they wanted to go on to future careers in water polo. And he had
Is at least physically possible. One of the questions around the switch away from fossil fuel power plants is whether there are actually enough rare earth minerals on the planet to make the parts needed for a switch to renewable undone by clean energy using those minerals in the future. Fine Berman, KFI News. The FDNY now has the most female firefighters in department history. 7 FDNY to 148.
Probationary firefighter Aaron Samayev, Diana De Los Santos, Janice Snag, Alexandra Simeone.
Video of the attack on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been released. It shows San Francisco police officers knocking on the door of Paul Pelosi's home, with Pelosi answering, and the suspect hitting Pelosi in the head with a hammer. Officers then wrestled the intruders to the ground on the tan downtown with Ellie.
The police found us in trouble at Mateo Street, Santa Fe Avenue. It's in a right lane. It kind of caused you a backup from Alameda Street, extra 5 minutes in that area. As you're traveling on the 101 going southbound, get ready for a backup just because a car has sold out. It's blocking us into the divider, but it was in the left lane, so it's definitely causing you a backup from DeSoto Avenue. And then on the 16 going westbound, as you're approaching the 71, there is a crash. It's in that purple lane. Yes, you do have a delay there as well. It's from Reservoir Street, and it's just 7 minutes. So if I was going to have to either faster, I'm telling you this.
Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes? If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Hey, SoCal homeowners, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you have a long day, and your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year, or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Homeowners, when was the last time you invested in your home? Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without tipping and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, your man, it takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once one, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva. Managing partners at Jacoby and Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby and Myers, the name you trust. Southern California weather from KFI. Mostly sunny today for LA and Orange County. Highs in the low to mid 60s. Some light winds are lingering, but they maxed out at about 25 miles an hour. The clouds will start rolling in tomorrow, so the rain start rolling in Sunday night. San Clemente right now, 57. Overton is at 62. Compton is at 61. Zero Beach, beautiful, 58. We do lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middle. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. My name is Rich DeNiro, sitting here talking. There you can find all the recent stories I've done for KTLA. You can watch those there. And anything I post that's interesting, I'll usually put it right there. I was in the airport yesterday. I was flying to San Francisco for the day, and I walked into, that little bookstore, kind of convenience store there, and get a water. And I saw the books, and I'm always drawn to books, even though I typically use a Kindle. I love reading, and so I just kind of browsed the books for like 2 minutes. And I found like 5 books I wanted to read in those 2 minutes. And so I posted to my Facebook and Instagram, and I said, how is it that I can browse Amazon for hours and still not decide on a book to buy? Yet I can walk into a bookstore and find a bunch that I want to read immediately. Man. And this bookstore just had a small selection, but I'm sitting there going, ooh, I want to read that. Ooh, I want to read that. And so, of course, the comments came in. Lots and lots of comments. And I'm not the only one that feels this way. And believe me, I love my Kindle. I absolutely love reading on the Kindle because it's sensory. Reading is a tactical experience. There are smells associated with paper. There's texture. There's depth. There's more. Libraries are so critical. When you're looking for one book, you buy another. You grab it, you read a little bit, it inspires you, it grabs your interest. That's, I think, very true. Because I started reading some of these books. Like you just flip to a page and open them and read them. Jim said, merchandising cover art sucks you right in. Patricia said, the nostalgia of the actual book in hand, the smell it gets at you at the first crack of the page, makes you want more and more. Janet says, nothing beats a relaxing time than holding an actual book or magazine, just to feel the pages, the smell. I put a couple of the books that I saw there in my Amazon shopping cart. Is that wrong? It was like $5 cheaper. Melanie says, it's analogous to all of the streaming options on TV, and I still can't decide what to watch. That is so true. So true. I sit there and I try to have all these systems in place for watching movies on the streaming service. I have an app called Real Good. There's also an app called Just Watch that I really like. And whenever someone tells me about a good movie, I will put it in this app. And I'll say, okay, the next time I sit down on a Friday night to watch a movie, I will look at the app, I will pick the top movie from that, my list of things that are streaming on the services that I pay for, and I'll watch it. And guess what happens? Exactly not that. I go, I don't know if I feel like I'm in the mood for that movie tonight. Let's watch something else. And so I sit there for 20 minutes. And again, back in the day, walk into a blockbuster, what did you do? You picked out 5 or 6 movies that you wanted to watch. And we used to come home with a handful of movies that we'd watch over the weekend. And again, maybe it's all the visual nature of it, where you can pick up the movie, look on the back, look on the front, read the synopsis, just like the book. Let's see. Judy says, my late husband was a techie. We used to have these discussions all the time. I loved browsing through bookstores. I used to tell him it was relaxing to curl up on a comfy chair with a good book. Not the same with an iPad or a Kindle. That's just me. No, not just you, apparently. A couple hundred comments on this. So clearly, people like books. But when I travel, I like the iPad. The Kindle. I don't read on an iPad. I like that e-ink display on the Kindle. That's what I really like because it just doesn't have any reflections. It works. It's simple, and it feels like the printed page, even though it's not. But anyway, I told my wife I'm going to buy a book, a real book, and read it. And she's like, "What? Don't you like the Kindle?" All right, coming up, I've got a great guest. Tom Merritt is going to join me. Tom's a great podcaster, a good friend, and he is, I'm a little jealous of Tom. He has been to Super Nintendo World, which is opening at Universal Studios Hollywood on February 17th. He's already been. And I'm so jealous because I've wanted to go to this since they announced it, but they will not return my email over at Universal. So I've not been invited to any of the press things, which I don't know. Anyway, we'll talk to Tom about his thoughts on the whole new place. What is in Phoenix? You're on with Rick. All right, one of these days I'm going to figure out. Lou, are you there? Okay, let's go to Corey in Highlands, California. Corey, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Of course, they give yourself some grace there.
It's day 4, but I even put little numbers next to the buttons on the phone that say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Could it not get much easier?
Way years before all the pandemic hit. And I've always used it, and I always see if somebody comes in either on a phone or tries to come in on video. But I just like to check every once in a while if it's still secure. Can anybody come in that I cannot see, or is anybody hacked in?
Well, there's always the possibility of that, but is it likely? No, if you have the right guardrails on. So in your Zoom, how are you sending these? Are you sending the same invitation to everyone, or are you sending like your personal meeting room, or are you sending a new invitation? How are you sending these invitations to people?
The reasons why I use theirs, so it's random,
Okay.
and I just send a new one every single time to every single client.
Okay. And the settings on your
Have it where they can log.
turn on the waiting room, and that way only persons that you admit to the video can watch what you're doing. So that would be your number one thing. You know, people trying to get into if they figure out the meeting ID and they happen to be on there at the exact same time, and then they happen to figure out the past copy systems, and so it could happen. But I would definitely put on the waiting room. That's one of the main things we learned during the pandemic when people, do you remember the term Zoom bombing?
Yeah.
That came into this room, and the stuff they were doing was, I had to look away from my screen because it was like, I didn't know what I was seeing, but it was not good. And so,
Wow.
And then the other thing to do, if you want to be really secure, do you record these conversations or not?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you really want to give your clients encryption, have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you go onto Zoom, it kind of looks like things are pretty secure because you see that little lock in the left-hand corner, right? Have you clicked that?
Right.
It looks like a little badge with like a shield and it has a check mark and it's green.
Right.
So if you click that, it'll give you kind of like the information about that Zoom meeting, and it'll say encryption enabled. Now there are different levels. The default encryption is not the highest level because obviously the higher level encryption costs Zoom more money. So they want to just enable the basic encryption, which means encrypted in transit, which means when you're doing that stream, no one can really just tune into that stream on the web if they find that data going back and forth from your computer to the other computer. But there are ways of kind of unlocking that video stream. And so for that reason, you would want what's called end-to-end encryption. And that means that nobody, not even Zoom, could potentially look at the stream. And so you can enable that by going into your settings. You have to go on the web and go into settings. You have to log into zoom.us, log into your account, go to settings, and under security, scroll down, it'll say allow use of end-to-end encryption. And you toggle that on, it's going to ask you to confirm your phone number, and then you can turn on that feature, and you can use end-to-end encryption on your calls. And that's not on by default. I mean, obviously they want to keep it off for the majority of people, so it saves real money, especially it's a free product. Are you paying for Zoom, or is it a free version?
Oh, no. No, I'm paying.
Oh, you are paying. Okay, so they may enable it for paid customers by default, but I'm not sure. So go in there and again, it's, that calls are going to be pretty secure. I mean, we've run like the whole world on Zoom for 2 years, so I think it's pretty darn good.
Right, and just, I don't know if you heard yet, but you wondered when that was going to happen. You have, the whole world listening, so they might as well.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think that, so what, it used to be, what, $14.95?
The next level.
Yeah.
And mine does say that the encryption is enabled, but...
No, that's encryption, but not necessarily end-to-end. So definitely check that setting. But here's the thing. I would consider, if you're paying monthly, I would consider looking at the yearly. because you can't save about 17 to 2. Especially if you're running a business on.
All right. Okay. Thanks for the reminder. That's good.
All right, Corey, thanks so much for the call, and thanks for listening. Our year last year in a very long time. Plus, I'm going to tell you just some of the stuff I like out of it. Samsung, Apple, who's on top, how many they sold, all that good stuff. Plus, outrageous protests are following the release of the graphic video of the encounter with Memphis police. The alleged death was a 9-year-old black man. House Speaker McCarthy is shooting down claims that Republicans will cut entitlements in their negotiations over raising the debt ceiling. 37 years ago today, the space shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after launch from Cape Canaveral. All 7 on board were killed. Southern California weather from KFI, the sun will shine today, which is cool because more of the clouds come in with the Tampa rain. Overnight lows in LA and OC in the low to mid 40s. Now, let's get a live KFI traffic update. Head to Redondo Beach and the Stable 405.
Well, it's looking pretty good. Actually, it actually has cleared on the 405 for Yorktown as you're approaching Inglewood Avenue, which is going to be a tiny bit on and off the break from Redondo Beach Boulevard. Flat things are clearing, so just be a little patient. On the 215 going Yorktown, right before Van Buren Boulevard, there's a crash. 3 vehicles were moving just because CHP is just arriving on the scene. A tow truck is needed. So right now, you're on and off the break from Ramona Expressway. Sometimes I have to either faster. I'm telling you this.
It could take 2 years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby and Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby and Myers, the name you trust. Bridgewater, the Hit Fiction Podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. It's something beyond my understanding going on here. Starring supernatural Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead Melissa Francio, and Rogue One Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Stippen and created by me, Aaron Macy. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Tired of expensive vet bills? A temporary prescription still leaving your pet icky with a dull coat or fur loss? It all starts with their food. Add Dino-Vitamin supplements the nutrients they're missing to support a healthy digestive tract, skin and coat, and immune system strength all around healthier pets. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase and almost eliminate my pain. Now, let me tell you what Robert in California says about his experience with Relief Factor. Robert writes, I didn't think Relief for me to see how much Relief Factor really was. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing and living the life you love. Your first step to becoming pain-free from aches and pains from daily living could be just to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out about this offer. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference. Get an additional 10% off all in-store clearance appliances and take home what you buy same day. Shop the truckload event today. Exclusive supplies while supplies last. Select and verify location.
And iHeartRadio station.
And download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Well, I have any good advice for me other than what I would call a potential paperweight. I have an old Apple AirPad for weeks. I can't get Google Track to work. It wants me to keep upgrading all my apps, and it says that it's not supporting the new upgrade. So am I kind of out of luck with this, or is there a reset I can do, or what do you think?
So your iPad, it turns on, it's functioning and everything.
It does work. I can play iTunes. I can do some searching with the web. Some websites aren't loading now the way they used to.
Do you have the iPad with you right now?
I do.
When you go into settings, I want to see what the exact model that there is. So if you go to settings and then general and then about, can you do that for me?
Yeah. So I've got this software version that's running at 12.4.2.
Okay.
Model name is iPad Air.
So it's just the iPad Air. So it's the original iPad Air. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So iPad OS is on 16. So you're running 4 generations before it, and 16 is only going to run on iPad Air 3rd generation and later. So if you go to the website apple.com and you go to the iPad OS, you've got Mac OS, you've got iPad OS, and you've got iOS, and then you've got TV OS. So each one of these has a certain amount of gadgets that they run on. And I understand the frustration, believe me, because you've got this device, it still works fine, but it's not getting the latest software updates. But the reality is, Apple is actually one of the better companies that really does a pretty good job of letting software run on pretty old devices. In fact, if you look at iOS 15, let me just see what this one runs on. It runs on phones. Because people every year, whenever they come out with new software, they get up in arms. They're like, oh, now it doesn't run on my phone. But if you look at iOS 15, which is like amazing cutting-edge brand new software, it runs all the way back on the iPhone 8. And so let's just cross-reference when that came out. 6 years so far. That's pretty good. Companies like Samsung and Google, they promise a lot of them are promising 3 years, maybe 4. So this is pretty good. Anyway, all that to say that I understand the frustration, but have you done the software?
It's just looking for updating, so it's kind of thinking right now. I'll tell you when
Turns out I have a software update on my phone there, and I just wait a while now. I used to be one of the people that was doing it the second it came out, and then my phone, it got a bad update one time, and my phone didn't work for 24 hours until Apple decided to come out with a fix. And so now I wait a little bit. I wait a couple of days. This has been out for a week, I feel like. But so, long story short, the problem of that software to be able to run properly, and they just don't have it on the older software. You're creating apps which you couldn't really think about what the old software has that you may need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. So I guess I'm stuck with either using the limited functionality that it still offers me, or is there any trading value on these people? I know I got it 10 years ago. I think I got it in 2013.
I don't know. Apple will tell you if you go on their website, if you put a new iPad in your cart and then look for the trade-in value, it will tell you. But I have Tom, which will buy anything from you. They'll give you $66 for it. So I would maybe do that and put that towards the new one.
Yeah, because I really like the functionality of the tablet. I have a PC, a laptop, but it's a lot. It's cumbersome. The tablet's my go-to. So, well, okay, so Gizmo.com, is that the
Gizmo.com. All right, I got to help with, gotta go to a break. Thanks for calling. We'll be back with more after this, including a new scam that involves stock and sign email. It's a little bit live for the day by 24-hour news. 3 people have been killed in a shooting at a home in Beverly Crest. A total of 7 people were injured in the shooting. LAPD Sergeant Bruce Borihon says the 3 people killed were video. Any video or even additional witnesses that can help us piece together what happened here. Borihon says 2 of the people injured in the shooting were taken to a hospital before responders arrived. The home the shooting happened at is a short-term rental property in Beverly Crest. Blake Trolley, hey, if I knew. The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is confident the officers of today's LAPD would not treat a person the same way the officers in Memphis treated Tyree Nichols. William Briggs says he watched the beating of Nichols and could not believe the lack of training and empathy displayed by officers. They had Mr. Nichols on the ground, had other officers come up and take him in his face and then pull him up and treat him as a punching bag for both fists, feet, and a baton. That's just outrageous. Briggs says he will work with Chief Moore and the police union to learn the low to mid-40s, a little warmer overnight excuses. Tomorrow clouds start to roll in as the day rolls on with a chance of rain picking up around Sunday. Now let's head over for some live traffic from the KFI Traffic Center. That means a stall on the 10 near Pomona with Ellis.
So that westbound side, as you're pushing at 57, 3 extra minutes, that can be a delay time. It's in the center divider, but like I said, it's still causing a backup. You're going to be on and off the brakes in Fairfax Drive, and then there's a side like this in the right lane, random, but yes, it's not a UFO or an alien that are like this, but it's definitely on the 540 southbound at Tustin Ranch Road. Please be careful because it is huge. It could
cause your car some damage. Here's how this guy helps you get faster. I'm telling you the truth.
We read local live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom on Dixon Middle.
This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, they're with you at Memorial Care. With high-quality care virtually or in person, with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choose.memorialcare.org for more information.
On the go. And now, the top 5 reasons to go to Momondo.
$500 gone. You winners get $500 gift giveaway. Two baking districts, and you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 30th and 31st.
3.
The Grand National Front Store Kitten. Come on, get your tickets now.
And the number 2.
This day, grown up. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink specials, freebies and fun for everybody.
And the number 1 reason.
Get the room.
Good time. You can give yourself some real benefits. Get your real ID by starting the application online, uploading the correct documents, and make your appointment at the DMV to finish the process. By applying. KFI AM 640.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech with Samira, hanging out with you, talking technology. You can find me on all social media at Rich on Tech. Got some cool things on my Instagram today. That's my drive in that Waymo I was talking about earlier, that autonomous taxi ride. Just so I did a quick little reels about that. And if there's a laser, my kid, he made me purchase a laser for him, and he was convinced they'd be able to pop a balloon. I did not believe it. And sure enough, we bought some balloons. He aimed the laser at the balloon, and it popped. You can hear me go, wow, I can't believe it. So I recorded it the first time I saw it. So if you want to see any of those reels, Instagram.com/RichOnTech. Lou is in Phoenix, Arizona. Lou, you're on.
Hey, yeah, can you hear me okay?
I hear you just fine. How are you?
Hey, you can help me decide if I should use a vice or a hammer on my cell phone and my Bluetooth headset I use just for cell phone.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound, those don't sound like good options. I assume you're not happy with these Bluetooth.
Well, I was going to do one or the other, and I thought, hey, call you first.
So what's happening with it?
Well, regardless how I dial, if I use a phone to dial, or if I use voice to dial with it, or if I press the button on the Bluetooth and dial, it dials the numbers okay. Usually I can hear the telephone ringing of the other party, and when they answer, sometimes they can hear me, sometimes they can't. Usually I can hear them saying, hello, 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 but they can't hear me. You ought to try booking comedy shows as I'm able to talk to people.
Yeah, well, comedy business is a tough business to be in general, so imagine with the Bluetooth issues. What type of devices are we talking about here?
Okay, we're talking about a Java Stealth or the Top 45. They're similar, and the problems with both of them. And the phone is a Pixel 4a.
Okay.
And I figured there must be some type of a menu somewhere that makes sensitive.
Well, so now, is it all the time? And so you're saying you're having trouble with 2 different Bluetooth headsets?
Yeah. Yeah, they're both made by Java.
Okay.
And the thing is, sometimes they can hear me, sometimes they can't.
Right.
And of course, I can't tell if they can or can't, but what I do many times is just hit the speaker button and go to speaker.
Right.
And then they can hear me. But then I can't take notes and do other stuff while I'm on the phone.
Okay, now this Java Stealth, is this a newer model or is this an older model?
So the 45 is a newer model. The Stealth is, I think, an older model.
Okay, so Java Stealth, so here's what I would do to try to troubleshoot this, number one. So first off, I would make sure all the software is up to date. So the Pixel software,
I'm not sure if the Pixel 4a is still getting software updates at this point. It's been out for a little bit, so make sure that you're up to the latest software on that.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you can update the software on your Bluetooth.
Well, okay, so that's another thing. So I'm looking at this Stealth online, and there was a Bluetooth update back in 2018. So you're talking the Stealth device is at least um, a couple of years old. It would not connect when tapping the voice button. So that that could be part of the problem. So the way to download this is to download the Jabra Assist app, and that's on Google Play. So download. Have you searched for that Jabra Assist?
No.
Okay, so that's
I think not no bunch of this stuff on my phone.
Okay, well that's probably the first place to go then. So I would just go to the Jabra Assist app, and it's weird because even when I'm hearing this issue, I think in the back of my head that every gadget has some sort of like firmware update or software update, but it's kind of funny to think that a Bluetooth headset would have that, but this does. And so they may have fixed this problem. And sometimes these little bugs do happen. What's the other one? The Jabra 45 you said?
Yeah, Talk 45.
Jabra Talk 45. And
I think it's a new year. I think it's more recent.
So that's the more recent. So it's very similar looking to the Stealth one. And this one, let's see if they have a firmware update there. Yep, November 15th, 2021. Performance and stability improvement. So what I would do...
That was my birthday.
Oh, happy birthday. Very nice. So you got a birthday gift of maybe this Bluetooth is going to work properly once you do this. So download the Jabra Assist app, connect these to your phone, do the software update. I'm sure the app will lead you through that. And then once you do that, restart everything, restart your phone, and turn off this, turn it back on. You might even try disconnecting this device from your phone once you do the software update. Disconnect it completely, like de-pair it, and then repair it to your phone, and that may force the connection. But I think if you follow those steps, I bet these things will work a whole lot better.
I hope so. What can I say about my comedy?
Very quickly, yeah. Give a fast app.
Yeah, my website is ArizonaLou.com, and you might laugh if you go there. Or you can Google America's favorite old man. I'll be number one. Or you can ask Alexa, who's America's favorite old man? They'll say, Arizona Lou.
I love it. I love it. All right, one of these days, I'm going to have to come see you one of these days, okay?
Hey, I'm going to be in the
friendly?
I don't use foul language, but I do delve into adult concepts. I do mostly free benefit shows for veterans and charities.
Very cool. Well, thank you for that.
That's a schedule on my website. Yeah.
That's awesome. Arizona Lou.
I didn't use it just a commercial.
No, it's fine. It sounds like you're doing great stuff, so I love it. And once you get those Bluetooth earpieces working, maybe you'll have double the booking.
Hey, I hope so. Right now I'm working on Florida.
Thanks a lot, Lou. Appreciate it. Have a great day. All right, let's talk about, let's go from that to this. Scam. So I'm always trying to keep you up to date on all these scam artists because they are really trying to, what did I get the other day? I got one that was really good, and I was like, wow, it's just wild. So this is a phishing scam that involves DocuSign email. So if you've ever bought a house or a car or signed a contract, you've done DocuSign. You know how it works. You get the email from DocuSign. It says, hey, click here. You choose a signature. I don't know how that's legal. You choose, it writes your signature for you, and now you can sign your life for it. But that's all very fine if it's legitimate. But these scam artists, these hackers, are sending these emails that most likely originate from DocuSign, but they contain a link in an HTML attachment. And once you click to open the view completed document, guess what? It is not a good thing. They're going to try to steal your information. They're going to try to download something to your computer, perhaps. It redirects to a malicious link. And because of the way they're doing this, they're actually hiding the malware in that empty image attachment. So that means that these emails are bypassing virus scanners. You can still get caught up in this thing even if you have a virus scanning software on your system. So the bottom line about the phishing attack is phishing is when someone sends you an email and they try to get your personal information by you just entering it in, basically.
So the bottom line is, if you are not expecting a DocuSign email, you're not buying a car, you're not buying a house, you're not signing a contract for a new job, you're not a lawyer, you're not a doctor, whatever, just don't open it. Now, if you think you're expecting it and you're wondering about it, then, call the person on the other end and say, hey, did you send me that? But don't just open these things up. In fact, I think I got this. Now that I think about it, I think this is what I got. And it's funny, the company I work for sends us these emails that are like, they try to get you, to teach you a lesson about, security online. And so they'll send you something like, hey, just review this picture and let us know what you think. And I'm like, I wasn't supposed to review a picture. And then they say, gotcha, when you click the link. So if you see a DocuSign email and you're not expecting it, don't click it. Coming up, I'm going to talk about smartphone sales. We're going to talk about the new Super Nintendo World opening up at Universal Studios. I've got a guest who's already been in advance of the opening. Plus, we're going to take more of your calls at 888-RICK-101. That's 888-742-4101. We'll be back after this. Live from the Anti 24-hour mostly peaceful protests today. Nationally, after the release of a video showing police officers beating a Memphis man who died shortly thereafter. CVS is adjusting hours at about 2/3 of its retail pharmacies that starts in March. So, if you use CVS, check your local listing. HBO's series The Last of Us is being renewed for a second season. The series is based on the PlayStation video game that has been released, and the first time you see the bad thing, you will not forget it. Southern California weather from KFI. The sun will shine today, which is cool. Just tomorrow the clouds come in with a chance of rain. Overnight lows in LA and OC in the low to mid 40s. Now let's get a live traffic update. Let's check and see any or non-UFO stuff on the freeway. But let's also check the one.
Right as you're approaching the 10, things start to get a little bit slow all the way through Academy Road. Now, there is no reports of any incidents in that area, just a lot of people driving up to 5 minutes. There's a cleanup going on because they have some storm damage on the 5 going southbound right after 110. It's to that 110 south ramp. It's going to be closed, and hopefully they're going to open it up by the 1st of February. Because I was going to see their faster. I'm amazing.
Over 1,000 new and used RV stores with savings up to 40% off MSRP. Travel trip to Sunday night to motorhome starting at $49. With a 405 to 22. What's this area? David in Pennsylvania writes in to tell us about his experience with Relief Factor. I tried Relief Factor for hip pain and was surprised that it also helped relieve my shoulder and foot discomfort. After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. So thank you, David. I've heard the story before. People stopping and then starting again because it works. As you all know, I had trouble with aches and pains people are talking about. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor. That feels time enough. Temporary prescriptions not cutting it. When your pet has an untrackable itch, dull coat, or fur loss, you know pets just need a little something to balance out their bowl. Diabite nutritional supplements add essential nutrients to mealtime to support a healthy digestive tract. They're also the happiest of them. We were at a loss until we tried Diabite. After just a few weeks, Magic stopped all the incident settings. Happier with every bite. Over 1 million pets helped with Diabite. Savings has everything you need to get organized this year at amazing savings. Right now, get up to 50% off select folders, file cabinets, file boxes, and storage bins. In-store only, offer ends 1/28. Make this year your year with Staples, the working and learning store. KFI, AM 640. And iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Welcome back to Rick's on Tech. I'm Rich Camaro, hanging out with you here, talking technology at 888 Rick That's 888. That's about technology. That's what Kathleen and Mahava did. Kathleen, welcome to the show. Okay, I think I lost Kathleen. Well, I lost Kathleen. I don't know what happened there. She dialed, and then I disconnected. We'll figure that out. Well, Kathleen, call back. Call back. I'll talk about this in the meantime. Amazon introduced a new service called RX. So earlier I was talking about how Amazon got rid of their Prime benefit with free grocery delivery, and now they're introducing another benefit. This is RX. So kind of interesting. $5 a month for more than 80 common health condition medications. So this is a new benefit for Prime members. It gives you affordable access to commonly prescribed generic medications, many medications that you need. And you can get them all delivered for free. There's no hidden markups, there's no fees, at least not right now. And it's available in most U.S. states. Now, if you have Medicare or Medicaid, you're not eligible for this. And Amazon says Prime members who typically take 2 or more medications per month to manage chronic or ongoing health conditions could save significant time and money with this $5 RX Pass subscription. Now, it doesn't seem like you can use your flex spending to pay for this if you're wondering about that, because that's a big state. And I'm guessing they say they're in 48 states, but 42 states rather. Sorry, that's what happens when I start password for that. So one low price, $5 is for all of it. Let's see, generic or lipitor they've got, $5. Wellbutrin, generic, $5. Now, $5 if you needed both of those. That's a flat fee for as many of these medications as you need a month. Zoloft, now these are all the generic versions of these, obviously. Those are the brand names that I know. Crestor, and you see the advertisements on TV. So if you pay for a Prime member and you live in one of these states that you can get this, then it might be worth it. So will it work in your state? Let me see. There's a way to Minnesota, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Texas, and Washington. So if you're in one of those states, you can get it. Those are some pretty big states. California, Texas, Washington, yeah. So I'm guessing in those places, in Washington is Amazon's hometown. I'm guessing in those places that this is interesting too. So I was talking about the scam artists trying to scam us. They spend all day doing this. So what's really interesting, and the trend I've noticed with all of these scam kind of texts, if you've ever been to the store and you go to buy something and you get a text, your card is declined, and you get a text to your phone that says, hey, was that just you at Target? Did you just try to spend, $48.72? Press 1 for yes, press 2 for no. Or text back 1 or 2. Okay, try the transaction again. And you do it and it goes through. That's their fraud prevention at work. And these big companies like State and American Express, it seems like they're protecting you, but they're really not. They're protecting their own interests. And so they're saying, we don't really trust this transaction. We don't really want to be on the hook for this $58. So we'll just decline it and then make this person text us back. So it's on them, really. And it's great when it works. And it's just cards that they don't let through. And it protects you. And I've had this happen. But I've also had cards that go through. I've had my card hacked. And the person somehow used it. What was the place was called? I'm going to not say the name right. Carrefour? It's like Carrefour. Oh yeah, that was the place. That was the place where they used my card. And in that case, I didn't get any fraud prevention thing. You always seem to get the fraud prevention when it's you. Now, another time I was out at a restaurant, and I used my card, and typically, and this is why I always recommend, by the way, using your tap to pay. If you can, set up Apple Pay or Google Pay or Samsung Pay, or use the chip in your card. That is all much more secure. In fact, try not to even use anything with your card. Like, use your phone when possible. You can tap to pay, use it. It's the most secure because, think about it. Nobody even sees your card. They don't see your card number. What they see is a one-time card number, which means the retailer, even if they got hacked and someone got a list of all the credit cards used at Target that day, yours would not be on there. Absolutely. Use it. It's really, really good. So one time I was at a restaurant, and, of course I always try to use the tap to pay, and I'm at the restaurant, I hand over my credit card, and in about 30 seconds while the person walks over with my card, I get a message from my credit card saying, hey, your card was just used in, Indiana. I said, what? And I watched that movie, what's it called, Emily the Criminal, I think, and it's all about, credit card theft and all this stuff, and so I realized how they do this. I mean, it's a really sophisticated operation. So anyway, my point is, these scammers try to emulate the stuff that we really get, and they try to trick us. So I tell you all this because Verizon right now is sending out these text messages that are offering valuable customer discounts, anywhere from $10 to $25 off your wireless bill per month. It arrives by text message. It says, hey, you're a great customer. Call this number. We'll give you $10 to $25 off your bill. It's actually legitimate. They did it last year. I was one of the people that got the messages. I saved $10 a month on my bill. And so if you get this text, it's very confusing because you're sitting here going, hey, who's trying to trick me here? And it's odd that Verizon would send a text that looks like this, but this is the second time they've done it. So if you get a message that says, you're a customer, you're from Verizon, you're very loyal, we want to offer you this, there's a phone number in that message to call. Now, I'm telling you this message is legitimate, but what I would do is just Google the phone number to make sure that's the actual Verizon phone number. Because what scam artists are going to do is they're going to emulate these texts and say, hey, where was AT&T or where was T-Mobile? Here's $10 off a month, give us a call. When you call that number, what are they going to do? Say, hey, what's your phone number? What's your PIN code? What's all this? And by the time you give them all that, they've just stolen your account. So just be aware of these things. But again, it's confusing because the hackers try to target us using the system that was enabled. You're listening to if you're with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile, you're paying too much for your wireless service. Because PureTalk gives you the exact same 5G coverage as one of those big carriers on the exact same network, but saves the average family over $800 a year. And PureTalk doesn't lock you into an overpriced, unlimited data contract. Why pay for data you don't need? Instead, get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone and keep the number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. So what are you waiting for? Start saving today. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say switch now, and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That talk is simply smarter wireless. It's crazy to discuss how my everyday aches and pains were affecting my daily life before I started taking the email. Let me tell you about Gary from California. Gary said, I could not thank you enough. I am 62 years old and have just started taking relief acid. I've never felt better. Free from aches and pains. Could just be to order the 3-week Quick Start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Actor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefActor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's ReliefActor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief. Opinion without the freak. KOXT-HD2. In Middleton, live from the Verified 24-hour newsroom, 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. LAPD Sergeant Bruce Borian said 3 of those people shot and died. We're still in it. To try to piece together exactly what happened here. Investigators are also going door to door and looking for additional surveillance video or any evidence that could help us determine what happened here and why these victims were shot. This happened on Ellison Drive near Benediction, and it's just before 3 this morning outside a short-term rental home. News brought to you by Southern California Edison. The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is outraged over the beating of Irene Nixon. William Briggs says not only did the Memphis police officers in the video embarrass themselves, they embarrassed the entire policing community. We've had a lot of officers who displayed not only poor training, they stopped themselves in the face with their own pepper gas. They were completely out of state in terms of one officer could barely run down half a block. Briggs says the actions of the officers not only set back relations,
color, and also set back relations between law enforcement and communities across the country. He's regularly testifying in news. President Biden is expressing his condolences to the family of Tyler Nichols, including a promise to his mother.
He told her that I was going to be making a case to the Congress to fight the George Floyd Act. He could get this under control.
Biden said there was only so much he can do with an executive order. He says the video footage of the police beating up Nichols will leave people justifiably outraged. Biden said he would ask Congress to pass federal police reform to get them under control. It might have been hard to do that. Republican National Committee Chair Ronna McDaniel has been reelected to lead the party for another 2 years. Activists and elected officials from all 50 states gathered in Southern California for the vote at the annual winter meeting. McDaniel invited her rivals to the stage immediately after the vote.
With us united and all of us going together, the Democrats are going to hear us in 2024.
McDaniel was challenged by attorney Carmen Gillon and My Pillow founder Mike Lindell. Part of the 91 freeway in Corona is closed for repairs this weekend. All the westbound lanes are closed between the 15th and Lincoln Avenue. The westbound 91 Main Street on and off ramp, the westbound 91 Lincoln Avenue off ramp, and westbound connectors to 15 are also closed. 91 freeway is scheduled to reopen 5 a.m. Monday. From the KFI Traffic Center, let's check in with Ellie ahead to RTJ and feature 91.
Yeah, we're going to film at 91 with eastbound. As you're approaching Pioneer Boulevard, there is a crash blocking both of the center lanes. So my suggestion is you're all the way to your left. Definitely going to be slowing you down the extra 5 minutes. And then Jason, here we go. Trees are in several lanes. 17 going southbound West Boulevard. There's tree branches, several of them very large, and it is causing a backup because, of course, no one wants to ride over them. They're in the central lanes right now. So they're going to run a traffic break, temporarily stopping you guys to get those tree branches out of the lane. Be patient over there. So I have to get faster. I'm so interested.
If the rabbit is the luckiest animal in the family this year of the rabbit, time to go. And now the top 5 engines to go to Orlando.
$500 done. We winners get $500 cash every half hour. Play daily games just giving us 2 baking dishes, and you earn 500 points on your reward card. The 30th and 31st.
3.
The Grand National Fun Club. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. We've got food and drink baskets, freebies and fun for everybody.
And the #1 reason.
Get the room. Get the tips to the Big Morongo Lounge.
Morongo Casino Resort and Club. Morongo. Good time. Hey, Team Shark, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you need my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com. WBC Appliances.
Spectacular sound, new colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
Are you suffering with good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute? There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is the knee pain.
This is some high-quality sleep is important to help reduce stress. Some tips include going to sleep and waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex sleep that is cold, quiet, and free of distractions. With helpful moments, it's brought to by CalHelp.org. Life is uncertainty and time to feel stressed and worried.
And orange county, highs in the low to mid-60s. Some light winds are still around. They max out at about 25 centimeters. The clouds start rolling in tomorrow. The chance of rain starts to... Rick on Tech, you are listening to the show where we talk about technology and take your calls at 888-RICK-101. I'm the tech reporter for KCLA Channel 5 in Los Angeles. You may see me on TV from time to time, or maybe on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Pretty much, let's see, which one am I on the most? Probably Instagram.
I think it's Instagram. Twitter is more for like just tweeting little thoughts. Facebook is more, it's gotta really have a reason to post to Facebook. But I love it. I mean, got a lot of you on there that, you love commenting, which I do read the comments, believe me. If you send me a message, a DM, or you comment, I read most of them. But I can't always reply to every single one of them because it would be a full-time job. So I do try, and I get some of my best story ideas from just texting and tweeting and all that good stuff. So keep them coming. And believe me, I do get a laugh from a lot of the stuff, and I will try to like sometimes if I do. You know where else I get a lot of my ideas is my kids. I've got an 8-year-old that I think I'm going to have things I haven't on. So I told you last week how I came into his room and he was watching something on YouTube. I don't know how he got on there. But this week, since I kind of locked down YouTube a little bit more, I come into the room and he's FaceTiming with his friend. And guess what? He just figured out that his friend could share her screen to his iPad. And they can sit there and watch YouTube videos because she's got no restrictions on her side. And so they just watch stuff together. I really had to laugh at his ingenuity here. Because, as parents, it's really tricky because you can set up all these boundaries for your kids. And it's kind of like, it's kind of like when I was a kid. Your parents had rules in your house. Then when you went to your friend's house, they had a whole different set of rules. And a lot of times, those rules, depending on the friends you made, were a lot better than the rules you had. Like, I remember sleeping over at a friend's house one time, and we were going to bed, and I was like, I gotta go brush my teeth. Like, what? Like, in my rules, in my house, it's a rule. You gotta brush your teeth before you go to bed. And then it was like, math, all kinds of different rules. And so kids, they appreciate the rules in their homes because they can do things that they don't normally do at their house. Anyway, so the same thing kind of follows for all this tech stuff. It's like you can have all these rules and restrictions on your kid's iPad or your kid's computer, but if people go to someone else's house, they're just going to be on their friend's iPad that has no limit for screen time or, they can download any game they want. So that was the newest hack that my kid figured out. The other one he figured out, because YouTube is currently banned on some of the devices or the time limit, is that he just goes to the Google Home, which is like the little smart speaker / display, and he'll just ask that to play a YouTube video. And so he'll just sit there in the room that has the Google, and he'll just watch the video there. So I'm telling you, these kids are they're very tricky. And it will serve them well in life later, but right now, as a parent, believe me, it is, I get a laugh at the end of the day, but in the moment, it's risk. Oh my gosh! Like, I'm just like, why are you in my bedroom? Oh, because there's a little Google Home there, so you can watch the video there. It's pretty amazing if these kids how they'll figure stuff out. Where there's an internet connection, there's a way, and they will figure it out. And the only reason, by the way, is that his iPad turns off at a certain time each night. And I was like, how are you still on this iPad even after the time where it's supposed to lock up? And it turns out that I left FaceTime open because I figured, well, FaceTime is kind of like the phone that I used to have in my room. You can always use it, just like you call your friends. But now, FaceTime allows you to use so much more than just call your friends. You're sharing memes, you're texting back. They're lying. Hi, Rick. Just heard on your show. Really nice. Really nice. First off, I gotta give you my description. The total opposite taking not a long by any stretch. I'm a functioning computer-based illiterate. Okay. And I think it's found and purchased a pair of they're more like their light bulb socket installed security cameras. So instead of going through the whole thing with hardwire and a ring and all that, to pay for have a socket and a clear UV for the little camera. If you link it up with the Wi-Fi, you can monitor it. Power from the light socket, got a camera on it, and it records. I told you, yeah, okay, so that's it. So what's going on? Well, okay, I
I went to, I moved to Android, so I went to the Google App Store and took the description of it, to sync it with the Wi-Fi. It just stalls. It doesn't progress on and let me link up and get it to work right. And I think, because I don't have any, I'm showing you a screener, I don't have a sports guy, so I have a problem with like taking an ESPN and loading it on my smartphone, and that works for me. But I've never done a device app like that. And I'm wondering if maybe I'm posting it wrong to where I'm not sure, So a couple Android, and so you download the app. Is there a QR code to scan for the app? Like, how do you know you have the right app? Yeah, it does have a scan code, or you have to put search engine. But I usually use the app, and it'll take it and it'll load it up, and and then I'll open it. But the initial page, the link is close to this. Because it starts the process to link it up. It just installs. It doesn't have that. Do you have anyone in the home or do you have an iPad that you might be able to use, or anyone in the home with an iPhone that you can try to see if the app works there, just to activate this camera? I could try my wife. My phone, I haven't put that application on her. On her business Android also, so I could do that. But no, I haven't tried that. Well, I was thinking because sometimes Android and iOS apps can be vastly different depending on how they code them. And so it could be that the Android app has a plug in it or something that's just not running nicely. And so I was thinking if you can try it on an iPhone or an iOS app, you might be able to see if you can at least get it to work and notice this camera works. So is there a return policy on this thing if it doesn't, if you can't get it to work? They're only 30 bucks. So I kind of thought, okay, well, I'll take a wild stab at it. And at the thing, it's funny, Rich, because I can get, I don't know why, it'll do a self-step. So I know the actual bulb will go through the motions with its movement. Okay. And that's when I thought, okay, I've looked at different companies' apps for their life. No, I don't think the different companies' apps would work. But here's the other thing. So what this app is doing is it basically, the camera is putting out its own Wi-Fi network that your phone needs to pair with and connect to, and then provisioning the bulb to connect to your Wi-Fi network eventually. So there is a little bit of time involved in that process. How long are you letting this app load up for the first time when you try to connect the bulb? We waited a good 2 minutes. Yeah. I at first I thought, I could probably make up pretty quick. My router, what I'm trying to do it, I've got my Wi-Fi router about 1.5 foot away from it. So I thought, okay, there's not a problem with distance or, getting a poor pickup with the Wi-Fi. One more question. When you turn on this bulb, if you go into the Wi-Fi settings on your phone, does you see the bulb Wi-Fi network? Because it should emit its own Wi-Fi network. Does it say like light bulb or something, whatever the brand is? Do you see that in your Wi-Fi settings? Have you checked for that? I have looked. Excuse me, I have looked. I don't see it in. Is that the same page where it tells your active Wi-Fi network? It would be listed under available network. So here's what I would do. I mean, this is what I would do. So my advice is to see if you can download the app on your wife's phone. It could be just, whatever version of Android you're running, or whatever the app just doesn't agree with your phone. Believe me, I've set these things up, and they can be very device to set this up. That would be my first line. That's what I would do. If you can't get that to work, I mean, it may just be that this is not going to play nice with your network. There could be some network settings that might be tweaked, whatever band this phone is on versus the Wi-Fi band that this light is on. But the other thing is, it kind of just goes to show that with a lot of these products that are not ring, that are not wide, you don't know what you're getting. Sometimes they're going to work, sometimes they're going to be fine, other times they're going to be very frustrating. And so that's just what happens with some of these third-party products that, We just don't really know where they're coming from, and the software is really the biggest thing. So when it comes to all these smart home devices, the software really differentiates the good stuff from the bad stuff. And then hopefully get this thing to work, but try those steps that I mentioned. I think that trying it on a different device would be best. And if you want to keep trying on your device, uninstall the app like you said you did, but then restart your phone and then restart the app. The other thing you can do to flip this bulb and to try to stick it into here is to unscrew it and screw it back in a couple times, and that usually tricks it into getting into like the factory setup mode one more time. So, and look on those support pages if there's anything pertaining to that app. All right, coming up, we're going to talk about why smartphones are not selling. Plus, we're going to talk to Tom Merritt, my guest, who has already been to the Super Nintendo World opening soon at Universal Studios Hollywood. You're listening to Street Dog. Not quite Super Sunday, close.
More the 49ers play the Eagles for NFC supremacy. For the AFC respect, it's the Bengals versus the Chiefs. Southern California weather from KMI. The sun is out today. Tomorrow, though, clouds are going to come down along with a chance of rain. Tonight, lows in LA and OC in the mid to low 40s. Now, let's get a KFI traffic update with a bump. All right, Ellie, let's jump on the one hand.
Let's do it. So there's some great guys. There was a class as you're pushing the kids. Now things are moving quite smoothly. It's still just a little bit going to be heavy all the way through Academy Road, but not things are moving smoothly there. And then also on the CM on the opposite side, going eastbound on Mateo Street, there was a class there in that downtown LA area. Now it's no longer there. You guys are moving quite smoothly. So if I miss that, have to be there faster. I'm telling you.
ViralRabbi.com or ViralRabbi.com. Over 1,000 new RV projects with savings up to 40% off in RV. Travel savings starting at $19 motorhome starting at $49. ViralRabbi.com with a 405 to 22. What's picture? Greetings, Sebastian Gorky. For years I've mentioned how much Relief Factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio shares his experience too. He writes, I tried Relief Factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more comfortably and practically pain-free. Thank you, Relief Factor. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. So it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step is 800 for relief. That's relieffactor.com or call 800 the number 4 relief. Feel the difference with scratchable hips, no coat fur loss. You do everything you can down. But the truth is, you start with their food. Sometimes pets get trained to mealtime to support a healthy digestive tract, skin coat, and immune system. Because when your pet is their healthiest self, after just a few weeks, Maggie stopped all the insulin better. She had a healthy, shiny coat. Just a huge relief for all of us, but especially Maggie. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dinovite for Dogs by using code EOG at Dinovite.com. Happier, 1,000 new Honda models. There's the destination to upgrade in 2023. Test drive today or shop online at NormReeves.com. With first payment about 4, I'm going to smack your face. Well, they offer several ways. Yeah, it is funny to talk about the Elvis Presley of utensils before. You couldn't show it from waist down. It just was always Fork Report with Neil Saavedra this afternoon at 2 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating possibly.
Rick 101 888-742-4101. This show is really all about you. It's all about helping you understand technology, helping you stay ahead of some of this stuff. With their phone, they don't want to hit the wrong button or they don't want to mess something up. And I'm here to tell you that most of the time you'll be okay. There's not really a lot of things that you can totally mess up. Well, I guess there is, but we'll help you make you feel like you can do anything you want. So that last caller made me think of a couple of things. He was having problems with this light bulb that he bought, this light bulb camera, and made me think of two things. Number one, so when I first started setting up smart home devices, they were so complicated. I mean, the process to set these things up was just it took forever. It was annoying. There's a lot of hoops to jump through. And now things have gotten very, very easy. In fact, the last kind of couple of smart home things I set up, I couldn't believe how easy they were. A lot of times you just scan a QR code and it just does everything in the background. It connects it to your Wi-Fi, it'll connect it to your phone, it'll get it to the app, and it's really, really well done. So one of the things I was thinking is I was for so many years scared to change my. And then someone was like, Rick, you know you can just use the same Wi-Fi, password and network ID and everything will carry over. And I was like, what? And so sure enough, I replaced my router one time when I was trying, to upgrade it. And I just used the same information and everything just followed it over. Your Wi-Fi, the network name and the password is still secure, and you can store anything that's connected to that network in the past and find a new network. So only do that if you trust all the items on your network. The other thing is this story, a smart lighting system they installed at this school that broke. And now all the lights are stuck on. A decade ago, and it was supposed to save money, but the software that runs it apparently failed in August 2021. And nobody's been able to turn off the lights ever since. It's been 17 months. So teachers have been unscrewing the light bulbs. Some people have been, flipping the breakers at parts of the school to turn off the lights. They can't even dim the lasers. So what is the lesson learned here? The lesson here, and this is something that you can apply to your own home, is that you got to be smart about how you install this smart home stuff. You can't think that it's always going to work properly. And so for that reason, you probably want to have a switch somewhere. And so you just have to think about this stuff when you set up your smart home devices in advance. Like, okay, how would I work these lights if if the switch breaks? So just think about that when you set it up. And it'll just make you think of the way that, you might set these things up in a way that there are a couple ways to control the lights. What was the other thing that happened? One time I controlled the lights in one room and then turn on the lights in another room where I think someone in the house was sleeping, so remain unnamed. And it's like, it woke me up, oh my God. And it's like, you're always texting something, right? Oh, another time I was texting, if you say like Alexa or Google, like Happy Halloween or something, it like changes all the lights in your house. And I didn't know it changed every single light and turned on the TV and started playing scary music. And so imagine everyone in my house running out of their show. And he has been to Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. I'm so jealous. We're going to talk to Tom next about what's good and cool about this new land. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of LA. 3 of those people have died. The LAPD says this happened on Ellison Drive. Because of the county's low transmission rate, the health department will loosen some of the mask restrictions.
Masking remains highly recommended for high-risk individuals for those using public transit.
Frere says there was a holiday spike in cases, but the numbers have steadily decreased since the beginning of the year. Hundreds of people gathered for a vigil and half years along with victims' family members spoke during the event last night. Now let's head over to some live traffic from the KFI Traffic Center and Ellie and the Sherman Oak and the 405. And I don't know about you, but I've been bumping Ice Cube before the break.
Maybe not though. Be encouraged. 405 going southbound right as you're pushing the 101 all the way through to Cobra Boulevard. There's a 10-minute backup. No incidents being reported in that area. There's a lot of congestion. 60 going westbound, there's some congestion over there as well. Starting at State Street all the way through the 210, and speaking of the 210 going northbound, right before Van Buren Boulevard, there is a crash. It's making a switch to the right shoulder, but it was involving 3 vehicles. Hey, by the side, have to either back there. I'm telling you.
Southern California weather from KFI. For LA and Orange County, sunny, highs in the low 60s today. Tonight, clear. Lows are going to range from the low to mid 40s. A little warmer overnight near the beaches. Tomorrow, clouds do start to roll in as the day rolls on. A chance of rain picking up around Sunday. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom on Jason Middleton.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's Hot and Crispy Fries. Wendy's knows everyone hates cold, soggy fries, so they changed theirs to serve them up hot and crispy, guaranteed, using only natural cut peanut fries prepared to golden goodness and perfectly simple routine sauce, guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and they'll replace them at participating U.S. Rabbi.
Hey, all the team stuff. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to need my secret weapon, WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Starting May 7, 2025, you may need a real ID to board domestic flights, and there's never been a better time to apply than right now. Give yourself the freedom of traveling when and where you want, from sporting events and family reunions to romantic vacations or even a weekend getaway with friends. Real ID is yours ticket to fly. There's no need to wait. Visit CaliforniaRealID.org today to start the online Real ID application from the comfort of home. Maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once one, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner for Jacoby and Myers. We're honored to have your
And waking up at the same time every day, or creating a complex experience that is cold, quiet, and free of distraction. These helpful moments, it's sponsored by CalHope.org. I think I'm certain it's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources on 838-317-48.
phone lines are open at 888-WIC-101. My next guest is a well-known technology journalist, podcaster. He's written a couple of books. He hosts Daily Tech News Show. And his name is Tom Merritt. Tom, I'm laughing because the music intro they played. Did you hear it? That's how I feel talking to you. Welcome to the show, Tom. Oh, thanks, man. It's really good to be here. Thanks for inviting me on. So, okay, I'm a little jealous because you have been to the Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. It opened February 17th. You somehow got in, and I want to hear all about it. So, was it fun? It was. It was really fun. It was both bigger and smaller than I expected. And I'll explain that. Basically, you walk in and you are inside of a Nintendo. They did a great job with the colors and the decorations and animatronic things like the little plants from Mario are there popping up and down. It is a little smaller in the sense that once you've done the big ride at Mario Kart, there's some fun little games to walk around and do. There's the Toad Cafe, you can go get a bite to eat, but there really is only the one big main attraction. So this is sort of a new land, so if you're a Nintendo fan, you play these games growing up or now, it will probably be fun. So they've got this Mario Kart Challenge, Bowser's Challenge Live, and they've got, like you said, the restaurant, they've got the bean pole, they've got Bowser's Castle, they've got this power-up band. So let's talk like all the music bars that are going on, but they do a lot of fun things to keep you entertained along the way. You get into an area where they instruct you how you're going to put on this visor, and they give you a hat. It's a Mario hat. So you put that on, you get ready, you go down, you get in the car, and there's a visor there that snaps on pretty easy. It's magnetic. And then as you're going through the ride, there are some things along the way in real life, but mostly what you're looking at is other carts as if you're inside the video game. And you actually have controls that let you steer the car with the other people you're in the car with, as well as big hurdles as some of the virtual cars in front of you to try to gain points. So you really are riding inside the video game. What would you give this ride out of a 10? Out of a 10, I give it an 8. Oh, wow. I had a lot of fun on it. I wish I didn't have to wait so long in line to do it. And once you've done it once, I think you get a sense of how to rack up the points better because they give you a little view how many points you got and everything. But it really is fun. If you're a person who likes these kinds of video games, especially these simple Mario Kart video games, which I don't know about you, but I've played with my family, these characters. And I'm trying to remember, I feel like this opened in Japan at some point before the U.S., right? Yeah, they opened the Japan version in March. The Yoshi part of the Yoshi ride, and they put it in the line waiting area in Hollywood. So you're going to still get some of that experience as you're walking up. TechNewsShow.com. Goes by Face to Tech on Twitter. Can you explain why? Okay, got it. We're talking about the new Super Nintendo World at Universal Studios Hollywood. It opens February 17th. I imagine it's kind of like before a new gadget comes out. Like there's not a reason to go to Universal right now before the 17th because like my kid is like, I want to go to Universal. I'm like, we gotta wait till after the 17th at least because the few areas opening. So this other thing they've got is this power-up band. If you have any experience with that, you know what that's all about? It's an interactive wristband. Yeah, this is something that is good to know before you go in. Once you've decided to go, make sure you head right to the Mario band, the Power Up Band sales area if you want to take part in it. You don't have to take part in it, but it's going to let you do more things and collect points and add them to an app and all that sort of thing. But the main thing you want to do is to get one of the bands. They are $40. So it's not going to be for everybody, but if you decide that sounds like $40 worth of band, they have them in various characters. So there's a Mario colored one, there's a Princess Peach one, there's a Luigi one, there's a Bowser one, and then the band has what's called an NFC chip inside it, so that you can walk around the park and collect points. So there'll be like three-dimensional power ride, any of the coins you collect on the Mario Kart ride go into your account. There's a QR code on the back of the band that you can pair with the Universal app and be able to access all your points. And I didn't try this last part, but apparently you'll then be able to take those coins and attach them to your Nintendo account. And I mean, you can't get like a churro for less than $10. So, right, and it is something you get to take home with you. Yeah. So it's like one of these things. There's like certain places in the world where you have to have a suspension of all money gets released. It's like a theme park, an airport. Where else? Let's see. Ballpark. Oh, ballpark. Yeah, you're like, wait, when's the beer $38? Oh, at the stadium. I get it. So, okay, anything else that you know? If you go to the Coastal Cafe or Cupcakes, did you try any of those things? I can't say that we did. We did peek in and got a look at it. The food looked nice. It looked more like they had made this thing. They put some sprinkles and decorations on it. They give it a little Nintendo flair. But the wine for that, I get it. So yeah, I can't tell you if it delivers on the flavor profile as promised or not. You know, first off, a little rich on tech trivia. You know, I used to work with those people that led you around the back lot and did all the corny jokes and stuff. This may be too inside baseball, but where is the actual Nintendo World located? Right. That was an interesting thing that I wanted to find out too. So when you come into the park, you're kind of upstairs and you walk through the nose. Oh, right. That's where the Mummy rides. Right. That's where the Transformers and Jurassic World. Now they're revamping that and head straight. And I looked at the map to double check this. There used to be a studio or a warehouse or some structure there. So this is not a ride that they've removed. They tore down a building and created Nintendo World in the space they freed up there. Okay, very cool. All right, Super Nintendo World opens at Universal Studios Hollywood, February 17th, 2023. Just in a couple of weeks here. So Tom, quickly tell us about you. You do a show called Daily Tech News Show, and a bunch of other stuff as well. But how can folks find you and listen? Yeah, the idea of the Daily Tech News Show is Caroline and I and the whole team really enjoy looking through all the tech news every day, and we want to make it easy for other people to understand what's going on because there's so much of this technology out there. So we boil it down into 30 minutes a day that'll keep you up to date, make you the person who's most up to date on tech in the room. And you can find us at dailytechnewsshow.com, or if you've got a podcast app you use, just type in Daily Tech News Show. We'll pop right up. All right. Well, thanks so much for joining me today, Tom. I appreciate it. And a little bit more trivia for you. Tom and I used to work together at CNET for a brief moment, so that was pretty cool as well. I went on one episode of Buzz Out Loud back in the day, and it was, I think that was the first time my voice was ever on audio. All that Universal Studios. Coming up in the show, I'm going to talk about the smart smartphone sales, why they're down. Plus, we'll take a couple more calls at 888-RICH-101. You're listening to Rich on Tech. Strength and courage after the release of his graphic video of their son's studio. House Speaker McCarthy is shooting down claims that Republicans will cut entitlements in their negotiations over raising the debt ceiling. 37 years ago today, the space shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after launch from Cape Canaveral. All 7 on board died. Southern California weather from KFI. The sun is out today. Tomorrow, though, the clouds are going to roll into town along with some rain. Tonight, lows in LA and OC in the low to mid-40s. Now, let's get a live traffic update with Ellie Andrews and Nicole. Just up to 134 from our studios right here.
Exactly. It's going eastbound right at Grand Boulevard, slowing you up because that car is blocking the carpool lane. Cars you on and off the brakes from Riverside Drive, which is Victory Boulevard, 2 extra minutes. There's a ladder in Sunny and deep in where westbound at Sunny Boulevard is blocking that middle lane. And there's some good news happening in Chino. 60 going eastbound at Mountain Avenue, there is a cleared vehicle that was in an accident. Now things are moved off the freeway. Still probably a little bit slow from Reservoir Street, but be patient and you'll get through there in just a second. So if I understand how to get you there faster, I'm finding injuries.
Here's clear of westbound 91. The weekend closure will occur between I-15 and Lincoln, Friday, January 27th at 10 p.m. to Monday, January 30th at 5 a.m. Avoid the area by using the 50, 71, or 57. Heavy traffic delays are expected. Visit rctc.org for 91 closure details.
Now, I've told you about how Relief Factor helped me with my aches and pains. Let me tell you about David in Texas. David Wright. I'm taking Relief Factor for my shoulder and lower back. And it works. No more pain. My husband started taking Relief Factor for his upper back and hips and didn't think it was working until he ran out and realized the pain was coming back. Relief Factor just works. We are so happy it's working for you and your husband like it does for thousands of others across America. Relief Factor is a 100% drug-free solution developed by doctors to help your body attack the underlying inflammation causing pain. What activity would you like to be doing again? Your first step to becoming pain-free could just be to order the 3-week quick start for only $19.95. After trying Relief Factor, over 500,000 people have gone on to order more. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to get Relief Factor.
The word is out. People are abandoning their overpriced wireless carriers and flocking to Pure Talk for the same 5G coverage, but at a fraction of the price. In fact, the average family pays over $800 a year when switching from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone, keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. Right now, you can get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Or if you ain't covered, that's the big guy. But at half the price. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, switch now. And you'll save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 and say, switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from Pure Talk. iActionAtLawyer.com. Are you their next millionaire client? Hear from their millionaire clients at iActionAtLawyer.com. iActionAtLawyer.com is the way to go. 800-920-0810.
And iHeart Radio Station, more stimulating talk.
Welcome back to Rich on Tech. I'm Rich Camiro, hanging out talking technology with you. Smartphone sales in 2022 were not very good. Worldwide smartphone shipments declined 18% year over year. That was in the fourth quarter. Then when you look at the year, down 11%. So they sold, the good news is, the carrier, the manufacturer, shipped 1.21 billion units. But guess what? That's the lowest annual number since 2013. So what happened? Why are people buying less phones? Well, consumer demand, inflation, economic uncertainty, and the reality is phones are lasting longer, so people are feeling they don't need to upgrade as often. And last year, I think we had some really good phones. I mean, the Pixel 7 was amazing, the iPhone 14 was really good, and this year we have the S23 coming up very soon from Samsung. There's a lot of exciting folks for that. But the reality is people are keeping their phones 36 to 39 months now. They're no longer getting a new one every year. You just don't see the reason to do that. I mean, unless you're me. I get one too. I gotta keep it fresh, swap it out every couple of months. Anyway, so what does this mean for you? Well, on a positive note, and this is all, by the way, according to IDC, you may find more generous trade-in offers and promotions because these companies and these carriers want to sell you phones. So how did these major, I keep saying carriers, but really manufacturers, Apple and Samsung here in the U.S., how did they do? So last year, what do you think is on top, Samsung or Apple, worldwide? Actually, Samsung. You might think because we live in America and the U.S., Apple is very popular, but Samsung actually sells more phones worldwide. Last year, they sold 260 million phones. Apple, 226 million. The market share for Samsung, 21%, Apple, 18%. They were both down, though, last year, like I mentioned. So, anyway, it's a good time to be a consumer with new phones. I know the prices seem to keep going up on these phones, but there are some good deals out there if you're looking for a new one. Let's go to, let's see if I can get this right. Janet is in Santa Monica. Janet, you're on with Rick.
Yes, well, when I was on hold, I drove my son to a Boy Scout project, which was cleaning up and beautifying Congress Springs. So that's one suggestion of how taking son off excess technology.
Oh, I love that suggestion. Put them to work. I love it. Anything in the real life. Yeah. I'm actually a big fan of that. So, like, after school, like, for some reason, they have like a half day once a week. I will literally take them, like, directly to a hike or some sort of, like, outdoor activity. Because to me, the longer they're out of the house, the better, because it's less screen. So, great idea on that one.
Definitely. The reason I'm calling is you started telling a story which I found very interesting about how the waitress at the restaurant took your phone away for 13 seconds, and then immediately someone else is charging stuff, and you said that at the radio, okay, that's not helping. So it's going to call you, want to.
Good question. Okay, so first off, it was the waiter. I'm not blaming the waiter for what happened, and it wasn't my phone. It was actually my card. So that's what I was saying. Typically, I use my phone to tap to pay, and so no one sees your number. Now, at a restaurant, you are particularly at risk because someone is taking your card into another place where you don't see that card for a while. Higher bill right at your table side. That's mostly in Europe and Asia. Here in the U.S., they still take your card to a machine somewhere else in the restaurant, swipe your card or whatever, and do the transaction that way. Now, I don't know if the person that took my card at this restaurant was stealing the number. It could have been a coincidence, but it just so happened that was the first time I used my physical card in a very long time. And I got a message from my bank within minutes saying, hey, did you just use your card at some, like a gas station in Indiana or something? And I said, no. And so, sure enough, after that night, I had to get a new card. And so, I don't know if it was related, but I'm just saying, when you're using your physical card, and especially when someone else is taking that card away from you, there's always a chance something can happen. So, the moral of the story is not really to blame the restaurant or the waiter. I have no idea if it's related. It's just, you just have to pay when possible. People are...
I charged tickets on Ticketmaster one time, and within minutes, somebody, across the country was charging stuff on that card.
I bought something on a website once, and the second I put in my credit card information on that website, and it was a website, it wasn't like a big website, it was a smaller website, that I was ordering like a car accessory from. And it was the first time I shopped there, and sure enough, as soon as I put my card number in, it was like a thing. I got an email that said, hey, did you just use your card in this place? I said, no. And so I had to get that card. And it's very frustrating to have to get your card number replaced. Because, you have these cards, they used to pay for Netflix and things like that, and you have to get a new card number. Sometimes they'll carry over the information to the new card. Other times you gotta, the last time it happened to me, I got all these things saying, you better change your card number or else.
So, Janet, does that help with some of the explanation there? Some of the mystery out of that?
It does help, and I'm going to start using my phone more, and I appreciate your advice. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. So where's the kids cleaning up today?
On the spring.
Okay, on the spring.
You know where that is?
No, excellent.
It's the original site where they discovered Santa Monica, the missionary, and it is still there, and it's beautiful. We try to keep it just like the native saw it hundreds of years ago.
Amazing. All right, on this episode of the show next week, big news from Samsung. We have the launch of the S23 smartphone. I will be at the event in San Francisco. It's Samsung's first in-person event in 3 years, so I can't wait. I'm looking forward to that. I'll tell you all about those new phones. And if you'd like to submit a question for me to answer, maybe you don't feel like calling, you can email me. Just go to my website, Rick. If you have one important activity involved in the foundation, 70% of your pet's immune system is based in their gut. Dynamite nutritional supplement has clean nutrients for your pet's digestive tract, skin and toes, and immune system for an all-around healthier pet. Get a free probiotic booster with your purchase of Dynamite for dogs by using code DOG at Dynamite.com. Happier with every bite. Over a million pets help with Dynamite. Bridgewater Paranormal Activity, or something beyond our understanding over concept, starring Supernatural, Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead, Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One, Allie G. Written by Lauren Kippen and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I told you about my note for me to see how much Relief Factor really works. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing and living the life you love. Your first step to becoming pain-free from aches and pains from the order more. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out about this offer. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. No answers to grind here. Wouldn't be our lumberjack. He's a blinded ass anyway. KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. West Side Shooting. I'm Jason Middleton. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 people have been killed in a shooting at a home in Beverly Crest. A total of 7 people were injured in the any video or even additional witnesses that can help us piece together what happened here. Orion says 2 of the people injured in the shooting were taken to a hospital before responders arrived. The home shooting happened at a short-term rental property in Beverly Crest, Blake Trolley, KFI News brought to you by American Vision Windows. A group representing landlords says LA County's $45 million relief fund for small landlords is too small. The Apartment Association of Greater LA says at least $1 billion of rent is owed in LA County. I feel there's so much demand on that money that I believe it's going to go very quickly. The association's Daniel Euchelson says hundreds of landlords have sold their buildings because of financial challenges from eviction protection. The County Board of Supervisors voted to create the relief fund earlier this week. The board also extended eviction protections until the end of March. Boys charged with crimes related to the death of Tyree Nichols are also black. Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump says it's not the race of the officer that determines ACA.
But it is the race of the citizen. And oftentimes it's black and brown citizens who bear the brunt of this police brutality.
People who have seen the police body camera video of the beating of Tyree Nichols endured have compared it to the 1991 beating of Rodney King by Los Angeles police. The video was released yesterday. The Honolulu Zoo is offering people a unique way to get back at their ex. The Valentine's Day promotion is letting people name a bug after their ex. The bug will then be fed to an animal. For a $5, $10, or $20 donation, participants $100, the Honolulu Zoo will send a personalized video of the animal eating whatever food you named after your ex. The zoo will announce the most popular name given to the bug on Valentine's Day. Mark Ronner, KFI News. Personalized video. From the KFI Traffic Center, let's check in with Ellie Andrews and a stall on the 405 near Torrance.
It's called City of Riverside. You're going on the 60 going westbound as you are approaching the 15. Things start to slow down for you all the way to Reservoir Street, 8 extra minutes. And then also on the 15,
15 going northbound between 2nd Street and Eureka Street. There is a 7-minute delay there as well. So if I was down to either faster, I'm probably easy.
So the California suffering from back pain in your legs and feet. Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless, laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, neurocenter test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free for the special $97 exam on your cell phone.
LA and OC. Highs in the low to mid-50s. Light winds are still around, but they're not really that much to deal with today. The clouds start rolling in tomorrow. Chance of rain starts its own roll tomorrow evening. Huntington Beach right now 61. Tustin is at 63. Long Beach is at 59, and Culver City 62. We lead local spots in the AFI newsroom. I'm Jason Middle.
Hey, Kayla.
Yeah?
What's the difference between a good pizza joke and a bad pizza joke?
I don't know.
The delivery.
Let me take you out of here. Let me take you out of here. Town of Maryland.
KFI, 8 out of 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, happy Saturday to you. I'm your well-fed host, Neil Saavedra, hosting the Full Report. Every Saturday is a place to get away from the news. We are not ignorant of the news, but we set aside this time to shake off the heaviness of the news. And of course, Jason Middleton is here to keep you abreast of everything going on, so stick around for that. But we just kind of find this time to celebrate the people that make it, the culture behind it, and to focus on the positive things in life. And so did one of them. Even when we have bumps in the road, like costs right now being hard to find and also expensive. The thing about eggs is normally, and we saw this a little bit last year, was an easy way to get high protein. Protein is a massive building block for muscle. It is there. It is a main part of the nutrients that we need on a daily basis. So having inexpensive and quick ways to get protein in your body is a great thing. Eggs fall into that, of course, chicken does as well. And if you remember, chicken was getting higher than beef. And that's not usually the case. Chicken is usually good protein for an expensive protein as well. This does have to do with the avian flu. It does have to do with the fact that many animals were euthanized so that it would not perpetuate the illness, the spread, the spread. So here we are with this, and I thought for today's technique of the week, I wanted to get into a couple ways to find less expensive eggs, a couple things to keep in mind that you might have thought of before, but are thinking about right now. Sometimes you just don't have the ingredients that you need. So let's start with trying to find inexpensive ways or less expensive ways. And strangely enough, organic eggs, which oftentimes were more expensive during this eggflation, egg apocalypse, whatever you want to call it, they are less expensive to us. Why? Because they have less hit by the avian flu. So if you buy organic, you have the chance of finding less expensive eggs. They may be harder to find, but if you do find them, you're going to find them for cheaper than you have in the past. If you can find a local backyard chicken farm, and there are many here in the Southland, believe it or not, in the foothills, even here in the city, you have people that raise chickens and may go to farmers markets. You may meet them at farmers markets and say, hey, they're raised locally and in small groups. So they're not these massive, rather, farmhouses. They're small and they want to get. I told you this in the past, but it's an easy one to forget. That the mailers you get. I know we hate getting mailers. I'm not thrilled about getting mailers or garbage in the mail. However, the one for your local grocer, the front page is going to be lost leaders. That means for even at the even at a price point where they're not making any money on it, you getting in there and buying what they call the center of the store stuff. That's the box things, those are the processed foods, those are the things that go for a higher dollar. And they want to get you. So if you're strict with yourself, you can control going and buying anything else, even if it's a store you don't normally shop at. Look for these things on the front, the coupons, the special pricing. Look at them on the front of the mailers, and that'll help you. Also look for coupons for eggs, because the stores know that stores know what you're looking for and get it. Store brand eggs are always going to be a great value if they have them. Target has it, Walmart has it. Eating meals at home, not ordering out as much will help you in these areas. So you just got to think about the situation as it is now. It will balance out. I have a feeling that we're looking probably for three months more of this, maybe a little bit longer, but they have to cycle in and get the eggs to you. Interesting thing about eggs, people ask me, well, why don't we do turkey eggs or duck eggs? You could do turkey eggs, you could do duck eggs. The difference with the reason why we use chickens is because the time it takes to make a shelled egg, completely formed shell, egg, is about 21 hours for a chicken to do it. It's longer for turkey, and the process can be more expensive because some of all this comes down to that's why we're talking about it, right? Because the cost has gone up, they're harder to find, and in that situation, you start looking around going, okay, well, it's one thing that you're not going to have your omelet, but it's another thing that, that you want to start cooking, baking. There's nothing better than baking. We're looking at possibly rain and there's snow coming in this week again, even though it might not be as aggressive as it was. We're still going to get that cold weather. It's a little colder at night, if you haven't noticed. All those terrific things throughout the house. So I get it. Now is a really wonderful time to want to bake. So look around, ask friends, that your neighbors, and say, hey, where are you buying your eggs? Or if you have to, if you can only find the larger cartons, they have them in the larger state, you want to split them up, which means you do that in your neighborhood as well. Make sure that everybody is taken care of. These are just a couple ways to kind of think it out. Make sure you're building your budget around these things that they're important to your family and to have these eggs. If you don't have them and you can't find them and you still want to do that wonderful baking I was just talking about, well then stick around. When we get the news, I'm going to come back and I'm going to tell you about some things that you can use this stuff that with and a couple of cool tricks. So go know where it is to full sport. I'm Neil Baker, KFI AM 640. But get the latest news now with this in Milton in the 24-hour KFI newsroom. It's another day of protest. Several major cities have to release this Memphis police video showing the fatal beating of 29-year-old Tyree Nichols 37 years ago today. The space shuttle Challenger exploded shortly after launch from Cape Canaveral. All 7 astronauts were killed. No less than 23 states are rooting for that Bengals to make it to the Super Bowl. That take comes from Twitter hashtag data compiled by Bet Online. That's not me, Raul. That's actual data. Let's go live
You can stay at my traffic center, Ellie Andrews, and the
going northbound on the 55, right after approaching the 405 all the way through Anchor Avenue. It's flowing up in both directions after down at Hellhorn Road. There is an accident that is clearing right now. And on the 15 on that opposite side, southbound between the 91 and that Canyon Road out there. I'm telling you, Andrew.
You know, one of my favorite things about Southern California is how many great things we have locally. And one of them is the beautiful, the spectacular Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Such a great place to be able to go, relax. They have fantastic food, they have beautiful rooms, and the gaming is absolutely fun. Big game blowouts going on. It doesn't matter who you root for. Morongo has food and drink specials, freebies, and fun for everybody. The Grandmaster of Funk, not to be confused with the Grandmaster of Pork, George Clinton Live, March 3rd. You can get tickets now. Eco Chef giveaway. Love this. Get 2 baking dishes when you earn 500 points on your rewards card the 30th and the 31st. $500 drawing, 2 winners get $500 cash every half hour playing table games with their reward card. Weekdays and Thursdays, noon to 10 p.m. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. As the Lowe's MVP Rewards member, earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Redeem for e-gift cards and more. Bonus points calculated before taxes are being taxed or applicable discounts if any. Subject to program terms, qualified clients. Points expired at the end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP bonus points.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options. The easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes.
Look, angry about wasting money on water maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Now you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home, even as I speak. The Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. on your cell phone. Dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. I never write reviews, but Niraj is so amazing at how to lose weight. Nothing's ever cleared out my sinuses as well. Martin Hope, the inventor of Niraj nasal care, and I talked about flushing out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. How Niraj's power suction can help you breathe better, and how your nose is the body's air filter, and Niraj will clean it out. But don't take my word for it. What do people like Chad say, who wrote, Niraj has helped clear out my nasal passages every single night. My wife says my snoring has gone way down. Northwest is gone, unquote. Niraj is the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million customers to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Niraj is available at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, and online. Niraj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to news right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to craft your message fast. We started today at iHeartAdvertising.com and iHeartAdvertising.com.
Contractor license 1047-781.
Here are some homeowner headaches we fix
Cool drinks are just $80 with a 30-foot drink mix. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice that it's fun. Get air conditioning and fun. CLETCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
I am the Bible in here with Jack Graham podcast. This is your New Year's resolution with the Bible. You by the children already started Bible lesson with Jack Graham.
This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live action recordings and emotional orchestral music.
This is the Bible in here with Jack Graham on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Gregory. Coming up this week on Installed, we highlight another culture or challenging things that needs just that one little. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the full support all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood sports reporter, Neil Swishaker. How do you do? Happy to be with you on this Saturday. Rain is coming apparently tomorrow in some of the areas. The snow is well. So that's exciting. A little more weather is always good. But it also makes you want to bake. Baking's fun, smells great, everybody loves it. Nothing like warm, fresh out of the oven baked goods. However, finding eggs is a little rough right now, and when you do find them, they're expensive. We talked a little bit earlier about ways to save money and what to look for. You can go back and listen on KFI 640.com in the podcast the first portion of the program, and you can hear that. What is the nutritional value of eggs? Why do we like them? Well, they have no harmful trans fatty acids. That's plus. Healthy monosaturated and polysaturated fats. That's good. And non-essential amino acids. So those things make them wonderful. What do they do in food? Why do we use them? We get the nutritional value, but there's a list of basically what they do. They add structure. They have like a scaffolding sometimes that builds the baked good and makes it, give it that structure, that crunch. Leavening, it will help rise. Some rise it. Some spread. It'll tenderize. It'll keep moisture in. You can use it as a wash. You can use it as something that helps emulsify, bring other ingredients together. Of course, that color and flavor and those things that can be used as a thickener. So what is it actually doing? It's really interesting the way the yolk will wrap things up a little bit, some ingredients. Every ingredient has a purpose, and it's not just flavor. I know it's very easy at first to look around and go, okay, this is just about flavor. You're bringing in egg flavor. No, it's part of the structure. Everything has a purpose, just like your house. Everything in your house has a purpose. The walls, the ceiling, the windows, the doors, that throughout building them, and said, well, we're from the outside come inside. And then it was, well, I'd like to still be able to look out and put a window. And I'd like to be able to have some privacy. Okay, well, we'll put a door here. So on and so forth. Same with cookies. That's really tasty, but it didn't rise, it didn't look good. Okay, try this. And when you add eggs, they have a purpose, and that yolk can cover the protein, and eggs can cover certain ingredients and keep them moist. They keep them from getting stale quickly. And those purposes are important as well. So we can't go down everything at the time that we have here, breaking down every single purpose, like tenderizing and the moisture we just talked about, and those types of things. But I do want to give you a couple of ideas on substitutions that will do similar things. So, when it comes to breaking down the substitute, you have to know basically the ratio. Some of them want water mixed with them, some will be used by themselves. These fall into categories like bananas, yogurt is another one, tofu, believe it or not, buttermilk, sweetened condensed milk, water, here's a strange one, flaxseed. So flaxseed with water will bloom and just this cool texture that can be added, but they all have their own place. Smashed banana where you put it. So egg substitute for cakes and cupcakes, half a medium banana mash equals 1 egg. Quarter cup or 4 tablespoons of buttermilk equals 1 egg. So that tends to work really well in cakes and cupcakes. You do this with one of the following. Each egg can be substituted with a tablespoon of ground flaxseed. You can get this as your grocer, you can see this, plus 3 tablespoons of water. Now, that doesn't mean you just put those 2 things in. You want to mix them together, and you will see it bloom and get a little split. The best way, kind of like CSP stew within water. So you can do that. A quarter cup or 4 tablespoons of sweetened condensed milk also works great in cookies. And you can do those for cookies and zucchini. For things like brownies, you can half a medium banana mash, quarter cup of applesauce, or yogurt works great. Quarter. Usually you need the addition of 1 or 2 eggs, and then some oil and possibly some water, and then you blend it up, right? You can get a box cake and a 12-ounce can of soda, preferably not a diet. It works better with the full sugar sodas. And like a yellow cake, you can use crust or Sunkist or Fanta or any of these things and mix it with that or anything like that. Try it with a 12-ounce of Guinness. Mix it up and take it off. No eggs, no oil, and they come out delicious. So I hope that helps. The next baking move, there's a little more weather comes in. We've got more to get to. Pizza Fest. Yeah, you heard right. It's coming to town. You need to know about it. Don't know where it is. The full court on Neil Cathedral, CFI EM 640. Less 3 of those people shot have died. The LAPD says this happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 3 this morning outside a short-term rental home. Maps at indoor venues in LA County, people including healthcare settings, that's one of the required status. Barrera says earlier that each county slipped down to the low community transmission level, which defined by the CDC. He said there was a spike in cases, deaths, and hospitalizations following Thanksgiving. The numbers have been steadily decreasing. He's Gregory Testifying News. Barbara Lane, the singer and guitarist for Punk Legends Television, who crafted the band's 1977 masterpiece, Marquee Moon, has died at the age of 73. Jesse?
People that east side side is approaching Central Avenue, definitely slowing you down because it's in that right lane. A tow truck is on the field going northbound as they're approaching the San Washington Boulevard. There is another car that stalled out. They're blocking one of the central lanes as you blow from 51st Street. So if I missed that, have to either faster. I'm telling you through. I tell you, with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight, the Oscar race is officially on. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once features 11 nominations, including a history-making nod from Michelle Yeoh. She's the first Asian Best Actress nominee in Academy Award history. All Flight on the Western Front received 9 nods, as did the Banshees of Inisherin. In the acting category, the momentum continues for Elvis star Austin Butler, The Whale's Best Actress race. And the Hollywood Reporter says a last-minute word-of-mouth campaign led Andrea Riseborough to her first Oscar nod for the film She Left Week. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever star Angela Bassett becomes the first artist to receive an acting nod for a Marvel movie. And Oscar voters are showing big-budget sequels lots of love this year. Top Gun Maverick and Avatar: The Way of Water are both up for Best Picture. It's still anyone's game. The Academy members have until March 7th to cast their votes. Oscars will be handed out March 12th. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Memphis police are shutting down that specialized unit that included officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols. We'll have more on that topic now. Southern California weather from KFI. For LA and Orange County, sunny today. Highs in the low 60s. Tonight clear. Lows are going to range from low to mid 40s. A little warmer at the beaches. Tomorrow clouds do start to roll in as the day rolls on. The chance of rain picking up around sundown. Weather is brought to you by Lowe's. We read local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Hill. Do you have heart failure and often hear, "That's 26 years ruined your first life"?
You're too tired to break that stuff off.
We have extra tools to puzzle tunnel syndrome diagnosis.
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, contact CA, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by
You need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home, even as I speak. The Bugman can get rid of all your termites without printing and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried stop, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? Have you been told that you need a knee replacement? Here's good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast's only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's the special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97.
If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about contents of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. Thanks. KFI AM 640 wide everywhere on that there iHeartRadio app. Get everybody to support all things food, beverage, and beyond. We celebrate food, the people that make it, the culture behind it, every single Saturday for 3 hours from 2 to 5. I'm lucky enough to be your host, Neil Samager. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Thanks for hanging out today. You know, one of my favorite foods is you should listen to what we are going to be telling you about now, because you're giving you plenty of time. I want to hear about it later. Plenty of it is coming in April, and to tell you more about that, our next guest, Steve Galinsky, and we've got to be a phone. Steve, welcome to Forkport. Hey, Neil, thanks for having me. Great to be here. Hello, hello. How are you? Yours. Can you hear me? Yours. I will leave that to the Texas folks there at the studio.
One second. Keep talking, because I'm using her. We'll figure it out.
All right, I'm looking forward to it. What a lineup. The event is coming up Saturday, April 29th and Sunday, April 30th. Like I said, plenty of time to get there.
Yeah, long-time listener, first-time anchor. I'm wondering, pineapple on pizza.
What do you think? For me?
Yeah, for you.
I love it. I definitely am. I think the people should see what they like. And if you're like Canadian, people will say, yes, you eat it there all the time. Indian, East Indian folks love their pineapple pizza from Hawaiian. But I really love the combination sometimes. I think the sweet and the tart flavor of the pineapple up against the salty mix of the Canadian bacon, I think is marvelous.
I'm feeling you on that bit too. Okay, my follow-up question, I'll take my answer on this. Pork with pizza.
Here's what's funny. I love people. We're just talking with eating pizza with people. You're supposed to fold it. Go to Italy. No one's eating a pizza like that. They're eating it with a knife and fork. Right? So it's one of those things that we're just ridiculous. And we're making these silly rules. People are just weird. I had a lovely Catholic woman tell me once that she likes The original was Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic. So we're just strange. It's like, well, no. But we make rules up that are silly, and we think this is the way you have to consume it. Do I like folding a pizza? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, depending on the style of pizza, sure. Are you gonna fold a Chicago or a Detroit style pizza? No. How about a bib on? Yeah, or a grandma style or any of these. Yeah, the New York. Yeah, that was New York. That was like the edge of the subway. I mean, that's yeah. I do say on the book, and I was lucky enough to be on a monthly coach a couple years ago, and that's when I learned that I can do it with, it's just like you said, it's just the way it's easy and around me. Yeah, it's silly. People make up silly rules for food, and it's, I see people at times, but it's not a big deal. I think we have Steve Dolinsky on the phone with us, and the phones are working now. Steve, you there? Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah. Look at this. Look at the magic. The magic. Listen to the whole conversation. I was enjoying the discussion and your breakdown of like the book with a fork at night. I'll stand on that hill and start swinging. And then I will go to flapping hands. But, I have a rule. And if we're talking to Steve Dolinsky, he is, are you the over God for all of Pizza City Fest coming up? Yes, I'm the founder and curator of Pizza City Fest. Well, you've done a great job. We're going to get into a list of the folks that you're bringing to the fest. Of course, it's in April. I don't want to hear it from these people. PizzaCityFest.com. So if you hear those things, I think you get into these types of things all the time where people like, you fold your pizzas. That's the only way to eat it. Then you have ingredients like pineapple and Canadian ham on there. And where do you land on some of these rules? Oh, there shouldn't be rules about pizza. But I do think, like you guys are talking about night before, yeah, if you're in Italy, if you're eating a traditional Neapolitan style pizza like you have at Michele there in Hollywood, it's a very soft middle, chewy edge. It's a high heat bake, so it's like a 90-second bake. You probably want to pick that up and fold it on the wheel, fold it in half, like you guys talked about walking to a subway every time you go. A Chicago deep dish, some of the old school deep dishes you can actually pick up with your hands. They're not styled, stuff with a second layer of dough across the top. You need a nice and close with that. So I don't have any rules, but certainly the size, the pizza, the girth, the volume, might need to use a nice piece of the air. One of these, I can put up in that. So I have a rule, and I wonder if you stand with me on this one. Steve Dolinsky from the up and coming Pizza City Fest. Pizza City Fest. I'll get this. It's the first year, right? Yeah, this is the first year. We did any flights? Yeah, on over pizza. Well, we just love to eat in this city. People tend to agree and get along. There's slight disagreement. The word comes into disagreement and fighting is, who makes the best. Yeah. You say, what are the top pizzas in Chicago? We've had an explosion of pizzas like you guys have had the last couple of years, and so I might be just as lucky to talk about a beautiful 3-day fermented crust, thin crust like at Robert's versus an old school pizza like Lou Malnati. People like to fight about who makes the best. I like that there are these arguments about pizza, but there is no best. We always talk about this in our business. There's only favorites. There's no best program. I will always tell you what I like and why I like it. And when I first talked to Chris Bianco about this, and he's the famous guy in the country, became a good award winner. He was on the Chef on Netflix recently. He's going to be speaking at our event. When I talked to him about a year and a half ago before the Chicago event brought it to, he was like, I don't want to talk about putting awards and like rating number one, number two, number three, because it's so subjective. These guys and women are not in their regular kitchen. They're in a good situation. It's not fair to do that. So we don't do that any of our customers. We don't crown anybody the best pizza. We just want to show everyone how great the pizzas are and then sort of make it decide. Just for the listeners that aren't aware, saying I was just talking to about who don't know at home, that was like huge. That was like, yeah, he's a man. So I'm going to they're bringing their Pizza City Fest get tickets, seeing the lineup, seeing about pizza, and there's just a lot of great stuff going on. But when we come back, I noticed something about when food trends end, and I want to share it with you and see if you agree with me. Like a sign of a food trend ending. So hang tight, it involves pizza, and with our buddy, our fellow food eater, Jason Middleton, 24 Hours Kid, by
Neil's not kidding about the lineup on this thing. Stick around what we're going to talk about the next segment because I have a favorite I want to ask you about. But first, let's get back to the news. Memphis PD says it is closing the special police unit that included officers charged in the brutal landmark man. Television has died at age 73. Lorraine began studying piano at an early age, switched to saxophone after he heard Sam Getz play. The powerful job is $2 million. We're going to head back for a check on traffic down at the 105. Get a weather update, too, right after this.
Hey, there's some more weather coming to replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. You do it right with American Vision Windows. At my home, you know, they give tons of great stuff for us. When it rains now in our 110-year-old house, the water actually stays on the outside because we replace those windows with American Vision Windows. That's not really job. And they use Sun Matrix technology, which might not mean anything to you, but means that they prevent dust and mold and moisture, bacteria, etc. down from getting in your home. The owners, Joe and Kathleen, those people, they started American Vision Windows because they have a horrible experience replacing their home windows decades ago. Get the value you deserve. You got to get on this soon. Through January, 0% interest and zero payments for 12 months. Plus, free installation. Great deal. CSLP number 728-326. Trust the window company that I trust. My family, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
There's a hat on the 105-year count.
Between Eastbound and Downey, right before Deltona Boulevard, there is Dale Avenue. They're not right in the shoulder, so it's not causing too much delay in the area, but a lot of commotion going on. People are definitely slowing down and looking. So if you experience any type of slowdown, just from Citrus Avenue, so if I just don't have to either faster, I'm telling you this. Take It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at teacherup.org.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance flexes to fit your business needs. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages and even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. I'm Martin Coach, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I told you about how your nose is divided air filter. This device is how it's something will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. What do people say about Navaj? But it's fair. Quote, my doctor wanted me to use saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a Medipop. Navaj uses suction power, so it's pain-proof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navaj, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
One because everyone hates cold, soggy fries, so they change theirs to serve them up hot and crispy, guaranteed. Using only natural touch peanut fries prepared with golden ingredients and perfectly sprinkled with sea sauce, guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If yours aren't, bring them back and they'll replace them at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. Divorce can be complicated, especially if children are involved. If you're a father and want to protect your role in your children's lives, remember Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men with matters like these for 30 years, and we'd love to help you.
Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Brady Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com.
What's for dinner, Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't really convert digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker and identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
Hey, Steve Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Set. WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that's fantastic. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate good for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation and save money too. Certain restrictions apply.
Get you and your kids' bodies moving and heart rates up to burn out stress. Engage in 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A personal dance party. A walk around the block. Or get time yoga can all help. The Child Helpful Moment. It's brought to you by childhelp.org. Life is uncertain. Okay, to be stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Help will help. Contact Child Help free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-3.
No one has the same taste as you. From the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. And recorded.
An iHeartRadio station. More stimulating talk.
It is you, Tony. Just like that. AFI, AM 640 live everywhere on that, their iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Folk Report. I'm your well-fed host, Beautiful Savior. How do you do? Thanks for joining us on this lovely Saturday afternoon. Some rain coming our way, I believe, tomorrow. So we'll be hearing more about that throughout the news and the weather. So go nowhere. We're talking with Steve Zielinski, or Joe Zielinski. Neil, you clever bastard. I was overseeing the Pizza City Fest. You can find out more at Summer LA, pizzacityfest.com. It's coming in April. Get your tickets now. This will blow out, I'm telling you. It is at LA Live, I believe. So it's going to be a big event we have in here to talk. Okay? So, Parada was a big deal. Doesn't mean these things go away. Parada was a big deal. It made it to the pizza, and then
We had the same thing in Chicago. Italian beef was really hot after the bear came out on Hulu, and everybody's doing Italian beef everywhere. And then you see fried rice, I see that in course.
yeah.
Fried chicken sandwiches were huge during the pandemic. You see fried chicken on pizza.
Oh, it's just, that is my sign of it. I guess it's the pizza equivalent or food equivalent of jumping the shark.
Something is exactly.
So, it's because of some phone issues, we didn't get to really get into as much as I can. I know you're busy, you got a lot going on, but can I ask you to stay over the top of the hour and come back and really get into the nitty-gritty?
Of course. I'm here for you. I want to talk fish with you guys.
Yeah, that's what I want to get into, and I just felt because of that and the questions that I had, we didn't really get into the full lineup and your love of pizza, how this started, and I'd love to get into that. So I'm going to ask everybody to stick around, including Steve Zielinski, who is my guest right now. PizzaCityFest.com is where you can find out more about the festival, the Pizza Festival, which I'm incredibly excited about, coming to Los Angeles on Saturday, April 29th and Sunday, April 30th. Find out more about tickets and get them there at the same website, PizzaCityFest.com. I don't want to hear you crying that you couldn't get in because you didn't keep my admonition. So do it now. We'll be back with more. It is the fourth quarter. on you for Vapor KFI AM 640 and KOSTHTC Los Angeles. That's it.
We follow the news. You follow us. KFI.
AOST HT2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the NR Radio.
Westside shooting and Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of Los Angeles. LAPD Sergeant Bruce Borean says 3 of those people shot at that were still interviewing additional occupants as well as witnesses and neighbors concerning what happened here and why these victims were shot. This happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 3 this morning outside a short-term rental home. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. The Memphis Police Department is reactivating its Scorpion unit in the wake of the Irene Nichols shooting. Memphis PD posted a statement on Twitter saying that in the process of listening to the Nichols family and community leaders, it was in the best interest of all to permanently deactivate the unit. The 5 officers fired and charged in connection with the death of Irene Nichols was a part of the unit. Video of the attack on former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's husband has been released. Pelosi answering on the not guilty to all charges. A new study finds a planet-wide green energy transformation is at least physically possible. One of the questions around the switch away from fossil fuel power plants is whether there are actually enough rare earth minerals on the planet to make the parts needed for a switch to renewables. But a new study released yesterday by the scientific journal Joule says the 17 types of minerals aren't actually that rare.
Now for you all the way through Sepulveda Boulevard, it's an extra 9 minutes to anticipate getting through there, and then on the 405 going all the way going south down the Fountain Valley, there is some delays just because of a grass fire. It's at Warner Avenue. A tree is on fire right now here in encampment. So definitely some commotion going on in that area you need to be aware about. Metal debris on the 5 going southbound as you're approaching the 170. If in that left-hand lane, you're going to have to run a traffic break in order to get that out of there. Here to the right. So if I just want to be there faster, I'm telling you.
Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bugman. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without killing and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. And save the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and save the Bugman.
Southern California weather today is mostly sunny today for LA and Orange County. The Cisco Bay is at 63 and so is Anaheim. Orange is at 61 and Hollywood Cuban area at 55. We read local live from the KFI newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate them. Let me teach you how to eat. It's the culinary. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Everybody, the full support day. It's a good day to be with us as we're talking pizza right now, and you know that's one of my favorites. I also want to remind you that Koala is coming up. Koala starts at 5 right after the program, so we'll be chatting with him a little bit later, see what he's got for you. All he has is his plan, and it's different. And then you have Unsolved with Steve Gregory starting at 7. And then you have For the Coast with Clay Rose. So the dough delivery from Pizza City Fest, which is coming to Los Angeles in April. PizzaCityFest.com is where you can find out more, see the lineup. Pizza Chicago, and we have a tour business here, and we thought we'd do a festival because we didn't have one. There was one in New York I saw a couple years ago, and so we put together this studio festival. We brought the ovens in, people did live right in front of our guests, and we had speakers and seminars, and it was a hit. We sold it out to 4,000 people. And I've been going to LA the last couple of years. I'm there a couple times, I've written about it as well. And I reached out to a friend of mine, Carol Sims, who produces events. And yeah, so we got together. Yeah, Carol's awesome. And Noel Broner, who really is going to represent the best Southern California. Well, the salad really because because it's Southern California. But just the salad, it is just like iceberg, half a chopped tomato, and then a banana. No, come on, we're gonna have some great salad. I mean, every time I went on this great salad, we want to try to bring in some salads. We're gonna have gluten free. We're gonna have vegan pizza. It's called Double Zero in Venice. They have amazing vegan pizza because not everybody eats like you, which is basically sausage, garlic, and the pizza like you just forgot. Wow, that's part of your gift there. It is a really great lineup, and in addition, when you come out here and try a bunch of pizza places, so the list that you have is varied. It shows a lot. You've got El Segundo, you've got Echo Park, Brentwood, you've got Bay and I, Silver Lake, you've got Costa Mesa. Yeah, Costa Mesa is a hidden gem. That place is awesome. And probably nobody knows about this great place in Arcadia called Zero, which we discovered at the end of a long day. We discovered in Pasadena, didn't really like anything there, and then we get there to this place we heard about called Zero, gourmet pizza in Arcadia, and it was so good. It's just kind of reminiscent of a Midwestern, slightly thick beef pan with a cornmeal crust, both sides. It's just sexy goes for the pan and the cornmeal to me can be a really sexy, slightly sweet, great crunch to it, and a lot of fun. So why don't you name off some of the pizzas and the styles of pizzas and the things that are buried within the lineup for the event as well. So for a place like, pizza on a lower temperature, but an artisan pizza you can certainly pick up with your hands and even knife and fork. Brooklyn Avenue Pizza Company in Boyle Heights does kind of a New York style slice you're going to fold it with your hands. I mentioned Double Zero does the vegan from Venice. Pizzeria down in LA, Hollywood does a traditional Neapolitan. And then you've got places like, actually one out of counter, Long Bridge from San Francisco is coming down. We always have one out of counter at our events, and so we wanted to have Long Bridge come down. Pie LA, you heard about them in downtown? Yes. I'm not far from them. So yeah, so Fred Eric is kind of a local legend. Pie LA is doing kind of, we call it LA style pizza. You have to use a little bit of dried seaweed, which is half of when you make dashi. You have some dried citrus tuna and some kombu, which is seaweed. And so you soak the seaweed in its water to get a little umami, that sort of round characteristic. And that's what you use to make it dough. And then you also spray the pizza with a little bit of kombu water, which I've never seen in Korea and anywhere in the country. This is a very LA specific pizza, very Korean fire topping, this will build you gochujang. So I consider that a super duper LA style pizza, which you wouldn't see anywhere else. Quarter sheep in Echo Park, so the Detroit style. Ronan in the Fairfax district does a beautiful sort of puffy egg with fire. Spicy hot El Segundo, kind of a party East Coast style, foldable slice. Sweet cheesy, Long Beach, they were also salads. We've had a lot of East Coast on the show before, and I've talked about it. There is a true, you have to get the right crust for a long time before they brought it to the market, to where we all get to enjoy it. And he's definitely one of those. He kills it. Yeah, we're going to be here on Sunday. Stay on twice and got the box. He's going to be coming down. I mean, just so many great folks. Artisan folks in Costa Mesa. There's a beautiful artisan style, puffy egg, beautiful dark brown crust, and a beautiful fermentation, and lots of hydration, lots of water. And so that full pizza is just, it's Instagram sexy. I just love looking at that pizza. But then there's a little place in the short Filipino town called Bra. There's wood fire pie. Sort of more delicate. You might need a knife and fork, depending, but so a pizza truck's going to be there with a big pizza truck outside. Stella Bar, my boys from Chicago, they're up in Santa Monica. They're going to be joining their Woodfire Pie South End, so the Neapolitan Pie from Venice. And the Olivia's are going to be Speakeasy and those Coyotes. But Long Beach Bread Lab is next to Long Beach Beer Lab. They have kosher certified products, which is kind of interesting. They really understand bread, from the yeast, whether it's all natural starter or commercial bread. Long fermentation times, lots of hydration, really beautiful ingredients, using the fresh tomatoes, whether they're Bianco di Napoli's or, Spanish squash. They really care about every element of this pizza. So, but these 38 are just, I think, the all-stars. They're really outstanding pizzas in that region. I love that it's Long Beach Bread Lab next to Long Beach Beer Lab, which I'm guessing the next one is Long Beach Bed Lab. And then it's just like 1, 2, good night. Yeah, this really is an outstanding list, and like I said, there are tons of places out here, and I know that they've blown up. You yourself think that there is, we battle with this in Los Angeles about smash burgers or burgers in general. Pizza. What is there ever an oversaturation? Consider it staying at that great press New York Times, West Hollywood. Yeah, like West Hollywood and Beverly Hills and Fairfax, they tend to get all the press. Like in Chicago, it's always Michigan Avenue, what's downtown with the North. Or West Loop. I really wanted to expand that a little bit because I think people can talk about trends and they sort of focus on 1 or 2 areas in LA, but this is really about bringing. And so you can have Detroit style, you can have Chicago style, you can have artisan style, but man, it's so difficult to bring everybody together and have them baking on live ovens. We're going to have wood-fired ovens, we're going to have electric ovens. So I feel like I'm trying to widen the lens a little bit, not to sort of think about it. There's a trend of pizza right now in LA. I know that this is a big topic in LA. We're not just talking about pizzas a lot, it's being written about a lot. But I kind of want to, for the first time, kind of bring this whole region together because none of these people ever see pizza today. Quickly, we talk about high heat or lower heat. You're talking about the deck and the dome, the cooking surface of the oven. What do you consider high heat? What do you consider lower heat? High, probably over 700 degrees, 750 and up. Neapolitan typically goes about 900 degrees plus, and those are the 90-second takes from like Johnny Calais, for example. Pizza goes a little bit lower for say using toast-style pizzas, and they're going to take a little bit longer on real quick. I like a slightly longer even bake. I mean, in Chicago, we put raw sausage on pizzas. You've got to bake it at least 15 minutes to bake it through. But the nice thing about when you put it on raw is that fat renders out either the pie and it flavors the pizza. But yeah, we are going to have 3 wood-burning ovens at the event each day. So you will have some traditional Neapolitan, but for the most part, there's these electric pizza master ovens. Away from me the first time I ate pizza in Chicago as a young man. And I think I walked the street, just eating it, talking to them. And seriously, what? You know what? I'll have to cook. I mean, this is what predates the show, predates a lot of things. It was a long time ago, but that was one of the keys to me when the first time I had tried Chicago pizza. I was like, I think I wept. After I figured out it was going to take 15 minutes to get to my table. But it was like, the thing about pizza Hut is, again, most people just go to like the one that's close to their hotel, and unfortunately, a lot of the sort of mediocre pizza is downtown as a tourist. You've really got to, there are other places to kind of to get great pizza. Blue Malnati's are everywhere, and that's kind of the standard there. I'll have to go back, because I'm sure I have pictures, and it's been a while since I've been. I'm going to ask you to hang tight, but the breakout session with Mary about pizza can go and pizza making at home. I think you have one of those on there as well. So, continue to have to see the link to bringing the Pizza City Fest to Los Angeles in April. Get your tickets now. PizzaCityFest.com. PizzaCityFest.com will get more of the latest news now from Jason Milton in the 24-hour Daylight News. Memphis PD says it is closing the special police unit that included officers charged in the brutal beating and death of Irene Nichols. Tom Verlaine, the frontman, songwriter, and legendary guitar player of the
landmark fan television has died at 73 after a brief illness, according to Rolling Stone. Former President Trump had stopped in New Hampshire for a keynote address, and then he's going to move on to South Carolina for his first 2024 campaign event. We'll be right back with a check on traffic. I think we're looking at the 6:05. We'll also check our weather right after this.
I think about delicious food. A great pizza, by the way, is at the marketplace there in Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. They have completely gutted their food area and brought in some of the best flavors, textures, and fresh options. Not the buffet style, but it is all you can eat. You gotta get out there. They've done so much. They've got things going out on all the time. Big game blowout, as a matter of fact. It doesn't matter who you're rooting for. Morongo has food, great special freebies, and fun for everybody. The Grandmaster of Funk, George Clinton, is coming live March 3rd. Get tickets now. Eco Chef Gift Giveaway. Get 2 Disney dishes when you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 30th with your rewards card. Wednesdays and Thursdays, noon to 10 p.m. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good time.
When the end, we do have a chance of rain sometime in mid-afternoon this evening. Tonight, lows in LA and those in the low to mid-40s. Weather is brought to you by Wendy's Hot and Crispy Fries.
Boulevard, if you could stalled out vehicle, kind of make its way to the right-hand shoulder, you're definitely going to be passing on off the break from Washington Boulevard. It's about a 3 minutes away, not too bad, but something to definitely be aware about. If you want to avoid it at all costs, go head off and take Rosemead Boulevard. It actually runs a Dayton, and then you can join back on the 605. You were in Elysian Park on the 5-way southbound at 110 South is going to be closed. They're cleaning up that area from some storm damage that happened Friday Friday. So they say there's the serving up high crispy, guaranteed that you're wanting natural cut skin on rice prepared to golden goodness and perfectly suitable to God. Guaranteed to be hot and crispy. If you're
Some quick repairs, acceptable coverages, with even payment options. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get what you need. Quote today in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. You want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. So that you competitive cash offer with no repairs needed and let your home be saved. DRE number 01961658. Contractor license 1047. Advanced breakdown by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call insurance to get $80 with a 30-foot drain check. And we're on-call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get repairs and get them in place. DRE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Podcast, murder, and Miami. Truth is the connection between the killing of a private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shocking, surreal story of spies, smuggling, and corruption in the city that was the nation's cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
Did he tell you who he was running?
The guy that said, it was obvious. The CIA was using the Orange County RV over 1,000 new RV doors, receiving up to 40% off in his RV travel center study in 1990. Protocol study is called the Bug Van. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Van can get rid of all your termites without tipping and repair any damage that they have caused. Next week, you heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Van. On your cell phone, dial $5 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bug Van. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Root Zero Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen. happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be coming in on New Year's resolutions with the Bible. You see what I'm doing? Already started Bible. This podcast was for recordings and emotional orchestral music. This is the Bible. Follow us on all these things at KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's Neil Sedager and the Focal Four Food to kind of shake off the heaviness of the week. Celebrate food, people that make it, the culture behind it. Right now we're talking to Steve the Dough Delinsky. I'm going to just keep going with it, Steve, until you tell me to stop. And he's bringing Pizza City Fest to Los Angeles coming up in April the 29th and the 30th. PizzaCityFest.com is where you can get your tickets. I know this interview is that I know it will sell out. So I'm thrilled that we got the room to tell all of you about it. So our tickets sell. So they're making tickets are $95. Those you come at 1 o'clock, so 4 hours there. So making you get 12 festival size prices. A little bit smaller than a regular size. I don't think you can eat 12 slices of pizza. So that wasn't a joke. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, so we're really 12 after the VIP gets 16 or so. But again, the ticket price increase, not only the pizza, but the salads aside, the desserts, we're going to have an amazing gelateria from all the community is going to be there, both the rainy, unbelievable. Plus all the drinks, all the cocktails, all the really, I don't want to make this event just about eating because that's fine. I like to eat pizza, but I think eating breaks as well. I want people to learn something. And the reason I want to do this also, there's a pizza expo that professionals attend in Vegas every year. It's at the end of March. I will be there, by the way. And that's what we need to do. And I feel get better at making pizzas and I want to understand dough better. That's why we have these seminars. So it's like on Saturday, we've got the dough tours. We can get in Chicago as well with a 3-minute people talking about dough. Noel Broner, the guy I mentioned earlier from Full Life Pizza, he's the moderator for that. We got John Arena coming in from Trudy Pizza in Bear Point to do perfect pan pizza at home. I'm going to be talking about that one. We've got, as you mentioned earlier, Brian McGinn from Chef's Table in a conversation with Chris Bianco from Pizzeria Bianco. They just opened up that location in UCLA. Karen Palmer, who's a local writer editor, she's going to be talking to them. And then on Sunday, these are every hour, so 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and Chico Nuovo and Justin Gahan from Epilonian are going to be interviewed by Eric Wareheim. He's a local director, author. He owns Lost Relic Wine. I first saw him in Master of None with the Reason Guard. He's a big pizza freak as well. He's going to be interviewing them. And then finally, 4 o'clock on Sunday, from Clicks and Lights to Bricks and Lights, building a pizza brand. And we're flying in Mark Texas and Stir Pie Guys in San Francisco. We've got Rick Rosenfield, who co-founded California Pizza Kitchen that currently owns Roca, which is a really cool Roman-style pizza place. He's got a couple locations in LA. Brad Kent from Blaze Pizza and Bagel and Slice. And then Daniel Holtzman, who's got a cool slice shop called Bin Boys right downtown in LA. So, and then Noel Galudi, are you going to find it a more VIP pizza level event than this? No, there's some great fun here that Daniel has been on the show many times, and he and I do the same thing we just did. Just stop talking about pizza. So I appreciate it. I know that before we go, the Jason Milton, our newsletter today, had a quick question for you. I'm the Robinson crew on 2 VIP tickets, and here's one. I want your family to be on best seats to be my +1. One of those is a kid. Are these kid-friendly events? Is it a kid-friendly event? It depends how young the kid is. 14 should be just fine. Yeah, I think 14 is great. 10 and under are free with a paid adult. But, we're going to be serving beer and there's going to be cocktails and, it's not going to be R-rated. We'll certainly bring kids. But
but we're not going to have like kitty games and like, kids making their own pizza kind of activities. It's not going to be like that, right? Well, thank you. I look forward to meeting you guys. Sure, I can't wait to see you guys. It's going to be great. I'm really excited about this again. PizzaCityFest.com is where you can get tickets. I'm not tied to it financially in any way, shape, or form, but I just know that it's going to be the pizza lover's dream. So he's my. I love your enthusiasm. I really appreciate your enthusiasm. Like people like you who like to spread the gospel and like talk about how great the food scene is there. I'm so excited to be there for. I'm living there for the month of April, and I'm just really dig into it full time. That last comment about the gospel, Google my name. You'll get a kick out of it. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. Real quick, I look forward to meeting you in person when you sit down with Daryl and I'll have a bite of pizza sometime soon. We'll share a pleasure. A real pleasure. It is the full sport. I'm Neil Sedager, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI newsroom.
The chairman of the LA Police Commission says he is confident the officers of today's LAPD would not treat a person the same way the officers in Memphis treated Tyree Nichols. William Briggs says he watched the beating of Nichols and could not believe the lack of training and empathy displayed by the officers.
They had Mr. Nichols on the ground. He had other officers come up and hit him in his face and then pull him up and treat him as a punching bag for both fists and feet and a baton. That's just outrageous.
Briggs says he will work with Chief Moore and the police union to learn from the video. The Department of Justice is charging 3 men in an alleged plot to assassinate a U.S. citizen who has publicly criticized the Iranian government.
Iran has previously targeted dissidents around the world, including who oppose the repeated violations of human rights.
Attorney General Merrick Garland said members of an Eastern European crime organization with ties to Iran were hired to kill the victim. That person, who is a journalist and activist of Iranian origin, has been a target of the regime for speaking out against the treatment of women. Part of the 91 freeway in Cologne is closed for repairs this weekend. All the westbound lanes are closed between the 16th and Lincoln Avenue. The westbound 91 Main Street on and off ramp, the westbound 91 Lincoln Avenue off ramp, and westbound connectors from 15 are closed as well. The 91 freeway is scheduled to reopen Monday morning at 5. Now let's head over to some live traffic from the KFI Traffic Center. Ellie's gonna jump on the one.
That's right. There's several things happening on the 110 going north down. Let's start between the 10. That's where things start to get a little thick in that area. All the way to Academy Road. 8 extra minutes. That's the delay time. And over in South LA on the 110 going northbound between Century Boulevard and all the way to the train. There's a 12-minute backup. Watch for a table on the 5, actually. Maybe they are listening to the 4th report and they wanted to, have a little something on the freeway. 5 going northbound, right out Osborne Street. The table is in between the carpool lane and the left lane. Please be cautious in that area. So everybody was trying to get off there. I'm Joan Hayward. iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Oscar race is officially set. A few stars ago, Rock star Anna de Armas entered the Best Actress race. And the Hollywood Reporter says a last-minute word of mouth campaign that Andrea Riseborough was first Oscar nod for the film She Got Moved. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, star Angela Bassett, the first artist to receive an Oscar nod for a Marvel movie. And Oscar voters are showing big budget sequels lots of love this year. Top Gun Maverick and Avatar, The Way of Water are both up for Best Picture. It's still anyone's game. The Academy members have until March 7th to cast their votes. Oscars will be handed out March 12th. I'm LSK. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Southern California weather from KFI. LA and Orange County continues sunny today. Highs in the low 60s tonight. Lows are going to range from the low to mid 40s, a little warmer near the beaches. Tomorrow the clouds do start coming in. The change of range picks up around sundown. Wind local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton.
Whoa! Did you hear that? That's the sound of your long-range Honda. With 5 locations and more than 1,000 on super award-winning long-range Honda Superstore locations. Huntington Beach, West Covina, the Irvine Auto Center, Vista, and the #1 Honda store in the world. In the
For the Rock Rewards card, it's easy to get lower than low prices. For the win, earn fuel points on every purchase and take up to $1 a gallon at the pump.
state field is a process. You can earn 10 times fuel points when you buy Simple Truth and Simple Truth Organic items through January 31st. It's a great way to enjoy Simple Truth and to save at the pump, too. Contact your license number 39917.
Will you tell me how much to unstop my diet?
$99.
Oh, how do you?
Like I know you said this already.
Just voted the Amazon 2022 Best of the Year. I really like that you're up front and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Bubba who really told me the cost over the phone.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and high-class drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE.
We must make it welcome to you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Get you and your kids' Spanish movie and heart rate up to burn out stress. Enjoy 60 minutes of physical activity every day. A crystal dance party. A walk around the block. Or just another can all help. This Cal Hustle Moment is brought to you by calhelp.org. I think I'm
Oh.
stress, anxious, worries, or frustrated. Cal Hope.
Yes, yeah, there's been one.
Cal Hope. Mental health resources. Or lifestyle at calhope.org.
Steer clear of westbound 91. The weekend closure will occur between I-15 and Lincoln, Friday, January 27th at 10 p.m. to Monday, January 30th at 5 a.m. Avoid the area by using the 6071 or 57. Heavy traffic delays are expected. Visit rctc.org for 91 closure details. Already spending, leaving your bank account on empty. All those bad decisions you made, trying to buy the love and affection of your family means bills. TFI wants you to do a cash refill with $1,000 every weekly hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at TFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Powered by Quick Games Accident Attorney. If you're looking at accident winning and everything, call the winning attorney to Quick Games. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or QuickGames.com. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, support. I'm Neil Cerveja, your friendly neighborhood sport reporter. Man, what a great guy. He's a listener who was just with us via phone from Chicago, putting together the pizza facts that the City Fest coming to Los Angeles this April. I just talked to that guy all damn day. Smart guy, knew his stuff. Love learning about those things. It's my favorite part of his program. But really, really cool. But I'm serious when I say this will sell out. It'll sell out for that. If you want to go, and I don't know why we haven't had a big festival here in the Southeast Rings, otherwise they don't come back. So check that out when you get a chance. You want to see all of the lineup and get tickets to the pizza show. Let's move on to something, a little palate cleanser, right? Go from the savory to the sweet. I was joking around about how it is my belief, but I actually believe this, but I stuck with it, that when a topping ends up on a pizza, that's bad. It's in the dirt, everything, these ingredients, loving the ingredients, doing it the best way possible, goes with this day. And look at this up. Because they have great place to check out. So, chocolate cream, mega stuff. Remember the golden, the salted caramel. I remember those were okay. The birthday cake were one of my favorites. Was the birthday cake with the golden Oreo thins were fine, the mints were fine. They were pretty good. And then they did the super thin chocolate hazelnut with hazelnut.
double stuff, peanut butter. I mean, some of the classics there, right? Well, this typically think like, what do you do from here? Oreo is doing a cookies and cream.
Flash is toxic?
So these are cookies and cream ice cream. It's, crushed Oreos. So now, essentially, Oreo is coming out with a crushed Oreo and cream filled Oreo.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Miss Taylor, you said it. But I will tell you, like, it is essentially crushed Oreo in an Oreo. Now, it looks like an Oreo you dropped in the sand, sort of, because it's got all those steps in it. I have a feeling it's just going to be delicious because it starts with the delicious. So this is going to be the most Oreo ever, as they are saying. They are genuinely filled with their own stuff, and it's going to be, probably incredibly successful. So we just see on January 30th, they're going to be launching the, they also have an Oreo special or social channel for all this stuff. Oreos.com to find out more. But I think that they're naming it Memorial. That's pretty funny, sure. More Oreo than not. So for you Oreo lovers like me, now it's time to get out and see about those Oreo stuff. Oreo. Genius. I bet everybody in the room was like, why didn't I think of that? Alright, it is the full sport. I'm Neil Saavedra, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with featuring medicine in the 24-hour KFI news. The Memphis Police Department Jerusalem behind their Super Sunday participate for the Super Bowl earn their spot tomorrow as the 49ers and Eagles tangle and the Bengals and get a weather update right after this. Okay, so it looks like we're going to get some rain coming in tomorrow and Monday. Just replace those old leaky windows, man. Don't put it off. Get new, affordable, custom-made windows. You want to do it once, you want to do it right with American Vision windows. At my home, when it rains, water stays on the outside now because we replaced our worst windows in our 110-year-old house with American Vision windows. They use some matrix technology, which is cool. It prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, septic down from getting in your home. The owners Bill and Kathleen, heard about family, started American Vision windows because they have a horrible experience replacing their own windows, different stuff. So get the value you deserve. During January, this is a great benefit to you. Zero interest, zero payment. That's the window company that I trust. My family and my friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. This is Michael Jr. Here's what's trending. From the Pasta upset number 18 Charleston, ending the Cougars' one-game winning streak. Number 24 Florida Atlantic now has the longest active run. The Owls beat Western Kentucky for their 20th releasing daily, Monday through Friday, wherever you get your podcast. Southern California weather from KFI, sun today, clouds and rain tomorrow. Tonight, lows in LA and Oakley in the low to mid-40s. Weather is brought to you by Think It Up. Let's go live with KFI Traffic Center. Ellie has the latest on the crash on the 101 in Hollywood.
As you're traveling southbound, as you're approaching Melbourne Avenue, just get ready to be called from Hollywood Boulevard because that class is blocking the carpool lane. Also, if you're traveling toward the Santa Clarita area on the 14 going northbound at Newhall Avenue, there's a car that stalled out. It's blocking one of the sister lanes, and then also there's a slowdown from a disabled vehicle in Gardena 110 going northbound at Redondo Beach Boulevard. That one is in one of the center lanes as well. Gotta slow you down in extra 2 minutes. Not too bad. Yeah, by the time I'll see you there faster. I'm telling you, sir.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Progressive Commercial Insurance. Trusted. The 50 business news. From quick repairs to adjustable coverages, and even human access. Progressive Commercial makes it easy to get listeners. Quote today. Sugar Tea Review the Nation, where we help present breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on point. Now rebates on everything from new and used TVs to energy efficient service packs. It's the stuff of everyday Southern California. Because thanks to a long list of programs and incentives from Southern California Edison, we all have the power to create a clean energy future with the SCE.com/clean energy appliances and take home with the buy same day. Stop the couple of events today. It's even blocked off the body line. Points are very vital data. 208.com for details. Zone 1528. Right now. Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, IR Media gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. We started today. From yourself, dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. Over 1,000 dealers use RV Joint Care. We're taking up to 40% off their RV. Travel trip to Sunday, 19 October, home 7 plus the thousands of other stations and trailers, all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Yes, I know. To make you feel as safe as possible, like an open heart surgeon for your home. You'll be fine. No worries. We got it. Home with Team Guns, the house with bird, or 49 on KFRM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, Neil Sebaver here with a full report. How are you? Happy Saturday to you. Little rain and snow coming this week. Some parts starting to see. I love it. The old top 100 places to eat in the United States. It features 28 California restaurants. Keep in mind that when it says restaurants, and they tie it in with a couple different factors. Not only by community suggestions, but they're taking, of course, reviews, ratings, geographic representation, people share submissions of top-rated restaurants, and then from being in Los Angeles, Orange County, and Riverside County, including the top spot. So, the top spot with the downtown LA Broken Mouse, which I have not been to, but will mind dictate their menu in a minute. They're a Hawaii, Korean fusion eatery, and it's in a foodie. On the foodie and Hawaiian style each June. So that's like extremely pleasant with any batter. They've got a 5-star rating and more than 1,300 reviews. And they really just, it's not a massive menu at all. They have brunch served all day. They have a plate lunch, and then they have a la carte. Of course, they have just a little bit of sweet for those of you who want to tap off a little bit of sweetness. They have a brioche bread pudding with cranberries and granola. That sounds really, really good. So they have a curry chicken sandwich, grilled curry chicken, greens, mayo, served on a brioche bun. That sounds heavenly. Inside, they have Hawaii meat sear, which is egg battered ribeye beef sliced in this meat sear sauce. They've got shrimp and garlic butter, which is fantastic. They've got avocado toast, which is really, I saw a picture that looks stunning. There's avocado mash, cucumber, chili flakes. There's a whole grain toast that looks just divine. So they took the top honors big for the West. So in Orange County, you have Sunbliss Cafe, there's Anaheim, Sababa Falafel Shop in Garden Grove, Little France Coffee and Bakery in the that's Cafe and Market, Cedar Point, OMG Omasaki by Dino and Santa Ana, and Tumerian should be proud. It's a great list representing Southern California here. So good on you. Folks, keep doing what you're doing. Maybe I got that over there.
So you
You've got Swallow Shark coming up at 5 o'clock, and then you've got Keith Gregory and Saul at 7, and then before the coach at 9. So stick around. We've got more full sports come as well. So no way. This is KFI and KOS 2HTC, Los Angeles, Orange County. If you already know what you want us to say, you're probably in the wrong place. KOS 2HTC,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Radio app.
Another California shooting in Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 3 people have been killed in a shooting at a home in Beverly Crest. A total of 7 people were injured in the shooting. LA Police Sergeant Bruce Borihon says the 3 people killed were sitting in a parked car. Investigators are going, combing the neighborhood for any additional surveillance video, any video, or even additional witnesses that can help us piece together what happened. Borihon says 2 of the people injured in the shooting were taken to a hospital before responders arrived. Police Department is deactivating its Scorpion unit in the wake of the Tiger Nichols shooting. Memphis PD posted a statement on Twitter saying that in the process of listening to the Nichols family and the leaders, it was in the best interest of all to permanently deactivate the unit. The chairman of the LA Police Commission said he was outraged over the shooting. William Green said not only did the Memphis police officers in the video embarrass themselves, they embarrassed the entire policing community.
We've had a lot of officers who displayed not only court training, they stopped themselves in the face with their own pepper gas. They were completely out of shape in terms of one officer to barely run down half a block.
Wood says the actions of the officers not only set back relationships between the LAPD and communities of color, it also set back relations between law enforcement and communities across the country. Gregory, take a binary. The 21st annual Miami Marathon hits the bricks tomorrow. Some of the best runners in the world will compete in the Boston Marathon qualifying event this year, along with the awards for top males and females. There's also a non-binary category.
The Lifetime Miami Marathon, since the inception, has always been very welcoming. It is a very democratic sport, and we had what we call our athletes with disabilities being a big part of our race, so it was a natural.
80 countries from the KFI Traffic Center. Let's check in with install, I believe, or at least something's going on the 118 and Porter Range. Right after Reseda Boulevard, we have seen a group from an earlier crash. They're taking up the carpool and 2 left lanes. Watch this exploding there. Your kids flowing from the 15. Well, right at that, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 57 southbound at Imperial Highway has been cleared from lanes. You drivers recovering from Tom Canyon. KFI, I hope to get you there faster. I'm trying, man.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. No,
No, you have more. It's more important what you do.
Coming up, your weather from KFI, mostly sunny today because it's beautiful. LA and Orange County, highs are in the low to mid-60s. Some light winds are still around. The clouds do start rolling in tomorrow, and the chance of rain starts tomorrow. La Habra right now, 60 degrees. Dana Point is 57 degrees. Altadena and Florence are twin boots at 59 degrees. We lead local, 5 for the KFI News, I'm Jason Middle.
Okay, go now, because I ruined your thing. Now I feel bad. And you step on me now, you can do that.
Okay.
Wait, go ahead, start again. Oh, I got to go.
Thank you. Pick yourself. Get out. Just tell when people have been lost at work too much. So, get out, enjoy yourself, and do some fun. I say do it at Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Why? They've got beautiful rooms, and they got stuff going on all the time. Big game blowout. It doesn't matter who you are rooting for. Morongo has food and very special freebies and fun for everybody. And the Grandmaster of Fun, George Clinton's live March 3rd. You can get to the snout. Echo. Eco? I'll go with Eco. Just giveaway. Get 2 baking dishes, wins, you earn 5 points on the rewards card. The 30th and the 31st. $500 drawing, 2 winners get $500 cash. Every half hour playing table games with their rewards card. Wednesdays and Thursdays, noon, 10 p.m. Get a reward. caramel mixer. When you do right, it's the culinary. When you do right, find the episode live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, how are you? Neil Savager here with the Pork Report, like every Saturday from 2 to 5, hanging out, hopefully with good, fun stuff that we can all talk about instead of the heaviness of the week. I know there's a lot going on. I'm not stupid. I'm not blind to it. But this is an opportunity for us to take that off and to remind ourselves about, life, food, things we love, sharing food with people, sharing friends. Said it many, many times. The word companion, the root of that word is can, bread. It literally means one with whom you break bread. And we're always happy to do that with you. I get inspired by you guys. You send me pictures. You can do that, by the way, on Instagram or Twitter at Pork Reporter. If you join me on Twitter or Instagram at Pork Reporter, it's always nice to hang out with you good folks there during the show and during the week. So please follow if you haven't done that. Talking with Handle yesterday, as I wanted to do on Friday for Food Friday, and we got into this topic. The topic actually picked by producer Michelle, and she almost imploded because it is the Washington Post did tested 12 supermarket marinara sauces. Now there was a clear winner. We'll get into that. But if you know anything about Michelle is that she loves to cook. She's Italian. She's from Long Island, and she loves to cook. And we've had her on the show before. It's about time we have her on again. But she makes her Sunday gravy slow and slow all day on Sunday. Starts out early. She makes that stuff. She did say which one she does buy when she buys a canned or jarred sauce. But I thought it's funny. It's like, and that's something. Go ahead and not make your own sauce. And I will tell you, there's very few things that are as satisfying as making your own sauce. It's not terribly difficult. There are nuances to it, and understanding good ingredients in, good flavor out. But it's a fun process, and if you get a chance to challenge yourself to do that, there is a lot of different recipes online. But I saw this breakdown, and there are two that I typically use here at the house, and I'll tell you those in a moment. But Tony Sorrentino, doesn't get any more Italian than that. I know you like to cook a lot too. Is there a canned or jarred marinara that you keep in the house at all?
Not really. No. I have like a really quick sauce I can always make very fast. It's just, every time I make it, like a sauce with cherry tomatoes.
Sure. Just break them down.
Cherry tomato, olive oil, some salt, little fresh basil at the end of it, and it's done as quick as boiling the water. So that's usually what I always have. I always have like cherry tomatoes in my freezer.
Yeah, they're great. I like that. That's a great simple sauce, and that's your go-to.
And it's too smooth, they're sweeter, so you don't have to acidity, you don't have to.
That's a pretty nice, simple sauce.
And it's so easy to do. Just over and over again. I was telling everyone just 10 minutes in the pan, and it's the greatest meal taste.
Ooh, it does sound really, really good. And I bet the Peter Matt freeze as well.
Oh yeah, that's like if you make a batch and then I just freeze them all. So I have a little like half cup ready to go with about what I would eat for pizza as well. So
very smart. Miss Kayla, you keep a jarred sauce in the house?
I never.
What food are making? And of course, Jason, what do you have a favorite go-to jarred sauce?
I do just for the fettuccine Alfredo. I keep that sauce on because I find that it's tough for me to make on this one.
Sure, and who makes it? You know?
I honestly think it's signature.
Oh, signature, they do a great job.
Yeah, it's not too garlic. It's like swing zone is perfect for the whole.
I don't know what the term too garlic means, but I'll take the word for it.
Fair enough.
So let's break down some of these, and I'll tell you which ones are in my home at any given time that I tend to love. And I tell you, long, work weeks, not always in the mood to cook, and but when I do, it's nice and it's a fun thing to do. Okay, so let's break these down. Going backwards, number 12 is hunt traditional. I think that would actually come. That would come in a can. So that is number 12. It got a score of 16, and in this particular Washington Post study they did, case test rather, this one was pretty score 16. Number 10 was a tie between Classico Marinara with plum tomatoes and olive oil and Ragu Old World style traditional sauce. They both got a score of 22. Ragu Old World style is the number 2 selling sauce in America, but it didn't do very well in this particular tasting. Several people were put off by the excess pepper in the Classico Marinara with plum tomatoes, so both of these for 24 out of. Alright, Prego. Their traditional got a score of 23, coming in at 9. And they said it was the sweetest in the bunch. One thought it was a sweet spot, and they really liked it, but others said it tastes more, but I'd have to try it out. Newman's own Marinara coming in at 8 with a score of 30. Somehow the seasoning was the old garlic, but some thought it was just kind of in the middle. 279 for 24 ounces on that, coming in at 8. Number 7, great value marinara at Walmart. It's the Walmart brand. 36, not bad. And they couldn't beat the price of this house brand, which is $1.59. Played into this. Now the concerns were that it didn't really clean the noodles properly, but it's very straightforward in this case. Number 5 is a score of 40, and this one is a whopping 11.90. Number 4, 365 organic marinara. This is a whole food brand. This comes at number 4 with a score of 41. This it has a very fresh taste to it, and I like it. And I don't eat for a whole lot of things. Eat all this stuff in it. And it's $2.79 for 25 ounces of that whole food. But I did like it. It was fresh and it didn't have a lot of extra things in it. But I like that it was just priced on itself with 42, a score of 42. Number 2 is Trader Joe's tomato basil marinara sauce. This is also a very good one, but I don't tend to go to Trader Joe's that often because most often their parking lots suck. And I just can't. And the city is horrible. I know it could be bad everywhere, but the city is just horrible, and I don't hear that kind of craziness in my day. So number 2 is 446. Number 1 is it is very pricey, but if you look around, you will find it discounted. Also, you can find it more on this with a 59. It's just really, I love it. It's just, I think the flavors, and I'm a big fan of the restaurant, whereas here in Los Angeles, of course, they have one in Vegas and the original one in New York. It's really marvelous. I just like the flavors and the texture. It's bright, it's fresh. It's a delicious jar of pasta sauce. In this case, it's 10. I recommend trying this. It's delicious, but it is not on the cheap side of things. That's Rao's, RAO_S, only marinara. And if you haven't had a chance, come out to Los Angeles in the Hollywood area and go to Rao's. It's a new place. Very New York, got a great vibe, great drink program. It's one of those places come to eat. They're not rushing you out. They want you to be comfortable and have a good time in the food stuff. And if you get a chance, a lot of fun going to Rao's. And their home
on the 118 situation and get a weather update right after I cleanly toss this to me. Hey, it's really warm out there at Morongo. If you haven't been there in a while, get back there. It's really, you walk in the doors and the weight on your shoulders up the way. You have a great place for gaming and eating. The food there is fantastic. There's so many great things for the marketplace. You guys, it's like nothing you've ever seen. Route 4 Morongo has food and drink specials, freebies, and fun for everybody. The Grandmaster of Funk stores 20 live March 3rd. That's great. Get tickets now. Cards are worth their weight in gold. You can get the room, get the tickets to the big game. Split with the big game on Big Tree in Malongo's big ballroom. Call 888-MOLONGO now to get that. Malongo Casino, Resort, and Spa. Good times forever. Playing tomorrow evening tonight. Lows in LA and Ocean in the low to mid 40s. Weather is brought to you by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Okay, let's head over down right after the Cedar Boulevard. We have cleanup crews from an earlier crash. They're taking up the carpool in 2 left lanes. You're seeing some stacked up traffic all the way from Woodley. In Hollywood, this is on the 101 southbound at Melrose. We have good news. Earlier stall started was in lanes. Have been cleared some lanes, but your drive is still slow from Hollywood Boulevard. This is on the 16 westbound after Central. Little fender there, taking up the left lane. Watch for some slowing from the 15. KFI and Skyhope get you there faster. I'll buy it, man. Chelsea Handlers bringing her unique style of comedy to Yamaha Theater Stage on April 29th at Casino Box Office. Chelsea Handlers live in Yamaha Theater, April 29th. Must be 21 to enter. This report is sponsored by the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. They've got show, and more show at the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. Bundle up for a winter playground for the whole family. Let's be downtown with angels and exciting snowmen appearing in the woods. Don't miss their winter wonderland. And he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends, and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said, be on time. He didn't like it when people were raising kids. We keep these values at Rita Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rita Hero business card. You can also reach us at RitaHero.com. Thank you. Yeah. If you can beat that order, call 833-422-4255. Ask about a case of COVID-19. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Hey, all of Team Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you need my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what inspires you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enrich a spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at Awakening.com. Would really like to hear up front and everything. I mean, I could call the guy named Bubba, who was good, and tell me the cost over the phone.
No bother here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unplugged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to get stressed and just worried. Help. You and your loved ones will need to know. Call our one line at 833-317-4673.
Lincoln, Friday, January 27th at 10 p.m. to Monday, January 30th at 5 a.m. Avoid the area by using the 5071 or 57. Heavy traffic delays are expected. Visit
Visit rtc.org for 91 closure details. Bridgewater, the Hit 60 podcast is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio. The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity. There's something beyond our understanding going on. Starring Supernatural, Lisa Collins, The Walking Dead, Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One, Allie Susan. Written by Lauren Stiffen and created by me, Aaron Mason. Listen to Bridgewater on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Contractor license 4771. Dealers and homeowners areas, we fix it, yes. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on-call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLECCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Follow the Bible Museum Jack Graham podcast. Listen to our media often Bible Museum Jack Graham. This podcast was created to help you solidify your faith as you experience the story of the Bible through live
An iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the 4th today. Some rain are coming. Some chances tomorrow and Monday for rain. I think there's chances for snow. Highbrow racing podcast. And it's a fun mission. So go, we're advertising, these third-party delivery services to just have for promotion. And just to see the reaction on people's faces. Now, after the pandemic, I guess, and I know it's still going on, but can you imagine if Brad Pitt or Tom Cruise or somebody dropped off your food and answered the door to get it for money? Well, there was a story of Ben Affleck. That'd be hilarious to pull up to do that. So I'll tell you why in a minute. But it's been noted that Ben Affleck has said many times that he eats at Dunkin' at least once a day. There's pictures of him constantly with Dunkin' coffee or sandwich that was through. Said that she said he was very funny, quick-witted, and in her order, and that she had to sign some disclosure as they're filming the commercial there. So with this story and the time of year it is, that there is, I don't see her in here, but some people were saying that J-Lo, his wife, is one of the people that pull up to take an order or to place an order. So I think maybe we'll see this during the Super Bowl. Who knows? So keep your eyeballs out for it. Stick around. More to come. It is the 449 News of Asia. KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason in the 24-hour shift. 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of Los Angeles. LAPD Sergeant Bruce occupants as well as witnesses and neighbors. It's got to piece together exactly what happened here. This happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon just before 3 this morning. Hundreds of people gathered for a vigil in Hackney Bay to help the community process last Monday's mass shooting.
As a meeting, I feel so sad for the victim. They died so suddenly and so violently, far away from their home, from their family.
Television has died at the age of 73 after a brief illness. Lorraine started young with piano, flipped over saxophone after hearing Stan Getz blow his horn, and settled on guitar after listening to the Rolling Stones' 1966 hit, Nervous Breakdown. And now let's head over some live traffic from the KFI Traffic Center. We have some good news down on the way. And you start taking up the purple lane there. You're driving slow from Valley Vista. Ontario, there it is. We're going. There's all the dead eastbound from Euclid to 4th Street. Freeway lanes with you. I'm very bad. Replace those old greasy windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it right with American Vision windows. At my home, now when it rains, the water actually stays on the outside of the house because we replaced our roof windows in our 110-year-old home with American Vision windows. They use sun matrix technology. Might not be anything to you or me, but this is what it actually does. It prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your house. The owner is still in Kathleen. They started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. Get the value you deserve on this stuff, and you do. Through January, so only a little bit of time on there. 0% interest, zero payments for 12 months, plus free installation. PSLB number 778356. Trust the window company I trust. My family and friends trust American Vision Windows. 08. That's 888 226 9908 or visit American Vision Windows.com. Southern California weather is for LA and Orange County. Tomorrow, you start to roll in as the day rolls on. Chance of rain picking up around sun. Fly from the daylight 24 hours in the middle of the day.
Hi, Dr. Taylor. I heard Hollywood Spotlight. The Oscar is officially on. Everything everywhere all at once. It features 11 nominations, including a history Western Classics 9 yards, as did the best of any hearing. In the actor category, the momentum continues for Elvis Oscar. The Whale, and Cars. The voters are showing big budget sequels lots of love this year. Top Gun Maverick and Avatar, The Way of Water are both up for Best Picture. It's still anyone's game. The Academy members have until March 7th to cast their votes. Oscars will be handed out March 12th. I'm Ellen Cole. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell, and it maintains the honors of my grandfather. My family inherited our books to me. It staying true to my soul and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Being true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering Rooter Hero Plumbing business cards. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377 I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. This device's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the device will help you breathe without using any pump. The device uses suction power, so it's foolproof. I don't know what that is. It's part of the report. We'll test it out, and the results are the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore, and stay healthier with power. Follow here for the Colo Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. How do you feel like that to go trust? One, it's a precious value. Well, I was looking at pretty fucking much at the cap, and there's nothing we value more. It's going to be mine. The name you trust. One more. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any already symptoms tell you, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and discuss them with your doctor's team. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, I was walking up the driveway, and what is that really do? And then, what is that really have to do? Off the heading it to the week and just enjoying and celebrating food. Well, we are once again here on the fourth report. So, yes, that's what we're starting to out at 5 right after the program. We'll talk to you a little bit later. And then Gregory at 7 with our install. Well, what's coming? And then before the coach with our very own Clay Lowe, curated podcast for you here. So stick around. Nobody knows at LATaco.com. It is a great newspaper, digital newspapers, digital magazines, but just really well done. Focuses on local places and local people and local stories. Memo, Torres, over there just did a story about the tiniest tamale in the world being found on the streets of Los Angeles. And what a deep story it is about TRUMAN. And as she folds these corn husks over the mountain, she cuts off the extra ends and uses them to make little plates. And she sits there reading, hoping for someone to come by. And Memo saw her and started talking. And we thought, well, then I'm going to make little samples, little tiny tamales, little tiny tamale samples, and that he would share with people so they would see if her tamales were good. And I just thought it wasn't like a marketing ploy. It's just, he thought it's nice, you know. I enjoy it when I know that there's a lot of controversy for some about street vendors. And of course, when you're dealing with food, there are things that you have to be careful of buying up off of the street or from somebody on the street. But I will tell you, just like hot dogs or tiny roasted peanuts in New York, there's something about being able to find certain foods like these, whether it's a elote, whether it's a tamale, that is part of the flavor. You know, use your own rules or whatever. I think these people are trying to work very hard. And if you put that, you look at those details out, sometimes it's like at 6 p.m. the LA Taco story says, stop by, grab a sample. The story is somebody looking for just a little table, an umbrella, a chair, and her book. Wanting to sell me tamales. Thanks to my Memo brother, Ed Curry at LATaco.com for a great story. I love people that look out for the community. They're looking out for things other than yourself. And Memo describes a very lovely and sweet and funny lady that is trying to make a living. And, you know, the same with little family spots or food trucks. They just want to get noticed. Just want somebody to see them and try their food. And another reason why we need independent journalism and things like LATaco.com to fill in the gaps and do the walking of the streets and driving around. Just a risky at home and have a sandwich or what have you with a great stuff. That was very, very cool. Stick around, more focal report to come, more stuff, and more. But now, let's get the news from Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI News. The Memphis PD is discontinuing the so-called Scorpion Special Policing Unit in the wake of the brutal beating and death of Tyree Nichols. Utah is banning gender-affirming care for anyone under 18 years of age as of today via a new law that bans hormone therapy for minors. Baseball living legend Albert Pujols is selling his Irvine mansion for nearly $10 million. If he gets that ad, he'll turn an 85% profit since he bought that joint 10 years ago. We'll head back for a check on the 10 in Santa Monica. And now's a good time to do it. Get it in at the Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. There's where you're going to have those good times. There's where you get connected and have something for everyone. Big game blowout. It doesn't matter who you're voting for, man. Morongo has food, drinks, drinks and fun for everybody. The Grand Master of Funk George Clinton live March 3rd. Get those tickets now. That's going to be a killer show. Eco just give away. Get 250 digits where you earn 500 points on your reward card on 30th and 31st. Come right up, boss. Good times for everybody. It's Ross Thunder. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network presented by DraftKings. The Lightning, the Clippers, and the Hawks are warming up in Atlanta. Also coming up, the Lakers at Boston. In college hoops today, Hawks are upset number 18 Charleston, ending the Cougars' 20-game winning streak. Number 24 Florida Atlantic now has the longest active run. The Owls beat Western Kentucky to their 20th straight victory.
Second ranked Alabama was upset at Oklahoma, and number 3 Houston and number 6 Virginia were winners. I'm Andrew Beck. Hey, well, subject. You like to make games a little more interesting? Download, listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Basket releasing every Tuesday. Available wherever you listen to podcasts. Football and betting. The Even Money Podcast. Always up for you weather today. Like sunny skies the rest of the day, clouds and a chance of rain tomorrow. And that's true from an earlier fact. Taking up the weight room there. You know, some tropical traffic from the 405. And it's POV. It was already 405, so it's out right now. POV Boulevard. You know, there's 15 earlier crash on the 16 westbound after Central has been given away. You guys are succeeding in that area.
No. That is a real condition.
Sponsored by MGM Rewards. Every time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination. You can manage dining, stay, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Subject to earning and redemption limitations applicable to certain purposes in certain states.
Contact your license 1047-71. Spaghetti drains is just $80 you get 30-foot drains now. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. So podcast, murder, and lion trace at the connection between the killing of a private investigator and the international money laundering scheme. It's a shock. The fine. And corruption in the city that was created cocaine and murder capital in the 1980s.
So we can tell you who he was hiring the guns for.
It was obvious. But CIA was growing that show. To Murder in Miami on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Jackson Here gets you your biggest tax refund guarantee. Plus a chance to double your refund or win weekly prizes with a double your 2022 federal tax return and 1423.
If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call it in, it's called Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and it's a closing days. No easy, no good. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive, complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy, so that the seller walks away happy. They may even offer sellersadvantage.com. Friday on the free iHeartRadio app. You never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Hey, follow us on all these things at AFI AM 640.
Make it take it, Andrew. Really? Take and bake, make them take it. Take and bake all.
AFI AM 640 live everywhere on Beyond. I am your well-fed host, Mr. Staker, as you see. Next up with Mr. 12 Shark in just a few minutes. He is coming out at 5, right behind us, and then at 7, he's Gregory following that. You have before the coast with Clay Rose, curating some great and sometimes creepy podcasts. Really quick, the Trader Joe's 2023 winners for the customer's favorite food beverage product. And this is their list this year every year. So favorite overall was rolled corn tortilla chips. It's really my favorite. And then there was a rumor, if I remember correctly, that this product was going to be seniors. But no, it was pretty clear to say. Favorite beverage is the sparkling with apple juice. But you'll find it in some stores for otherwise it comes back around auto. Favorite cheese, and this sounds amazing. English cheddar with caramelized. I've seen these, I don't think I've ever had them, but I love it. It also was one of the winners from the same category 2015. Mr. Swallow Shark, sir, how are you? I am fantastic. No, it's pretty fantastic. You ended up with a wife with a cloud I do my best. Last night, when I was down, home there was, hitting my work for every
had for it. And it wakes up and again, so I can have another 24. You know, I was I know if you had a kidney and a transplant, come back and most yeah. And we're talking about how the average lifespan is somewhere around 10 for a cadaver. Average, yeah, average. Both individuals, they get a new transplant and it fairly takes time to take care of it. They don't value what went into their transplant, which is why you see so many individuals out of that mortality or their transplant. Yeah, you know, talk about how, you know, we go to the doctor like every 3 months. There's no, you're constantly watching your numbers. If you're doing it right, you're not a thug with things. People think that it's done, they put these things that you have to do, and they want to watch these numbers constantly. But I just thought that was really cool. You know, I know your stories and that. And so that asked me what I said to you, Lord, give me another 24, and I'll be my best. You kind of like that, like Andre, word, the miracle that I was in through that. Amen. Miracle is right. So what's that going on tonight? Well, where did you land? Yeah, so we are up in the mountains, and I was in the outline, and I wanted to announce some program. Yes, it is Soul Cow Saturday. It's good on you. I love it. Yeah, we're going to get to the heart and soul of what's going on in our great city from the IE, Morgantown, Los Angeles, and beyond. And that's on things that hit my heart and that I want to be able to speak with, you know, on amazing business. So what do you have for Soul Cow? Well, tonight I am marveled. Today was a very tough way to start off in that my heart was heavy and how I wanted to. And I think that is incredibly important. And I look to the mother of the young man, TRILLIONAIRE, and I heard her for peace and how the country, how to address it. And I think there's something in her words that resonated from here to Chicago, Atlanta, New York, where everyone heard her words and felt them. And if I am to provide this thought and partners, so I think there's something in the voice of mother that is. So I know you go through various topics. That's going to be a heavy and important one. Any other things that you'd like to point out? Yes, or is there a crew of 3 veterinarians that I must dive in light on who are going out helping our unhoused community pets and all on that. Of course you do. Are you excited about the first Oscar nomination for a Marvel film? I mean, it's well-deserved, but for me, it is a nomination that goes beyond the confines of it having to do with a superhero adjacent or related film. Angela Bassett's performance in Wakanda Forever, bar none, is one of the greatest performances we have seen throughout the entire year of the Oscar period. It was the best performance in the film. For her to not be nominated just because it was a superhero film, well, that would be attractive. My brother-in-law worked with her, very close to her friend, and have heard nothing but the most amazing things about her. And she's just a really wonderful, generous, and person. So it's good to see not only anything right now with the Oscars. I saw some films on there that would not normally end up. Yeah, on there. So we'll see if this is part of the change of the Oscars. It did make me a little bit more interested in the Oscars than I did in the watch. Yeah, most definitely. All right, you've got Koala Shark coming up at 5 o'clock moments from now, so go nowhere. Koala, have a wonderful show, and we'll talk to you on the flip side, my friend. Thank you, sir. It is the Fourth Report. I'm Neil Sebager, KFI AM 640, and KOSC HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. If it doesn't affect you, word, it's AOSP HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the NR Radio app. Shooting on the west side. Jason Middleton live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. At least 7 people have been shot in the Beverly Crest area of Los Angeles. 3 of those shots have died. The LAPD says this happened on Ellison Drive near Benedict Canyon, just before 3 this morning outside a short-term rental home. The pilot of a single-engine plane and a passenger have been hurt in a crash in Riverside County. The pilot was trying to make a forced landing at French Valley Airport yesterday when the plane went down in a gully. The pilot and passenger were able to get out of the wreckage on their own. LA Metro says it heard the complaints of business owners in Long Beach. That said, LA Metro will not change its end-of-the-line policy that forces all riders off trains blocked in Shoreline Drive. Business owners say dozens of homeless people are dumped downtown every night because of the policy. Metro says the trains have to be cleaned and riders are not allowed in maintenance yards. The agency says it will consider adding service hubs for the homeless at 13 rail lines and more. President Biden is expressing his condolences to the family of Tyree Nichols, including a promise to his mother.
He told us that I was going to be making the case to the Congress to cut the George Floyd Act and to get this under control.
Biden said there was only so much he can do with an executive order. He says the video footage of the police beating of Nichols will leave people justifiably outraged. And it's time to switch away from fossil fuel power plants is whether there are actually enough rare earth minerals on the planet to make the parts needed for a switch to renewables. But a new study released yesterday by the scientific journal Fuel says the 17 types of minerals aren't actually that rare. They need to be mined. Scientists say the mining will add some pollution to the atmosphere, but it's from the KFI Traffic Center. Let's check in with Brian and the situation at Santa Monica and westbound at Cloverfield. We have cleaner crews from an earlier crash. Taking up southbound at Paramount Boulevard. Little fender bender there. That's how the lanes are on the right shoulder, but you're seeing some looky-loo delays from Grande. That's Steel Beach. We have good news. It's earlier crash on the 405 northbound after Steel Beach Boulevard. And it's clear from lanes, but the damage is done. You're driving back from Bolsa Avenue. KFI is the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian there. If all home air purifiers are the same, then why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board our using cold and flu viruses, including COVID? EnviroCleanse is the new science of air purification, and now you can order one for your home. This is exactly how to stop cold and flu from taking down your whole family. In fact, this hospital-grade technology is so powerful, promises far fewer colds and allergies and better sleep. Visit ekpure.com. The letter K, pure.com, and use the promo code Conway for 10% off with your EnviroCleanse home purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 in savings. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. ekpure.com, promo code Conway. Southern California weather from KFI. Well, it's stay mostly sunny today for LA and Orange County. Highs at the low 60s. The clouds start rolling in tomorrow. The chance of rain starts its own roll tomorrow evening. Look at the beach right now, 56 degrees. John Wayne Airport, 59. Renton is 50. And Monrovia is at 58. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour news. Elisa Viejo and Luke Byrne. KFI. William supporters live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. I'm talking to you all. One of the first things I wanted to talk about is something that weighed heavy on my mind last night. And it was yesterday that the media regarding the police incident with young Tyree Nichols in Memphis was released to the public. And everything was unfolding last night while on the air with Labels No Telly. And we started seeing protesters gathering in Los Angeles. Protesters were gathering everywhere.
I think definitely
my initial thought was, oh no, you're going to see the reach of what is out of the short story. But then the speeding of having vehicles all the way back, right? We don't have all the way back, right? We stopped right at George Floyd. Matter of fact, you can come to a week and a half, 2 weeks ago to King Anderson in Los Angeles. We don't have to go that far back to find outrage over this individual who had life at the hands of the police for doing these nonsense research. And this was another traffic stop. Yeah, but someone losing their life. And so as I'm heading out, I was seeing, LA City and riots here, and they're monitoring the situation. And I was worried. I saw many news outlets running audio and running interviews of Mr. Nichols' mother. And he stood as brave as he could, holding his hand as well as he could. This is a woman who lost her. At one point, these officers stood him up while he was handcuffed and punched him. It was a joke to them. One of them has the dirty nerve to say, man, I hit him with my partner paymaker, dog. That is a quote. So they were having fun beating this man to death. And at one point in the audience, and I was in a good place, but I couldn't because when I heard it, it broke me. One of this young man, the final word was help me out. This man's mother heard that audio. This kid is trying to dismiss this nation that has done little to nothing to stop these incidents from happening. Little to nothing to make a difference when it comes to police interactions in the urban community. This mother stood in front of all of us and asked for peace. This woman deserves a peace. There's no way that I could do that she did. Or so when I laid down last night, that I don't know how I'm going to approach this. Because when I left this station last night, I was afraid. I was afraid that I was going to pass by people in the street just going ham. I was afraid I was going to wake up this morning to a city on fire. Well, to my surprise, even the people who were out there last night protesting, I believe at least, they heard the plea of Tyree Nichols' mother. They heard her plea to say, please do not further disparage my son's memory by tearing down your home. Please do not honor my son's memory with violence. My son will take it from me. That's the most extreme of violence. You can call for peace. So when I wake up this morning and I see that the individuals who gathered in Times Square in New York, they went home peacefully. That the individuals who gathered at the Los Angeles Police Department last night, they went home peacefully. That Chicago and Atlanta, they're just calling for reform. They're calling for justice. There's no one out there attacking the business. There's no one out there throwing rocks at themselves. There's no one out there trying to or attempting to build this further into a divide. It brought me back to Los Angeles. It brought me back to Los Angeles. Now I believe the death of Tyree Nichols at the hands of the Memphis police. Scorpion Squad, as they're called. I believe that it has brought new light to their investigation into the death of King Anderson, who was also involved in a traffic stop. Who was held down and tased to death. And I know that they're investigating and they're trying to get to the bottom of it, and that there's more to be told. Um, but how long? How long when we ever get to that point where we are not reporting on men being killed or light being out or hell, driving under the influence? Someone hit me last week and they said, Kennedy Anderson had marijuana and cocaine in his system. I was responding to say, wow, I did not know in Los Angeles that was called for the death penalty at the hands of the police. But you know what? I think that's all on your you live with that. Because even what is the group here? The largest of the police organizations, the Fraternal Order of Police, have spoken out on the brutal killing of Tyree Nichols. Even they have said we need to look deeper at the death of King Anderson. On the onset of the situation, it brings me back to what I was discussing last week when I said the Los Angeles City Council is reviewing and exploring measures for a mental health response crisis team as opposed to sitting in officers with guns out who are woefully unprepared to deal with mental health crises. Hopefully we get that. I appreciate President Biden saying, hey, this is a tragedy. I appreciate, Mayor Bass saying, they're not acting in sitting in America. That's great. That's great. But Tyree Nichols' mother, and so all the gratitude means nothing. The fear has been set in. The call for justice, I don't know if it's falling on deaf ears. I know that for me, looking at my son, if he walks out of the house, for me, I'm driving around the city of Angels, I can only hope that we get there soon. I do not like living in this city of fear, but I am encouraged, I am hopeful, and I am thankful that we heard the truth of Tyree Nichols' mother, and that we are handling this with cooler heads, that we are filling our hearts with peace, with a goal to understand, with a goal to build bridges, with desire to get to the other side and not burn our city down. So thank you, Southern California, for listening her words and for honoring our city. Calling the friends and relatives in Chicago, New York, Atlanta, and beyond, and sharing this moment. We're here to play a 5 and 3/4 by everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. SoulCal Saturdays is with you till 7 now. It's 24 hours KFI News Home with this middle. Somehow, mostly peaceful protests have rolled and are rolling through major U.S. cities in the aftermath of the video releases of the brutal beating of Tyree Nichols, who are just House Speaker McCarthy is shooting down claims that Republicans will cut entitlements in their negotiations over raising the debt ceiling. Avatar, The Way of Water, is on its $70 billion yesterday, bringing its total benefit earnings to $600 million. We'll head back for a check on the 134 and get a weather update right after I talk to Steve as well. Contact and license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix the show. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain check. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. TPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Southern California weather from KFI. Sunny skies for the rest of the day. Clouds in the chance of rain tomorrow. Tonight, lows in LA and OC in the low to mid-40s. All right, let's head over for a traffic update with Brian Van. And here's why. He's got the 134 in Griffith Park, and I'm on my way there in 20 minutes, Brian. Not bad. This is on the 134 eastbound, that Forest Lawn. You have a crash there. It's out of lanes. It's on the right shoulder, but the damage is done. Your drive is bunching up as you approach this area. Danger Monaco, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 10 westbound at Cloverfield has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering from after the 405. Anaheim Hills, this is on the 91 eastbound right before the 241. Little second vendor there out of lanes and on the right shoulder. You're seeing some slow traffic from your Belinda Boulevard. KFI of the sky helps get you there faster. A fry is there. But if you're hurt in an accident besides the car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. These police accident attorneys know all too well that injured victims are what they go through. Your injuries can keep you from everyday activities, including work. Not to mention having to lose pain. That's why the attorneys at True Things have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll help you get the money you deserve so you can financially recover. And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. True Things has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for their clients and were awarded the best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, you call True Things, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, TrueThings.com. You wouldn't leave your house to chance. Doesn't your financial well-being deserve the same care and attention? It's time to get a complimentary wealth checkup from Edelman Financial Inc. We're Barry's #1 rated independent financial advisory firm with 5 years running. You can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more from an experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth checkup with a planner who puts your needs first. With no sales pressure and no obligation, with trusted guidance to help get your investment goals back into focus. When it comes to your financial well-being, you can count on a top-rated independent financial advisory firm in the nation. Visit Edelman Financial Inc. at EFEWealthPlanners.com. That's EFEWealthPlanners.com. Barron's rating awarded annually September 2018 to 2022. Compensation paid for distribution of ratings. Hey, all, it's Steve Sharp. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular